In the midst of a perilous climb up a snow-capped mountain, Su Yuan encountered an unexpected avalanche that thrust him into a primitive world, where he was miraculously awakened. By a group of enchanting beast-eared maidens. He gazed upon the vast, desolate expanse of the snowy plains. The flicker of hope that had ignited within him swiftly transformed into a profound despair. Fortuitously, he had awakened a shopping system that allowed him to procure goods from his former life, while also enabling him to unlock unique items using materials from this alien realm. Thus, Su Yuan embarked on a journey of survival across the icy wilderness, accompanied by his newfound companions, cat-eared, fox-eared, rabbit-eared, and even spider maidens. To his astonishment, he soon discovered that the beast folk tribe appeared to be devoid of any males. What manner of world was this, filled with fantastical magic and ancient technological relics, intertwined with divine legends? In his quest to ensure a better existence for the beast folk, Su Yuan found himself on a path to forge a legendary empire. If you like primitive world story, subscribe to support the channel. Chapter 1. The Beast-Eared Maidens in the Snow. Hey, are you alright? The ice god is about to unleash his wrath. If you don't wake up soon, you'll be frozen solid. Amidst the swirling snowflakes on the white expanse, Su Yuan lay quietly in the snow, while 4 exquisitely beautiful maidens, tightly wrapped in animal hides, anxiously called out to him. Fox 9, should we carry him with us? If we don't find shelter soon, we might all perish here. In his daze, Su Yuan heard their conversation and struggled to open his eyes, groggily noticing the snowflakes drifting before him. BRR, it's freezing. It dawned on him that he wasn't just climbing a snow mountain. Indeed, an avalanche had swept him away into this wintry abyss. Ah, Sister Lion, he's awake. With great effort, Su Yuan propped himself up. Sleeping in such a place could lead to death. Rubbing his head, he inquired of the maidens surrounding him. Did you save me? Not at all. We found you here when we arrived. But why were you lying in the snow? That's a sure way to meet your end. Su Yuan managed a wry smile. I must have had the worst luck, caught in an avalanche, but thankfully you all. He was left astounded as he beheld the 4 maidens before him, clad entirely in brown animal hides, their legs and arms wrapped snugly. The most striking feature was the pair of furry beast ears adorning their heads. Cosplay? Who in their right mind would engage in such antics in this frigid climate? Who are you? One of the maidens, a petite girl with gray hair, crouched down, her cherubic face pale and clearly uncomfortable from the bitter cold. We are from the Red Fox tribe. Recently, we were attacked by the Black Sheep tribe, and now we've become separated, leaving only the 4 of us. The gray-haired maiden's gaze reflected a mixture of sorrow and loss, while the golden-haired maiden beside her was vigilant and alert. A tribe? Could it be that I've truly crossed over? The peculiar attire and their speech, so different from his own language yet comprehensible, left him pondering. Was he dreaming or had he truly traversed worlds? System? Shopping mall initialization complete. Level 1 privileges detected. Level 1 goods now available for purchase. Oh no, there really is a system. He had indeed crossed over. Quickly, stranger, would you care to join our tribe? If we don't find a safe haven soon, we won't survive the wrath of the ice god. The white-haired maiden glanced at the darkening sky, which bore an oppressive weight, and Su Yuan followed her gaze, immediately comprehending the meaning of the ice god. A blizzard was brewing, and judging by the ominous clouds above, a fierce storm was imminent across the snowfield. There was no time to ponder the shopping system. He quickly rose to his feet, still clad in his mountaineering gear, with his backpack slung across his shoulders. Shall we go? Do you know where we might find shelter? The 4 maidens exchanged glances, ultimately looking to the white-haired maiden. With a resigned sigh, she replied, I have no idea. We can only proceed 1 step at a time. By the way, we don't even know your name yet. As they walked, the gray-haired maiden eagerly kept pace with Su Yuan. Despite her diminutive stature, her steps were nimble, and her disposition was undeniably cheerful. I am Su Yuan, and you are? I am Cat Knight, for I feel particularly vibrant at night. A cat girl, with her adorable gray ears, looked quite charming. However, her animal hide skirt concealed her little tail, prompting Su Yuan to glance back at Cat Knight curiously. I am Fox 9. My sister claims I am the smartest in the tribe. The white-haired fox seemed slightly taller than Cat Knight, and her thick tail was unable to be contained by the animal hide, thus it remained exposed. White Rabbit, greetings. Another maiden with perky ears and striking crimson eyes appeared delicate, a contrast to her long, slender legs. Lion, a towering lioness, standing at nearly 6 feet 3, left Su Yuan gazing up at her, albeit relieved to see her small round ears peeking out. Su Yuan, what race are you? Why can't we see your ears? Cat Knight approached with curiosity, attempting to lift Su Yuan's hair, but due to her height, she could only reach his neck. Me? I am merely an ordinary human. Human? What kind of race is that? Not only Cat Knight, but the other beastfolk gazed at Su Yuan with confusion. Is there no humanity in this world? Or have they simply never encountered one? Su Yuan had no intention of elaborating on this matter. Instead, he pointed towards the encroaching darkness of the blizzard, stating, "The storm. The ice god is about to descend. We must urgently find a place to take refuge. Oh dear. Hurry. Cat Knight does not wish to become an ice block. In this vast, snow-laden expanse, finding a sheltering cave would not be an easy task." After several hours of searching, the five of them found no change in their surroundings apart from their movements through the snow. Wah! Am I to perish here, White Rabbit? I haven't even had my fill before meeting my end. Wah! Even Fox 9, along with the golden-haired lioness, found themselves at a loss, their eyes darting towards Fox 9 for guidance. Fox 9, is there truly no way out? I don't know. With my sister absent, I am unsure what to do. Observing the distressed expressions on the four beastfolk, Su Yuan sighed. While finding a cave for shelter would be ideal, he had alternative plans if they failed. Alright, now listen closely to me, all four of you. I can ensure your survival. The maidens turned their attention to Su Yuan, and Fox 9 asked, somewhat skeptically, Su Yuan, do you truly have a plan? Indeed. Allow me to instruct you. Su Yuan scanned the surroundings. It seemed the snowfield had endured for quite some time. He retrieved a folding shovel from the side of his backpack. As he cleared the upper layer of loose snow, he found the underlying snow had compacted into a solid mass. He skillfully carved out a square snow brick. It appears we must construct an ice shelter to weather the impending blizzard. Given the quality of this snow brick, it just might withstand the storm. Su Yuan held the sizable snow brick aloft, leaving the beastfolk perplexed by its purpose. Only Lion's eyes remained fixated on Su Yuan's shovel before glancing at the bone dagger strapped to her waist. In a moment never mind, Lion, you shall use this shovel to cut out more of these snow bricks for me. Initially intending to cut the bricks himself, he reconsidered upon. Realizing that these little beast girls lacked the skills to construct a snow house. Consequently, he entrusted the entrenching tool to the strongest-looking lioness. Are you truly giving this to me? The lioness, who had harbored a modicum of wariness towards Su Yuan, immediately set aside her caution upon receiving the tool. Her small ears perked up in excitement. Hurry, we must strive to complete the construction before the arrival of the ice god. Only then can we ensure our survival. Nodding in agreement, the lioness took hold of the entrenching tool and sprang into action, fully aware of the gravity of their situation. Gripping the tool tightly, she began to dig forcefully into the ground. The immense strength she exerted sent flurries of snow swirling around, and with a single thrust, she created a substantial pit. Before long, the lioness returned, cradling a snow brick of comparable size. Chapter 2. Constructing the Snow House. Su Yuan was utterly astonished. Had he known, why bother building a snow house at all? A few shovelfuls would suffice to dig a pit directly into the snow. Yet, upon further reflection, this approach still bore the risk of collapse, especially if Shirshir were to undertake the digging. Given that there was ample time, constructing a snow house seemed the safer option. Su Yuan, what should we do? The remaining beast girls approached him. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Mao Yi, you and Bai Tu go search for some branches nearby. Hu Jiu, follow my lead and let's form a circle with the snow bricks. Understood. I'll take Bai Tu to hunt for branches. Mao Yi responded enthusiastically. Bai Tu, however, had intended to stay behind but was swiftly tugged away by Mao Yi. Hu Jiu accepted the snow bricks handed over by Shirshir and began stacking them in imitation of Su Yuan. Su Yuan, one TA house made of snow be cold? Hu Jiu inquired, gazing curiously at the small white circular structure they were constructing. Won't we freeze into ice blocks inside? Rest assured it will be quite warm within. Shirshir. That should be enough. You can return now. The trio gathered outside the snow house as the ominous clouds loomed closer on the horizon, indicating that a snowstorm was imminent. Where are Mao Yi and the others? I hope they haven't encountered any danger. Su Yuan fretted, scanning the surroundings. The swirling snow obscured his vision, rendering it impossible to spot Mao Yi and the others. They'll be fine. Although Mao Yi may lack combat prowess, she is remarkably swift. No one can catch her. Just as Hu Jiu finished speaking, a jubilant voice echoed from the distance. I'm back. Mao Yi and Bai Tu bounded over, their heads dusted with snow, and even Bai Tu's face bore a smile, albeit a somewhat awkward one. Particularly, Bai Tu's small belly was round, swaying as she walked. We found so many fruits. We gathered some on our way back. Mao Yi exclaimed, dropping a large handful of branches and then tugging at Bai Tu's clothing, causing numerous red fruits to tumble out. They must be frozen. Su Yuan disregarded the fruits for the moment and approached Bai Tu, gently placing his hand on her small belly. which was indeed as cold as ice. No wonder she felt so strange before. So warm, Bai Tu remarked, feeling the warmth emanating from Su Yuan's hand. Though his touch was not exceedingly warm, it was a significant improvement compared to her ice-cold belly. Quickly gather the fruits. The snowstorm is approaching. In the distance, the blizzard began to sweep across the landscape, obscuring their view, prompting Hu Jiao and Shirshir to start picking up the fallen fruits. Alright, let us head into the snow house. Despite her fragile appearance, the little rabbit had endured much that would have been unbearable for most. With so many ice-cold fruits resting on her belly, she had long been on the brink of freezing. One by one, the small beast girls squeezed through the entrance of the tiny snow house, bringing the wood and fruits inside. As Shirshir prepared to enter, she returned the entrenching tool to Su Yuan. This thing is quite sharp. A reluctant expression crossed Shirshir's face, but she still handed over the tool, which was far sharper than her bone knife. Only large tribes likely possess such finely crafted weapons. Alright, let's hurry inside. Su Yuan accepted the entrenching tool, recognizing that it still held other uses, though it was not particularly useful at the moment for Shirshir. Shirshir's physique was considerably more robust than the other beast girls, especially her ample chest, making her entry into the snow house somewhat challenging. Su Yuan, could you give me a push from behind? Shirshir's body was half stuck at the entrance, producing a muffled sound from within. Is it still too small? I underestimated Shirshir's strength after all. Su Yuan glanced at the impending blizzard and hurried to the entrance of the snow house, where two long legs remained exposed. Though her thighs were wrapped in animal skin, her delicate, robust calves were visible. So smooth. When his hands grasped Shirshir's calves, he felt their remarkable smoothness, albeit cold, and noticed that her legs were taut. I'm pushing. Su Yuan wrapped his arms around her small legs and pushed her into the snow house. Fortunately, she was not stuck too tightly, as the three beast girls inside assisted by pulling. Soon, Shirshir was successfully pushed inside. Does the entrance need to be sealed with snow? Su Yuan entered without fully stepping inside, keeping his upper body at the threshold, aware that a single snow brick could not adequately fill the opening. Shishi, may I borrow the animal skin wrapped around your thighs? The interior of the house was shrouded in darkness, but upon hearing Su Yuan's voice, Shirshir decisively untied the animal skin from her legs and extended her hand toward him. As she handed it over, the two pieces of animal skin still radiated warmth, causing Su Yuan's mind to momentarily falter. If I keep thinking like this, I'll freeze into an ice block. He hastily shook his head and affixed the two pieces of animal skin to the entrance of the snow house with branches, also covering half of the opening with snow. Alright, Shirshir, will you be warm enough? I'm fine. It's much warmer inside. As the sky darkened, visibility diminished within the snow house, making it feel somewhat cramped with 5 individuals inside. Su Yuan could not discern who was pressed closely against him. Gurgle, gurgle. I'm hungry, Bai Tu weakly piped up. In the dimly lit snow house, Hu Jiao felt her way around and handed a fruit to Bai Tuesday. You all retreat to the back of the snow house. Mao Yi, pass me the branches. Su Yuan, where are you? Over here. In the darkness, 2 hands were wandering, and Su Yuan suddenly felt something fluffy. Felt like a plush toy. Ah! A delicate voice rang out from the snow house, prompting Su Yuan to withdraw his hand, realizing he had not recognized whose voice it was. However, based on the size, it resembled Shirshir, though she did not seem the type to react in such a startled manner. Su Yuan, I'm coming over. At that moment, Mao Yi approached him holding a branch. Now was not the time to ponder such things. He needed to address the lighting issue to avoid any further mishaps, despite the pleasant tactile sensation. Alright, Mao Yi, go stand behind me. After receiving the branches, Su Yuan snapped them into smaller sections and retrieved a windproof lighter from his backpack, a relic from his mountaineering days, despite not being a smoker. Fortunately, having traversed through the mountains, he had these tools, or survival would have been far more challenging after his arrival. Wait a moment. Don't I have a system? He dismissed the thought, deciding to focus on the task at hand. After rummaging through his backpack for a while, he finally found the windproof lighter. As a flicker of flame ignited, he finally illuminated the surroundings and was able to see where everyone was positioned. Chapter 3. The Cozy Snow House. Cat Knight nestled behind Su Yuan, nearly pressed against the edge of the snow house due to the confined space. In the center, Lion stared in astonishment at the flickering flames. The furthest from Su Yuan were Fox 9 and the White Rabbit. At that moment, the White Rabbit was nibbling on a fruit, though her munching had paused apprehensively. Su Yuan, are you a shaman? You can summon flames. Cat Knight exclaimed with excitement, her small arms tightly wrapped around Su Yuan's neck, her petite form appearing somewhat fragile. A shaman? I am no such thing. I merely utilized some tools, he replied. Though he was unfamiliar with the role of shamans in this world, he could surmise they were akin to tribal leaders or priests, leaving him to ponder whether they truly wielded magical powers or if it was merely a form of pseudo-magic rooted in science. Clearly, the 4 beast maidens were skeptical of Su Yuan's words, yet they refrained from pressing further, glancing up with a hint of concern. With the fire now ablaze, the temperature within the snow house had risen significantly, gradually warming their previously cold hands and feet. Su Yuan, will lighting a fire in the snow house cause it to melt? Fox 9 asked anxiously, pointing at the ceiling. However, Su Yuan smiled confidently and reassured her, do not worry, it won't melt. While the fire lasts, let us first enjoy our food. It had been 5 or 6 hours since Su Yuan had awakened, and not only the 4 beast maidens but he himself was beginning to feel hunger pangs. Here, Su Yuan, have a red fruit. The white rabbit seemed to recognize the fruit, as she wouldn't have eaten it otherwise. After receiving one, Su Yuan took a bite. The fruit was somewhat cold, and biting into it felt akin to gnawing on a piece of sugarcane frozen in a refrigerator, albeit one that was exceedingly sour. Nevertheless, the 4 beast maidens relished the fruit, and since Cat Knight had to make room for the flames, she could only curl up in Su Yuan's embrace, holding the red fruit as she nibbled on it. How warm it is! The orange flames radiated heat, and Cat Knight's face glowed red as she gazed at the fire, a blissful smile adorning her features. Indeed, it is quite warm, Lion concurred, inching closer to the fire. Su Yuan noticed that without the fur covering her thighs, Lion's pelt only enveloped the upper half of her legs. Sitting cross-legged in the snow, her long legs showcased a wild and powerful beauty. Lion, you should use my clothing as a cushion beneath you. Although the temperature inside the snow house had improved considerably, that did not mean the snow would feel warm. While it wouldn't cause frostbite, the chill would undoubtedly be uncomfortable. No need, the snow house is warm enough now. Yes, it is warm enough inside, which is why my clothes are perfect for cushioning. Take them. Lion accepted the down jacket Su Yuan offered, unsure of the material but finding it incredibly soft and comfortable to the touch. The snow house had indeed become quite cozy, especially with the 5 of them and the fire. Outside, the blizzard had begun to rage, snowflakes piling up in the gaps that Su Yuan had not yet filled. Lion placed the jacket beneath her, and as she settled her legs inside it, she immediately felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and comfort. Su Yuan, your clothing is so warm. This remark was not about the down jacket beneath Lion, but rather Su Yuan's thermal underwear, as Cat Knight nestled against him, rubbing her small head against the fabric. All right, everyone, let us finish our food quickly. The flames will soon extinguish. The wood Cat Knight had brought would only burn for about half an hour, prompting them to eagerly devour the cold, sour red fruits. With only a handful of fruits available, Su Yuan was not particularly fond of the sour taste and stopped after eating 2. The White Rabbit and Fox 9 also had modest appetites, leaving the remainder for the diminutive Cat Knight and Lion to consume. If our tribe could build snow houses, we wouldn't have been bullied by the Black Sheep tribe, resulting in our separation. After finishing their meal, the flames still flickered, and Su Yuan engaged in light conversation with the little beast maidens. Cat Knight, nestled in his arms, felt delightfully cozy, resembling a small kitten curled up. Su Yuan gently patted her head as he inquired of Fox 9, why did the Black Sheep tribe bully you? Previously, our Red Fox tribe lived on the desolate snow plains, and then the Black Sheep tribe appeared from who knows where and attacked our home without a word. The shaman led us to fight back, but their shaman was formidable, and we were unable to win, forcing us to abandon our home. Moreover, that Black Sheep tribe's shaman was excessively cruel, capturing many of our tribe's people. The shaman led us to escape into the icy wilderness, but we encountered the wrath of the ice god, and several of us got separated from our tribe. Su Yuan listened with surprise, tossing a branch into the fire as he curiously asked, was their shaman truly that powerful? Yes, not only is their shaman powerful, but their hunting leader is also quite formidable. Even Lion's sister is no match for her. Fox 9's words brought an unusual glimmer of disappointment to Lion's resilient face, indicating that the Black Sheep tribe indeed possessed greater strength than these little beast maidens. Do not worry. One day we shall reclaim what is ours. Su Yuan reassured the little beast maidens, while the small Cat Knight, in a languid voice, murmured, with such a warm snow house, there is no need to fight for that place. It's merely a hollow stone. When the ice god was angry, it was dreadfully cold. My collection of dried meat was swept away by the ice god's gusts. Indeed, the beast maidens all felt that this snow house was far more comfortable than their previous home. However, their current goal was not to reclaim their home but to locate the other members of their tribe. As the flames began to dwindle, the white rabbit anxiously pointed at the fire, exclaiming, "The flames are about to go out. No worries. I can reignite the fire. If it goes out, it is a good opportunity for everyone to rest early. If the weather is favorable tomorrow, we shall set out to find the main force of the Red Fox tribe." Su Yuan had already considered himself a part of the Red Fox tribe. After all, he had been awakened by these little beast maidens. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to the storm frozen solid. "Yes, we will seek everyone out tomorrow." Su Yuan stacked the charred wood in a corner. Little Cat Night had already begun to drift off to sleep, her busy day leaving her a bit weary as night fell. "Good night, everyone." Though conditions were somewhat harsh, they all lay down. Lion, concerned that Su Yuan might freeze during the night, shifted her position and returned half of her clothing to Su Yuan as a cushion. Just so, her legs could rest upon it, though the position was slightly awkward, allowing Su Yuan to lean against the curve of Lion's legs with a mere tilt of his head. Little Cat Night, too, nestled in his arms, and Su Yuan did not disturb her, merely adjusting her curled form slightly to rest against him. With her small frame weighing almost nothing, it felt akin to cradling a plush toy as he slowly drifted into slumber. Good night, everyone. Chapter 4. The Mall System. Setting off eastward. In the early morning, Su Yuan felt a sudden suffocation. His chest was damp, and he could sense waves of warmth. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself still engulfed in darkness. The large cat, Shirshir, had unknowingly shifted, her powerful thighs tightly encircling Su Yuan's neck, while her rear pressed against his chest, with the little cat, Yi, nestled between them. Indeed, cats seemed to be made of liquid. Despite the cramped conditions, Yi was sleeping soundly, even tucking her head inside Su Yuan's clothing. Gently shifting Shirshir's legs apart, Su Yuan finally glimpsed the light. The rays filtering through the snowbrick walls illuminated the small snow hut, revealing several figures. Huli Jiu was cradling a white rabbit, while Shirshir clung to Huli Jiu's leg. The beast skin shoes that had adorned Huli Jiu's feet nowhere to be found. Felt surreal, as if he were in a dream, to be lying alongside these enchanting beast maidens. A smile graced Su Yuan's face. These beast maidens were strikingly beautiful. It was unclear whether this world had entirely forsaken the genes of ugliness or if these maidens were merely exceptional cases. The system. Su Yuan reclined in the crook of Shirshir's leg, using her calf as a pillow, when a blue panel materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. "Host, would you like to activate the Level 1 mall?" This system felt somewhat lacking in intelligence. Silently, Su Yuan contemplated the activation, and immediately a shopping interface appeared before him. Lighter, 30 points. Matches, 5 points. Flint, 1 point. Ordinary compressed biscuits, 10 points. Ham sausage, 6 points. After a cursory glance at the offerings, he lowered his gaze to his points, which were represented by a clean, simple number. 0. System, how does one acquire these points? Also, how can the mall be upgraded? Trading items will yield points. The rarer the item, the more points it can generate. You may trade up to 10 times daily. The system mall upgrades in accordance with the civilization level and development brought by the host. Trading items? That sounds manageable, but the advancement of civilization is a long-term endeavor. How many years did it take for civilization to evolve on Earth? It is impossible for him to accomplish such a feat alone in a short span, so there was no need to dwell on it for now. Su Yuan glanced around, finding nothing of value to trade. His mind then wandered to Shirshir's beastskin shoes. Of course, he merely intended to test the system S-point system and had no intention of actually trading her shoes. He reached back and, thankfully, found nothing obstructing his path until he touched Shirshir's foot. The beastskin shoe came off easily, and he quickly untangled the peculiar vine that bound it, removing the shoe from her foot. The shoes appeared somewhat worn and were not particularly warm. Wearing them in such frigid weather without suffering frostbite spoke volumes about the remarkable physical resilience of the beast maidens in this otherworldly realm. System. How many points is this worth? Worn wolf beast skin shoes. 5 points. Remarkably, this was worth the price of a box of matches. It seemed the System S trading points were not overly stringent, lest he feel pressure even trading for a pack of compressed biscuits. Would the host like to proceed with the trade? No trade. Since the shoes could not be returned, Su Yuan simply discarded them aside. Now that he had a clearer understanding of the System S functions, he felt an urge to venture outside in search of valuable items. Just then, a languid voice emerged from within the snow hut. It was Shirshir, the first to wake, seemingly disturbed by the noise of the shoe removal. Has the ice god left? Shirshir rose without retracting her feet, only sitting up when she noticed Su Yuan had also gotten up, while the other beast maidens gradually awakened. Only the little cat, Yi, remained oblivious, her head still buried in Su Yuan's garment, unaware that dawn had arrived. Concerned that Yi's drool might dampen his clothing, Su Yuan had no choice but to rouse her forcibly. "Wait for me while I check outside." Dressing in his down jacket, he crawled to the entrance of the snow hut. After a night of blizzards, the entrance was completely buried, and retrieving Shursher's beast skin bindings was futile. With white snow piled high at the mouth of the hut, reluctantly, Su Yuan retreated. The 2 beast skin bindings had frozen solid. He set them down and took out his entrenching tool from his backpack. After considerable effort, he finally excavated a small opening at the entrance, where sunlight streamed in, revealing a few flakes of snow still drifting down. Indeed, the blizzard had passed. "The ice god has departed. We can venture out now." Exiting proved far less troublesome than entering. After persistent urging from Su Yuan, Shursher wielded the entrenching tool to clear a larger opening at the back of the snow hut. "All right. We must seek news of the tribe. We cannot remain here indefinitely. We can construct another snow hut when we rest tonight." The beast maidens gazed longingly at the dismantled snow hut, and after Su Yuan offered some words of comfort, he ultimately relinquished it. "Hulijo, Cat Yi, and I will head out to hunt. Why not take a moment to sit?" Shursher retrieved her bone knife, her long legs fully exposed to the snow, and Su Yuan could feel the slight tremors in her thighs. Thankfully, the 2 beast skin bindings had warmed considerably with the insulation of Su Yuan's down jacket, making it easier for Shursher to don them once more. "Let us go together. We all need to seek news of the tribe, and it would be prudent to hunt while on the move," Su Yuan proposed, realizing waiting here was a waste of time, especially in the vast snowy expanse where straying too far could lead to getting lost again. "Yes," Cat Yi concurred, believing it wise for everyone to act in unison. The little cat, having enjoyed the most comfortable sleep, found her gray hair slightly matted, having spent the night within Su Yuan's clothing, perspiring profusely without waking. "All right then." The small tribe of 5 had little of value to carry. Su Yuan merely secured his climbing backpack before they set forth on their journey. "My sister said that if we lose our way, we can find direction by observing the sun in the morning." Fortunately, they were not entirely aimless in their search. Huli Joe's sister had provided her with a reliable directional cue. The sun rises in the east during the morning, making orientation straightforward. "Wait a moment. This doesn't seem like Earth. Can we still trust the theory of the sun rising in the east? What if this planet's sun rises in the west instead? Or perhaps it rises in the east one moment and the west the next?" Never mind. It was something Huli Joe's sister had said, so it must hold some truth, even if Su Yuan was unsure of the principles followed by these little beast maidens. "Well then, let us set off." After a night of blizzards, the spirits of the group had lifted considerably, especially with Su Yuan's presence, as Huli Jiu and her companions felt that they could overcome any obstacles they faced. The cat, Yeyu, has become even more affectionate towards Su Yuan compared to yesterday, occasionally darting beneath his arms or clinging to his back like a koala. It is said that kittens become particularly attached to those whose scent they recognize, and it appears this holds true for catgirls as well. Judging by her behavior, Yeyu has already identified Su Yuan's scent. Chapter 5. Commencing System Transactions. "Oh dear, I am so hungry. Why can't I find even a single piece of fruit?" After approximately 3 hours of wandering, the sun now hangs high in the sky, with little Yeyu listlessly draped over Su Yuan, while the other beast girls occasionally hear their stomachs grumble. "Oh, how I wish I had saved a few fruits from last night." The white rabbit wore a despondent expression, her upright ears drooping, transforming from an adorable bunny into a rather wilted one. "Please wait for me here," Su Yuan said, feeling a bit peckish himself. He had only consumed 2 pieces of fruit since yesterday, but regrettably, his backpack was filled with tools, and he had no idea where the pouch containing food had fallen. The only edible item he had was a box of chocolate drink powder, meant to replenish his energy, but at present, he lacked anything to mix it with. "Su Yuan, are you going hunting?" Lioness inquired, watching him depart with a bone knife in tow. Yet in this icy wilderness, no animals were in sight. "No, I am merely searching for something useful. You all should rest for a while," he replied, scanning the pristine expanse of the snowfield. Following the blizzard, visibility had diminished even further, but fortunately, a bare tree trunk stood not far away. This should be worth some points. The trunk, roughly the size of a bowl in diameter, was stripped of its branches, with only about 3 meters of the trunk visible above the snow. Su Yuan decisively took out his entrenching tool. Even Linus's tattered beast-hide shoes were valued at 5 points, so this certainly could not be worthless. Thud! The entrenching tool struck the trunk, creating only a slight dent. Without hesitation, he called out loudly, "Lioness, Could you come over here? Given Lioness's demonstrated strength from the previous day, far surpassing his own, he had no intention of trying to perform this task alone. What is it, Su Yuan? Lioness, could you assist me in felling this tree? Su Yuan handed her the entrenching tool, but Lioness hesitated, looking pained at the thought of using such a sharp weapon to chop wood. To her, Su Yuan was squandering resources. It's all right, Lioness. This tool is not as fragile as you might think. Only by chopping down this tree can we hope to have something to eat. Understood. Lioness recognized that securing food was paramount in their current situation. Gripping the entrenching tool tightly, she swung it down against the trunk. Crack! With tremendous force, she cleaved a fissure into the trunk, and it seemed that with just a couple more strikes, she could bring the tree down. Adjusting her position and summoning her strength, she struck again, instantly severing the trunk. How terrifying! Is Lioness perhaps of the bear kin? Yet her small ears did not resemble those of a bear. Instead, they were golden, akin to her namesake, lion ears. Su Yuan here. Lioness looked regretfully at the entrenching tool. Although it had survived her 2 strikes unscathed, this once sharp edge had dulled slightly. Lioness, you may keep it. I'll explain how to use it properly later. With the items available in the system, Su Yuan felt no anxiety over a mere entrenching tool valued at 100 points, thus allowing Lioness to take it. Thank you, Su Yuan. I shall take good care of it. Joy illuminated Lioness's face as she carefully secured the entrenching tool at her waist, displacing her bone knife. Lioness, could I see that bone knife of yours? It is crafted from wolf bone, not as sharp as this entrenching tool. Lioness handed the bone knife to Su Yuan. She preferred the entrenching tool over the bone knife, which could only stab. With a single sweep, she could decapitate an enemy, even more efficiently than with the bone spear she had once wielded. System, assess the value of these 2 items. Wolf bone knife, 20 points. Snow holly tree, half 75 points. Wow, this tree is surprisingly valuable. Half of it is worth 75 points. Since it could yield sufficient points, Su Yuan decided against trading Lioness's bone knife. It had been finely honed by her, resembling a piece of art. I will trade this half of the snow holly tree. Transaction successful. 75 points acquired. The half of the snow holly tree vanished from the ground, leaving only an imprint where it had been. Astonishing Lioness, who stood dumbfounded. Su Yuan, you. Return first. I will explain to everyone later. The ability to trade could not remain concealed, especially since he would be living alongside Lioness and the others. Upon returning to where Hushio and the others were gathered, Su Yuan called them over, and they sat in a circle. I have a significant announcement to make. Is it true that you are a shaman? Su Yuan. Yeyu was evidently still convinced that Su Yuan was a shaman, her body pressing against him as she rubbed her chin against his head. Actually, I possess the ability to offer sacrifices to the divine and receive rewards in return. The rarer the item, the more pleased the deity will be, granting richer rewards. In matters of uncertainty, divine intervention prevails. One cannot speak too soon. Just yesterday he had claimed not to be a shaman, attributing everything to the power of science. However, the existence of the system was clearly beyond scientific explanation. After Su Yuan finished speaking, the other beast girls stood as stunned as Lioness, and Yeyu joyfully embraced him. I knew Su Yuan was a shaman, and a divine shaman at that. Now our tribe has 2 shamans. Lioness and the others were equally thrilled. To communicate with the divine and receive blessings was something only the most formidable tribes possessed. Their modest tribe already had an ordinary shaman, something that wandering tribes envied, let alone a divine shaman. Even the white rabbit wore a delighted smile. All right, this matter must be kept a secret. Otherwise, I may be captured by the malevolent tribe, Su Yuan said with a serious expression, and the little beast girls solemnly promised that he must be a divine shaman who had escaped from a formidable tribe. At that moment, they had woven an epic tale in their minds for Su Yuan, filled with grandeur and intrigue. Now I will petition the divine for food. Everyone, please sit properly. Upon hearing that Su Yuan intended to contact the divine, the beast girls knelt earnestly in the snow, their hands reverently placed atop their heads. You needn't be so devout. Never mind. Su Yuan did not interrupt them but instead focused his gaze on the system's marketplace. System, display the food category items. Handsome Fu instant noodles, 15 points. Plump big bread, 8 points. Wong Wong cat food gift set, 30 points, etc. Wait, why is there cat food? Su Yuan instinctively glanced at the small cat, Yi, cradled in his arms. As a cat girl, she should also enjoy cat food, right? Chapter 6. What delicious food! In the end, Su Yuan opted for the ordinary compressed biscuits priced at 10 points. acquiring 5 pieces in total, featuring flavors such as wheat aroma, savory scallion, sweet and salty meat filling, sesame, and red date. 1 piece each, and if that's insufficient, just let me know. With an additional 25 points. He could exchange for 2 more pieces. If that still fell short, he could always venture into the snow to harvest the remaining half of the snow holly tree. What a delightful aroma! Catgirl's sense of smell was exceptionally acute. She immediately lowered her arms, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on the several pieces of compressed biscuits in Su Yuan's hands. These are biscuits with a total of 5 flavors. Let us make do with what we have for now. Catgirl was uncertain about what these biscuits were, but her nose assured her they were delicious. She promptly picked up the topmost wheat flavor and took a bite. Before Su Yuan could finish his sentence, Catgirl bit down and inadvertently hurt her little canine tooth, tears welling up in her eyes from the shock. Slow down, these are quite hard. You must let your saliva gradually dissolve them before biting. Su Yuan took a piece with meat filling himself. After a long time without food, even compressed biscuits tasted exquisite. Lion also grabbed the sesame-flavored biscuit, leaving the last 2 for Fox9 and White Rabbit. Having learned from Catgirl's earlier experience, the Beast Girls slowly licked the compressed biscuits, their eyes narrowing with excitement at the sweet and fragrant taste. Catgirl successfully bit into the small piece of compressed biscuit that had previously betrayed her. Once softened by saliva, it crumbled into powder as it entered her stomach. This is truly delicious. Su Yuan, I would like to taste yours. Can we exchange? Catgirl presented the piece of compressed biscuit she had nibbled at, gazing at Su Yuan's similarly bitten meat-flavored biscuit with a pitiful expression. Her nose indicated that the flavor Su Yuan held was superior, even hinting at a meaty aroma. Here you go. Catgirl showed no sign of repulsion as she took Su Yuan's biscuit and bit into it, this time remembering to avoid crushing it. Su Yuan observed the biscuit Catgirl had previously nibbled. It was no longer the wheat flavor but now bore the essence of a cat's taste. Naturally, it still tasted like wheat, yet under the influence of his mind, Su Yuan felt there was something particularly delightful about this biscuit. Staring. Su Yuan had only taken a couple of bites when Fox9 also glanced over, her expression mirroring Catgirl's from earlier. Alright, here you go. The 5 compressed biscuits were passed around, and by the end, Su Yuan felt quite accustomed to the exchange. While the small beast girls were simply curious about the different flavors. Catgirl and Lion preferred the savory ones, while Fox9 and White Rabbit favored the sweet. The 5 biscuits significantly improved everyone's situation. If it was too dry, they would scoop some snow from the ground to eat, and in a short while, they had finished all 5 compressed biscuits. Are we all full? Although I'm not completely satisfied, I'm no longer hungry. Catgirl licked her fingers, looking as though she wished to suck them clean. Later, let us offer some sacrifices to the deities. In the evening, we can prepare a grand feast in the snow house. A grand feast. Joy spread across the faces of Fox9 and the others, and even the prospect of searching for their tribe felt significantly lighter. Along the way, Su Yuan spotted 2 trees. Unfortunately, they were not snow holly trees, with the entire tree yielding only 120 points, while the other, being slightly larger, offered an additional 10. Trading trees was not a cost-effective endeavor. The rarer the item, the more points it could fetch. However, in this vast snowy expanse, Su Yuan found little else to trade. By evening, the group had lost track of how far they had traveled. The surroundings were notably better than the previous barren snowfield, with the sight of some trees frozen into ice sculptures as they walked. They eventually stopped beneath a large tree with a diameter nearing half a meter. Su Yuan, I feel a bit hungry again, Catgirl said, rubbing her small belly, leaning against Su Yuan with a droopy demeanor. Su Yuan glanced at the sky. After the blizzard, the heavens appeared clearer. Soon, darkness would descend, bringing dangers no less significant than the storm itself. Let us rest here for the night. Lion, you dig snow bricks. White Rabbit and Fox9 help build the snow house. I'll take Catgirl to gather firewood. Fox9 and White Rabbit had learned quickly under Su Yuan's guidance the previous day, especially Fox9, who grasped the concepts immediately after Su Yuan's explanation. Don't worry, we've got this. Fox9 confidently patted her chest, raising her head with pride, clearly thrilled with the responsibility Su Yuan had entrusted her. Come on, Catgirl. The large tree meant they wouldn't have to venture far for firewood. However, the trunk below was unchoppable, so the branches above were left for Catgirl. System check. How many points for the iron axe? Iron axe. 80 points. Let us trade. 80 points was acceptable. After all, this axe wasn't a one-time use, and it would be useful for future tree cutting, proving more effective than the primitive bone axe despite eventually dulling. Catgirl, take the axe and chop down some branches. By the way, can you climb trees? Su Yuan's logical reasoning suggested that since cats could climb trees, so could a cat girl, and thankfully, Cat Yi nodded enthusiastically. Leave it to me. I'm fast at climbing trees. Cat Yi weighed the axe in her hands, lacking the obsession with weapons that Lion had, and as she approached the trunk, she reached behind her. Soon, a gray tail peeked out from above her beast skin skirt. Su Yuan stood in a daze, watching as Cat Yi's skirt was slightly pulled down. So, Catgirls' tails extend from their coccyx. Huh? After producing her little tail, Cat Yi shivered, then wrapped it around the iron axe using both hands and feet to leap onto the branch. Wow, Su Yuan, there are so many fruits up here. The snow on the branch shook off as Cat Yi's excited voice rang out. Then throw all the fruits down. I'll catch them. Su Yuan set down his climbing backpack, which contained only a rope, a first aid kit, a toolbox, a bottle of sunscreen, and a box of chocolate powder. The remaining space was limited, but he could still fit in some fruits with a little effort. Okay, I'll throw them down now. After a series of soft rustling sounds, a snow-white fruit was tossed down. Su Yuan picked it up and examined it. It was an oval-shaped fruit, about the size of a palm. Outside, a layer of frost enveloped the surroundings, sending a chill through one's fingers upon contact. System, how many points is this? Blue-striped snow fruit. 100 points. What? Is it really that valuable? Su Yuan exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Along his journey, he had encountered various fruits. With the previous one he found being worth a mere 5 points. Naturally, he was reluctant to waste a trading opportunity for such a paltry amount. Cat Knight, how many fruits can you bring down? Su Yuan did not rush to trade, as such an impressive name might indicate a rare treasure. He planned to consult Fox 9 and the others later. There are still many above. I will check up there after I gather these few. Chapter 7, Snow Python. Upon learning the fruit's price, his target shifted from the branches to the blue-striped snow fruit. Su Yuan took his position beneath the trunk, waiting for Cat Knight to drop the fruits. Occasionally, a snow fruit would tumble down, and after managing to knock down 7 or 8, just as Su Yuan prepared to collect the fruits from the ground, a terrified cry echoed from above. Ah! Cat Knight! Su Yuan urgently looked up, and amidst a flurry of falling snow, a figure plummeted down, crashing onto the unsuspecting Su Yuan. Fortunately, the ground was covered in snow, so the impact was not overly painful, though Cat Knight's small tablet landing on his face was quite painful, especially with the animal fur from her leather attire irritating his skin. Su Yuan, are you alright? Cat Knight shook her dazed head, and upon seeing Su Yuan beneath her, she hurriedly helped him up. I'm fine. What just happened? What happened? Ah! Run, Su Yuan. There's a giant snake in the tree. Without a moment's hesitation, Cat Knight scooped Su Yuan into her arms and dashed towards Lion and the others, the massive tree behind them suddenly emitting a thunderous noise. Hisses! Su Yuan, nestled in Cat Knight's embrace, turned to glance back, his scalp prickling with fear. That was no ordinary snake. It was a massive white python, as thick as a barrel, with blood dripping from its head. Earlier, Cat Knight's axe had struck the python's head, enraging it, and now it was writhing its body in pursuit of the two. Luckily, Cat Knight was agile, and despite carrying Su Yuan, she maintained her speed towards Lion and the others. Lion, Fox 9, help, a giant snake wants to eat us. Upon hearing the distress call, Lion immediately dropped the snow brick she was holding, while the white rabbit, frightened, covered its ears, yet still followed the two towards Su Yuan's location. Ouch! Cat Knight ran too hastily and tripped over the snow brick Lion had just cut, causing Su Yuan to be flung from her arms. Fortunately, Lion reacted swiftly, catching Su Yuan, and the warmth of her embrace provided considerable comfort. Su Yuan, Cat Knight, what happened? There's a snake, a giant snake. It's coming to eat us. Cat Knight hid behind Lion, her little ears drooping, indicating her fear of the serpent, which was mirrored by the white rabbit. I'll take a look. If there is a snake, tonight's dinner is secured. Lion released Su Yuan and brandished her shovel, advancing towards the giant tree. However, the white python was even more eager. Before Lion could take 2 steps, the white figure appeared before them, blood streaming from its face. Su Yuan noticed that it bore a fruit identical to the blue-striped snow fruit on its head, from which the blood was seeping, suggesting that Cat Knight had resorted to her axe in a failed attempt to pluck the fruit. Upon spotting Cat Knight, the python charged at her in a fit of rage, but Lion, standing firm, did not hesitate to swing her shovel at the serpent. Hiss! Even though the blade had dulled from chopping wood, it was still sufficient to pierce the python's defenses, instantly leaving a gash on its body. The wound was small but further infuriated the python, which disregarded Cat Knight and turned to ensnare Lion. What formidable defense that giant python possesses. Su Yuan realized that it would not be easy for Lion to subdue the creature with her shovel, as a mere 10-centimeter cut would only yield a few centimeters of damage. This was a snow python, typically hidden beneath the snow, using the fruit on its head to deceive other creatures. It would be troublesome for Lion to face it alone. Fox 9 looked worried, but at present, only Lion was armed. Wait, what about the bone dagger Su Yuan had? Su Yuan, hand over that bone knife to Cat Knight. Her agility will allow her to distract the snow python. Right. Su Yuan, give me the knife. I want to help Lion. Seeing Cat Knight's anxious demeanor, Su Yuan found it somewhat amusing, yet did not refuse and immediately began searching for weapons in the store. Yet, that bone knife would likely only manage to poke a few holes in the giant python. What weapon would suit little Cat Knight? He asked the system. Tang Dao, 210 points. Iron Shield, 230 points. Stone Spear, 30 points. Steel Claw Set, 120 points. Got it. Su Yuan quickly exchanged for a set of steel claws. Although Cat Knight was unfamiliar with using a knife, she would surely enjoy scratching, and these claws were perfect for her. Cat Knight, put these on and go scratch that giant python. Su Yuan took Cat Knight's hand and helped her don the steel claw gloves, which extended sharp claws several centimeters from the knuckles of the black gloves. The glimmering claws immediately captivated Cat Knight, who excitedly bounced up and down while admiring her new weapon. So cool, and my hands feel so warm. Su Yuan quickly tugged at Cat Knight's little tail and urged, stop playing around. Hurry and help Lion. Okay, I got it. Lion. I'm coming to help. Cat Knight, slightly blushing, tucked her tail into her leather skirt and dashed over to Lion, who was now entangled in the python's coils. However, Lion's strength matched that of the python. As it attempted to ensnare her legs, her powerful thighs kept the serpent at bay. The muscles in her legs were taut with might, and an unusual rune began to shimmer on her forehead as she swung her shovel with all her might against the python. Hisses! The strike elicited a painful cry from the python, which twisted around, intent on swallowing Lion whole. Just as Lion tightened her grip on the shovel, preparing to strike its head, a shadow darted in. The python, caught off guard, had one of its eyes punctured, and the intense pain rendered it unable to contend with Lion, collapsing to the ground in agony. Ha! Cat Knight, I'm amazing! Cat Knight exclaimed, observing the blood on her claws. The weapon Su Yuan had provided was a perfect match for her, far superior to the unsteady bone knife she had previously wielded. Be careful, it's not dead yet, Lion warned, keeping a vigilant eye on the python, which still had one eye fixed on Cat Knight. In an instant, Cat Knight leapt beside the giant python, her steel claws carving for 1-meter-long gashes across its body. How formidable! She exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Indeed, Lioness was equally astonished. But just as Cat Knight basked in her triumph, the giant python twisted its body and lunged at her. Ah, Lioness, quick, save me. Despite having lost one eye, the python was no match for the two of them. Escaping now proved to be a formidable challenge. Lioness, wild and fierce, grasped the python's upper jaw tightly. With her entrenching tool, she swung down at its head, striking not once but twice, and then relentlessly again. 7 or 8 times in total, blood splattering everywhere, drenching her in crimson. Cat Knight showed no mercy either, using her steel claws to rake at the creature's side. With a thunderous crash, the python finally succumbed, its head and body severed, its tail weakly releasing its grip on Lioness. Chapter 8. Unlocking Special Items. Lioness, are you all right? After the battle concluded, the trio from logistics approached. Upon seeing Su Yuan, Lioness stood there, a hint of sorrow shadowing her expression. Lioness, what troubles you? Su Yuan inquired, initially concerned that she had sustained injuries. However, when he took her arm, he noticed her gaze was fixated on the broken entrenching tool in her hands. It's broken. After the previous strikes, had it been an axe, it might have fared better, but the entrenching tool purchased from a certain online store could not withstand such intensity, and now it lay in 2 pieces. It's fine. If it's broken, it's broken. What weapon do you desire? I can ask the divine for another. As for this broken one, I'll return it to the divine. Su Yuan spoke as if the divine was merely a collector of discarded items, casually picking up the fractured entrenching tool. Broken entrenching tool, 5 points. Would you like to trade? 5 points for something worthless? What a waste of my attempts. System, can you not recycle this junk? Otherwise, I might as well leave my words hanging here, and that wouldn't be a good conclusion. It can be recycled, but no points will be awarded. Recycle, recycle, quickly. In truth, the broken entrenching tool still held some potential for repurposing, given the harsh conditions of this primitive tribe. However, seeing Lioness's pitiful expression compelled him to tell a little white lie. Once the entrenching tool vanished, Lioness's mood lifted, and glancing at Cat Knight's steel claws, she declared, "I would like another entrenching tool." This towering beast woman had never been acquainted with various weapons. Previously, she wielded the entrenching tool simply because it was her only option. Now that she could exchange for weaponry, why would she desire another tool? Su Yuan reflected on Lioness's combat prowess, and decided to trade 5 blue-striped snow fruits from his backpack, immediately exchanging them for a 1.6-meter-long saber. Refined saber, 575 points. Ah, the price of this item is just right, leaving me with no points remaining. Fortunately, I still have 2 trading opportunities left today. I hope that giant python yields something valuable. The saber, with a single-edged blade and a handle of equal length, towered over Cat Knight when drawn, its weight necessitating both of Su Yuan's hands to lift it. Lioness, the entrenching tool is merely a tool not suited for combat. From now on, you shall wield this. Lioness accepted the saber, her tall stature perfectly matched with the weapon, effortlessly lifting it with one hand. With a fierce flourish, she approached the giant python, the saber slicing through the air with a formidable presence. Although these beast women of the primitive society lacked advanced scientific knowledge, they were adept in hunting and battle. Compared to the effort it took Su Yuan to shoulder the saber, Lioness merely practiced a few swings before mastering its use with remarkable ease. How impressive! At that moment, the faces of 4 onlookers were filled with astonishment. Cat Knight, particularly awestruck, gaped at the disparity between her claws and the saber, realizing they were in entirely different leagues. Nonetheless, she cherished her steel claws. After all, that saber was considerably taller than her. With a decisive strike, Lioness severed the python's head, showering herself in blood, returning like a fearsome goddess of vengeance. "Thank you, I truly appreciate it." Wiping the blood from her face, she beamed for the first time since the invasion of the Black Sheep tribe, her joy radiating brightly. Previously, she had been burdened with guilt for failing to repel the invaders as an awakened warrior of the Red Fox tribe, leading to the tribe's displacement. Now, with the saber in hand, she could return to the Black Sheep tribe and exact her vengeance. "As long as you're content, the sun is setting. Hurry and pile the snow bricks. Cat Knight will accompany me to gather the remaining fruits and chop some wood." Su Yuan retrieved the medical kit from his backpack. Realizing that if the trees bore many blue-striped snow fruits, the space occupied by the medical kit would hardly suffice. "You all assist. I will handle this giant python. I can help too." Just as Su Yuan prepared to deal with the python, a timid voice emerged from behind. The white rabbit, though fearful of the serpent, stepped forward. "In the tribe I often helped stitch garments. We can use the skin of this great snake to make blankets." Huju gently rubbed the white rabbit's ears, reflecting on how wonderful the child was, though a bit too timid. It was fortunate she had escaped with him. I can hardly imagine what would have happened if the white rabbit had been captured by the Black Sheep tribe. "Very well, white rabbit. You shall join me in processing the great snake. I will offer some parts as a sacrifice to the divine, and the rest will be entrusted to you." Yes, I understand." When the two arrived before the giant python, the white rabbit hesitated, weakly asking Su Yuan, "Could I borrow the bone knife?" Observing her timid demeanor, Su Yuan thought she might cry for a long time if he teased her. "Answer me one question, and I will gift you a knife, white rabbit." "Ah, then, you may ask." Curiosity piqued, Su Yuan leaned closer to the white rabbit and whispered, "White rabbit, is your tail one of those round, fluffy pom-poms?" The white rabbit blushed intensely, her ears flapping erratically. "And no, our rabbit tails are long and slender, though not as long as Cat Knight's. They typically stay curled up. So it's not a round little fluff ball." Su Yuan decided not to tease the white rabbit any further and retrieved 2 small boxes he had previously set aside. The larger one was a medical kit he had yet to use, meticulously organized inside, while the smaller one was a toolbox he had prepared, albeit filled with odds and ends. "From now on, these 2 boxes will be entrusted to you, white rabbit. This one contains knives, needles, and other tools. Simply press this button to open it when needed." Su Yuan intended to bestow upon the white rabbit the significant responsibility of guarding the tools. The little rabbit gazed at the exquisite boxes, her eyes glued to them, and upon receiving Su Yuan's permission, she eagerly began to tinker with them. There were still 2 trading opportunities left for the day. Best to select items that had yet to be utilized. Su Yuan arrived at the serpent's head, where the blue-veined snow fruit, resembling a fleshy tumor, stood tall even after the giant python's demise. Detected rare item, blue-veined serpent fruit. can be traded for 1,000 points, or for 100 points, unlocks a special item. Host, please choose the direction of the trade. Is this truly a rare item? After exchanging so many resources, he found himself with little left. Su Yuan glanced at the white rabbit nearby, who had already begun skillfully skinning the giant python. White rabbit, do you know what this fruit on the serpent's head is? The white rabbit looked over, quickly responding, this is the snow serpent fruit. According to the shaman, consuming it may lead to poisoning, but there is also a minuscule chance of becoming an awakened warrior. Awakened warrior? If such a thing exists, could it mean that the shamans of this world can indeed spew water and breathe fire? Su Yuan, are you unaware? The white rabbit gazed at him with innocent eyes. Yet she patiently explained, awakened warriors are exceptionally powerful fighters within the tribe. Besides shamans, they are the most significant and strongest individuals, with the most formidable awakened warriors serving as the tribe's hunting leaders. However, awakened warriors are rare in any tribe. Our Red Fox tribe has only 2, Lion and Man-Man. Moreover, during our escape, Man-Man was captured by the Black Sheep tribe. As she spoke of the tribe, a hint of sadness crossed the white rabbit's face, her expression suggesting she might cry at any moment. Su Yuan promptly reassured her, do not worry. Once we locate the tribe, we shall return to rescue them. I believe in you, Su Yuan. You are the divine shaman who can communicate with the celestial beings. The white rabbit's mood shifted swiftly, and after regaining her composure, she returned to her task. Gently stroking the white rabbit's long ears, Su Yuan returned to the serpent's head, noting that the little beast girls showed no interest in the fruit, likely due to its exceedingly low chance of awakening. Chapter 9. Preparing the serpent meat feast. The probability of dying from poisoning outweighs the likelihood of successful awakening, thus there is no need to keep it. Trading for 100 points and unlocking a new item. Trade successful. New item visible in special column. Snow serpent essence. Apple flavor 1,000 points. Note: consuming it can slightly enhance strength for a duration of 3 minutes, during which the awakening probability is slightly increased, with no side effects, can be exchanged for 3 bottles daily. 3 bottles daily? 1,000 points for such a trivial item. Despite his grumbling, Su Yuan found it quite worthwhile to exchange a highly poisonous awakening fruit for a power-enhancing essence with no side effects. The only drawback was its cost. He currently had no points to purchase it. System: how many points for this serpent's head? Fresh snow serpent head. 380 points. I'll trade it. Since the serpent's head held no further value for him, Su Yuan decided against investigating other parts and directly traded the serpent's head to the system. Meanwhile, the white rabbit was quite nimble, having swiftly dissected a 6 to 7 meter long snake, peeling off a blood-dripping skin in the process. Su Yuan, this snake skin is too long. I plan to sew it into a mat, so we 1T have to sleep on the snow tonight. Alright, I leave this to you. I will check on how Fox 9 is doing with the snow house. Su Yuan gently ruffled the white rabbit's small head, causing her ears to droop under his touch, her face reflecting a sense of comfort. Unfortunately, he could not touch the rabbit's tail. Otherwise, he would have been curious to see how long it truly was. Returning to the snow house, Su Yuan found Fox 9 had crafted a much more refined structure than his own from the previous day. Fox 9, there's no need to make it so elaborate. We shall depart tomorrow morning. I'm still learning how to build a snow house. Once we find everyone, I want to teach them, so I'm trying to practice more. Fox 9 placed another snow brick and delicately adjusted the corners of the snow house with her slender paws. You should use a knife for adjustments. Your hands must be freezing. Su Yuan took her hand, noticing that her palm was red from the cold, though thankfully she had not suffered frostbite. It's alright. Thank you. Is this a reward for your prayers to the celestial beings? Fox 9 initially intended to decline, but, seeing her hands in Su Yuan's grip and the exquisitely crafted short knife, she broke into a sweet smile. The small knife was something Su Yuan had found in his toolbox, originally intended for peeling apples during his mountain excursions, but he had later discovered it was easier to eat with the skin on, thus it was left in the toolbox. Ah yes, otherwise, the clever Fox 9 might catch a cold, and we wouldn't find the tribe. Here, put on these gloves. Su Yuan placed a pair of white gloves on Fox 9's hands. The white gloves complemented her white ears and tail beautifully. This little item did not cost many points, and if not for needing to reserve some for unforeseen circumstances, he could have outfitted several little beast girls with modern gear. Thank you, Su Yuan. I really like them. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, the little beast girls had developed quite an affection for Su Yuan, not only for his identity as a shaman but also because they found him exceptionally intelligent and genuinely friendly, sincerely wishing to lead them to reunite with the rest of the Red Fox tribe. I'm back. Not far away. Cat Knight bounced back with a small backpack. Seemingly starving, holding a half-eaten blue-veined snow fruit in hand. This fruit is delicious. You all must try it. Cat Knight placed her backpack on the ground, revealing about 30 blue-veined snow fruits. The one in her hand, having thawed from her warmth, showcased its interior. The blue fruit bore several faint blue stripes and resembled an orange, suggesting it need not be peeled. This is the blue vein fruit. It tastes quite good. My sister brought some from other tribes for me to try before. Su Yuan, you should have a taste too. Fox 9 picked one up, blowing on it to remove the frost, then presented it to Su Yuan. Ah, thank you. The little fox's huffing was incredibly adorable, nearly causing Su Yuan to lose his composure. Usually, Fox 9 carried herself like a mature individual, but her huffing made her irresistibly cute, her small mouth forming an O shape as she blew on the snow fruit. Where's Lion? The snow house is all set up, yet I don't see her. Cat Knight took a bite of the fruit, scanning the surroundings for Lion's figure. She went to help the white rabbit cut the serpent meat. The white rabbit couldn't handle such a large snake. Just as Fox 9 finished speaking, Lion returned, shouldering a broadsword with a large skinned snake hanging from it. The white rabbit followed closely behind, carrying a freshly sewn snake skin blanket that nearly engulfed her entire body. Su Yuan, what should we do with this snake? Such a large serpent could undoubtedly not be accommodated within the snow hut. Su Yuan gazed at the substantial pit excavated by Shir and remarked, "Let us slice the serpent's flesh into several pieces. We shall dine in that pit before returning to the snow hut. Mao Yi Hujiu, please bring the branches to the pit and level the bottom a bit." Bai Tu hastened to place the serpent skin mat inside the snow hut. The small beast maidens sprang into action, while Su Yuan and Shir busied themselves with the serpent meat. Naturally, the internal organs were to be discarded. Yet the gallbladder could be retained. Such a sizable gallbladder ought to fetch a decent amount of points. Once their tasks were completed, they all gathered in the pit, eagerly awaiting Su Yuan until the flames were rekindled. How delightful! Before my sister awakened as a shaman, we could only feast on raw meat every day. Is Hu Jiu's sister a shaman of the Red Fox tribe? Su Yuan suddenly realized, taken aback by the little fox's noteworthy background. Hu Jiu's sister is called Chi Hu. Tribe names often change according to the shaman's name. If you were to join our tribe, it might even be called the Su Yuan tribe in the future. The thought of naming a tribe after oneself struck Su Yuan as ludicrous. How would he ever explain, "I am Su Yuan of the Su Yuan tribe"? Which tribe do you belong to? No, the Red Fox tribe should retain its name. It is far too melodious to be altered, and certainly not to be changed to the Su Yuan tribe. Su Yuan, let us roast the meat quickly. I am famished. As Mao Yi spoke, she clutched a snow fruit. This little cat maiden was not merely hungry, but rather craved meat, her gaze fixated hungrily on the serpent flesh. Today, we shall enjoy a hearty stew. Stew? What is stew? The beast maidens appeared somewhat perplexed, yet they held unwavering trust in Su Yuan. Little Mao Yi inched closer to him, eager to observe what stew entailed. System, exchange for a ceramic pot and also 5 wooden bowls. By the way, do procure a wooden spoon as well. Under normal circumstances, Su Yuan had no intention of making exchanges concerning the development of civilization directly. Perhaps teaching these little beast maidens to create pottery would be a gratifying endeavor. However, the present situation necessitated such exchanges, as locating clay in this frigid landscape was no simple task. Thus he resorted to the system's marketplace. Chapter 10. Delectable Serpent Soup. Gurgle, gurgle. The ceramic pot, which Su Yuan had just exchanged for with 4 points, emitted steam as the snow water within reached a boil. Oh, it's bubbling! Mao Yi exclaimed with great excitement. Yet Hu Jiu regarded the ceramic pot and the wooden bowl in her hands with keen curiosity. She recognized the wooden bowl, as her tribe had previously fashioned similar indentations for drinking water. However, this brown pot, unlike anything made of wood, was entirely unfamiliar to her. Su Yuan, is this also an item used by the divine? Hu Jiu had, under Su Yuan's persuasion, come to view the saber, steel claw set, and lighter as divine artifacts. It is merely a ceramic pot. With clay we too can create one. When the time comes I shall teach you. The fox could not conceal her intrigue. Although little Hu Jiu nodded calmly, her fluffy tail wagged behind her, revealing her unquenchable curiosity. Bai Tu, lend me the knife. There was no need to trouble Shir with cutting the meat. The serpent flesh had frozen solid in the bitter cold, rendering it relatively easy to slice with a knife. Of course, if it were to freeze further into an ice block, Shir would have to resort to brute force to cut it. Pieces of serpent meat, each the size of an egg, were neatly cut and cast into the ceramic pot, and after a while, a savory aroma wafted from within. System, exchange for a packet of salt. 1 bag of salt. 250 points. What? You charge me 300 for a 4 or 5 yuan bag of salt? You rogue. Su Yuan's system was no intelligent system, and he was acutely aware of the rarity of fine salt in primitive societies. Thus, he shifted his inquiry. How many points for a small spoon of salt? 1 spoon of salt. 1 point. Let me have 2 spoons. By the way, how many points for ginger and garlic? 1 clove of garlic. 3 points. 1 piece of ginger. 3 points. Hiss, I will take 1 of each. Having witnessed the single purchase prices, Su Yuan was thoroughly impressed by the system's marketplace. As he added the exchange salt, ginger, and garlic to the ceramic pot, the aroma of meat mingled with the sense of ginger and garlic soon filled the air. Even Baitu, who had been nibbling on a snow fruit, paused, captivated by the enticing scent of the soup. A glistening liquid dribbled down the snow fruit, unnoticed by Baitu, who remained transfixed by the soup. Su Yuan, I am so hungry. Is it not ready yet? Mao Yi could no longer contain herself. Had Su Yuan not been holding her, the little cat maiden might have leapt into the ceramic pot. Be patient. The meat is not yet cooked. Look at Shirshir. She is not rushing. Do not lean too close. Your clothes are catching fire. Fortunately, only a few tufts of fur were singed, and Su Yuan successfully restrained Shirshir, with both the large and small beast maidens held securely in his embrace. Fortunate was he to be cradling 2 lovely beast maidens. Yet it was a plight to be doing so merely to prevent them from getting too close to the fire. After simmering for over an hour, Su Yuan could no longer restrain the 4 little beast maidens. Thus he swiftly took a spoon and tapped each of their heads in turn. Lift your wooden bowls. I will serve you one by one. Anyone who misbehaves shall have to content themselves with snow fruit today. The 4 beast maidens immediately sat in a line like obedient children, their wooden bowls outstretched, appearing even more compliant than preschoolers. The serpent soup, having simmered for over an hour, was not overly soft, retaining a pleasant chewiness. In terms of flavor, Su Yuan mused it was not as delectable as the beef stew he prepared at home. So delicious. Is this what stew is? Su Yuan. Can we have stew again tomorrow? Mao Yi gazed at Su Yuan, her expectant expression faltering when he did not immediately nod in affirmation, transforming her countenance into one of sorrow, which was mirrored by the other beast maidens. Very well, if you all can refrain from being so impatient tomorrow, we shall have another meal. Hooray! Tomorrow, I shall certainly heed Su Yuan's words. The pot of meat soup was ample. After Su Yuan consumed a bowl, he was nearly sated. Though the serpent meat was average, its filling quality was exceptional, leaving him feeling invigorated with an abundance of energy. The remaining serpent soup was entrusted to the 4 little beast maidens, who typically ate little. Even Hu Jiao and Baitu devoured 2 large bowls each. I'm full. Su Yuan. Let us return and sleep. Mao Ye's abrupt declaration prompted Su Yuan to playfully ruffle her little gray fur, leaving her already somewhat disheveled hair even more tousled. He pondered how one might bathe in such frigid conditions. Having squeezed together to sleep the previous night, the cat maiden was somewhat sticky from the sweat, and although she bore no noticeable odor, her head felt less pleasant to the touch than before. Hu Jiao, how did you all bathe previously? Bathed? Fox 9 pondered for a moment, then, with a hint of trepidation, explained to Su Yuan. Previously, everyone bathed in a river near the tribe, and those with weaker physiques would draw water to wipe their bodies with animal skins. Bathing in this temperature is unthinkable. Su Yuan felt that, in such frigid weather, plunging into the river would instantly turn him into a block of ice. Perhaps he should exchange for an iron tub in a couple of days to heat water for bathing? The sky had darkened, and after the meal, the group crawled out of the snow pit. The clay pot, wooden bowl, and leftover snake meat were left beside the snow hut, and the little cat knight was the first to burrow into the snow hut. Ah! How warm and comfortable! The ground had been prepared with snake skin mats by the white rabbit, which, while not significantly increasing warmth, was certainly better than the previously exposed snow. However, they could not light a fire this time. The remaining members gradually made their way inside, and Fox 9's space was slightly larger than the one Su Yuan had created. Ouch! Who's stepping on my tail? The white rabbit's ears were squished, and it whimpered. Ah! Please don't pull my tail. The snow hut was in disarray, and Su Yuan could hardly distinguish one from another. Thankfully, everyone managed to extract their tails, and silence fell. Why does this feel so unfamiliar? Su Yuan felt the figure in his arms and, after ruffling its head, discovered that the ears were considerably longer than the previous night's. The white rabbit's ears are a bit itchy. Fox 9, please stop touching them. It turned out to be the white rabbit. He wondered why the size was larger than last night. Alright, let's sleep. We need to rise early tomorrow. But what if I can't sleep? Night, however, was quite energetic, swimming around the others like an eel. Even if you can't sleep, you must. Su Yuan grasped Night by the scruff of the neck, sealing her with his arm. Su Yuan, I truly can't sleep. Why don't you tell me a story about your tribe? The other beast girls also gazed intently at Su Yuan in the darkness, equally curious about his past tribe. My tribe? It was vast, filled with many people, and everyone was free from worries about food and clothing. Is there really a tribe where everyone doesn't have to worry about food and clothing? Su Yuan, your tribe is amazing. Su Yuan chuckled, ruffling Night's cat ears. Rest assured, once we find the Red Fox tribe, everyone will also be free from such worries. Chapter 11, The Little Mouse. The next day, Su Yuan was once again the first to awaken in the snow hut, not by natural means, but rather due to a certain cat having turned a full 180 degrees. The animal skin clothing was lifted and a petite, firm belly pressed against Su Yuan's face, making it difficult for him to breathe as beads of sticky sweat covered him. This little creature was utterly restless in her sleep. Su Yuan lifted Night, who was deeply slumbering, and she flopped onto him like a puddle of cat liquid. Oh dear, you're testing the patience of an old hand. It's easy to make mistakes under such conditions. With no large group found, Su Yuan dared not act against the little beast girls. Any commotion in this icy wilderness could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, he could hardly tolerate the sticky sensation covering his entire body without a bath. Silently, he pulled up Lion's animal skin clothing, noting that not only Night had been restless last night. Taking advantage of everyone's slumber, he gently set Night down and crawled out of the snow hut. How wonderful! Another day of life. A brand new day. Oh no, it's freezing. Su Yuan wrapped himself tightly in his clothing. The temperatures inside and outside the snow hut were starkly different, and the snowflakes falling onto his neck sent a shiver down his spine. The snowfall from last night had thickened once more, burying the snake meat and clay pots beside the snow hut. I must prepare food first. Otherwise, by the time the little glutton awakens, it will nearly be morning. Night had seemingly fallen asleep at an unknown hour, and it was quite challenging to rouse her before 10 in the morning. Su Yuan dug out the leftover snake meat and firewood from yesterday. Crackle, crackle. This time, there were few little beast girls urging him on. The snake meat he stewed was exceptionally tender, enriched with mushrooms from the system shop. Sniff, sniff. Just as Su Yuan was about to taste the flavor, a little head beside him seized his spoon, immediately screaming. Ah! It's so hot! The freshly prepared snake soup made the little shadow cry out, yet she stubbornly refused to release her grip. If it's hot, let go. Night, who are you? Initially thinking it was Night drawn by the aroma, Su Yuan turned to find a short-haired girl with grayish-white hair biting his spoon. However, the little girl ignored him, continuing to bite the spoon until the soup cooled enough for her to swallow it down. Phew! That was delicious. This is... Squeak, squeak. The little beast girl, who had been sneaking a taste, was suddenly lifted by Su Yuan by the back of her neck, her small frame even shorter than Night's. Let me go. I'm afraid of heights. Mama, come save me. Squeak Squeak has been captured. Her cries did not summon her mother but instead awakened a few other beast girls in the snow hut. Once Night joined Su Yuan, the little beast girl who had called out immediately fell silent, her eyes filled with fear. Smells so good, Su Yuan. You made snake soup and didn't call me. Is this about the snake soup? Su Yuan looked at her, somewhat exasperated. Can't you see the little beast girl in my hand? Su Yuan, what is going on? Thankfully, there was still a normal beast girl. Fox 9 rubbed her somewhat drowsy eyes and curiously inquired about Squeak Squeak in Su Yuan's grasp. I don't know. I was preparing breakfast, and this little one came over to steal a bite, so I caught her. What? Stealing my snake soup? Night, still searching for her wooden bowl, dashed forward upon hearing Su Yuan's words, causing Squeak Squeak to instinctively cling to Su Yuan, her small gray ears trembling. All right, Night, don't scare her. Which tribe do you belong to, and how did you end up in this icy wasteland? Fox 9 knew well that most tribes were typically found in the snowy wilderness, as there were at least traces of wild beasts there, and with a bit of luck one could even find fruits. Yet, unless driven away or pursued, ordinary tribes would rarely venture into such a cursed place. I'm Squeak Squeak with my mother and others. We don't have a tribe. A wanderer? Yes. Upon hearing the word wanderer, Squeak Squeak's initially fearful expression turned quite despondent. Without a tribe, she was a wanderer without a fixed home, and easily bullied by other tribes. Su Yuan could tell that this little one was likely not malicious, so he set her down, and the bubbling snake soup soon distracted her from her gloom. Can I have some more? I haven't eaten in 2 days. No, this is mine. Night fiercely protected her snake soup, being quite generous towards Su Yuan and Lion, but she was far less charitable toward the stranger. Ooh, your aura is so terrifying. With a visible expression of fear, Gigi immediately retreated behind Su Yuan, trembling at the sight of Cat Knight. Strangely, she seemed unafraid of the formidable lion but was terrified of Cat Knight. Could it be that she was a little mouse? Gigi, are you of the mouse people? Su Yuan inquired curiously, gently petting Gigi's small ears, which made her uncomfortable, causing her to tilt her head away. No way. Mama says we are dragon cats. We are dragons. Dragon cat, Su Yuan mused. Isn't that just another term for rodents? No wonder Gigi is so frightened of Cat Knight. But I sent dragon cat a term from an animated film in my previous life? Could it be that this little creature truly has a connection to dragons? You are a cat? Then what am I? Cat Knight shot her a glare. Although the little beast girl was frightened, she still poked her head out to emphasize to Cat Knight. I am a dragon cat. A dragon, not a cat. Alright, enough of that. Today I have prepared a great deal of snake meat soup. If there isn't enough, there is more snake meat over there to last a few more meals, Su Yuan said. Noticing Gigi's expression that suggested she was about to cry, and thus refrained from allowing Cat Knight to tease her further. The others had already brought over wooden bowls. You can use mine, Su Yuan offered, handing Gigi his bowl, which still exuded warmth from the soup inside. Upon receiving it, Gigi's face lit up with joy. Su Yuan, how will you eat? With the ceasefire in place, Cat Knight had no intention of bullying Gigi, but she looked at Su Yuan's empty hands with some confusion. It's fine, I'm not that hungry. Early in the morning, he lacked the appetite for such meaty snake soup. If given the choice, he would prefer to eat a few blue-striped snow fruits, which were delightfully tangy and sweet. Alternatively, he could exchange for a decent breakfast at the Points Market, though that idea was hardly cost-effective. No, if I don't eat enough, I'll be hungry on the road later, Cat Knight said, coming over to Su Yuan's side, holding a piece of snake meat to his lips. With the cat's feeding gesture, Su Yuan had no choice but to open his mouth and accept the meat, inadvertently nibbling on her little cat paw. Wow, Su Yuan. You can't eat my hand. Cat Knight truly believed Su Yuan had bitten off her finger, her tail bristling in fright as she hurriedly tried to retract her paw. He. I'm going to eat your finger. Chapter 12, The Wanderer's Tribe. The little cat girl seemed genuinely frightened and dared not pull her hand back, trembling with her eyes closed. Well, actually, Cat Knight's fingers are far tastier than snake meat. Really? Let me try. Only then did Cat Knight realize that Su Yuan was teasing her, placing her finger in her mouth to test the flavor, still carrying the aroma of snake meat from before. It's true. Watching Cat Knight licking her paw, Su Yuan finally burst into laughter, prompting Fox 9 to quietly lower the finger she had intended to taste after witnessing Su Yuan's amusement. I have never eaten anything this delicious before. Since you treated me, you will be my best friend from now on, Gigi exclaimed, clutching the wooden bowl with a satisfied expression, her little head leaning against Su Yuan as her short legs swung back and forth. Can that best friend let me pat your head? Just a pat. Okay? Cat Knight and the others rather enjoyed head pats, but Gigi was a bit different. Whenever someone patted her head, her body would tense up as if undergoing a rigorous test. By the way, what are your names? I'm Gigi, living in the cave over there with my mama. Gigi pointed towards the sunlight, making it clear why they encountered her today. Their direction aligned with Gigi's camp. I'm Su Yuan and this little cat is Cat Knight, along with Lion, Fox 9 and White Rabbit. Gigi greeted each one, and upon seeing Lion's towering stature, she appeared as if she had encountered a giant, her petite frame not even reaching his chest. Once we're all full, let us set off. Gigi, do you want to come with us? We plan to head towards your camp. Yes, but can I take the leftover food back to let Mama and the others taste it? Gigi looked at Su Yuan with pleading eyes, no longer caring about him patting her head. We'll finish the leftovers, and there's more meat over there. You can take those back before they turn into ice. The snake meat was quite substantial, and Su Yuan had no intention of carrying it too far, as it would hinder their speed. If they didn't finish it today, he planned to trade it at the system market. If he could manage to trade it at Gigi's tribe, he might obtain items worth even more points. Lion, you take the snake meat, we'll first rest at Gigi's camp. It would be even better if there's a water source for a quick bath. After breakfast, everyone began to move, with White Rabbit still packing the snakeskin mat and Su Yuan's toolbox, while the remaining snake meat was entrusted to Lion. Cat Knight proactively gathered the leftover bowls and stacked them into the backpack filled with blue-striped snow fruits. Su Yuan then retrieved the snake gallbladder he had buried in the snow yesterday. System, evaluate this. Snow snake gallbladder. 300 points. 300 points? For such a large gallbladder. You charge me 300 points? Would you like to trade? Yes. 300 points was a significant gain. Su Yuan glanced around, thinking that if he could gather more points, he could exchange them for warm clothing for everyone. For now, he could only let Cat Knight and the others endure a little longer. In case of a dangerous situation, he would need to spend points on essential items. Let us go, let Gigi lead the way. Gigi cheerfully walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at the snake meat Lion was carrying. The tribe had been without food for quite some time, and returning with such a large snake would surely make her mother happy. At worst, she would let Su Yuan pet her head without hesitation. Gigi had resolved in her heart that to ensure everyone a survival, she could endure a few head pats, even accepting a pat on the tail. Gigi imagined herself as a self-sacrificing hero, and if her mother knew, she would undoubtedly be moved to tears. Gray. When we return, I'll call you a little fool. Chief, we can't hold on much longer. Meanwhile, by a fallen tree, a black-haired woman was fiercely attacking a monstrous creature before her with a stone knife. The creature, with its massive green body and fur wildly growing all over, sported two enormous tusks protruding from its mouth, resembling a 2-meter-tall green-furred wild boar. Gray, take the others and leave. I will hold it off. The stone knife in the woman's hand made only slight cuts on the green boar, and its immense strength pushed her back step by step. Chief, if we leave, the children won't survive the night. Just go. I'll lure this beast away, and when it doesn't detect anyone, it will leave at night. Gray gripped his stone axe, looking at the chief before complying and retreating into the trunk of the fallen tree. Bending low and moving with trepidation, the trunk harbored the silhouettes of more than a dozen individuals, huddled together in fear, with two little ones tightly shielded. Everyone, follow me out first. The monstrous leader is blocking the way outside. Gray, why not let the leader come in as well? That giant won't be able to fit. Gray resolutely shook her head. That beast has gone many days without food. Without the leader to deter it, it would easily shatter the tree hollow. We must escape first. Once that great monster loses track of us, it will surely depart, and we can return by nightfall. Though fear gripped them all, they slowly followed Gray's lead towards the exit, at which point Long had already been pushed against the trunk. Crack! The leader! Get away, Gray! Witnessing Long's stone knife shatter in her grasp, was filled with panic and mustered her strength to charge at the green creature. However, before she could reach it, another green-haired beast suddenly pounced from the snowy ground. It's a trap. That giant intended to lure them out, and just as another green creature gaped its maw wide to bite through Gray's body, Gray! Long, disregarding her own safety, prepared to fend off the creature before her to save her comrades. But her back collided with the trunk behind her. Leader, don't come over! Gray noticed the glowing runes on Long's forehead and shouted loudly. Long understood Gray's intention. If they left, the monster would demolish the trunk, endangering others inside. Yet, at that moment, Long was uncertain of what to do. Just as Gray drew her stone dagger, ready to fight for her life, a shadow zipped past her, accompanied by the monstrous beast's anguished cry. Ah! Not far away on the snowy ground, the green-haired wild boar that had aimed to kill Gray was now pinned down, a remarkably long blade embedded in its side. What is this? Mommy! Long looked into the distance, seeing her daughter's small figure rushing towards her, accompanied by a tall figure, whose head also radiated with runic light. An awakened warrior? Chapter 13. The friendly etiquette of the tribe leader. Lion hastily approached the fallen monster. Though the blade had pierced its body, it was not yet dead, and the creature attempted to rise and attack. Crack! Before it could fully get up, Lion seized the hilt of the slaughtering knife and cleaved it in two. Meanwhile, Long's stone knife had been shattered by the monster, leaving her to grasp its tusks with both hands, pressing them against the trunk. In a contest of strength, she was no match for the towering creature, which was slowly pushing the massive trunk back. Just then, a slaughtering knife came flying towards her, and the giant beast noticed it approaching. Its companion had just met its end at the blade, so it wasted no time in dodging. Trying to escape, grasping the knife embedded in the ground, Long's forehead glowed with runes, and snowflakes swirled around her as she tightened her grip and swung the knife, cleaving the retreating monster in half. Blood and organs splattered on the ground, and after staggering a few steps, the giant beast collapsed, lifeless. What a formidable long knife! Long examined the slaughtering knife in her hand, its cold gleam sending shivers down her spine, yet she found it hard to part with. However, before she could admire it further, Lion quickly reclaimed it. This slaughtering knife was dear to Lion. Mommy! Gigi, frightened, clung to Long, having been terrified by the earlier scene, nearly convinced that disaster was imminent. But Lion's swift response had saved the day. The others emerged as well. Both the leader and Gray were unharmed, bringing a collective sigh of relief as they huddled closely together. Thank you for your help. I am Long, their leader. Su Yuan and the others soon arrived, and Long eagerly approached Lion to embrace her, a customary gesture between leaders. Lion immediately pulled Su Yuan along. Still in a daze, Su Yuan found himself warmly embraced by Long. Though Long was not as tall as Lion, their strengths were comparable. Hello, I am Su Yuan, and I am from the same tribe. Aren't you their leader? Long asked, somewhat surprised, as leaders typically embrace when tribes meet. Having assumed Su Yuan was the leader when she saw Lion pulling him over. Not quite a leader. Su Yuan awkwardly shook his head, not wishing to transform the Red Fox tribe into the Su Yuan tribe. What do you mean not quite? Su Yuan is our shaman, woo woo woo. Just as Cat Knight began to step forward to boast, Fox 9 covered her mouth, though it was too late. Long immediately frowned. A shaman? This person is actually a shaman. Long understood the significant difference between tribes that had a shaman and those that did not. Tribes without a shaman had to seek help from those with one, even for something as basic as borrowing fire, let alone other matters. In an instant, Long made up her mind and warmly embraced Su Yuan once more. Woo woo woo. The feeling of suffocation returned. Unlike Lion and the others, Long lacked thick wolf fur clothing, and her attire only covered from her lower abdomen to her chest. Her arms bore separate fur arm guards, leaving her alluring collarbone exposed, allowing Su Yuan to feel her warmth against his face, perhaps from the earlier battle, as fine beads of sweat clung to her skin. Let go of Su Yuan. Cat Knight quickly pulled Su Yuan back, only now realizing her mistake, watching Long warily. However, being a chinchilla like her, Long was not frightened by Cat Knight, while Gigi hid behind her mother, still showing signs of fear towards Cat Knight. Gigi, you silly child, where did you run off to? The leader has been looking for you. Gray approached and seized Gigi by the ear, her tone filled with anger, causing Gigi's fear to shift from Cat Knight to Gray. Another little one, a big cat girl. Su Yuan noticed Gray, who, like Cat Knight, had cat ears and hair, but her fur and hair were a darker gray compared to Cat Knight's lighter shade. Moreover, her tail was fluffier and swayed freely behind her. I was wrong. No, I wasn't wrong. I was just making friends. Gigi attempted to defend herself, introducing Su Yuan as she reached his side. This is Su Yuan. His food is delicious. The little one only remembered the snake meat soup, and before finishing her introduction, her little eyes were fixed on the snake meat Lion had left on the snowy ground. The two sides exchanged introductions, and throughout, Long's gaze remained fixed on Su Yuan, causing Cat Knight to cling tightly to his arm, resembling a small pendant. By the way, Long, have you noticed a tribe of about 40 people arriving in the icy wilderness? Fox 9 inquired about the Red Fox tribe, only to be met with Long's immediate shake of her head, expressing her disappointment. In this area, Gray and I typically engage in hunting, yet we have not encountered any traces of other tribes. Are you in search of your own tribe? We have become separated from ours. Fox 9 is quite astute. She refrained from divulging the specific reasons to Long. How about we take a moment to rest here, as a gesture of our gratitude for your assistance? Sister Fox 9, why not stay with us? The tree hollow is quite warm, and look, the white rabbit has already ventured inside. Gigi also urged Fox 9 to remain, while the curious white rabbit, captivated by the tree hollow, followed the other members of Long's tribe inside. You should inquire with Su Yuan. Presently, Fox 9 has entrusted all matters to Su Yuan, and the collective gaze immediately turned to Su Yuan, who was crouched beside the corpse of the green-haired monster. Allow me to ascertain the value of this creature. Why are you all staring at me? Su Yuan had yet to complete his appraisal, and a few dark figures loomed expectantly before him. Su Yuan, could you possibly remain here for a day? I still wish to savor that soup from this morning. Gigi whispered discreetly in Su Yuan's ear. Then, gathering her resolve, added, today, you may pet my head for as long as you desire. It seemed Gigi was not reluctant to part with herself, but rather with the snake meat soup. Su Yuan playfully tousled Gigi's head, catching her off guard and almost causing her to leap. We can stay today, after all. Searching for a tribe is not a task to be accomplished in a day or two. Let us rest for now. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the two green-haired wild boars. Embarking on a journey with such large creatures would undoubtedly be cumbersome. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, not only did Gigi beam with a smile, but Long also allowed a slight grin to grace her lips. Very well, Cat Knight. You may go and set down your belongings for now. Su Yuan, observing Cat Knight still standing beside him, shifted his attention to her, eliciting a comfortable squint from the cautious little cat maid. Yes, I understand. The little cat's personal attendant ultimately departed to place the backpack and the pile of items belonging to the white rabbit together. Su Yuan once again directed his gaze toward the green-haired wild boar lying on the ground. Chapter 14. Has a small team been formed? Mossy boar tooth, 70 points. Mossy boar meat, 600 points. Mossy boar skin, 400 points. You've got to be kidding me, are you really dismantling a wild boar to sell? This morning, I already exhausted one opportunity, so naturally, I must choose the most valuable items from the remaining 9. However, this wild boar does not belong solely to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, this is a green-haired pig. Its meat must be drained of blood before it can be consumed, and the skin provides considerable warmth when worn. After comforting Ji, Long approached, assuming that Su Yuan was unaware of the nature of this creature, and crouched down beside him to explain. Commander Long, how do you intend to divide these 2 green-haired pigs? Logically speaking, the one killed by Long belongs to her tribe, while the one slain by Lion would belong to Su Yuan and his companions. That was the division he had envisioned. Our tribe can forfeit all claims, but I would like to request one thing. Long mentally prepared herself, kneeling on one knee before Su Yuan, her head bowed nervously as she spoke. I hope Su Yuan can become the shaman of our tribe. Indeed it is this matter. Su Yuan had previously noticed that after Cat Knight let it slip, Long's expression had shifted, to claim everything for oneself, and once Su Yuan became their tribe's shaman, would not both wild boars then belong to them? However, when Long lifted her head, Su Yuan found himself at a loss for words. A beautiful woman exuded an air of fragility, her pitiful demeanor causing him to hesitate, especially given the weighty allure that appeared to descend from her. I cannot agree to this, but my companions and I plan to visit the Red Fox tribe. If you wish, you may accompany us. Su Yuan had agreed to journey to the Red Fox tribe with Fox 9 and the others. He could not hastily decide to remain simply due to Long's request. We can join. After all, we are wanderers capable of going anywhere as long as we can survive. Long understood that, in this frigid wasteland, it was becoming increasingly difficult for everyone to endure. The absence of a shaman meant the tribe had lost hope, and during their days in this icy expanse, they had found little sustenance. Very well, but why do you not venture out of the icy wasteland? Surely conditions would be better on the other side of the barren snowfield. Fox 9 had mentioned that the conditions there were vastly superior to those in the icy wasteland, with opportunities to hunt wild beasts and plenty of fruit growing on the trees. The barren snowfield? Long appeared somewhat perplexed, then quickly clarified. We escaped from the extreme cold of the land of death. The shaman merely guided us toward an escape route. The land of death? Both individuals exchanged bewildered glances, and Su Yuan assisted her to her feet. Let us discuss this inside the tree hollow. Very well, shaman. I will inform you of our circumstances in detail. Long led Su Yuan into the tree hollow, where a large cavity had been carved out of the massive tree trunk, and the beast women huddled inside for shelter. A few little ones were happily playing within. Gray, take a few people to process the 2 green-haired pigs, and then hand them over to the shaman. Shaman? Yes, I understand. Gray glanced at Su Yuan, her face reflecting confusion, but since Long had indicated it was fine, she eagerly called 2 others to assist. Fox 9, Lion, Cat Knight, White Rabbit, please come here. Su Yuan summoned them and shared Long's request, which they accepted without objection, leaving the decision to Su Yuan. Fox 9, however, looked at Long with a hint of skepticism and inquired, I have never heard of any tribe surviving in the land of death. You claim to have come from there? Indeed, according to the old shaman, our ancestors migrated from a fertile land with a favorable living environment to this place. At that time, the tribe's shaman sought to find the divine gifts left behind by the gods. However, after hundreds of years of searching, none were found. Fearing punishment upon their return, the ancestors established a tribe in this land of death. Fox 9's eyes narrowed with intrigue as she continued to question Long. What was the name of that great tribe? The old shaman mentioned that the great tribe was called the Xinyuan tribe. So, it is the Xinyuan tribe. Fox 9 appeared utterly astonished, and Su Yuan could not help but lean closer, whispering into her fox ear, What is the Xinyuan tribe? I have never heard of it. Observing Fox 9's serious demeanor, Su Yuan playfully ruffled her fox head, finding her expression amusingly serious despite her apparent ignorance. Then why did you flee from your previous tribe? This was the directive of one of our tribe's shamans. The temperature in the land of death is steadily declining, and soon it will be completely frozen, transforming it into a true land of death, inaccessible to living beings. We intend to depart from the land of death. However, the warrior chief and the 2 other shamans steadfastly cling to their beliefs, insisting that no one from the tribe may leave until the divine artifact is found. In pursuit of this matter, the shaman leads us in an attempt to escape, but the other 2 shamans and the chief vehemently oppose this course of action. In a bid to rescue us, the shaman willingly returns to captivity. It is astonishing that a tribe of such magnitude has remained in the land of death, particularly as both the Red Fox and Black Sheep tribes each possess only one shaman. Should Long and her tribe succeed in leaving the land of death, they might secure a place of prominence in the desolate snowfields, perhaps even becoming a formidable tribe. After contemplating for a moment, Hu Zhou acquiesced. Very well. I shall speak on behalf of my sister, but there are two conditions. First, you must join the Red Fox tribe and not merely become a subordinate tribe. Second, we have a common enemy, and if you choose to join us, you must stand with us against that tribe. Ultimately, the decision rests with Su Yuan, our tribe's chief shaman, who wields the greatest authority. Long, taken aback, realized that the seemingly unremarkable Su Yuan is in fact the chief shaman, and she promptly kneels before him once more to pay her respects. On behalf of all the wanderers, I accept your terms, esteemed shaman. We are willing to follow your guidance. All right then, even before we have located the Red Fox tribe, we have inadvertently formed a small team, Su Yuan mused. Though he was not overly concerned, he could manage the rations for the 10 or so individuals. Moreover, among them was an awakened warrior akin to Shur. However, it was crucial for him to impart to these individuals the skills necessary for self-sufficiency rather than relying on him to procure resources from the system's marketplace. Hence, certain essential techniques would need to be taught. Now, rise. Let us gather everyone for a hearty meal, for we must continue our journey tomorrow. By this time, afternoon had arrived. Although the daylight persisted, the undertaking of such a large group would be more demanding. The first step in becoming a tribe leader would be teaching them to construct snow shelters. Chapter 15. The great leader acquires his beast maiden tribe. Everyone, I hereby announce an important matter. Outside the tree hollow, all emerged, their curious eyes fixed upon Long. After our guiding shaman was taken, the tribe fell into hardship. Now, a new shaman, a new tribe is willing to embrace us. We shall no longer fear that the cold of the land of death will extinguish all life, nor shall we worry about the scarcity of food in the snowfields. Henceforth, all shall be filled with hope. Su Yuan struggled to comprehend the nature of the shaman's profession and why it garnered such reverence among the tribes. Upon Long's conclusion, a chorus of cheers erupted from the gathered individuals. Perhaps only the Red Fox could elucidate this for him. That was the only shaman's name he had heard. As Su Yuan pondered this, he suddenly felt himself suspended in midair, only to find himself upon Long's shoulder. She had placed him atop her neck, and the abruptness of it caused Su Yuan to grasp her ear tightly. Ouch! Before anyone could celebrate, Long experienced a tingling sensation coursing through her body from her ear, causing her to collapse into the snow. Yet she still shielded Su Yuan with unwavering determination. Wah! I'm sorry, shaman. I didn't mean to. It seemed even Gigi's mother disliked having her ears touched. After a brief uproar, Su Yuan began to issue commands. It was still early, and he could not allow these little beast maidens to remain in the tree hollow any longer. The hollow was merely covered with a piece of animal hide and lacked a fire. Fortunately, the presence of many individuals would help raise the temperature, though the crowding rendered it nearly impossible to move. Long, accompany Shur to gather as many branches and logs as possible. Gray, you and Cat Knight dig a large pit near the tree hollow, ensuring the ground is visible. A few skilled hands should assist White Rabbit in processing the 2 green-haired boar carcasses, while the rest follow Hu Zhou to construct a snow shelter. By the way, Long, are there any supplies left in the tribe? Su Yuan had initially planned to exchange for some tools but needed to ascertain what was available in the tribe. Yes, there is. We previously broke a stone knife, but now the tribe still possesses 5 bone knives, 2 bone spears, and several animal hides and fruits. Long retrieved those supplies from the tree hollow. The bone knives appeared somewhat crude, yet they were considerably longer than the one Shur had gifted him. As for food, the fruits were no larger than a palmful, and if they failed to find more sustenance, it was likely that Long and her companions would perish in the snowfields. Hu Zhou, can you lead everyone in constructing the snow shelter? Is that feasible? The little fox seemed quite pleased with this leadership task, confidently patting her chest and declaring, Fear not, I have learned how to do it. I will ensure the snow shelter is ready before nightfall. Everyone busied themselves, while Gigi had been chatting with her 2 companions about the delicious meat soup they had tasted today. Before she could see the envious expressions of her friends, she was lifted up. Esteemed shaman, is there anything you would like Gigi to do? I promise I can complete the task. Really? Your task is simply to let me pat your head. Su Yuan grinned mischievously as he lifted Gigi and rubbed her adorable little ears. Wah! Now that Su Yuan is the tribe's shaman, Gigi must endure. Otherwise, she won't get any meat soup tonight. System, how much is this large tree hollow worth? Millennium Snow would decayed 1,500 points. Wow, it's so valuable? Su Yuan's excitement quickly shifted to concern. Such a large tree, if it were a snow fir, would likely be worth over 3,000 points. However, trading was not an option at this moment. If he exchanged the tree hollow now, and Hu Jiu failed to construct enough snow shelters by nightfall, they would be left to sleep in the snow. Su Yuan, we dug the pit. Cat Knight was the fastest, and even a human could dig a pit in no time, let alone these two skilled feline companions. Well done. You two may take a break or assist White Rabbit with the boar carcasses. With little else to do, Su Yuan began to break some branches he had brought along to start a fire. Shaman, what are you doing? Tiji asked, watching as Su Yuan placed a clay pot over the fire, seemingly unconcerned about her earlier head pat, leaning in closely to observe the pot. The previous snake meat soup was cooked in that very pot. Could it be? Cat Knight, initially intent on helping, halted in her tracks, staring intently at the clay pot before Su Yuan. I'm making some hot chocolate to warm everyone up first. Would you like some? Although these little beast maidens were quite resilient to the cold, Su Yuan noticed some of them shivering as they ventured out to help while dressed too lightly. Hot chocolate. It's drinkable. The two little beast maidens, upon hearing it was a drink, were instantly captivated. While Gray hesitated for a moment before deciding to heed Su Yuan's instructions and assist White Rabbit with the green-haired boar. Galugulu. Su Yuan retrieved a small box of chocolate powder from his backpack, the contents modestly sufficient for a little over 10 servings. Without hesitation, he poured the entire contents into a ceramic pot. After all, with the advent of the system marketplace, such items were hardly rare. The aroma was delightful. Unlike the snake meat stew, which required prolonged simmering, the chocolate powder needed only a gentle stir with a spoon before Su Yuan ladled a spoonful to taste. The remnants of yesterday's snake meat stew had not been thoroughly washed out, and he could discern a hint of saltiness mingling with the sweetness of the chocolate. An odd sensation indeed. Cat Knight appeared increasingly impatient, her gaze fixated on the spoon in Su Yuan's hand. Wait a moment, would the cat be poisoned by chocolate? And what about that little cat girl? What if she fell ill after just one bite? Cat Knight, you should try just a little, Su Yuan suggested uncertainly, dipping his finger into the spoon and offering it to her. Meow. As Cat Knight nibbled on his finger, Su Yuan playfully teased her, relieved that her tongue lacked barbs. Otherwise, he might have drawn blood. Indeed, that would have been unfortunate. The flavor was peculiar. Cat Knight seemed unimpressed by the chocolate, losing interest after a brief taste, while Su Yuan continued to observe her intently. Are you feeling unwell in any way? Furrowing her brow with a serious expression, Cat Knight, despite the concerned gazes from Su Yuan and Gigi, sighed and admitted, yes, I'm hungry. You ate so much this morning. How can you be hungry already? It was quite astonishing for a cat girl to consume 3 or 4 bowls of meat soup and nibble on so many fruits yet feel famished before nightfall. The most baffling part was that despite such consumption, she showed no signs of growth. Perhaps it's the fatigue from walking, Cat Knight remarked, a hint of embarrassment as she scratched her head. Let's wait for Shur and the others to return before preparing a meal. In the meantime, summon everyone to enjoy a bowl of chocolate to warm themselves. Chapter 16. The origin of beastgirls. What is this? It smells delightful. I detect an intriguing aroma. Su Yuan was uncertain whether cocoa beans existed in this world, but even if they did, they would be unlikely to thrive in this desolate, snow-covered wasteland where not even a tree could grow. Let each person have a bowl to warm themselves. Once those in front finish, the next can proceed. After all, they are all little beast girls, and there's no room for disdain. Not to mention, Su Yuan himself could never harbor any disdain for such beautiful and adorable little beast girls. What is this? Gigi had been assigned by Su Yuan to serve the chocolate powder when a similarly small creature scampered over, undeniably adorable. With pointed ears and hair longer yet somewhat disheveled than Gigi's, it caught Su Yuan's attention. Does it fill the belly? What is your name? I am Matsuba. My mother said that when I was born, the snow pine tree in our tribe sprouted leaves, hence my name. While ruffling little Matsuba's hair, Su Yuan recalled a curious thought. He had never encountered a male beastman. If this world only harbored beast girls, how did they reproduce? Initially, he had assumed that meeting QQ and the others was mere coincidence, yet upon arriving at Long's tribe, he still found no trace of male beastmen. Matsuba, do you know? Wait, perhaps such inquiries were inappropriate for a child. Su Yuan glanced at Hui, who, upon sensing his gaze, turned away from the chocolate powder. What is it? Cough, indeed, there is one thing. Hui, may I ask how you reproduce? Are there no male beastmen? Male? Hui appeared unfamiliar with the term male beastman, contemplating for a while before uncertainly inquiring, do you mean those half-human, half-beast creatures? Could it be that this world houses other half-beast species alongside beastgirls? What are those beings? Hui seemed at a loss for words, sketching an image in the snow with her finger, a creature with a pig's head yet human-like in form. This is a half-beastman. We, with our slight beastly traits, are called the Divine Gift Clan, while those humanoid wild beasts are referred to as the Beastman clan. Su Yuan grew increasingly perplexed, gazing curiously at Hui. Could you elaborate further? Well, when I was young, the witch explained that we differ from the wild beasts and beastmen in this world. They reproduce through mutual breeding to continue their lineage. However, our Divine Gift Clan merely needs to discover the divine gift fruit growing on fruit trees. Upon reaching the appropriate age and consuming it, we can reproduce the next generation. Thus, over the years, those beastmen have regarded us as outsiders, heretics, and harbor deep animosity towards us. Had it not been for the awakened warriors and witches among us, we might not have triumphed over these beastmen. After hearing Hui's explanation, Su Yuan felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. The tangy red fruit he had consumed earlier, along with that blue-veined snow fruit, could not possibly be the same. Could they? Did that mean he might? Little Hui, what does that divine gift fruit look like? That fruit is red. Su Yuan sensed a slight discomfort in his stomach. Could it be that he would, like Zhu Beiji, find himself pregnant due to the inadvertent consumption of the divine gift fruit? Goodness, what other abstract concepts exist in this bizarre world beyond the Mother-Sun River water? Like maternal fruits? That red fruit appeared exceptionally translucent, revealing its crimson juice within. Such fruits were notably bitter, and neither beastmen nor animals would mistakenly consume them. Thank goodness. Su Yuan sighed in relief, narrowly avoiding the prospect of carrying a child in the depths of winter. Which would you like to drink? Hui received a wooden bowl filled with chocolate powder, taking a gentle sip before the sweet flavor animated her exposed tail. Observing Su Yuan deep in thought with empty hands, Hui extended her wooden bowl towards him. Thank you. On this frigid winter day, it was indeed necessary to drink some chocolate to replenish warmth. Su Yuan accepted the bowl and took a sip, appreciating Hui's thoughtfulness. The chocolate was no longer scalding. Hui, the divine gift fruit must be quite rare to find. Correct? Hui shook her head. Actually, it's a matter of luck. Any tree could potentially bear the divine gift fruit, even those withered trees in this frigid land. In our previous tribe, we planted 3 large trees, which would yield 2 to 3 divine gift fruits each year. With a stroke of good fortune, it's possible to harvest 6 or 7 in a year. Fortunately, his birthplace lay within a wasteland of snow, and the only fruit trees discovered thus far were the red fruit tree found by Cat Knight and the white rabbit, along with that blue-veined snow fruit tree. Had he ever found himself lost in a forest, he would have likely mistaken such a translucent fruit, visible within, as a miraculous item for enhancing cultivation and consumed it unwittingly. Which we're back. As Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief for having avoided consuming the maternal fruit. Not far away, Long and Shershur hurried back, arms laden with a substantial collection of timber, with several pieces securely bound to Long's back using the climbing rope gifted by Su Yuan. Mother, come quickly and try the delicious chocolate concoction made by Wu. It is exquisite, and it warms the body after consumption. Upon spotting Long, Gigi joyfully rushed over, clutching a small wooden bowl. Long, after catching the bowl, did not hasten but first approached Su Yuan. Wu, our wood gathering went exceptionally well, and we even discovered a newly sprouted fruit by the edge of an icy lake. Goodness, could it be that just as I inquired, this maternal fruit has fortuitously appeared? This blue Wu fruit can enhance your mystical power. Please consume it at once. Blue Wu fruit? I initially thought Long had uncovered a divine gift, yet it turned out to be something entirely unfamiliar. In Long's hand, a pale blue fruit emitted a faint luminescence. Rare item detected. Blue spirit fruit. Can be traded for 2,000 points, or 200 points for a new special item. Host, please choose a trading option. To encounter yet another rare item brought a glimmer of joy to Su Yuan's face, as he took the blue spirit fruit in hand. Long, Shershur, quickly set down the firewood and enjoy some chocolate to warm yourselves. Clearly, there was no need to consume the fruit, as he was not a true sorcerer. Thus, as Long lifted the wooden bowl, he traded the blue spirit fruit for a new special item. Transaction successful. New item visible in the special column. Blue spirit beverage, blueberry flavor 2,000 points. Note, consuming it grants a slight source of life energy, with no side effects, can be exchanged for 3 bottles daily. Life energy? What could this be? A feeling arose that this world had veered towards the magical, akin to the Western fantasy realm he had known before crossing over, where sorcerers called Wu existed alongside warriors known as awakened fighters. Chapter 17. The Night of the Tribe. The chocolate mix rejuvenated all the beast girls. save for one particular cat who lay languidly atop Su Yuan. Su Yuan, we have dealt with the green-haired pig. The white rabbit raised her bloodied hands. Behind her several beast girls excitedly cradling the skin and flesh of the green-haired pig as they approached Su Yuan. Excellent, white rabbit. Please take them to rest for a while. I shall first offer a portion as a sacrifice to the deity. Alright, but I'm not tired yet. I will assist Fox 9 in setting up the house. Though the white rabbit appeared fragile, her vitality surpassed that of a certain feline. After depositing the body of the green-haired pig, she made her way toward Fox 9. System, trade these 4 pig teeth, 2 pig skins, and this wild boar's treasure. And lastly, trade the meat of this smaller pig as well. Su Yuan intended to use all 10 trading opportunities, as it was already evening, and there was no point in saving them for tomorrow's refresh. Transaction successful, gained 1930 points, remaining points 2,875. With the 2 wild boars having fattened him considerably, now with nearly 3,000 points at his disposal, should he encounter a horde of monsters or another tribe, Su Yuan could immediately arm Long, Shirshir, Hui, and Cat Knight. Those wielding stone knives and axes would indeed pose no threat to the 4 of them. However, the pressing matter was to procure warmer clothing, as several young beast girls in the tribe were clad in thin animal skins that barely covered their bodies. Their midriffs, arms, and thighs were left exposed, making it impossible to travel comfortably the following day. System, filter out some clothing. Down jacket, 500 points. Fur coat, 380 points. Jeans, 400 points. Sneakers, 320 points. Clothing priced in the hundreds of points seemed rather unwise, considering a single piece of wild boar skin could fetch 400 points. Yet that animal skin could be used by 2 to 3 individuals. In contrast, non-insulated clothing would cost over 100 points. System, switch to animal skin clothing. Just a simple processing is sufficient, but it must be exceptionally warm. Bear skin jacket, 60 points. Bear skin leg wraps, 30 points. Sheep skin jacket, 50 points. Sheep skin leg wraps, 20 points. The items listed now brought Su Yuan considerable relief. A single piece of pig skin could be exchanged for at least 20 sheepskin leg wraps. Although they were merely ordinary sheep and bear skins, how superior could the fur of a moss-haired pig truly be? The insulation properties were not vastly different, were they? Woo! I am nearly starving. Look, my stomach has shrunk. The morning's food has already digested. At that moment, Cat Knight began to whine next to Su Yuan, lifting her animal skin clothing to reveal her smooth little belly, intentionally sucking it in to display a gaunt appearance. Alright, go call everyone over to prepare for the meal. 4 or 5 will suffice in the snow hut. Understood. I will go summon everyone. Cat Knight instantly perked up, dashing eagerly toward Fox 9. Chopping wood and starting a fire, by the time everyone gathered, the previously faint flames had been fully ignited by Su Yuan. Cat Knight, I have a significant task for you. Please clean the ceramic pot using melted snow from nearby. Su Yuan had no desire to drink a meaty soup flavored with chocolate, which would be far less palatable than the meaty chocolate mix. This single pot would surely not suffice for Su Yuan's small tribe of over 10 people, so he exchanged some salt to sprinkle over the prepared meat chunks for roasting. Grilling meat was no challenge for these young beast girls. Soon, the meat on the fire began to sizzle, and the aroma wafted through the air, captivating even Long's attention. The pot of snake meat stewed with pig meat, with added bits of fragrant mushrooms and ginger, produced an entirely different, enticing scent. Alright, we can begin. However, upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Long and the others did not immediately dig in. Instead, Long presented the piece of roasted pig meat in front of Su Yuan, gently blowing on it before tearing off a piece to offer him. Woo! Today marks your first day as our tribe's leader and also the first day of food gathering. This first piece of meat should be tasted by you first. Cat Knight, who had intended to take a bite, paused. Did the Grand Tribe have so many rules? She recalled that the Red Fox Wu did not seem to have such customs. Alright, everyone, please eat. Su Yuan, not one to be polite, promptly took a bite of the piece of pig meat Long had offered. The only hint of saltiness made the pig meat not particularly tasty, even less so than the stew in the pot. However, this roasted meat possessed its own unique flavor. So delicious, Wu just cast a spell on the meat. I have never tasted anything so delightful before escaping. Fool, did you eat other types of meat in the cave? Seems not. But this meat must have been enchanted by Wu. The beast girls chattered animatedly, exchanging 5 small wooden bowls among themselves, each adorned with innocent and radiant smiles. Which, thank you. As I fled the tribe, I pondered whether the old witch's command to lead everyone to perish in this desolate place was indeed the right path. Each time I witnessed the hunger etched on their faces, a wave of guilt washed over me, leading me to believe that obeying the tribe leader's words and remaining in this land of death was the correct choice. In the absence of the witch, as the sole awakened warrior, Long must bear not only the burden of her daily hunts but also the lives of those who escaped with her. Their struggles with illness and hunger are closely intertwined with her own existence. I feel ill-suited to lead, which, may I entrust everyone to you? Long's demeanor was filled with sincerity. Her attention momentarily diverted from the roasted meat in her hands as her hopeful gaze sought Su Yuan's. Rest assured, I shall guide everyone to thrive. You are not unsuitable to be a leader, Long. Have you not protected those who escaped remarkably well? For the first time, Su Yuan affectionately ruffled the head of this alluring elder sister. Her fluffy ears, though not as soft as they appeared, felt pleasantly soothing to the touch. Long felt a bit dizzy from the affection, and after seeing Su Yuan's warm smile, her tension eased, tears brimming in her eyes as she took a hearty bite of the roasted pork. It seemed that the witch she had chosen was indeed a good person. Mother, come quickly and taste the snake soup. I had some during the day, and it was absolutely delicious. At that moment, Gigi approached Long with a steaming bowl of soup, her mouth agape in astonishment at the sight of Su Yuan petting Long's ears. She recalled a childhood memory of Hui deliberately touching her ears while her mother slept, only to have a handful of tail fur pulled out in retaliation. To her surprise, Long displayed no reaction under Su Yuan's gentle touch this time. How infuriating! Su Yuan must be preventing me from touching ears. So I one tea let mother eat. Chapter 18. Fire from Friction. The evening's roast brought immense joy to everyone. A group of over a dozen could hardly finish a wild boar towering 2 meters tall, alongside the remaining half of the giant python. As night descended, everyone retreated into the snow shelters they had previously constructed. Which, will the snow houses truly remain warm? The young beast girls, filled with curiosity, gazed at the witch. Although they trusted Su Yuan, their inquisitiveness could not be quelled. Do not worry. Once you all settle in, it will be warm. If you are afraid, you may bring a bit of fire inside, but be sure to keep it away from the snow blocks. Moreover, extinguish it before you sleep, lest it ignite your tails, Su Yuan cautioned, eyeing the several fluffy-tailed beast girls, aware that a flame could easily engulf their backsides. As night fell, the sky was particularly clear, with a beautiful orange glow illuminating the distant horizon. Compared to the dim hues once observed on Earth, this world exuded a vibrant allure. The heavens above, though devoid of any remarkable features, were adorned with countless stars, reminiscent of Earth's night sky, save for the absence of a brilliant moonrise. Su Yuan, come back and rest. We have prepared the mats. Not far away, everyone had already retreated into the snow shelters, and due to their inexperience in construction, only 3 shelters had been erected. Clever Fox 9 realized that only 3 could be built today, thus making each one more spacious. When Su Yuan entered the snow house, it was still quite dark. Everyone lay on the mats, and aside from Lioness and a few others, there was an additional person in the shelter. Which I shall protect you tonight. Indeed, Long is here as well, Su Yuan thought, bemused. Would having 2 alluring elder sisters in such close quarters not make the snow house more cramped? Su Yuan, I will protect you too, Lioness declared earnestly, feeling that their care for Su Yuan, the divine witch, had been somewhat lacking. Each meal still required Su Yuan's intervention, and they had not observed the etiquette customary in larger tribes. All right, you all should rest quickly. We must rise early tomorrow. Su Yuan squeezed into an empty spot, noting the less than pleasant odor nearby, a mix of blood and sweat, accompanied by warm breath upon his head. This particular scent could only belong to either Lioness or Long. However, Lioness's tail was not as fluffy, so it must be Long. To fulfill her protective duty, Long tightly embraced Su Yuan, pressing herself against the side of the snow house, embodying the instinct to shield him with her very being. There's no danger tonight, Su Yuan reassured Long while contemplating the day's encounter with the mossy-haired boar, realizing that this icy wilderness was not as safe as it appeared. Without vigilance, unforeseen dangers could indeed arise. It was imperative to devise some alert mechanisms to detect any potential threats while they slept. Under Su Yuan's soothing words, Long gradually closed her eyes, having not enjoyed a restful slumber since leading her kin to escape. Even in the hollow of a tree, she remained vigilant, ever watchful for any beasts or tribesmen in pursuit. Within the snow house, faint snores began to emerge, marking the end of another day in the snowy expanse. With the advent of the system, he could expedite the establishment of a civilized society for these beast girls. Though he was no sage of knowledge, possessing only a smattering of information gleaned from personal interest or online videos, The notion of forging a new world-s order with such scant knowledge seemed utterly unrealistic. In his dreams, Su Yuan envisioned a magnificent tribe, one that transcended the mere designation of a tribe. Within a sprawling city, homes were constructed in harmonious disarray, and various beast girls lived joyously together. He found himself in the very heart of it all, surrounded by lioness and others, while a charming fox with a crimson tail delicately fed him grapes. Ah, this decadent revelry, this wretched feudalism. Yet, why does the fox's tail seem less plush than it appears? Which, it's time to rise. As dreams began to fade, Su Yuan realized he had overslept. Finding himself grasping Long's tail, her face flushed while she rested her arm beneath her head. My apologies for my restless slumber last night. Su Yuan sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. He hadn't expected that after several days spent with such adorable and beautiful beast girls, he would dream of such indulgent images. Alas, I must refrain from any reckless actions until I have stabilized my circumstances. Aren't they meant to reproduce only after consuming the divine fruits? He gazed at Long, rising, her thin beast skin doing little to conceal her alluring figure. For now, it would be prudent to locate the main force of the Red Fox tribe. The snow house was so warm. I felt a bit hot last night, remarked Xiaogu. You pressed your tail on me and made me sweat. Could you please tuck it away next time? I was worried you might be cold, so I covered you with my tail. Lord Su Yuan is truly remarkable. Previously, the shamans in our tribe were unaware of such abilities. Without returning to the cave at night, we would have frozen into blocks of ice, yet here we are, able to reside within the very ice itself. Long is indeed correct. The only right course is to leave this land of death. If we continue like this, everyone will inevitably freeze in the caves. The beast maidens in the snow house have started to awaken in small groups. Without Su Yuan's presence, they are at a loss for what to do, resorting to idle chatter while food lies quietly among the snowdrifts. First, I must teach them how to create fire. Su Yuan is not concerned about the method of firemaking being learned. His greatest asset lies not merely in the ability to ignite flames or craft pottery, skills that slightly exceed those of primitive humans. If he can impart the art of firemaking to all the beast maidens of the tribe, he feels it is of little consequence, for it would ensure the survival of many. As for cultivating formidable foes for himself, those refined steel blades in the marketplace, could they truly be wielded by beast maidens who have only acquired a rudimentary skill in firemaking? Even those shamans who wield magic, after unlocking higher privileges in his system's marketplace, could they withstand a bullet? If all else fails, the special goods in the marketplace continue to expand through his efforts, and when faced with problems beyond science, he would have no choice but to resort to mysticism. Long, gather everyone around. Cat Knight, please fetch some firewood. Mistaking it for mealtime, Cat Knight eagerly brought over all the leftover firewood from the previous day, and everyone quickly gathered around. Today I will teach you a method of firemaking. Once you learn it, you will all be able to create fire on your own. After Su Yuan spoke, the beast maidens became excited. Such a fantastical notion could only be believed if spoken by Su Yuan himself. Shaman, are you going to teach us fire magic? Little Pine Leaf fretted. I'm so clumsy. I haven't even learned how to hunt yet. Little Pine Leaf was already worried, and although Gigi appeared calm, her twitching ears betrayed her excitement. Chapter 19. I too have the potential to become a shaman. Fear not, firemaking is not so difficult. In a moment I will demonstrate it for everyone, and then Fox 9 can give it a try. Su Yuan selected 2 slightly thicker pieces of wood from the pile Cat Knight had brought. If one intended to create fire by drilling wood in this frigid winter, the frost-hardened wood would not suffice. However, the inner core could still be utilized. Soon, Su Yuan had whittled down the 2 pieces of wood and placed some wood shavings atop them. As everyone watched, he explained that once the wood was shaped in this manner, they would place some shavings in the small groove and then rotate the stick. Su Yuan demonstrated for an extended period. Although the principle was simple, the actual execution proved less so. With so many beast maidens watching, he steeled himself. From the wood shavings, white smoke began to rise, and as it expanded, Su Yuan quickly added more shavings and began to blow gently. It ignited. The fire truly burned. This must be the power of the shaman. Yet the shamans of the tribe had never performed such intricate methods. Fool! The shaman must be imparting fire magic to us. Grandma Bai, every time she casts a spell, she does so with such mystery. Even as Su Yuan kindled the flames, the beast maidens believed it was due to his shamanic prowess. He moved the flame aside and retrieved 2 more pieces of wood. Fox 9, come and give it a try. Unlike the others, the little fox was not timid. Upon Su Yuan's request, she approached with a thoughtful expression and took the short knife from his hand. Whittle the wood, place the shavings, then spin with force. She executed the process even more smoothly than Su Yuan, though her excessive strength caused the stick to snap. Su Yuan, I understand now. Fox 9 observed the charred shavings and grasped his intent, though she still couldn't fathom how such a simple rotation could ignite the wood. Once she found another stick. She followed Su Yuan's method and successfully lit the flame. Heavens, we can truly create fire ourselves. Can we also request fire from the heavens? Wouldn't that be akin to stealing the flames of the divine? This is a shaman's guidance. It must surely be permitted by the heavens. Shaman, I want to try too. Su Yuan recognized that explaining concepts like friction to these little beast maidens would be futile. Compared to the complex principles, invoking theology would resonate more with them. Alas, the journey ahead is long and arduous. With Fox 9 as a precedent, everyone was eager to attempt it. But suitable firewood was scarce, and only 3 or 4 little beast maidens could try. Long also effortlessly struck fire, having inquired about Su Yuan's technique, which was to turn the stick quickly, the faster the better. Then Su Yuan watched as Long's hands blurred with motion. Alright, let us save the attempts for later. We must eat breakfast before continuing our journey. Su Yuan interrupted the excited firemaking, and at the mention of food, the beast maidens, who had been watching intently, were drawn away. Shaman, can we still have that enchanted food from yesterday? The little beast maiden likely referred to the salt added to the roasted meat. Though he was uncertain how they usually supplemented their salt intake, it was clear that the taste could not compare to the finely processed white salt. Yes, everyone, quickly gather the firewood. In the morning, the previous day's snake meat had been entirely consumed, and some mossy pig meat remained. With the small troop, many items could be shared and taken along. Long, please distribute these animal skins to everyone. Those without leg bindings and arm guards should use them for now. Su Yuan had not forgotten those beautiful yet freezing beast maidens in the cold wind, handing over several pieces of bear skin clothing processed by the system. Thank you, Shaman. Actually, we are not very cold while hiding in the tree hollows. But we must set off soon, mustn't we? Su Yuan still handed the bear skin clothing to Long, watching her bite her lip as she held the supple bear skin leg bindings. It was only the second day, and this new shaman had already given so much for her people. Shaman, I understand. While everyone busied themselves with packing, Su Yuan approached the large treehouse, still mindful of the 1,500 points he coveted. Since they were about to leave, the tree should not go to waste. In the meantime, Long and the others had gathered all their belongings, standing quietly nearby, awaiting Su Yuan. White Rabbit, what is the shaman doing? Gigi asked beside the White Rabbit. Fox 9 spoke too earnestly, while Lion was not much of a talker, and Cat Knight, overwhelmed, had become friends with the White Rabbit instead. Su Yuan is praying to the heavens. He intends to offer the tree hollow you reside in as a sacrifice to the divine. Will the heavens accept our treehouse? Fear not. The heavens desire all things. Gigi, even your tail fur could be offered to the divine. Cat Knight stealthily approached the two, startling Gigi into hugging her little tail and retreating into her mother's embrace. System, trade this large tree. Exceeding the transaction limit. Should we increase the number of transactions? To think we must increase the frequency, this is rather unreasonable. How many more do we need? Su Yuan merely voiced a casual complaint, yet he did not contest the system's approach. Otherwise, placing his hand on the ground might allow him to trade the entire planet. Once. Transaction. A total of 2 transaction opportunities, averaging 750 points each, which is quite a bargain. Transaction successful. Gained 1,500 points. As Su Yuan's hand touched the towering tree, it vanished in an instant, leaving the small beast maidens in awe. The shaman is truly remarkable, possessing such diverse magical arts. Grandma Wu only knows 2 types of spells, and she cannot even bestow upon us the ability to create fire. Observing the dazed beast maidens, Su Yuan spoke towards the sun. Let us set off. By the way, Hujiu Long, do you know what a shaman truly is? Or how one might become a shaman? Along the way, Long learned from Hujiu that Su Yuan hailed from a formidable eastern tribe, and in her description, it surpassed even the grandest tribes of their ancestors. My sister says shamans are chosen by the gods. She was blessed at birth to become one. However, I was not born at that time, so I am not entirely certain. Both of them had limited understanding of shamans, but from their descriptions, it became evident that the profession bore a striking resemblance to the magicians Su Yuan was familiar with. Not only did they wield elemental powers of fire and ice, but some could also accelerate plant growth or heal injuries. Most astonishing to Su Yuan was the revelation that some shamans could even assist warriors in awakening their powers, albeit with a low probability and immense suffering. In that case, Su Yuan mused, shamans do not seem particularly extraordinary. He could easily be one himself, creating fire from wood, crafting ice from nitrate, and aiding the beast maidens in their awakening. He even possessed apple-flavored spirit liquid, sweet and devoid of pain. Chapter 20. Snow Wolf. Let us rest here for the night. Everyone, prepare the snow houses for our evening respite. Shusher, you and the others continue gathering firewood, while the rest assist in preparing dinner. After a long day's travel, as night approached, Su Yuan found a densely wooded area to halt, making it more convenient for Shusher and her group to collect firewood. Everyone busily prepared. There was still plenty of pork left, enough for the 10 or so members of the troop to feast for several more days. However, Su Yuan found himself growing weary of eating meat. The small beast maidens were quite content, and after discarding a gnawed fruit pit, he opened the system's marketplace. Those of us with systems should not live in such dire straits, he thought, yet after much deliberation, he resignedly selected a cabbage worth 15 points. After all, his grand aspirations had yet to be realized, and the beast maidens of his tribe were still enduring harsh conditions. He could not squander his resources merely for the sake of satisfying his hunger. Tonight's pace was swifter than before, and by the time darkness fell, Hu Zhou had already erected 4 snow houses alongside the other beast maidens. What is a shaman? When Shusher and the others returned, everyone gathered around the fire. Ever since they learned to create fire, the small beast maidens were eager to try it themselves. At that moment, Ji emerged from beside Su Yuan, curiously peering at the fresh cabbage resting on his lap. This is cabbage. It will be added to the meat soup shortly. In the snowy terrain, green vegetables were a rare sight, especially in this frigid wasteland, where even some trees succumbed to the frost. The only green visible was likely the grass roots, hidden beneath the deep snow or the frozen leaves clinging to the branches. The roasted meat was seasoned with a bit of salt. While other spices were optional, a pinch of salt was essential, or they would risk succumbing to weakness later on. The cabbage was chopped and stewed with the pork, while the sizzling meat released an enticing aroma. Just as everyone prepared to indulge, Su Yuan heard a faint whimpering sound nearby, prompting the alert Shusher and Long to rise. That is the howl of wolves, Long quickly deduced. Only wolves lying in ambush would emit such sounds. Indeed, as Su Yuan scanned the area, he immediately spotted several pairs of glowing green eyes lurking in the distant snow. Everyone take shelter by the fire. Hui, stay close to the shaman and protect him. The snow wolves hesitated to advance, yet hunger kept them from retreating, remaining crouched near the fire. After giving her orders, Long retrieved a bone knife, ready to deal with the wolves. Long, Shusher, do you feel confident in handling those wolves? Su Yuan regarded the pairs of green eyes, his mind swirling with alternative thoughts, and hastily restrained the two eager to charge forward. No problem. I can take them on alone. Shusher brandished her horse-slaying knife, unafraid of the pack of snow wolves. Rest assured, shaman, there are still several unawakened warriors in the tribe, and with the flames, those wolves will not dare to charge. The two did not grasp Su Yuan's intent. He pointed towards the prowling wolves and directly inquired, can you capture them alive? Capture alive? Although still puzzled, Long nodded resolutely. There were only 5 wolves, and with her, Shusher, and 2 other unawakened warriors in the tribe, it would be 5 against 5, an advantage in their favor. No problem, shaman, but you must be careful. Su Yuan felt a tinge of concern and immediately opened the marketplace. Although he could not exchange for several more horse-slaying knives, a simple iron shovel was not too costly. System, quickly filter for several iron shovels. A wooden handle will suffice. Please do not let me down. Iron shovel, 70 points. Refined iron shovel, 150 points. Large iron spade, 80 points. Luoyang shovel, 50 points. Spatula, 30 points. What on earth? The Luoyang shovel and spatula are among the options? Do you truly think these items will be of any use in this situation? Su Yuan stared in disbelief at the absurdity of the system, then decisively opted for 5 large iron shovels, each around 1.5 meters long with wooden handles. The method of attachment was straightforward. Should the wooden handle break, one could simply find another piece of wood to fashion a new one. Long, take this. Shusher, put away your horse-slaying knife. Just use this to knock them down, but prioritize your safety. If danger arises, do not hesitate to eliminate them, but be sure to avoid injury. With only a few wolves to contend with, Su Yuan was not overly worried about Shusher and the others. After all, even a giant python with such a thick waist could not overpower Shusher, let alone these snow wolves. Nonetheless, to be safe, he encouraged them to act freely. Surviving would prove invaluable, while if they were to perish, their pelts could be fashioned into warm coats, offering a change of flavor as well. A few individuals grasped the hefty iron shovels, and though they were not as weighty as sabers, Shirshir wielded them with remarkable vigor. Long and her companions gazed in astonishment as Su Yuan conjured several large iron shovels seemingly out of thin air. While they were somewhat aware of his identity, the sheer impact of the moment was undeniably startling. What was particularly striking was that Su Yuan stood there without uttering a prayer, and yet the divine bestowed upon him these items, all while his expression remained rather grim. I understand now. The group took hold of the large shovels. Within the tribe, tools of this nature were mostly crafted from special beast bones or shaped from suitable stones. Observing the sharpness of these iron shovels, everyone resembled children who had just received new toys, eagerly toying with them. Everyone, one shovel each, swiftly take them down, and remember, the shaman must remain alive. Without a moment's hesitation, Shirshir charged towards the snow wolves, with the others following suit. Once they exited the realm of flames, the pack of snow wolves launched their attack. Awoo! As the snow wolves charged, Su Yuan finally discerned their forms. Compared to the wolves of his past life, these were considerably larger, their coarse white fur bristling. System, list the torches for me. To err on the side of caution, Su Yuan prepared the torches, ready to exchange them to drive the snow wolves away should Long and the others find themselves in peril. As for the rest, he had no intention of allowing these creatures to survive. Shaman, I shall assist as well. Those little wolf pups cannot catch me. At this moment, Cat Knight also stepped forward. Had it not been for the disturbance caused by the snow wolves, she would have already died, and her frustration was entirely directed at those wolves. Then take the iron axe and strike them. If Cat Knight were to engage the snow wolves with her steel claws, it would likely be but a few swipes before those creatures were left in tatters. Chapter 21. I have a plan for all-inclusive accommodation. On the battlefield, the accumulation of snow rendered movement cumbersome. However, the snow wolves struggled for quite some time after failing to leap. Bang! At this juncture, a snow wolf, baring its fangs, lunged at Shirshir, ravenous and intent on severing her neck. Yet, as it approached, it was swiftly brought down by a shovel strike, leaving it dazed despite the absence of blood. Before it could rise again, the iron shovel came crashing down once more, this time aimed at its kidneys, eliciting a pained howl. Awoo! Awoo! The snow wolves that Shirshir and Long faced were no match, swiftly being overpowered and pinned in the snow, finding it difficult to rise again in a short span. Meanwhile, Hui did not lag behind, skillfully wielding the iron shovel that had been bitten by a snow wolf and flinging it skyward. This is the weapon the shaman bestowed upon me. Do not damage it. Bang! Snowflakes erupted as the snow wolf was struck unconscious, its mouth stained with blood from where it had bitten the shovel. Oh no! Is this creature dead? Hui fretted, cautiously approaching, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon noticing the snow wolf was still breathing. Had she failed to fulfill the shaman's request, she would have dared not claim her aspiration to become an awakened warrior. The battle raged on for several minutes, and the remaining two beast maidens subdued the snow wolves. In this cumbersome snowy terrain, the long-handled weapons proved to be of immense advantage. Coupled with Cat Knight, who was busy striking heads with her axe, the conflict concluded swiftly, and soon the tribe erupted in jubilant cheers. Shaman, we have captured these creatures. Su Yuan affectionately tousled the hair of the returning individuals, who mistakenly believed he was bestowing blessings upon them, their eyes squinting with delight. White Rabbit, bring over that large rope from before. Let us bind these creatures and discuss their fate come morning. Of the snow wolves, 2 lay unconscious, while the remaining 3 appeared utterly defeated. Su Yuan intended to let them fast until the following night. Training dogs is a protracted endeavor, and he wished to see how long these creatures could cling to their pride under all-inclusive conditions. If they failed, he would simply resort to making wolf meat soup. The victory in battle elevated the atmosphere within the tribe, the flickering firelight illuminating the smiles of all. The simple desires of these primitive beast maidens were straightforward: a full belly, warm clothing, and a peaceful existence. The addition of snow houses alleviated yesterday's crowding. Yet Su Yuan's situation remained unchanged, as several beast maidens still wished to share a snow house with him. Fortunately, Fox 9 had anticipated this, resulting in a slightly larger snow house to prevent the cramped conditions of the previous night. The following day, Su Yuan was roused from his pleasant dreams by a pressing need to relieve himself, as Cat Knight had been anything but still throughout the night, compounded by the relentless pinching from Long and Fox 9. Oh, you're all awake? Outside, several snow wolves had already regained consciousness, now languidly sprawled, surveying the scattered snow around them, indicating they had likely struggled after waking up. However, Su Yuan's climbing rope was made of nylon, and the vendor had assured him that it could withstand a tensile strength of 1 ton without issue. How could these creatures, bound in such a manner, possibly exert over a ton of force? Awoo! Awoo! The snow wolves whined softly at Su Yuan, as if they were about to launch an assault to tear him apart. Didn't you get enough yesterday? Su Yuan struck one of the snow wolves on the head with a shovel, instantly quelling its ferocious gaze. These creatures exhibited a higher level of intelligence than ordinary wild wolves. After receiving a shovel strike, they grasped their predicament. I am the fish and you are the knife. Should you dare to act fierce towards me, the meat on that rack shall have to be replaced. Oh, quite clever, Su Yuan remarked, surprised to find that the beasts of this world possessed some measure of intelligence. Observing the submissive snow wolves, it oddly resembled a magical realm, with these creatures embodying the threats to humanity. Yet the ancestral lineage of these magical wolves was rather tragic. They had consumed nothing of worth the previous night, but had instead ingested a resuscitation set, along with one that had feasted on a dragon fruit. The remnants of dragon fruit juice clung to their mouths, and their pitiful appearance led Su Yuan to determine the next course of action. He may not be adept at training wolves, but he had observed plenty when it came to dogs. First, a set of cozy footwork and dragon fruit. If that failed, he would transition to a set of kite flying. Su Yuan's wicked smile caused the 5 snow wolves to huddle together in fear, their disheveled fur providing no sense of security, while the looming shadow before them instilled a chill. I shall offer you a choice. Either submit to me, or become wolf for coats. The snow wolves appeared bewildered by Su Yuan's meaning. It seemed he would need to revert to his dog training tactics. Thus, Su Yuan retrieved the leftover roasted meat from yesterday, placing it before the 5 snow wolves with a stick. I said you can eat. Did you hear me? Just as he set the meat down, the 5 snow wolves did not hesitate to snap at it, each taking a bite for themselves. Bang, 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 bang. With just 5 strikes of the iron shovel, the 5 snow wolves immediately retracted their necks. In less than 2 seconds, upon seeing the roasted meat extended by Su Yuan, they lunged forward once more. Bang! This continued for over 10 minutes, rousing even the beast maidens resting in the snow house, who now curiously observed Su Yuan's actions. Wu, what are you doing? Rong, while adjusting her fur coat, noticed Su Yuan was so close to the snow wolves and hurried over. It's nothing, I'm training the dogs. Once they are obedient, they can assist in hunting. Training dogs? Wu, do these wild beasts really listen to us? In the past, they would simply find wild animals and kill them. Rong had never heard of taming beasts. However, she recalled hearing from the old shaman in the tribe that some great shamans could control animals with magic. Could this be the shaman's magic to control beasts? It certainly seemed a bit daunting. At this moment, the snow wolves grew clever. Even when Su Yuan placed the meat right in front of them, they refused to open their mouths. Su Yuan tore a small piece of meat and offered it to them. Eat. After several calls, the snow wolf, eyeing the meat at the corner of its mouth, cautiously consumed the roasted meat. After repeating this a few times, the snow wolves understood Su Yuan's intent. They could only eat when commanded, and if they did not comply, they would face a strike, with harsher consequences for defiance. Happiness and pain intertwined. The snow wolves finally enjoyed a hearty meal after enduring hunger for so many days, though their heads were a bit sore. Rong, lion. From now on, these 5 snow wolves will be entrusted to you 5. Soon, I will provide you with chains. If they act up, you must kick and beat them vigorously. When feeding, you must throw the food on the ground and only allow them to eat when you command. Should they dare to snatch food, continue to punish them. It is essential to instill in them a sense of memory. Su Yuan observed the 5 snow wolves, revealing a malicious plan of all-encompassing control. Thus, the first dog of this alien world was born. Chapter 22. The Trace of the Red Fox Tribe. Su Yuan. I also want to raise a snow wolf. After breakfast, the group continued on their journey. Cat Knight, gazing at the 5 snow wolves tethered with dog leashes, clung to Su Yuan's arm in a playful manner. Think carefully. If you decide to raise them, their meals will be your responsibility. I remember Cat Knight has quite the appetite. Then I won't raise them. Su Yuan, could you possibly use your magic to control some smaller eaters? Su Yuan shot her a glance. His dog training skills were derived from a few techniques he had seen in his past life, and these snow wolves were rather intelligent. Bang! Nearby, a snow wolf growled at Gigi, only to be struck on the head by Rong with a shovel. Compared to Su Yuan's earlier strikes, Rong was far more forceful, causing the snow wolf to whimper and cover its head. What if I control Gigi and you take care of her? Forget it. I won't raise her. Gigi eats even more than I do. Just taking care of my own little belly is enough. Cat Knight had a fleeting interest. Once her curiosity waned, so did her enthusiasm, although she remained quite eager when it came to dining. Su Yuan, this method of taming snow wolves isn't magic, is it? Fox 9 approached Su Yuan, having witnessed her sister perform magic. Though it was not the magic of controlling beasts, it was distinctly different from Su Yuan's previous actions. Moreover, she had discerned some principles from Su Yuan's earlier behavior. Of course not. Let me give you an analogy. One day, when you are extremely hungry and I capture you, I will give you a beating. When it comes time to eat, if you dare to move without my permission, I will strike you. Only upon receiving my permission will you be allowed to eat. After a few repetitions, would you prefer to return to the days of hunger? Or would you choose to obey my commands and enjoy daily meals? This obedience test proved effective for any moderately intelligent creatures. Presently, having Lion and her companions lead the snow wolves was because they had yet to be fully tamed. Once they were completely obedient, even the leashes would become unnecessary. I understand now. This is a method employed by victorious tribes to incorporate the defeated into their own. Fox 9, astute, immediately grasped Su Yuan's abstract analogy. She had heard from her sister that the post-war treatment between tribes bore resemblance to Su Yuan's approach with the snow wolves, first locking them in a cage and starving them for a few days. Only after they were willing to submit would they be released to become either slaves for tribal labor or warriors for hunting and combat. Su Yuan, can you let me try one of the snow wolves next time? Fox 9's eagerness to learn reignited as she clutched Su Yuan's hand, her face brimming with hope. All right, but snow wolves are quite dangerous. We'll wait until we find some more docile beasts. 5 days passed in the snowy expanse, during which the previously consumed lichen pig meat had run out, and it seemed Su Yuan's luck had also dwindled, yielding only a few fruits in the last few days. The best day had been when Cat Knight caught 2 snow rabbits in the snow, enough meat to make a stew for everyone. Naturally, the white rabbits went uneaten. The beast maidens seemed to have some aversion to consuming creatures of their own kind. According to the white rabbit, it wasn't that she couldn't eat them, but doing so would cause considerable discomfort that lingered for several days until it subsided. Although food supplies were nearly depleted, Su Yuan remained unconcerned. In the course of their journey, his points had exceeded 10,000. He could exchange 10 points for 1,000 servings of compressed biscuits, a rather extravagant method of exchange. If one sought to satiate their hunger, there were even cheaper staples like potatoes and wheat. The unseeded potatoes were priced at 50 points for 100 pounds, while cultivable potatoes cost 5,000 points per pound. Wu Weivee discovered signs of habitation ahead. Just as Su Yuan was idly browsing the marketplace while traveling, a few diligent little beast maidens hurried back with urgency. Signs of habitation? Did you see any figures? The speaker was a small beast maiden with short brown hair. Her movements nimble, having climbed trees to gather fruit more adeptly than Cat Knight. No, I climbed a tree to look around, but I didn't see a single figure nearby. Let us go, lead us to check it out. Su Yuan quickly followed Fox 9 and the others as the little beast maiden pointed to a large rock covered in snow, where the previously flat snow had been dug into a large pit. The freshly fallen snow had not yet completely concealed the ground, and Su Yuan began to dig around, discovering some charred wood and, more importantly, traces of blood. It's them. After everyone searched the area, Fox 9 sniffed the cold air, then found many supplies in a nearby snow pile. These are things we brought when we escaped. This stone axe was polished by Lion. Lion also grew excited, carefully examining the stone axe, and for a moment, the expressions on everyone's faces turned grave. Woo, the blood has congealed, but the snow is deep. They must have traveled for at least a day. Long calculated the approximate time of departure for the red foxes by estimating the surrounding snow depth. If there was blood present, the situation on their end was likely dire, leading them to abandon such an abundance of supplies. Su Yuan, what should we do? Even though Fox 9 was remarkably clever, the gravity of the situation caused her voice to tremble as she grasped Su Yuan's hand, feeling somewhat at a loss. We must take these supplies and hasten our pace. We may need to travel through the night, she urged. These supplies are too heavy. Transporting them might significantly delay us. Perhaps a portion of us should head ahead while the remainder slowly carries the supplies, Long suggested, eyeing the burdensome items. The supplies were indeed considerable, comprising not only several animal skins but also numerous stone axes, bone knives, and a fair amount of preserved meat. No, if the red foxes encounter wild beasts, parting ways would only invite danger. I have my own methods for handling the supplies, Su Yuan replied, determined not to waste time and unwilling to leave Lioness and the others vulnerable should the subsequent group face peril. System, exchange for a wooden sled. I can craft one on site. Should you price it exorbitantly, I shall curse you with bugs. Ordinary wooden sled. 10 points. Alright, I will purchase this. Su Yuan completed the transaction for the wooden sled, leaving everyone puzzled about its intended use. Long, take charge of loading all the supplies onto the sled and secure them with ropes. Long, bewildered, accepted the sled, unsure of Su Yuan's plan but ready to follow orders. Chapter 23. The Left Behind. Ah, I see now. Su Yuan, you are quite clever. Once on their way, Fox 9 and the others grasped Su Yuan's intent. The sled was now being pulled by a small beast girl, which previously required the effort of two to move, now easily gliding along with the pull of a rope. Su Yuan, could you make one for me as well? I would love to sit on it, Cat Knight exclaimed, her large eyes fixed on Su Yuan with the pleading gaze of a hungry kitten. All right, you may have one, but be cautious. The 10-point sled was not prohibitively expensive, and it might prove useful once they encountered the Red Fox tribe. Thus, Su Yuan promptly exchanged for one for Cat Knight. Yay, I will help scout ahead. As the supplies still required someone to pull them, Cat Knight lay on the sled and used a stick to propel herself along the ground. Perhaps due to her petite frame, she managed to push herself along with surprising ease. Fox 9, White Rabbit, this is so much fun. Before Cat Knight could fully express her delight, the sled tilted forward and sped down the slope, her startled screams echoing through the snowy expanse. Ha ha ha! Su Yuan wore a mischievous grin. He had noticed the downhill path beforehand. The slope was not steep, and there were no obstacles in the way. Therefore, Cat Knight would likely only receive a minor lesson by tumbling into the snow. Be careful going downhill, try to hold on to the supplies, and don't rush like Cat Knight. The beast girls behind were startled by Cat Knight's shrieks, but once they saw her tumble into the snow without injury, they regained their composure. Ha ha ha! This is delightful. Below, Cat Knight landed amidst a grove of trees, their branches blanketed in white snow, the withered trunks long since dead. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Cat Knight heard a faint coughing sound, instantly alerting her. She retrieved the steel claws hanging from her waist. Cough, cough. Cautiously, Cat Knight stowed the sled and swiftly climbed onto a tree trunk. The previous sound had been quite subtle, but she was certain she had not misheard. What is this? After surveying her surroundings, she quickly spotted a figure lying beneath the tree trunk, snow piled on top of her body, with only a pale face visible above the white. Catby! Upon recognizing the face, Cat Knight hurriedly jumped from the tree and rushed to the figure beneath the snow. After clearing away the accumulation, she finally saw the person clearly. Beneath the heavy animal skins lay a white-haired cat girl, weakly leaning against the trunk, her face devoid of color, lips tinged with a faint bluish hue. With tears streaming down her face, Cat Knight swiftly lifted the animal skins, revealing Catby's ice-cold body, the blood seeping from her chest already congealed. Catby! Please wake up! Su Yuan! Su Yuan! Quickly save Catby! Cat Knight's panicked cries alerted Su Yuan to the gravity of the situation, prompting him to quickly exchange for a sled and slide down the slope. You all come along. I will investigate. Long, somewhat anxious, watched as Su Yuan sped away on the sled, leaving her to retrieve the sled previously placed under the supplies. Gray, instruct everyone to carry the supplies down. I will ensure the witch's safety. Just as she prepared to descend, Lioness grabbed her waist, and the two tumbled down together in a chaotic descent. Cat Knight, what happened? After tumbling down, Su Yuan disregarded the snow accumulating on him and hurriedly followed the sound to Cat Knight's side. The sight of her tear-streaked face prompted her to throw herself into his arms. Su Yuan, please save Catby. She is dying. Catby? Su Yuan spotted the white-haired cat girl lying beside the tree trunk, her face appearing dangerously pallid. Quickly, fetch some firewood from the supplies to start a fire. The little white cat was becoming delirious, eyes closed and murmuring incoherently. Su Yuan swiftly lifted her into his arms. So cold, the clothing felt like ice, and he hurriedly stripped off the simple animal skin garment. On her diminutive chest lay a deep claw mark. This is bad. With blood loss and hypothermia, she will perish imminently. Without a moment to spare, Su Yuan draped his down jacket over Catby, enveloping her small frame, leaving only her petite legs exposed. The frigid air of the snowy expanse sent a shiver through him, prompting him to don another animal skin coat for himself, then positioned Catby's legs against his abdomen. Ah, so cold. System, do you have anything for warmth? Electric heater, 800 points. Electric blanket, 300 points. Air conditioner, 2,100 points. Damn it, if I had electricity, I wouldn't be asking you. Do you have anything that doesn't require power? Hot water bottle, 30 points. Fire pit, 60 points. Fine, I'm done with you. Go play. At that moment, waiting for hot water to be ready would leave her frozen stiff. When Su Yuan returned to his senses from the shop page, he immediately noticed Catby's face growing increasingly bluish. Oh no, this is a case of hypoxia. In such dire circumstances, the respiratory system of the little white cat has already begun to falter. Artificial respiration must be administered immediately to sustain her oxygen supply, followed by cardiopulmonary resuscitation to maintain blood circulation. Su Yuan never anticipated that his first kiss would be with a beautiful white cat. Yet, in this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He promptly leaned down, aligning his lips with the cat's pale mouth. What happened? The others, Lion and Long, rushed over, witnessing Su Yuan kissing a girl cradled in his arms. Had this occurred on Earth, they would have already called for help. Lion, do you recognize her? Lion, too, recognized the little cat girl in Su Yuan's embrace. At this moment, Su Yuan turned his head towards them. Long, you two dig a pit here and prepare some branches with Cat Yi. There's no time to waste with primitive fire-starting methods, he said, pulling a lighter from his pocket and handing it to Long. Just hold this down to create a flame. Quickly ignite it when ready. Su Yuan, however, had not managed to restore much oxygen to the little cat. After speaking, he resumed his efforts to save her. The main group descended as well, and flames flickered in the snow pit beside him. Gradually, the little cat girl in his arms began to show signs of life. White Rabbit, bring over the white box from the mountaineering pack. With her body warming and her heartbeat resuming, next came the task of tending to the scratches on her chest. Fortunately, he had taken a few suturing lessons before their ascent, and the medical kit contained the necessary suturing needles and threads. However, he had never sewn such a large wound before. Given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to press on despite his trepidation. Chapter 24. Too early for time travel. The exquisite scene did not evoke any romantic feelings in Su Yuan. Rather, he felt a sense of urgency as he stitched the wound on the cat's chest. Fox 9 and the others were erecting a snow wall around them, while a pot of meat soup simmered over the flames. The suturing proceeded relatively smoothly, though a minor issue arose as he reached the upper part of the wound, requiring him to brace it with his wrist for proper stitching. The medical kit also contained some antibiotics which he administered to the little cat, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now, he could only leave her fate to chance. Let us warm the animal's skin and cover her with it. We'll rest here for the day. The sky had already darkened. He had initially planned to travel through the night to catch up with the Red Fox tribe, but this incident necessitated a pause in their journey. Lion, Long, don't go searching for food tonight. We have no idea where that creature attacking the Red Fox tribe is. Let us try to stay together. But we only have some fruits left. Su Yuan retrieved the jerky left behind by the red foxes. If they were frugal, it could barely fill everyone's stomach. Naturally, they could not subsist solely on sorrow. Su Yuan immediately exchanged for 50 pounds of potatoes, which cost only 25 points. Were it not for the inconvenience of carrying them, he would have considered acquiring 100 pounds outright. I'll handle the potatoes, you all reheat the jerky. The system had proven merciful. Each potato obtained was larger than a fist and devoid of dirt, forming a small mound on the snow sled. What is this? Cat Yi, still tending to the little white cat, approached Su Yuan upon noticing the mound. Her instincts told her that these were exceedingly delicious morsels. These are potatoes. Take your bone knives and cut them into small pieces to place in the clay pot. The clay pot could not hold many potatoes and jerky. Thus, the remainder had to be tossed beside the fire to roast. Before long, enticing aromas wafted through the air. Eat first. I'll check on the little white cat. Su Yuan brought a bowl of potato meat soup to the little cat's side. Wrapped in her down jacket, she had regained some body heat, though her forehead felt quite warm. She has a fever. He wondered if the medicine he had administered had any effect on the beast girls of this world. If all else failed, he would have to find the red foxes and ask them to use their witchcraft to heal her. Water. Just as Su Yuan was checking the little cat's temperature, a faint, hoarse voice reached his ears. The little white cat's eyes remained closed, but her lips stirred slightly. Su Yuan quickly lifted her, bringing the bowl of potato meat soup to her lips. The enticing aroma made her ears twitch, and her eyes struggled to open. What beautiful eyes! Su Yuan was taken aback. The little cat's eyes were a pale blue, reminiscent of a vast azure sea, filled with a hint of confusion as they met his gaze. Little cat, you're finally awake. Cat Yi, having set aside the fragrant potato, hurried to Su Yuan's side. Cat Yi, how did you end up here? After we got separated, we encountered Su Yuan, who is a powerful shaman. It was he who saved you. The little cat turned her gaze to Su Yuan, her pale face revealing a look of gratitude. Thank you, shaman. Now drink the soup. Without asking any further questions, Su Yuan brought the bowl of soup to the little cat's lips. How fragrant! After a tentative sip, the little cat began to gulp it down eagerly. Having subsisted on palm-sized jerky while fleeing with the tribe, She drank 2 full bowls before feeling a semblance of recovery, allowing her to clearly see the beast girls nearby, watching her by the fire. Little cat, what happened to the red foxes and why were you left here? The little cat spotted Fox 9. Her expression shifting to one of alarm as she tried to rise from Su Yuan's embrace. The witches are in danger, and this is not a safe place. Everyone must hide. Little cat, don't panic. First, tell us what happened. After calming her distress, she sat up to recount the events that had transpired. After getting separated from Fox 9, the red fox led us towards the sun. Recently, the ice god grew furious, and we had to take refuge beneath a large rock. However, yesterday, a horde of snow demons attacked the tribe. After the red fox led everyone in repelling them, we unexpectedly encountered a snow monster. I was gravely injured and could not escape, so I hid here. But this is not hiding at all. Su Yuan discerned the sorrow within the little cat's heart. She had likely hidden away to avoid being a burden to others. However, this was not the time for such concerns. Frowning, he turned to the others and asked, "What are snow demons and snow monsters?" Which snow demons are creatures of the tundra. They are very small and unafraid of the cold, often moving in groups of dozens. As for the snow monster, I have never seen it myself, but I have heard the old witch speak of it. It is said to be incredibly strong, covered in fur and usually found in caves. My goodness, these must be magical beasts. It seemed he had indeed traveled to a world of swords and sorcery, though the timing of his arrival was rather premature. Let us rest together tonight, we'll take turns keeping watch. If indeed the monstrous beasts from the realm of swords and sorcery were to manifest, then these rudimentary stone knives and axes would surely be no match for such entities. There is no need for such trepidation, which, those snow spirits are averse to flames, and the snow beasts fear brightness. Had it not been for the fire magic conjured by the red fox, none of us would have escaped. Catby elaborated that the snow spirits merely encircled the fire, too fearful to advance. Yet the timber gathered by the tribe would not sustain us for long. Thus, we had no choice but to flee with the members of the tribe. Very well then, let us ensure the flames do not extinguish tonight. Lion, you shall chop some trees nearby. As night fell, the deliciousness of the potatoes dulled the beast's dread of the snow spirits and snow beasts. After the meal, they nestled together in small groups, surrendering to slumber. The 5 snow wolves, once wary of the flames, now lay contentedly beside the fire, drawn close by its warmth. However, the day's fare left something to be desired, as a carnivorous snow wolf found itself consuming potatoes. Were it not for the vigilant oversight of several beast maidens under Su Yuan's guidance, who enforced strict discipline, they would have faced a reprimand for refusing to eat. Thus, with tears in their eyes, they obliged. Chapter 25. Images for reference only. The following morning, Catby had recovered significantly, peacefully sleeping within her down jacket. In the middle of the night, she received another dose of medicine, and her fever had nearly subsided. It appears the remedy had a beneficial effect on the beast maidens from this otherworldly realm, with results evident after just one night. Throughout the night, as they kept watch over one another, all remained tranquil. No signs of the snow spirits or snow beasts were detected, though faint rustling sounds occasionally echoed through the snowy woods. Long, could you please loosen your grip? I can hardly breathe, Su Yuan gasped. Despite the makeshift nature of their snow shelter, with merely a few animal skins draped over the top, the combined warmth of the fire and the presence of a dozen individuals kept the temperature from plummeting too low. Su Yuan found himself closely guarded by Long and Lion, and by morning, he was drenched in sweat due to the stifling embrace, particularly since both were among the most formidable of the beast maidens. I apologize, witch. It was unintentional. As dawn broke, Su Yuan no longer needed to instruct the beast maidens on food preparation. They eagerly began roasting potatoes, having developed a fondness for the soft, delectable tubers after just one meal. Approaching Catby, he noticed that the wounds beneath her down jacket had ceased bleeding and were healing rapidly. Her body, once as cold as ice, had returned to a normal temperature. Su Yuan. As the down jacket was unzipped, a chill breeze awoke Catby, and the sight was enough to halt Su Yuan in his tracks. Wait a moment. Wasn't he merely a doctor checking on a patient's injuries? Why did he feel an inexplicable sense of embarrassment? Ahem. Catby, you seem to be recovering well. Are you able to rise and move about? Catby, unperturbed by her exposed state, gradually pushed herself up. Although her chest wound had healed considerably, the loss of blood left her legs somewhat unsteady. It's all right, I can walk. She remained concerned for the tribe's safety and wished not to burden Su Yuan. However, after taking a couple of steps, her legs buckled, and she was caught in Su Yuan's arms. Never mind, let Catyi assist you in walking. Su Yuan decided not to let Catby exert herself further. It was imperative to catch up with the Red Fox and the others, lest they fall victim to a snow beast and it would be too late. While on the road, Cat Yi took on the role of a human cart driver, energetically pulling the sled, causing Cat Bai to jump in surprise each time she accelerated. Cat Yi, if you keep causing mischief, I shall not allow you to sleep beside me. Cat Bai, clutching the sled, glared at Cat Yi with a hint of annoyance, though her usual threat seemed less impactful today. Cat Yi can sleep next to Su Yuan too. Cat Bai, your threats hold no sway over me now. Here we go faster. The cheerful banter of the two lifted the spirits of the tribe, diminishing their fear of the snow beasts. Long, what kind of weapon do you desire? Should we encounter a snow beast, it will be essential for you and Lion to protect everyone. Present, the tribe's warriors were few. He needed to arm the only 2 awakened fighters, while the rest would have to wait until stability was restored. Carrying too much would be impractical, and despite the tribe's numbers, they could not expect the diminutive Cat Ji to bear supplies taller than herself. Anything is fine? Long looked hopefully at the broadsword Lion was carrying, a cherished weapon since she had last felled a bristleboar with a single stroke. That might not suit you well. Su Yuan was aware of Long's desire for the broadsword capable of slaying a bristleboar, but its requirements were rather stringent. Lion's strength far exceeded Long's, and without sufficient power, wielding the sword would demand exceptional skill, which Long lacked. Long hesitated, contemplating for a while before concluding that her large iron shovel was indeed quite effective. It was not only lightweight but also easy to wield when striking the heads of snow wolves. Which I shall use this. This hardly qualifies as a weapon. Never mind. Let me think. It proved overly challenging for these beast maidens, accustomed to stone axes and bone knives, to select a weapon. As Su Yuan continued on his journey, he accessed the system's shop. System list all lightweight bladed weapons. Watermelon knife, 160 points. Refined cleaver, 300 points. Kitchen knife, 120 points. Paper cutter, 20 points. Nail clipper, 12 points. Refined twin daggers, second dagger at half price for a limited time 450 points. The system had gone awry. What on earth is a nail clipper doing as a weapon? And what is this half-price nonsense? Upon noticing the half-price offer, Su Yuan realized that purchasing the 2 daggers for 450 points meant acquiring a single refined dagger for only 300 points, equivalent to the cleaver's price. Very well. I shall buy it during this limited time offer. Opportunities to exploit the system are rare. After careful consideration, Su Yuan ultimately decided to purchase the 2 refined daggers. However, when they materialized in his hands, his expression darkened immediately. Damn it, the image in the shop resembled a cleaver. I never anticipated it would shrink in reality, with the handle barely the length of my arm. So, the system shop also subscribed to the notion that images are for reference only and should be verified by the actual product. Long, this weapon is for you. I prayed for it from the divine, though I cannot ascertain how well you will adapt to it. Which thank you. Long accepted the twin daggers, which were significantly lighter than the broadsword. Lion glanced at them and dismissed them as inconsequential. Such small blades were of no concern to her. Indeed, the beast maidens of this world are inherently gifted in combat. It wasn't long after receiving the twin daggers that Long grasped the basic techniques for their use. Moreover, she skillfully wielded a single-edged blade, while the other was entrusted to Hui. With Su Yuan's consent, Hui joyfully brandished the short dagger in her hand. In truth, she could have easily exchanged it for another weapon. However, observing Hui's exuberance as she accompanied Long Li to familiarize herself with the new weapon, he refrained from calling her back. This sight sent shivers down the spines of the accompanying snow wolves, their limbs trembling in fear. The previous heavy shovel had proven ineffective against the wolves, yet this blade could cleave a notch into a tree trunk, potentially opening a wound upon the wolf's head. As night approached, the group needed to press on, and it was wise to consume a little more, for there was no need to fret over food scarcity. As dusk fell, Su Yuan addressed the tribe, noting that the traces left by the red foxes were becoming increasingly numerous along the route, indicating that the 2 parties were not too far apart. At this moment, Fox 9 and her companions yearned to sprout wings and soar directly to the Red Fox tribe. Alas, they were all land-dwelling beast maidens, a feat only achievable by the winged beast maidens of the tribe. Chapter 26. The Red Fox Tribe. Foxy inquired, "Have those snow spirits followed us?" At the foot of a mountain in the snowy plains, a girl with a red tail, her complexion pale, leaned against a massive stone, surrounded by several beast maidens who were huddled around a flickering campfire. "Sister Red Fox, the snow monsters have been incited by that group of snow spirits. They plan to lure the snow monsters here, and they've already arrived. Those damned fiends. The usually composed face of Red Fox contorted with displeasure. During their escape from the ambush by the Black Sheep tribe, several of her younger sisters had gone missing. Sister Red Fox, there's one more thing. Mao Bai has vanished. What? When did this happen? Yesterday, according to Xiaomi and the others. Mao Bai disappeared while trying to protect them from an attack by the snow spirits. At this moment, Red Fox's expression darkened further, her teeth clenching her lip as her hands formed tight fists. No, I must go back for her. Sister Red Fox. The snow spirits are right behind us, along with the snow monsters. We can't go back. Blood trickled from the corner of Red Fox's mouth as she bit down hard. If she were not the leader of the tribe, she would have liked to weep. With over 50 members in her tribe, more than 10 had been captured, and 4 had gone missing, leaving only around 30. Now, with one less, she felt utterly helpless. Let us rest in the cave ahead, then confront those snow spirits and find a way to circle around the mountain. Xiao Man, take some of the others to search for food and trees nearby. She longed to engage the snow spirits in a desperate fight. Yet reason dictated that the tribe's combat capability did not allow for such recklessness. As the leader, Red Fox could not act on impulse. She wiped away the tears welling in her eyes and continued to lead the main group toward the nearby base of the mountain. These are the remains of the snow spirits. Behind them, Su Yuan and the others discovered a small white orb lying on the ground, emanating a faint blue glow amidst the snow. Had it not been for Mao Yi and the others' keen eyesight, this ping-pong-sized orb would have been impossible to spot in the snow. Rare item detected. Snow Spirit Core. Can be traded for 800 points or for 80 points. Unlock a special item. Host, please select a trade option. To think it was a rare item even cheaper than the Snow Serpent Essence. Su Yuan curiously examined the unremarkable white orb and inquired, what is the purpose of this item? This Snow Spirit Stone is used to craft wands. But only some elder shamans know how to make them. My sister cannot craft wands either, but this kind of item can typically be sold to the larger tribes. So it is merely an energy orb for magic wands. Since it holds no other purpose, there is no need to keep it, as I am not truly a shaman. I will trade for 80 points. System. Transaction successful. New item can be viewed in the special section. Snow Spirit Tea, ginger flavor 800 points. Note, grants immunity to cold for 3 hours after consumption, with no side effects, can be exchanged for 3 bottles per day. No wonder it was cheaper than the Snow Serpent Essence. It merely offers protection against the cold, and this item has a limit on quantity. Su Yuan did not mind. Even knowing the Snow Spirit Core could unlock items, he would still choose to do so, for such things are prudent to have. Of course, more importantly, he was a collector at heart, and the thought of not unlocking something that could be unlocked felt particularly irksome. With the Snow Spirit Stone in hand, my sister and the others should not be far behind. The group felt a surge of energy. As the light of day gradually faded, they hoped to find Red Fox and her companions before sunset, sparing them the need to travel through the night. Sister Red Fox, the snow spirits are drawing nearer. Outside the cave, the tribe members had only casually consumed a bit of dried meat, having previously been forced to abandon some supplies, and they escaped with little to no belongings. Currently, they possessed only a few pieces of snow hare meat procured during their flight and some sour fruits. Red Fox quietly sat by the fire, and upon hearing Fox C's news, she immediately stood up and called into the cave. Everyone, gather your belongings and leave this place. The cave was quite small, barely accommodating 10 people. Red Fox instructed some of the elderly and young beast maidens of the tribe to take shelter within. Just as they were preparing to leave, an unexpected guest arrived at the foot of the mountain. A creature with white fur, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall. A bear. Red Fox gazed at the white bear, which held a piece of beast meat in its mouth and stared blankly at the crowd with its beady eyes, coming to a sudden halt. No wonder this cave was so empty. The owner had gone off to eat. At this moment, Red Fox felt on the verge of despair, as a series of unfortunate events unfolded one after another. Xiao Man, Foxy, block this creature. The white bear, equally furious at the uninvited guests intruding into its home, dropped the meat from its mouth and roared angrily at Red Fox and her companions. Xiao Man, a bear maiden, shared some similar features with the white bear across from her, yet in terms of strength, her petite frame stood little chance against the imposing 2.5-meter bear. Roar. The tribe still had about 7 unawakened warriors, but they needed to protect the others, so only the 3 of them could face this black bear. Fire. Red Fox retrieved a bone tablet from her bosom, inscribed with a flame symbol. Without a wand, a shaman could only utilize a shaman card to cast spells. In front of Red Fox, a fireball the size of a head struck the charging white bear squarely in the face, causing it to yelp and dive into the snow to extinguish the flames. Xiao Man seized a bone club, taller than herself, from the supplies she was gathering. Its rough surface bore sharp edges that quickly stained with the bear's crimson blood upon striking. Roar! The white bear, enraged, rose and lunged at Xiao Man, its massive paw cracking the bone club with a resounding thud. Oh no, my weapon is broken. Xiao Man felt a pang of regret. Yet upon seeing the crowd she was protecting, she gripped the bone club tightly and swung it again at the white bear. Meanwhile, Foxy tightened her grip around a stone spear, faint runes appearing on her forehead. Originally, 3 awakened warriors existed within the tribe, but one had been captured, and another had gone missing. Now only she remains, and the palm of Husi, gripping the stone spear, begins to sweat. Whoosh! In an instant, the stone spear pierces through the head of the small barbarian, embedding itself directly into the chest of the white bear. The terrifying force causes the white bear to stagger back several steps. Chitter, chitter, chitter. Just as she revels in the fact that this strike has severely injured the white bear, a familiar voice echoes from the distant wind and snow, and a flurry of snow-white figures emerges. Damn! I never expected those rascals to arrive so swiftly. Chi Hu gazes at the clan members hiding behind her and immediately makes a decision. It is now too late to flee. Everyone, we shall fight those fiends. Chapter 27. The Battle at Sunset. There are numerous fresh footprints ahead. As night approaches, the glow of the sunset bathes the snowfield, and Su Yuan and the others quicken their pace upon noticing the distinct footprints in the snow. There are dense little footprints, as well as an enormous footprint of a colossal beast. It seems that those snow spirits and snow monsters have already caught up with Chi Hu and her companions. Su Yuan realizes that they are now perilously close to the snow monsters, yet their traces remain elusive. Those footprints likely lead to the pursuit of Chi Hu. Lion, Cat Knight, you and I shall hasten ahead. Long, you guide the others to follow slowly. Just trace the direction of the footprints. Long, deeply concerned for Su Yuan, wishes to accompany him, but he quickly halts her. Everyone needs protection. Fret not, I shall be fine. By the way, take this. Su Yuan, worried that Long and the others might not cope with sudden danger, exchanges for an alcohol firebomb from the system marketplace. This item costs 600 points each, not a small sum. If danger arises, ignite the fabric with the lighter I give you and hurl it at the enemy with all your might. Remember, ignite it and throw it immediately. Su Yuan feels particularly reassured about Long. Over the past week, she has consistently heeded his words and never strayed from his instructions. I understand. I will catch up with the witch shortly. Fox 9 and White Rabbit also wish to follow, but their fighting prowess is lacking, and Su Yuan comforts them back. The 3 of them swiftly head towards the direction of the footprints, and with the path ahead cleared, the snow is not as deep. Cat Knight, finding Su Yuan too slow, directly carries him forward. Why are you pressing so closely? Chi Hu instructs the tribe members to retreat into the cave, flames crackling before them, deterring the snow spirits from approaching. Why? Someone provided us with a substantial supply, prompting us to capture you. The snow spirits are diminutive and frail, with pointy ears and hunched bodies, a tuft of white fur adorning their necks and backs. Black sheep? That fellow truly does not know when to quit. Chi Hu cannot fathom why he is so relentless in his pursuit. They have already taken over their homeland, yet he remains unwilling to let her go. Enough. This modest flame may deter us, but it cannot stop the larger beasts behind. The snow spirit leader, wary of the campfire, hesitates to approach. They harbor a profound fear of fire, knowing it to be lethal. However, as long as their core remains intact, they can resurrect after death. A trait that drives the snow spirit leader to lure the snow monster at any cost. There is no point in further discussion. Today, I shall annihilate you all, even if it costs me my life. Chi Hu unleashes another burst of flame, yet the snow spirit leader remains unmoved, while a snow spirit lunges forward. The fire instantly engulfs the snow spirit, reducing it to a puddle of liquid, leaving only its core upon the snow. How much witch power do you possess? Do you truly believe that mere flames can obliterate us? As long as the heartstone remains undamaged, we merely slumber for a day or two. At that moment, the setting sun casts its light upon a massive figure not far away. This creature walks on 2 legs, its white fur obscuring its visage, each step resonating heavily. Your big friend has arrived. Unlike the snow spirits, Chi Hu cannot disregard the loss of her kin. Each fallen member signifies a permanent death. Everyone, retreat to the cave and leave the supplies outside. The cave can only accommodate a dozen or so individuals. Even if they squeeze tightly, about 7 or 8 will remain at the entrance. You should fall back for now. Sister Chi Hu, we shall hold the line outside. The group does not retreat. The remaining weapons on the ground are picked up, and all face the impending snow monster. Bang! The snow monster's eyes burn red as it seizes a snow spirit from the ground and consumes it. But these creatures are frail and meager, lacking substantial flesh. Once swallowed, they turn into stone-like cores, feeling as if nothing has been consumed. The snow spirit leader, along with several others, hides beneath a boulder. After consuming two, the snow monster pays them no mind, turning its attention to the next target, a white bear attempting to escape. Previously wounded and seeking revenge, it now faces an even more terrifying adversary. The snow spirits are astonished to discover a white bear lurking amidst the snowdrifts. Should the snow monster's focus shift to the bear, Chi-Hu and her companions may find themselves ignored. Roar! The white bear stands 2 heads shorter than the snow monster, and even when upright, its height barely reaches the monster's chest. With a fierce roar, the snow monster retaliates with a thunderous bellow, causing the snow to cascade down the mountainside. Sister Chi-Hu, what should we do now? It is neither feasible to flee, as the snow spirits are watching, nor can we remain, for the injured giant bear is evidently no match for the snow monster. Preserve your combat strength. I will assist the bear and wait for them to weaken each other. Chi-Hu aims for the snow monster's head, launching a fireball that singes its white fur, but by now it has already engaged in a brutal struggle with the bear. The ferocity of their clash is brutal. Although the bear is smaller than the snow monster, it inflicts numerous wounds upon its foe, while the snow monster bears many scorched marks. Take it down, eliminate that bear. The snow spirit leader, unwilling to witness this turn of events, leads several clan members to confront the bear, while others position themselves directly before Chi-Hu. Damn it! These fiends are determined to capture me. Chi-Hu's fire magic cannot be cast again. The bear, distracted by the snow spirits, is swiftly overpowered, crashing against the mountainside. A solitary white bear, it will fetch a handsome price later. The snow spirit leader disregards the downed bear, now fixated on capturing Chi-Hu before the snow monster can eliminate her. Roar! With the bear fallen, the snow monster turns its attention toward Chi-Hu and her companions, its scorched form embodying rage, even neglecting the barely breathing white bear. A resounding slap surged towards the cave, threatening to extinguish the flames flickering upon the ground. In a desperate bid, Xiaoman charged forward with the brittle bone staff in hand. Perish! With a forceful strike, the already cracked bone staff shattered, sending Xiaoman hurtling back, albeit fortunate to be caught in the embrace of Huzi. Chapter 28. Can I not use a cheat? Chief, more individuals are approaching from behind. A snow demon, who had remained stationed at the rear, rushed in to report to the chief. Oh, how many? 3. 3 individuals? Such a meager number hardly warrants concern. The snow demon chief waved dismissively. In the current circumstances, it was hardly worth their while to heed the approach of the trio. Not far off, Su Yuan and his companions finally arrived, witnessing their comrades encircled. Sister Chi-Hu, Cat Knight shouted anxiously. Xiaoya? The red fox, still engaged in tending to Xiaoman, turned sharply upon hearing Cat Knight's voice. In the waning sunlight, the 3 stood amidst the snow. Stay back. Run! The red fox's cry failed to deter Cat Knight and her companions. Clad in steel claws, Cat Knight sped toward the red fox. Stop that creature. The snow demons would not allow the snow monster to be disturbed. Several snow demons raced toward Cat Knight, their sharp claws poised to strike mercilessly. Get away! Cat Knight's steel claws clashed with the snow demon's limbs, severing their claws and arms in an instant. Before the pain could register, the black claw coverings plunged into their bodies. So these are the snow demons, resembling Gollum from The Lord of the Rings, though with an added tuft of hair making them appear even more grotesque. Su Yuan recognized that preparations were necessary, promptly accessing the system marketplace. System, provide me with some ranged weaponry. Competing in strength against these primitive monsters was beyond his capability, yet one might wonder, could he not use a cheat? Slingshot, 10 points. Primitive wooden bow, 8 points. Standard wooden bow, 200 points. Refined wooden bow, 800 points. Compound bow, 1,000 points. Refined compound bow, 3,000 points. Crossbow, 5,000 points. Archery weapons have always been costly, and within the tribe, the concept of bows and arrows was virtually non-existent. No one had the skills to wield them, hence Su Yuan had never contemplated it before. However, with a snow monster presenting such a substantial target, even his lack of experience would not hinder his aim. I'll take a compound bow and select some specialized arrows. Wooden arrow, 1 point. Iron arrow, 8 points. Tranquilizer arrow, 20 points. Poison arrowhead, 20 points. The pricing for the arrowheads was within Su Yuan's acceptance. After all, If such potentially disposable items came at exorbitant rates, he would have to devise his own arrows in the future. I'll take 10 tranquilizer arrows. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance, Cat Knight had dispatched several snow demons and now approached the snow monster from behind, her sharp steel claws carving bloody trails across its back. Roar! The snow monster, initially indifferent to the creature behind it, became increasingly agitated as it was blocked by Husey and the other beast woman warriors in front. The pain from the rear intensified its frantic movements. Help! Lion, Su Yuan! Save me! Cat Knight tumbled into the snow, gazing up at the towering creature before her, fear prompting her to call out to her companions behind. Su Yuan, I. Understanding Cat Knight's urgency, Su Yuan quickly responded, carry me over, then set me down by the red fox, and I shall be safe. He was not so brave as to confront the snow demons alone. Their diminutive appearance belied their lethal potential. Understood. Lion hoisted the sword in one hand while tucking Su Yuan under her arm, charging toward the snow monster. The snow demons attempting to obstruct her path fell before her blade. As the snow monster swatted at the rolling Cat Knight, Lion arrived just in time, swinging her sword down toward the creature. Roar! The snow monster raised its arms defensively, but the blade carved a significant gash across its forearms, blood gushing forth. Compared to the minor scratches inflicted previously, this blow elicited a pained howl from the creature. Phew, I'm saved. In the midst of the chaos, Su Yuan was unceremoniously tossed toward the red fox, who instinctively caught him, her ample bosom nearly causing him to rebound away. Are you all right? The beast women of the tribe regarded the somewhat unusual individual with curiosity. The red fox, rather than inquiring further, expressed genuine concern for Su Yuan, a vibrant green light enveloping her hand as it melded with his form. Thank you, you must be the red fox. I am a friend of Hushio and the others. They are on their way. They're safe. After days of worry, the red fox finally received a glimmer of good news, the frown on her face easing somewhat. Yes, we can discuss the rest once they arrive. Su Yuan did not linger on conversation. He retrieved the compound bow he had exchanged for, lamenting the absence of an arrow quiver from the system despite his substantial expenditure of points. 10 arrows lay scattered upon the snow. Lion, Cat Knight stepped back. Lion braced her sword against the snow monster's strike, and upon hearing Su Yuan's voice, she pulled Cat Knight aside. The snow monster, intent on pursuing, drew closer as Su Yuan, trembling, hoisted the surprisingly hefty compound bow. The bow's draw weight exceeded his expectations. Damn system, do you not have a bow with a lower draw weight? Give me a bottle of snow serpent essence. As the apple-flavored essence coursed through him, a wave of warmth enveloped him, and the previously arduous task of drawing the bow became manageable. Releasing the arrow sent it piercing into the center of the snow monster's rear, prompting Su Yuan to involuntarily flinch. He truly had not intended for it to land there. Roar! Now all of the snow monster's attention fixated on Su Yuan. Seizing the opportunity while the effects of the snow serpent essence lingered, he readied and shot several tranquilizer arrows. The effect was markedly more pronounced than that of poison. After taking just a few steps, the snow monster felt its footing falter. Its chest, arms, and legs were riddled with arrows. Even as it pulled them out, some arrowheads remained embedded within its flesh. The onlookers noted the snow monster's increasingly unstable gait, and as the final arrow pierced its eye, the colossal creature finally collapsed to the ground. With its singular eye spinning wildly, the 200 points worth of tranquilizer effect was no trifling matter, leaving the red fox and her companions momentarily stunned. How impressive! What is this? Lion and the others rushed over. The snow monster, still attempting to rise, faced Lion, whose forehead runes glowed anew as she gripped her sword tightly, preparing to strike at its neck. Scalding blood splattered across the snow, causing the snow spirits behind to retreat in sheer terror. Though they were immortal, it did not mean they could not be captured and confined indefinitely. If not for their kin's rescue, they would be doomed to spend eternity in a lightless prison. Just as they prepared to flee, Long, accompanied by others, arrived and positioned themselves before the escaping snow spirits. Kill her. Before the leader of the snow spirits could finish speaking, a flaming projectile was hurled, erupting into a violent blaze upon impact, fiercer than the fireballs conjured by the red fox. Chapter 29. In the next moment, promises were fulfilled. Without a hint of sorcery, the fiery object was simply tossed, detonating right beside the snow spirit leader. At that moment, the leader was furious. How could this newly arrived group be so outrageous? A colossal snow beast had its head severed in mere moments. Had it not hidden behind the snow spirits, it too would have been reduced to a mere stone lying silently on the ground. Still hoping to escape, Long effortlessly severed the leader's arm with her short blade, leaving only the leader standing, while the rest of the snow spirits were incinerated into stone. Sister. Fox 9 rushed over in excitement, and the suppressed sorrow of the red fox finally erupted as she embraced her sister tightly. The others emerged from the cramped cave, the corpse of the snow beast still somewhat terrifying, though some of the bolder beast maidens approached it curiously. This is the leader of the snow spirits. Long dragged the dismembered leader before Su Yuan, who remained unfazed and wore a defiant expression, as if daring them to kill him. This little creature is indeed peculiar. Why are you pursuing the red fox and her companions? The relentless pursuit had left Su Yuan skeptical of any other motives. This time I have failed. But in the future, it won't just be me. More snow spirits will come to capture you. The leader's gaze fixed on Su Yuan, a grin spreading across its face as it continued. I eagerly await the day when you are captured and kneel before me, the day when I am resurrected. Su Yuan felt a wave of impatience. This creature was like a riddle, and to make matters worse, it bore an appearance reminiscent of a grotesque golem, yet exuded arrogance. Do you truly believe you are invulnerable? Long pressed the blade against its neck, applying pressure. Yet the leader showed no fear, instead mocking Su Yuan. My kind cannot die. We merely endure confinement for a time. When the other snow spirits arrive, we shall be rescued, and you rebels will ultimately perish. Cannot die? That remains to be seen. Long commanded, gather all the snow spirit stones from the ground. A portion of the leader's kin lay within the snow beast's belly, while others had perished earlier. Only about 20 had died in the snowy expanse. 800 each, 10 would be 8,000. We struck it rich. Su Yuan donned a villainous demeanor, holding a snow spirit core in his hand, his sinister laughter sending chills down spines. Is this not a stone of your snow spirit kin? What do you intend to do? The leader's mirth faded, for Su Yuan's demeanor appeared ominous as he grinned while holding its kin's heartstone. System, expedite the transaction. In an instant, the snow spirit core was traded to the system, and only Long and the others understood that the witch was offering the snow spirit stones as a sacrifice to the celestial deity. Even if the snow spirits were formidable, they could never contend with a god. This tactic was undeniably ruthless. Can you still sense the presence of your kin? The snow spirit leader became frantic, for as the heartstone vanished, it could no longer feel the essence of that snow spirit. Even if Su Yuan had concealed it, it should have sensed something, yet now there was nothing, as if it had completely vanished from existence. Su Yuan continued to offer several more sacrifices. These items were of great worth and profitable in trade. Now can we converse properly? Why are those individuals capturing shamans from various tribes? I will tell you, you must spare me. The snow spirit leader now believed that Su Yuan had the means to deal with them. Though unsure of his magic, it understood that remaining silent would lead to its demise. Rest assured, as long as you provide me with the information, I shall not lay a hand on you. Su Yuan declared earnestly, his malevolent grin fading to reveal sincerity. The snow spirit leader breathed a sigh of relief. These beast maidens seemed to honor their word, significantly more reliable than those half-beasts. Thus, adopting a resigned demeanor, it pondered for a moment before explaining. I have heard that a large tribe beyond the snowy mountain range is capturing shamans from all tribes, and that tribe sent people to find us, stranded in the frozen wilderness. We are merely acting on their behalf, lest they annihilate us small snow spirits. Capturing shamans? Has the medieval witch hunt begun this early? But this is still a primitive society. Su Yuan reflected, do not let this creature escape. The snow spirits are notoriously cunning, and its words cannot be trusted. Fox 9, having finally released her pent-up sorrow, approached the kneeling snow spirit leader with a stern expression. I swear, every word is true. Then why did you claim to have received supplies? The snow spirit leader found itself at a loss for words, ultimately stammering, this is because helping requires some material support. Yet, it assured, this matter is entirely truthful. I gathered this intel from various tribes in the desolate snowfields. It was those tribes that informed me. Su Yuan scrutinized the snow spirit leader, though its explanation seemed reasonable, it contradicted its earlier arrogance. Were they attempting to switch tactics? Though he had not uncovered the true intentions of the snow spirits, he had gleaned some information about the situation outside, yet certain aspects remained dubious. For instance, why would that large tribe capture shamans from others, only to release them afterward? And why was this snow spirit leader expending such effort to capture the red fox? If not for mere supplies, what ulterior motive might there be? Are you certain that's how it is? Su Yuan's gaze bore down on the kneeling snow spirit leader, his expression frigid, devoid of emotion. Gulp, I speak the truth. Even so, the snow spirit leader steadfastly maintained its claim. though it could not meet Su Yuan's gaze any longer. Very well, I have always kept my promises. I shall not personally slay you. Amidst the hesitation of the red fox and the astonishment of the snow spirit leader, Su Yuan sheathed his weapon and approached the corpse of the snow beast. By the way, Long, that creature is yours to deal with. Once finished, bring all the snow spirit stones over. You are utterly untrustworthy. Nothing short of a demon. The snow demon leader instantly crumbled, thrashing desperately. Yet its diminutive form proved incapable of escaping from Long's grasp. With a swift stroke that severed head from body, the creature transformed into a white core, its face contorted in a blend of despair and terror. System. Does the snow beast possess any rare items? No rare items. Long-haired snow beast head. 500. Long-haired snow beast fur. 300. Long-haired snow beast hide. 700. Long-haired snow beast meat. 1,000. So unimpressive. I expected something of greater worth from this wretched long-haired snow beast. Su Yuan gazed at the creature with a hint of exasperation. Aside from the hide and meat, its overall value paled in comparison to the snow demon's core, which at least came with a rare item. Nevertheless, the long-haired snow beast was not without merit, and with several trades still at his disposal, he decided to dispose of the head immediately. The snow demon core could be traded at any time, but having such a large corpse lying about was rather unsettling. Chapter 30. The Starry Tribe. Greetings, I am Long, an awakened warrior under the leadership of Su Yuan the shaman. After matters settled, the red fox met with Long, expressing a warm welcome to her tribe. However, what astonished the red fox even more was the revelation that Su Yuan, who had aided her, was indeed a shaman, one she had only heard of in tales from the old crone of snow. Thank you. Upon learning of Su Yuan's identity, the red fox felt constrained, standing before him with an air of formality, her fiery tail swishing behind her. Well, I am not entirely certain if I am a true shaman. It is merely a conjecture of Huli Jiu and the others. At Su Yuan's explanation, the red fox shook her head. Little Huli Jiu informed me that your ability to receive blessings from the celestial deities signifies that you are indeed a shaman. Can all shamans receive blessings from the celestial deities? Su Yuan was puzzled. He had obtained these resources from the system shop. Was it possible that all shamans possessed such a shop? Or did they have alternative means? Not quite, but the powers of shamans vary greatly. The elders of my tribe have told me that shamans can communicate with the celestial deities, receiving their blessings through prayer. Once, she witnessed a shaman in a grand tribe who could beseech the celestial deities for rain and receive guidance in locating food from the earth. These seemed not particularly arduous feats. Little Joe mentioned that you were willing to lead Long into our tribe, but I cannot stand above you, so I ask that you command the Red Fox tribe, and from now on we shall follow your lead. Hold on. Can we not simply call it the Red Fox tribe? The Red Fox remained resolute. Hierarchy is essential. I cannot be above you. I implore you to agree, so that the Su Yuan tribe may heed your guidance henceforth. The conviction with which the beast women of this world held their faith in deities was overwhelming. Gazing into the Red Fox's determined eyes, Su Yuan even wondered if he told her to embrace death, she might interpret it as a call for sacrifice to the celestial deities. Very well, but let us not call it the Su Yuan tribe. Everyone in the tribe is invaluable, each one shining like the stars in the sky. Henceforth let us name it the Starry Tribe. Regardless of the name, as long as it was not the Su Yuan tribe, Su Yuan even spun a heartwarming tale to avoid the awkwardness of the name. We shall heed your command. A glimmer of amusement danced in the Red Fox's eyes. Her trust in Huli Jiu outweighed the significance of merely being a shaman. Sister Red Fox, the Great Bear is not yet dead. Just as the two were deliberating, a small beast girl rushed in from outside the cave, nearly stumbling in her haste. Is anyone hurt? No worries, Sister Shershur and that newly arrived elder sister managed to subdue it. They followed her outside, where the white bear, barely clinging to life, lay against the cave wall, blood seeping from multiple wounds. Even without Shershur and the others, Nico Yi could effortlessly dispatch it. What a massive white bear! Su Yuan curiously approached the creature, while Long instinctively shielded him, fearing the bear might spring to life and inflict harm. Admittedly, this was somewhat of an overreaction. Woe is me, the white bear whimpered, licking its wounds with its tongue, transforming from a once pristine white bear to a crimson one. Can you understand human speech? The prospect of a living white bear held greater value than mere bear meat, provided it could comprehend human language. Huh? It appears this great white bear does not understand our words. Shaman, allow me. Little man stepped forward, her stature smaller than Long's, her small ears reminiscent of the bear before her. Then tell it that if it wishes to survive, it must heed my commands. ensuring its well-being and daily sustenance. You must listen or else. What is this? This beast tongue feels oddly familiar. Su Yuan furrowed his brows, intently scrutinizing little man's rear. Strange. This little bear has quite the perky backside. Unlike other beast girls bundling up in this frigid weather, her thighs are bare yet show no sign of shivering, suggesting her resilience to the cold is remarkable. Shaman, do you intend to tame it? The red fox, grasping Su Yuan's intentions, frowned slightly. Without enslavement magic, controlling these wild beasts is a formidable challenge. Fear not, no creature, be it human or bear, would refuse food and shelter. If all else fails, Sure and the others can assist. By the way, you may simply call me Su Yuan from now on. Addressing me as such is rather cumbersome. With numerous shamans in the tribe, it would be quite a task to respond to every name. The white bear weakly nodded. Having previously engaged in a fierce struggle with little man, now choosing to lick her palm, indicating a surrender of sorts. Shaman Su Yuan, do you require my assistance? Although the red fox was uncertain of Su Yuan's plan for the bear, she was willing to help. Red fox, you possess healing magic, do you not? Indeed. But I have exhausted much of my magical power, and can only cast 1 or 2 spells now. Its wounds are quite extensive and may be challenging to heal. There was no need for concern regarding the healing of wounds. Su Yuan called out loudly to the tribe, White Rabbit. The little one rushed over in a flurry, her hands stained with blood, evidently from handling the snow beast's corpse. White Rabbit. Gather a few nimble-handed individuals. You learned from me how to stitch wounds on cat by, did you not? Ah, but I fear I might injure everyone. The white rabbit trembled slightly, recalling how Su Yuan stitched Cat Bai's wounds as if sewing a beast hide. She lacked the courage to do the same for a person. Rest assured. It is only for the bear. You needn't worry about causing harm. Su Yuan pointed at the massive white bear, and seeing such a large creature, the white rabbit grew even more apprehensive. What if she accidentally hurt the beast and ended up as a mere splat of rabbit paste? Well then, I shall give it a try. The white rabbit retrieved a set of suturing needles and threads from Su Yuan's medical kit, a total of 5, which was just enough to summon the other 4 little beast girls to accompany her. As for the incident where the white bear turned her into a pulp, Xiao Man and the others restrained the white bear's limbs, informing her that they needed her assistance in treating the wounds, while the rest could only lie on the ground and howl. The red fox suggested, Let us temporarily reside here. I have observed that the mountains are adorned with numerous trees, and the upper slopes are lush, ensuring an abundance of wild beasts and fruit. Casting a glance at the mountains, the red fox assessed the area and found it quite suitable, though she wished the cave were larger. For with the tribe now numbering 50, an ordinary cave could hardly accommodate such a multitude. Su Yuan, perhaps I should send Husi and others to scout the mountains. This cave may not suffice for so many. Chapter 31. The archery saint body, is it? Does this thing truly work? In the depths of night, the beast girls at the foot of the snow-capped mountain were not resting. This evening, everyone was fervently engaged in various tasks. Several little beast girls had already gathered around the white rabbit, their wide eyes filled with curiosity as they watched her deftly stitch the wound with a needle as fine as their own fur. While her technique may not have been particularly professional, it was undoubtedly skilled from the perspective of sewing animal hides. Not far away, Hujo proudly showcased her house-building skills before her sister, though the red fox harbored doubts about the warmth of a structure made of snow, feeling that it might collapse at any moment. Fear not, sister. We have built snow houses all the way here without issue. Having found her sister, Hujo no longer bore the demeanor of a little adult. Her proud little face gazed at the red fox as her capable hands placed the final snow brick with finesse. All right, everyone, follow my lead. The sky is beginning to darken. We must finish quickly to rest. Su Yuan found himself somewhat aimless, amusing himself with another little fox in the tribe. Not a little fox, but rather a larger one. Su Yuan, if you keep petting my tail, it will shed. Husi's personality resembled that of the lioness, though she was not as aloof or taciturn. Rather, she resembled a capable, spirited older sister fox beside the red fox. Yet at this moment, the older sister fox's complexion was slightly flushed, as Su Yuan playfully tugged at her brown tail, a peculiar sensation coursing through her, leaving her feeling quite ticklish. Apologies, I got carried away. Husi was not there due to Su Yuan's request. Rather, since the previous timber had nearly burned away, the flames now needed to illuminate those working outside. Concerned that Su Yuan, lacking sufficient fur, might not withstand the cold, the red fox had specifically requested Husi to warm him with her tail. The warmth was not of utmost importance, but the softness of the tail's fur was undeniably delightful, causing Su Yuan to momentarily become enamored with it. Had he known he would have opted to pet Hujo instead. The sight of the little fox blushing while hugging her own tail would surely be adorable. A mischievous grin caused Husi to instinctively shrink her tail in fear, but recalling the red fox's task, she approached Su Yuan and draped her tail over him. Are you interested in the compound bow? Sitting at the cave's entrance, Su Yuan felt somewhat bored. Everyone was busy, some preparing food, others stitching wounds, while others constructed snow houses, leaving him with little to contribute. His gaze wandered among the little beast girls, and upon noticing Husi occasionally examining the compound bow beside her, he could not resist asking, "Oh, yes, I was quite astonished when I saw you take down that snow monster from such a distance. I am curious about this weapon." Husi replied earnestly, recalling how she had been astounded to witness Su Yuan shoot several arrows to defeat the snow creature from afar. This is called a compound bow. In fact, you could craft a standard bow and arrow yourselves. Su Yuan intended to explain the bow to Husi, yet he could find no suitable materials nearby. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the foxtail draped over him. "Husi, may I pluck a hair from your tail?" Huh? Husi's thoughts were not as swift as Su Yuan's. One moment she was intrigued by the bow and the next, she heard someone asking to pluck a hair from her tail. You can go ahead." A sharp sensation shot from her tail to her backside, and Husi instinctively covered her rear, her tail reflexively swatting Su Yuan's face. "My apologies, Su Yuan. That was unintentional." "No, I should be the one apologizing." Su Yuan had not anticipated Husi's fur to be so well maintained. He had to exert considerable effort to extract a single strand. "Look, this hair serves as the bowstring. If I pull it taut and release, it should propel whatever is resting upon it, correct?" Su Yuan planned to clarify his explanation to Husi and encourage her to craft her own bow and arrow, recognizing that transitioning from melee to ranged combat in a primitive society would yield a significant advantage. If you wish to shoot farther, you must utilize something more resilient, like the sinew of that snow monster, affixed to sturdy wood, and then drawn taut. Husi seemed to grasp Su Yuan's intent, using her tail hair to launch a small wooden stick. System, exchange for a wooden arrow. A wooden arrow costing 1 point was nothing to lament. Su Yuan placed the exchanged wooden arrow and compound bow in front of Husi. "Here, give it a try?" Husi felt a surge of excitement. After a moment's hesitation, she grasped the exquisitely crafted weapon that appeared as though it had been forged by divine hands. "With this hand, hold the bow, and with this one, place the arrow upon it." At that moment, Su Yuan no longer felt cold. He set Husi's tail down and stepped behind her, encircling her waist with his arms, guiding her hands as they manipulated the bow and arrow together. "There is a tree over there. See if you can hit it." Not daring to aim towards the crowd, Su Yuan led Husi outside, where the trees on the mountain were faintly visible under the starlight. "Yes, just like that. Draw the bowstring fully." It must be said that these beast girls possessed remarkable strength. While Su Yuan required potions to fully draw his longbow, Husi effortlessly reached its limit. "It's all right. Do not be anxious. Aiming at the tree is normal. Missing the first shot is expected." An echo resounded from a tree on the mountainside, dislodging a layer of white snow resting upon its branches. Although it was impossible to see precisely where the arrow struck, the fact that it had hit something was astonishing. Husi, however, was somewhat dissatisfied. Her awakened abilities granted her keen observation and speed, and she typically gathered intelligence for the red fox, enabling her to discern where the arrow had landed. She had aimed for a branch on the tree trunk, yet it had veered off significantly, striking the trunk center instead. Nevertheless, the feel of this weapon was much more comfortable than when she had thrown a spear. With the bow, she merely needed to observe the arrowhead's alignment to hit her target. Husi's accuracy on her first shot, coupled with her speed, revealed her innate talent as a sharpshooter. Why does the dialogue sound a bit risque? Fortunately, Foxy remained untainted, and she was genuinely pleased by Su Yuan's praises. With a touch of reluctance, she returned the composite bow to him, for the previous arrow had not quite satisfied her desire to shoot. "Tomorrow, Foxy, select a few individuals with keen observation skills. I shall teach you how to craft bows and arrows, as well as practice archery. The first bows must be fashioned by the beast girls themselves. In our fledgling tribe, the number of bows is of little consequence. A mere dozen will not require a significant amount of points. However, should the tribe flourish in the future and my points become insufficient, many matters will necessitate the direct involvement of the beast girls. As for Foxy, if she cannot produce a bow with substantial draw weight, I can always exchange for a high draw bow in the system's marketplace for her use in the meantime." Chapter 32. Reluctance to remain an airman. That night, everyone retired quite late, but fortunately, no unusual occurrences transpired. The trees brought by the lioness illuminated the campfire. Notably, the Red Fox discovered that her sister, along with many beast girls following Su Yuan, were able to make fire, leading her to believe that everyone had received Su Yuan's blessing and had become shamans. On the new day, the camp at the foot of the mountain had only constructed 6 snow huts. The previous day's late hour had drained everyone's motivation, leaving some to sleep within the caves. Su Yuan did not rest well the previous night. Due to the insufficient number of shelters, a red fox and foxy had squeezed in, making even the slightest movement an encounter with something exhilarating. The Catgirl had even inquired in the dead of night about why Su Yuan's bodily structure differed from theirs, which nearly drove him to hasten her demise. However, the cramped quarters thwarted any retaliatory action, and he succumbed to a restless sleep. He needed to procure something for bathing. Experiencing a week without washing, Su Yuan felt the weight of his unclean body. Although there was little sweating in the snowy expanse, each awakening in recent days had been markedly different. Su Yuan, I have selected 4 individuals who possess keen observation skills and considerable strength. Just as he was contemplating the bathing issue, Foxy approached him, her thoughts still lingering on the previous night. She was followed by a few adorable beast girls, 2 with fluffy black ears and another who bore goat-like horns, her dense hair obscuring Su Yuan's view. The last was the smallest, with brown hair streaked with vibrant colors, her tail resembling that of a snake, albeit not as thick. Take everyone to find some sturdy trees, and bring back the snow monster tendons that the white rabbits prepared yesterday. The tribe had enough individuals preoccupied with other tasks, and Su Yuan promptly assigned the group. At that moment, everyone was awakening and busily attending to their respective duties. Su Yuan, our food supply is dwindling. We must venture up the mountain to search for more. The Red Fox had calculated their provisions early in the morning, noting that after the loss of some food, their stock was already minimal, and now with over 10 additional mouths to feed, it was becoming critical. Coupled with the tamed snow wolves and the injured white bear that Su Yuan had chosen to spare, the tribe's needs had surpassed 50, and the remaining food would not last long. Isn't there plenty of snow monster meat? Su Yuan recalled that he had not traded the skin and flesh of the snow monster the previous day, merely its large head. The snow monster's meat is inedible. It is cursed. There have been instances where individuals who consumed it suffered severe stomach pains for days, nearly succumbing to agony. Cursed? Su Yuan was skeptical, even in a world where magic existed. After all, who would be so bored as to curse the flesh of a monster? Nevertheless, since the Red Fox mentioned such occurrences, he reluctantly dismissed the idea of utilizing the snow monster's meat. Very well, have Long and the others take the snow wolves to hunt for some wild beasts nearby. Su Yuan did not wish to impose undue pressure on anyone, so he added, if they cannot catch anything, I can always use the snow monster meat to make a sacrifice to the divine, in exchange for some food. The tribe immediately sprang into action. After breakfast, Su Yuan sought out the lioness, intending to scout the vicinity for new discoveries. The Catgirl promptly followed him, and the 3 made their way towards Long and the others, heading up the mountain in a different direction. With no urgency to rush, Su Yuan began to appreciate the snowy scenery. The mountain where the Star Tribe had established their camp was not isolated. From this vantage point, a continuous range of mountains could be seen. Lioness, have you been to this place before? Both the lioness and the Catgirl shook their heads. The desolate snowy plains were quite distant from the icy tundra, where food was scarce, and the frigid weather occasionally provoked the wrath of the ice god. Aside from essential reasons, only tribes fleeing for their lives would venture into this area. The snow matron warns that this place is perilous. Once inside, it is all too easy to become lost, leading to starvation or freezing to death. Thus, in our youth, we only dared to roam near the desolate snowy plains. The desolate snowy plains. Su Yuan harbored a desire to return there, or even to the warm lands beyond, gazing at the snow-capped mountains, pondering what lay beyond. Would there be winged beings with dual wings? Would there be elves with pointed ears? Or might he discover striking dragon maidens with tails and wings on a distant island in the vast ocean? For now, these thoughts remained mere fantasies. He needed to stabilize the tribe, train archers, and once they had recuperated, he could return to the desolate snowy plains. Why can large tribes consume the smaller ones nearby, yet I, Su Yuan, cannot do the same? At this moment, gazing at the vast snowy expanse, Su Yuan felt a surge of ambition. Perhaps he could lead the beast girls of this planet, establishing a grand empire of beast girls. Ah! Just as he envisioned the future, the Catgirl in front suddenly let out a cry and promptly fell to the ground. What happened? The 2 rushed over, but as soon as they stepped onto that spot, the lioness nearly stumbled as well, while Su Yuan stood firmly. Is there really an ice lake here? Su Yuan immediately knelt to clear the snow, revealing a solid layer of ice beneath the previously dark soil, and with a few knocks, he could see dark shadows swimming beneath. Su Yuan, it's so slippery here. The Catgirl and the others wore fur boots, which provided reasonable warmth but lacked the grip that Su Yuan had on the snowy ground. Catgirl, have you ever eaten fish? Fish? The Catgirl's ears perked up in excitement, but she quickly lost interest, saying with a hint of resignation, Su Yuan, the water here is too icy. Even the lioness would freeze solid if she jumped in. Fear not, I have other methods. Lioness, make a hole here. Su Yuan gazed at the dark shapes beneath the ice, the urge to fish rising within him. The fish in this otherworldly ice lake had never been caught before. Who knows how many fish had thrived beneath this ice for years. He could not remain an airman forever, as he had in his past life. System. Provide me with a fishing rod. Wooden fishing rod, 30 points. Fiberglass fishing rod, 500 points. Carbon fiber fishing rod, 600 points. Bamboo fishing rod, 45 points. Special threaded steel fishing rod, 1,000 points. What on earth is this? A fishing rod costing 1,000 points? Threaded steel? Su Yuan scrutinized the image displayed in the system's shop. The unique hue of the threaded steel exuded an unrefined yet intriguing aesthetic. Is this truly a fishing rod forged from threaded steel? Is such an item available at a primary marketplace? Is this threaded steel intended for fishing sharks? Su Yuan, I've made the hole. Nearby, Lion swiftly carved out a hole in the ice. Su Yuan glanced over at Lion, who had created not merely a hole, but a 2-meter-wide pit, causing cracks to spread across the surrounding ice. Lion, you should step back a bit. We wouldn't want anyone falling into the frozen lake. Chapter 33. The Grand Threaded Steel Master. Moments later, the three of them sat upon the ice, cushioned by animal hides. Su Yuan held a bamboo rod, casting it into the hole while the float bobbed gently on the surface. Su Yuan, is this really going to work? Are those fish truly that foolish? Cat Knight, munching on a piece of bread, kept her eyes fixated on the hole. If a piece of dried fish were to fall from the mountain right now, would you eat it? Absolutely. That would surely be a divine gift. After saying this, Cat Knight felt a twinge of realization. Isn't this akin to Su Yuan placing a hook baited with food underwater? If she were to eat the dried fish, she would indeed be the fool she just described. I would pick up the dried fish and inspect it before consuming. But do the fish in the water have hands? Su Yuan, amused by Cat Knight's antics, was suddenly alerted by a tremor from the float and sprang to his feet, gripping the fishing rod with renewed vigor. It's on the hook, and it's a hefty one. Perhaps the fish had not yet realized it was caught, as it only began to struggle after the line had been drawn taut. Watching Su Yuan engage in a battle with the fish, both Cat Knight and Lion grew tense. The line danced in Su Yuan's hands, and the previously chilly air warmed his body as he fought the creature, the bamboo rod bending precariously toward the water's edge. I'll help too. Cat Knight and Lion attempted to assist, but Su Yuan quickly called out to them. This bamboo rod could not withstand such force, and evidently, the fish still had considerable strength. Nonetheless, to prevent Su Yuan from being dragged into the water, Lion and Cat Knight clung tightly to him from behind. Keep going. Keep going. After approximately 20 minutes of struggle, beads of sweat began to form on Su Yuan's brow, and the fish was losing some of its earlier vigor, occasionally being reeled in a bit. Up, at last. Just as the fish's head broke the water's surface, Su Yuan exerted all his strength to haul the large fish out, which landed with a thud on the ice. What a massive fish! Indeed, this was the largest fish Su Yuan had ever caught, its body reaching the height of his knees. Naturally, he had not caught many fish in his lifetime. He truly caught a fish, Cat Knight exclaimed, her hands gripping the still struggling fish, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she watched the fish's body glisten. Su Yuan, let us cook the fish quickly. Weren't you hungry this morning? The frozen lake was not too far from their camp, and having eaten earlier, they had only spent an hour or two here, yet this little one was already famished. Actually, I shared my food with Cat Bai. She hasn't fully recovered yet and should eat more. Cat Knight giggled foolishly, and Su Yuan joined in, affectionately ruffling her little cat ears as he removed the hook from the fish's mouth. Lion, you two start a fire. I'll catch a few more. If the fish in this lake are plentiful, it could serve as a source of food for the tribe, and in time, he could teach these little beast girls how to fish. Oh, and remember to remove the entrails. Su Yuan worried that the two little beast girls might hesitate or fail to understand, and he called out loudly toward the shore. Food was not so scarce as to starve them. It would be best to reserve the entrails for the snow wolves, as they could also be used for fishing, especially since the bread used earlier had been devoured by Cat Knight. The struggling fish did not last long before Lion pierced it with a knife, and soon, with plenty of nearby trees, the large fish was transformed into roasted delight. Su Yuan, hurry and taste it. After a while, Cat Knight offered a piece of fragrant fish meat to Su Yuan, who found it unadorned by any seasoning, tasting solely of the fish's freshness. Of course, it was not exquisite. It was akin to gnawing on a live fish in water, albeit with a less intense fishy flavor. However, Lion and Cat Knight thoroughly enjoyed it, devouring the entire fish without leaving a morsel behind, looking as if they could have continued indefinitely. Another bite. Just when he thought they had become cautious due to the long wait, a sudden, vigorous tug jolted through the line. However, as Su Yuan prepared to lift the rod, an overwhelming force yanked him forward. Su Yuan, Cat Knight and Lion panicked, abandoning the remaining bits of roasted fish. Lion quickly embraced Su Yuan, gripping the rod tightly alongside him. Up! This fish is incredibly powerful. In an instant, it snapped the bamboo rod in two, but fortunately, neither of them suffered serious harm. Are you all right? Cat Knight rushed over to help Su Yuan, who had fallen onto the ice, while the broken half of the rod had already plunged into the lake, leaving them with only the other half and a loop of fishing line. In an instant, it had shattered the rod. Just how large was this creature? As Su Yuan stood in shock, a splash of cold water erupted from the hole, drenching all three of them in icy lake water, sending chills coursing through their bodies. Damn it, you better wait. Su Yuan turned to see the previous large fish, now mocking him with its eyes as it breached the surface, its tail preparing to splash water at them. The trio hurriedly retreated to the shore, and the two little beast girls showed no modesty, promptly shedding their damp animal hides. Su Yuan, quickly take off your clothes. We'll cover ourselves with the hides for now, and once our clothes dry we can wear them again. During this time, he had touched quite a bit, but this was his first time witnessing such a delightful scene. The two girls' figures were strikingly different. Cat Knight was petite and appeared quite frail, yet her skin was exceptionally fair. Apart from her hair and tail, her body was pristine, suggesting this little cat would shed no fur. In contrast, Lion presented an entirely different spectacle, aligning closely with Su Yuan's earlier estimations. Alright then. He had intended to change into several outfits immediately, but upon seeing such an astonishing sight, he resigned himself to removing his damp thermal wear to dry by the fire. Su Yuan, why are you? Don't ask. If you do, it won't pass inspection. Cat Knight tightened the animal hides covering them, mumbling in confusion. Ant? It seems Cat Knight does not have an ant. It has been demonstrated that excessively cold weather inhibits the appreciation of beautiful things. After leaning against the campfire for over 10 minutes, he prayed to the heavens for 3 sets of fur coats. Su Yuan, should we continue fishing even though the fishing rod is broken? In Shursher's eyes, there was a glimmer of reluctance. That fellow had bullied Su Yuan so much. Had it not been for her inability to contend with that large fish underwater, she would have likely brandished a knife and confronted him. We shall fish. Today, I intend to teach that scoundrel a lesson. System, bring forth the rebar fishing rod. By the way, this fishing line won't break, will it? Quality guaranteed. Change. As the heavy rebar fishing rod appeared in his hands, a wicked smile once again graced Su Yuan's lips. This time, he had no intention of granting that fish a single opportunity. Chapter 34. Let you soar. Shursher, when the fellow bites the bait, pull with all your might to reel it in. Do not fear the possibility of breaking the line this time. This heavy fishing rod was undoubtedly unsuitable for him, but it was just right for Shursher. Without hesitation, Su Yuan attached a piece of fish entrails and cast it into the depths. The large fish had not yet departed. It swam below, sending ripples across the surface of the hole. Both Cat Knight and Shursher watched the hole with bated breath, fearing that the creature might splash water at them again. Here it comes. It was evident that the large fish in the lake was not intimidated. Even aware of the trap, it still lunged forward, intending to snap the fishing rod with tremendous force, just as it had before, seeking its own demise. Shursher's previously suppressed fury reached its zenith, and the runes on her forehead glowed brightly. Her golden hair billowed in the wind as the fishing rod, which had been on the verge of plunging into the lake, was suddenly heaved high into the air. Before the massive fish could react, it soared upwards, its colossal body even widening the hole in the lake's surface. In the sky above, the lake water cascaded down alongside the great shadow. Fortunately, the icy surface remained relatively sturdy. The impact merely left the large fish dazed. Yet, Shursher was still unsatisfied. Pivoting, she swung the fishing rod, and as the fish prepared to struggle back into the lake, it was once again hurled against a towering tree on the shore. Crack! The tree splintered instantly, The two individuals on the lake's surface were left dumbfounded, gazing at the furious Shurshur. Even Cat Knight had never witnessed such rage from Shurshur, momentarily forgetting to deal with the large fish. Alright, I will take care of it. Shurshur set down the fishing rod and seized her broadsword, striding toward the shore. The other two quickly followed, as the nearly 2-meter-long fish, having endured 2 violent blows, still clung to life, revealing its sharp teeth upon seeing Su Yuan and the others. However, it posed no real threat on land, snapping at the air in front of Su Yuan. What a bold creature you are. Why not continue playing in the water? Su Yuan remarked, as the creature seemed to taunt them, suggesting they should dare to put it back in the water for a rematch. Cat Knight, with utmost seriousness, explained beside him, When did you learn to understand fish talk? Cat Knight's small face tightened as she observed the large fish, sharpening her steel claws. This is Cat Knight's intuition. It feels discontent, claiming it will summon its family for revenge. So, shall we fish for a few more? Su Yuan inquired, glancing at her swaying tail, somewhat uncertain. Absolutely. Ultimately, Shurshur dispatched the large fish with a single strike. But such a sizable catch was far too much for the three of them to consume alone, so they decided to bring it back and share it amongst everyone. Su Yuan retrieved the broken bamboo fishing line from the fish's mouth, anticipating that he could save some points to craft fishing rods for the beast women. I am truly a thrifty and responsible leader. With the fishing rod now replaced by the rebar one, the task of fishing fell solely to Shurshur, though Su Yuan stood by, assisting her in baiting the hook and observing the floats. There was a sense of accomplishment in teaching someone how to fish. System. How many points is this worth? After successfully hooking several fish of varying sizes, Su Yuan lost interest. After all, having caught a fish over 2 meters long, these smaller ones held little appeal. Moreover, he was not the one doing the fishing. Assessing the large fish resting on the shore, he began to evaluate the points. Cod King Fish Meat, 400 points. Cod King Fish Eyes, 100 points. Cod King Fish Pearl, 1,500 points. Detected Rare Item. Cod King Fish Pearl. Trade for 1,500 points. Or exchange for 150 points. New special product added. He was astonished that this creature possessed a rare item. No wonder it was so formidable and capable of taunting. Su Yuan had no intent to trade just yet. He needed to ascertain the nature of the Cod King Fish Pearl first. Shurshur, that should be enough. Let us head back for now, or we won't be able to haul it away. It was only upon Su Yuan's call that Cat Knight and Shurshur reluctantly reeled in their rods. By the way, Shurshur, Cat Knight, do you know what the Cod King Fish Pearl is? What pig? Cat Knight looked utterly perplexed, and even Shurshur gazed at Su Yuan with confusion. It's a pearl found within this large fish's body. Alright, the two were completely in the dark, and it seemed they would need to inquire with Chi Fox and Long, as they might possess some knowledge. Upon returning to the tribe, Cat Knight strutted in proudly, her small head held high, cradling the large fish that was even larger than her own body. Cat Knight, you actually caught a fish. How impressive. Su Yuan, you truly are a divine shaman. Just with Cat Knight and Sister Shurshur, you managed to catch so many fish with ease. Now we need not worry about food. Sister Chi Fox had just been quite anxious, and I thought we would go hungry again. The trio immediately captured the attention of the tribe, and Chi Fox approached, astonished at the sight of the large fish. Su Yuan, how did you manage to catch so many fish? There is a lake over there. We can fish there in the future. Chi Fox assumed that Su Yuan and the others had entered the lake to catch the fish, especially since they had changed into fur coats. Rest assured, we did not enter the water, and everyone must not go into the water either. We caught the fish using fishing rods. Fishing? Clearly, the beast women did not comprehend the concept of fishing. Su Yuan retrieved the heavy rebar fishing rod, explaining, simply place some food on this hook. When the fish bites, the hook will pierce them, and then we can reel them in. This novel method astonished Chi Fox and the others, and they quickly grasped the concept. Well, not every beast woman is as adorably naive as Cat Knight. Alright, let us get the fish roasted. Remember to sprinkle some of the salt I left in the cave on top. Currently, the tribe had yet to secure a steady supply of salt, relying solely on what Su Yuan could procure from the system's marketplace. They would have to wait for an opportunity to achieve salt freedom. A number of small beast girls departed from this place, clutching fish larger than themselves, and it was only when they reached the mighty cod that Su Yuan called out to them. Ah, indeed, within that fish's body lies a pearl. Be sure to search for it while you handle it. Furthermore, you may feed the entrails to those snow wolves. They can always fish whenever they desire in the future. Wu, Xiao Shi guarantees the completion of the task. The small beast girls, dragging the cod along, appeared quite cheerful, with one little fox girl joyfully offering a tribal salute to Su Yuan. Such a delightful bunch of little ones. A smile crept onto Su Yuan's face. All his efforts were for the sake of these adorable beast girls. Observing their happiness brought him genuine joy. Chapter 35. The breathing potion for underwater. Before long, the white cod pearl was brought over. Su Yuan scrutinized it for quite some time but found nothing unusual. It appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary large pearl. Chi-Hu, do you know what this is? He turned to inquire of the Chi-Hu, who had never seen it, or perhaps had rarely encountered fish, as the area of the land of death scarcely bore any beasts. In such circumstances, fish were an even rarer sight. One might have to dig several dozen meters beneath the ice to find a mere block of ice. I believe I have seen this before while traveling to the Red Scale tribe in the Wangshu Mountains, Chi-Hu remarked, taking it to examine closely. Long ago, she had encountered this item during a trading session at a large tribe. Some shamans would grind it into powder, which had therapeutic effects for those who had drowned. As long as the person was not completely deceased, administering the fish pearl powder mixed with water could restore them. This item was only sold by certain ocean tribes. But due to its limited utility, it became quite inexpensive, and eventually even those ocean tribes ceased its sale. After listening to Chi-Hu's explanation, Su Yuan no longer hesitated and traded the cod pearl as a special item. Trade successful. New item can be viewed in the special section. Cod fish breathing powder. Cod flavor 1500 points. To note, allows underwater breathing for 3 hours after consumption. No side effects. Can be exchanged for 5 bottles daily. Wait a moment. What is this cod-flavored potion? What kind of devilish concoction is this? After scrutinizing it several times, Su Yuan had to accept the peculiar fact of its flavor. However, its effectiveness was indeed commendable, and it would surely be useful in the future. Long, how was your harvest today? Upon hearing Su Yuan's inquiry, Long appeared somewhat dejected, her little ears drooping. Woo, the path above was too slippery. We slipped down halfway and could only gather some fruits from the nearby trees. Too slippery, indeed? The path up the mountain is inherently treacherous, and now it is covered in heavy snow. It is truly difficult for them to ascend with their beast skin shoes. All right then. Later you should find a sturdier piece of wood. I will teach you how to make a fishing rod. In the future, when the tribe lacks food, you can go to that ice lake and catch some fish. Yes, I will go right away. Long instantly perked up, having only heard about fish from the elders in the tribe. Now, being able to fish herself made her quite eager. After Long departed, the waiting Husi approached, clutching several pieces of black wood, her hair dusted with snow. Master Su Yuan, we found the black tree. Can this be used to make bows? The little fox had been thinking about bows and arrows all day, eagerly awaiting Su Yuan since early morning. Husi, you can give it a try. Carve that piece of wood into a semi-arc shape, just like this composite bow. After much effort, Husi's attempt resulted in a rather unorthodox shape. Fortunately, the requirements for a primitive wooden bow were not too stringent. After a simple refinement with a dagger, Su Yuan attached the sinews of the snow monster. Throughout the process, the little beast girls watched intently, their eyes glued to Su Yuan's actions, and a rudimentary wooden bow devoid of any embellishments was finally crafted. The remaining materials could still yield a few wooden arrows, albeit without fletching, and the arrowheads were merely sharpened wood. Husi, give it a shot. Su Yuan felt a twinge of anticipation. He was curious whether this handcrafted wooden bow, not exchanged from the system's shop, would prove viable. All right. Husi felt a bit nervous, rubbing her cold hands before taking the wooden bow. Knocking the arrow and drawing the bow was slightly more complicated than using the composite bow. This is unlike the composite bow with its aids. You must learn to aim yourself holding the bow before your chest, and then. Su Yuan continued to guide Husi from behind, though he miscalculated her stature, his hand inadvertently landing on her fluffy head. Master Su Yuan, what is it? Is my posture incorrect? Husi, perplexed by Su Yuan's prolonged silence, inquired, though her gaze remained fixed ahead. Cough cough, it's nothing. Once the arrow is level, use your eyes to aim properly. The arrow targeted a tree trunk outside the camp, soaring past without hitting it, aligning with Su Yuan's expectations. Mastering the primitive bow and arrow required considerable skill. Husi needed to familiarize herself with the bow strength, accuracy, and various other factors. It's normal not to hit. Practice diligently, and once you can strike that tree consistently, you can move on to shooting at some moving beasts. Yes, I will do my best. The sinews of the snow monster were plentiful. Crafting several bows and arrows was more than sufficient. Su Yuan entrusted all remaining tasks to Husi, including the training of the other beast girls. After all, he was not adept at archery himself. He estimated his aim would be far worse than Husi's. With no pressing matters for Su Yuan in the tribe, he took advantage of the white rabbits processing the fish to find a quiet spot to practice his archery. Had he possessed better aim earlier, he wouldn't have needed to ask Lion and the others to step aside. He could have effortlessly dealt with that snow monster amidst battle. Su Yuan, dinner is ready. The white rabbits had stewed the remaining potatoes and fish together. However, the pot was not large enough, yielding only a small amount of soup for each member of the tribe. Everyone was savoring the fish meat, and the Chi who typically consumed dried meat, relished this delectable fish feast, their previous fears of being hunted dissipating significantly. By the way, Lion, please take everyone to chop down more trees tomorrow. As for food, I will take Long and the others to catch some fish. Although Hu Jiu had already led everyone in building several snow houses in the camp today, the snow houses were not infallible. Should he attempt to take a hot bath inside, the steam could very well cause the structure to collapse. I understand. Currently, there were numerous areas in the tribe that required development. Su Yuan yearned to immediately exchange a plethora of items in the system's shop to enhance their living conditions. However, he restrained himself for the sake of the tribe's steady growth. He understood the principle that it is better to teach a person to fish than to simply give them fish. Whimper. As everyone indulged in the delightful taste of fresh fish, a soft whimpering sound emerged from the side. Su Yuan, filled with curiosity, glanced over, recalling that the white rabbit had already fed the entrails to the snow wolves. Indeed, a few snow wolves tethered beneath the grand tree beside the camp were happily savoring the novel delicacies they had never encountered before. It was not their whimpering that had filled the air. The source of the sound could only be that unfortunate bear. Su Yuan suddenly remembered that there was a white bear in the tribe, which had been resting outside the cave to recuperate from severe injuries. Covered with several animal skins, he had completely forgotten about it. By the time Su Yuan reached the bear's side, it was teary-eyed from hunger. Had it not been for its inability to move, it would have surely attempted to escape this tantalizingly fragrant place of temptation. It was truly a torment for the bear. Chapter 36. Edible avocado that can care for fur? Ultimately, the white bear did enjoy a sumptuous meal of fish, and its resentment towards Su Yuan and the others dissipated. It spent its days leisurely lying there, healing. The following morning, Su Yuan brought Long and a few others to the lakeside. Having barely eaten anything that morning, they had only brought along some fruits they had gathered the previous day. You see, this is how we can catch fish. Long, please distribute the fishing rods to everyone. Last night, Su Yuan had fashioned 5 simple wooden fishing rods from the fishing line of the previous bamboo rods, originally intending to exchange for some hooks in the system mall, only to discover that Long and her friends had managed to solve it themselves. They skillfully shaped fish bones into hooks. While not as sharp as iron hooks, they were sufficient for catching ordinary fish. After imparting this knowledge to Long and the others, Su Yuan found a spot to sit down. Having feasted on fish all day yesterday, he felt inclined to enjoy something lighter this morning. The brown fruit felt smooth and oily to the touch, yielding gently under pressure, reminiscent of freshly steamed buns, and he imagined it must taste delightful. Not particularly concerned about its cleanliness, Su Yuan wiped it off casually and took a bite. In an instant, juice splattered everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. The flavor was indeed exquisite. Yet after one bite, he promptly expelled it, as if he had consumed a lump of uncooked pork. What's the matter with you? Hearing the commotion, Long abandoned her fishing rod and hurried over after handing it to Hui, promptly patting Su Yuan's back. Long, what type of fruit is this that you gathered yesterday? Fruit? Long's eyes widened in alarm as she recognized the fruit in Su Yuan's hand. I am so sorry. I mistook the golden avocado for a pear fruit. Golden avocado? At that moment, the golden liquid oozing from the fruit had already coated his fingers. Bringing it gently to his nose, he detected a faint, pleasant fragrance from the sticky liquid, which smelled quite appealing, yet its taste was rather chilling. No worries, don't fret. By the way, can this oil be consumed? Long, still filled with remorse, knelt beside Su Yuan. However, he was no longer focused on the difference between the golden avocado and the pear, though typically avoided. Back in the tribe, a layer of golden avocado juice would enhance the flavor of food, and it was often used to smooth out unruly fur. An edible golden avocado would surely hold greater value than some ordinary fruits. System, provide an estimate. Bitten golden avocado, 120 points. Long, are there many of these on the mountain? Long pondered for a moment before nodding. There are many trees on the mountain. This fruit isn't very palatable, so few animals tend to eat it. Once we return, make sure to gather more of these from the mountain. With golden avocados, the possibilities for what they could create expanded significantly. Not only could they coat their homes with oil to prevent melting snow from seeping in, but they could also craft sealed wooden barrels. Perhaps they might even use those fruits to brew wine, taking another small step forward in the advancement of their technological civilization. Wow, Long, The fish is too big. I can't pull it in. At that moment, Hui had hooked 2 fish on her rods. As an unawakened warrior, her strength was insufficient to manage both rods simultaneously, nearly dragging her into the water. There are 2 large fish. Hurry and help Hui. The golden avocado had diminished Su Yuan's appetite, and after casually eating a proper piece of fruit, he began to focus on his own tasks. The soil by the lake should be suitable for making pottery, right? Su Yuan scraped away the accumulated snow by the icy lake, revealing mud interspersed with chunks of ice. Unsure of its stickiness due to the cold, he nonetheless wrapped a large clump of mud in animal skin, planning to test its adhesive properties after warming it up upon returning. The group returned laden with their catch well into the afternoon, each beast girl beaming with joy as they dragged or carried several large fish back to the tribe. The witch is back. So many fish. I want to go fishing with the witch too. White Leaf, your little body can hold a fish. The curious gaze of a nearby small beast girl provoked an indignant blush on the face of the little folded ear beast girl. If I eat a bit more, I'll grow up. I want to help the witch. Back at the tribe, Su Yuan placed the bag of mud on the ground while Long and her companions handed over their catches to the white rabbit and others for processing. Today, the little cat was practicing archery with Foxy. However, her fleeting enthusiasm had already waned, and just as she attempted to run away, Foxy caught her firmly. It was uncertain how much the icy lake could provide, but other food sources needed to be considered ahead of time. Eventually, the fish in the icy lake would be depleted. They would either have to explore further afield or begin cultivating crops themselves. However, given the harsh weather conditions for cultivation, it seemed rather challenging unless they could find rare items to unlock the ability for plants to grow in the snowy expanse. Upon returning to the area beside the cave, Su Yuan found Chi Hu and Foxjo squatting there, fiddling with something. What are you busy with? Chi Hu appeared somewhat shy upon seeing Su Yuan, and the 2 sisters handed over the clump of mud they had been working with. We ran out of pots yesterday, and Foxjo told me you mentioned this stuff is made from soil, so we wanted to try making one ourselves. However, it seems the gods do not wish for us to learn this. Su Yuan observed the sisters' grimy hands and a few fragments of burnt clay nearby, indicating they had been hard at work all day. However, their choice of materials was incorrect. If ordinary soil could suffice, he wouldn't have needed to exchange for it in the system mall. This isn't a matter of divine will. This type of soil cannot be used. We need a kind of clay. Su Yuan placed his own bag of earth beside them. I also dug some soil by the lake. Let us see if we can make it work. Will this type of soil be successful? Foxjo queried, examining both types of soil closely, seemingly trying to discern any differences. I'm not sure, which is why I brought it back to test. Once they thaw, we can give it a try. Not long after approaching the fire, the fragments of ice nestled within the soil completely melted away. With the nourishing snowmelt, the earth was no longer as hard as it had been before. The first step, how much water should be added. Su Yuan had forgotten a crucial detail. Unlike the wooden bow and arrows that could be crafted with mere carving, the water content in the clay pot was of paramount importance. System, do you have any guidance on how to create a pottery vessel? Book on pottery making, 300 points. Art and pottery book, 300 points. Evolution of pottery MP4, 300 points. Pottery, a significant leap for humanity MP4, 300 points. Knowledge on pottery making, 600 points. What a jumble of nonsense. And what is that memory supposed to be? Directly implanted technical knowledge. I'll take that. Certainly quicker than poring over books. Chapter 37. The plan. Is this truly feasible? 2 adorable foxes stared wide-eyed at Su Yuan as he retrieved a somewhat awkwardly shaped clay pot from the smoldering earthen kiln. Why don't you give it a try? Su Yuan, having gained confidence during the crafting process, displayed a sense of assurance as he presented the pot. The grayish-brown vessel, once cooled, looked quite respectable, albeit less aesthetically pleasing than the pots exchanged through the system. Huli Ju gingerly lifted the pot. It felt pleasantly warm to the touch. Although it lacked the intricate craftsmanship of the larger ceramic pot, it was sturdier than the fragile pieces they had previously handled. Hey, it actually works. How impressive. I thought this was impossible to create. Chi Hu, equally astonished, covered her mouth, recalling how she had nearly pulled her hair out in confusion over the reasons for their earlier failures. She had even doubted Su Yuan's claims that the pot was made of clay. Alright, I'll leave the rest to Hulijo. The tribe needs more pots. Once you master this, teach everyone else how to make them. With clay pots, we can not only cook soup but also store water in advance, eliminating the need to venture into the snow to melt snow for drinking. Rest assured, I've got this covered. I've learned it well. Hulijo replied confidently, having observed Su Yuan's every step with utmost seriousness, ensuring there would be no mistakes. Time to eat. With only one freshly crafted pot. It was too small for anything but soup, filled with a delicious fish broth into which Su Yuan had added some tomatoes, creating a sweet and sour flavor that captivated the numerous beast girls nearby. Even the roasted fish over the fire seemed less appealing as they fixated on the pot of fish soup. Watching the small beast girls gather around the simmering pot, Su Yuan sat by the campfire, picking up a piece of fish. The enticing aroma was difficult to resist. He sprinkled some barbecue chili powder over the crispy fish, indulging in a bite that was a delightful blend of savory and spicy, prompting him to squint in pleasure. Su Yuan, how could you be so cruel? Sneaking delicious food. The little cat had a particularly keen nose and immediately detected the distinct scent from Su Yuan's direction. Observing the layer of chili powder on the fish, Mao Yi leapt onto Su Yuan's lap. Be careful. Don't let your tail get singed in the fire. Su Yuan quickly grabbed the cat's rear, pulling her tail away from the campfire. Ugh, that tickles. Su Yuan, I want a bite too. The discomfort of having her tail held did not deter the little cat from the temptation of food, as she nuzzled her head toward the fish. Go ahead, but it's a bit spicy. Before Su Yuan could finish, Mao Yi opened her mouth and took a bite, getting chili powder all over her face. Delicious, but oh, what a burn. Mao Yi's cries drew the attention of everyone nearby, her once fair face flushed red from the spice. Not knowing how to cope, she rolled around in Su Yuan's embrace. Here, open wide. Su Yuan scooped up a handful of clean snow from the ground and offered it to Mao Yi, who felt the fiery sensation subside after just a taste of the chili. Alright, get up now, go drink some fish soup. Devil. This must be devilish food. Only someone like you, Su Yuan, could eat it. Mao Yi, terrified of the red chili powder, scampered away, her startled demeanor attracting the attention of the other beast girls. Do you want to try? Su Yuan asked, glancing at the inquisitive Gigi who was stealthily perched on his back. Su Yuan, I'd like to taste it too. Very well, but don't be like Mao Yi and get burned. Gigi, more cautious, took a tentative bite. The spiciness was not overwhelming for her. Instead, it brought a warmth amidst the winter chill. Ha ha ha, Mao Yi is such a coward, unable to handle this devilish food. So weak. It turned out that Gigi's curiosity about the food was merely a challenge to Mao Yi, revealing that the once timid chinchilla had developed a competitive spirit after being bullied. Alright, you all hurry and eat and stop causing trouble. In the afternoon, after a satisfying meal, Su Yuan found himself sitting by the cave entrance, holding a finely crafted notebook. Goal 1. Ensure food supply, temporarily completed. Goal 2. Create a bathing area, not completed. Goal 3. Construct a toilet area, not completed. Goal 4. Teach the beast girls archery and hunting, in progress. Goal 5. Build protective wooden barriers for the tribe, not completed. Main objective. Counterattack the frozen wasteland, defeat the Black Sheep tribe, and eliminate the dangers posed by the Wang Shui mountain range. Long-term goal. Seek rare items, unlock special items, upgrade the system shop. The road ahead is laden with challenges. Perhaps tomorrow I should prioritize constructing the bathing hut, marking the first wooden structure in this world, a step toward civilization. Whether it is a step forward is another matter. What truly matters is that after so long without a bath, Su Yuan felt as though he could scrub a coin with his own skin. Sure. How much wood did you collect today? Sure, who had been daydreaming by the campfire, immediately approached to report upon hearing Su Yuan's call. Only this much. If it's not enough, I'll take everyone to chop some more tomorrow. Following Shurshure's pointing finger, Su Yuan gazed at a small hill of trees blanketed in snow. It must be said, the efficiency of these beast girls was astounding. It would likely take a modern chainsaw a whole day to saw through this mound of timber. Yet, Shurshure and her companions had completed the task with ordinary iron axes in just a single day. That's enough for now. Tomorrow, let us carry this wood to the icy lakeside. Okay, Su Yuan, I want an axe too. The previously indifferent expression on Shurshure's face now bore a hint of anticipation. Earlier, while observing Husey and the others practice archery, she had shown considerable interest. Didn't Husey craft a multitude of bows? However, they were rather brittle, just a gentle tug would cause them to snap. Indeed, Shurshure's strength was not something ordinary individuals could rival. In the tribe, the only one who matched her in might was the unawakened Shaoman. Consequently, the bows that suited Husey were somewhat unwieldy in Shurshure's capable hands. System. Are there any bows available with particularly high draw weight? Ideally, without any modern enhancements. Refined ironwood bow. 1,200 points. Is this ironwood bow genuine? I hope it won't break upon the slightest pull. It was evident that bows devoid of any modern technological enhancements came at a steep price. Yet Su Yuan still harbored concerns that Shirshir might inadvertently break it with her strength. After all, the cost was over 1,000 points, and wasting such resources was indeed a painful prospect. Breakage guarantee. Clearly, the system had immense confidence in this bow. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yuan decided to purchase it. As the foremost warrior of the tribe, it would be advantageous if Shirshir mastered archery. With her strength, a single arrow could potentially pierce through the very snow monsters they had previously encountered. It would be akin to being shot by a sniper rifle. Shirshir, if you wish to practice archery, be sure to train diligently. This bow may very well aid in resolving our crises. Su Yuan handed the entirely black bow to Shirshir, who found it quite heavy. When she attempted to draw it, she found it nearly impossible. I will certainly do my best, Shirshir exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy and determination. With these two weapons in her possession, she was resolute in her ability to rescue her captured kin. All right, it's getting late. Let us practice again tomorrow. Noticing Shirshir's lingering eagerness, Su Yuan quickly interjected, at this hour, not only is archery impractical, but even the target is barely visible. Chapter 38. Archery Practice. Huzi, how is the practice progressing? Early in the morning, Huzi had led several beastgirls to practice archery in the woods outside their camp, and Shirshir had eagerly joined them. Curious about the black bow in Shirshir's hands, Huzi attempted to draw it but could only manage to pull it halfway when her awakening runes were active. Consequently, she opted to abandon it, finding her personally crafted bow much more manageable. Su Yuan, everyone is able to shoot arrows, though their aim leaves much to be desired. Huzi guided Su Yuan to the area where several beastgirls were practicing archery. In addition to the 3 small ones from before, a few more beastgirls had joined their ranks. With the snow monster sinews fully utilized, the tribe had crafted 8 bows, and along with Su Yuan's composite bow and Shirshir's ironwood bow, they had finally exceeded a single-digit count. The small beastgirls practiced with great seriousness, adopting the stance Su Yuan had previously demonstrated to Huzi, positioning the bow before their chests. However, there were moments when some arrows failed to launch and instead rebounded off the bowstring. I see. Su Yuan realized that the arrows these beastgirls had crafted lacked fletching, and without notches to secure the arrows, they easily slipped from their grasp and fell to the ground. Huzi, you should carve notches at the tail ends of everyone's arrows so that the string can grip them, preventing them from slipping out. Demonstrating with an arrow he had exchanged from the system's shop, he illustrated his point. Though the concept was somewhat unclear to Huzi, she complied with Su Yuan's instructions and proceeded to carve small notches into a large batch of arrows. Whoosh! A small beast girl swiftly drew the bow and released, the arrow embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk, prompting a beaming smile from her. I hit it. However, this method consumes too many arrows. Su Yuan observed that the arrowheads had become dulled and deformed from impact, realizing that every successful shot resulted in a wasted arrow, and crafting a new one was quite labor-intensive. Everyone, gather around, he called, and the beast girls obediently set aside their arrows, encircling Su Yuan. This practice is too wasteful. Let us build a snowman and aim at it instead. A snowman? But there are none here. We might find one atop the mountain. These beast girls had never constructed a snowman before, but to Su Yuan's surprise, snowmen indeed existed in this world. Understanding their misunderstanding, he walked to another side. Though he had rarely encountered snow in his previous life in the south, building a snowman was hardly a challenge. Eventually, amid the curious gazes of the others, Su Yuan constructed a peculiar figure made of 2 large snowballs, with 2 small fruits placed atop as eyes. Henceforth, the goal will be this: whoever hits the fruits on top with 2 consecutive arrows will earn a reward of their choosing. His words, unintentional, were keenly noted by Shirshir, whose ears perked up and whose eyes gleamed with determination, her grip on the bow tightening. Yay! I want a big bowl of fish soup. I want it too. I'm sure I can hit it first. The group swiftly set to work assembling the snowman, with Su Yuan crafting one of his own, ready to practice a bit before attending to other matters. Without electronic distractions to squander the hours, the day felt remarkably ample. In his previous life, he would likely still be in slumber at this hour. Ugh, had I known, I would have opted for a crossbow. This is exceedingly difficult to draw. Su Yuan struggled to pull back the composite bow. Without the aid of potions, achieving a full draw was quite taxing, though he managed to release an arrow nonetheless. This bow, capable of injuring snow monsters, still required considerable strength to draw fully, even with its pulley system to lessen the effort. Perhaps I should give that life source potion a try. After much contemplation, Su Yuan recalled the blue elixir, a splendid concoction derived from the witch-s fruit that Long and the others had discovered. Although it was somewhat pricey, with his points now exceeding 10,000, he could afford to indulge and test its efficacy. System: exchange for a bottle of blue elixir. 2,000 points were swiftly deducted, and Su Yuan gazed at the wooden bottle containing the liquid, resembling the potions he had previously exchanged, albeit with a slightly altered flavor. How miserly, not even providing a glass bottle. He promptly consumed the potion, the blueberry flavor reminiscent of a refreshing beverage, though the quantity was scant, finishing it in a single gulp. Upon consumption, a wave of comforting pleasure coursed through his body, albeit faintly, akin to that fleeting moment of relief after using the restroom. I hope this works. Otherwise, it would be a waste of 2,000 points. Su Yuan attempted to draw the bow once more, and this time he was pleasantly surprised to find that the draw felt lighter than before, and he could manage to pull it back fully with some effort. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, inadvertently piercing a small hole in the snowman's belly. Indeed, it is effective. Not only in terms of strength, but even my vision appears clearer. Bang! As Su Yuan was lost in contemplation, a sudden and thunderous sound erupted nearby, startling him into a hurried dash toward the source. The beast girls practicing archery also turned in astonishment, their gazes fixed on Shirshir, who was triumphantly raising her bow. Not far off, a tree had been pierced, leaving a gaping hole, and the arrow that had struck it lay shattered into dust. Gulping, the fox girl beside him, Foxy, struggled to swallow her saliva, imagining that such an arrow would leave her in disarray if it were to strike her. Good grief, a humanoid Barrett. Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of Shirshir's archery skills, even though her aim was somewhat lacking at a distance. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. For smaller foes, such fearsome arrows were unnecessary. Foxy and her companions sufficed. As for the previous snow monsters, they could close in without fear of being shot, as arrows would still fly swiftly within a 10-meter range. By the time the snow monsters approached, it was likely that the arrows would have already pierced through their bodies. After a brief practice session, breakfast commenced, consisting once again of fish soup and roasted fish. The potatoes had been exhausted, and the stock of pork had dwindled to nothing. After a few bites, Su Yuan lost his appetite. He had been preoccupied with instructing Foxy, Xiaoman, and several hunting beast girls to scour the vicinity for alternative food sources. Unfortunately, news had been scarce. The paths up the mountain were treacherous, and the heavy snow made it easy to lose one's way, leaving them reliant on the mountains in their search. If all else failed, Su Yuan estimated he would need to exchange for another batch of food to improve their dining conditions, though he pondered what would be the most suitable choice. The little beast girls would eventually tire of fish soup, and he himself was beginning to have an aversion to fish meat. Having finished a hasty breakfast, Su Yuan called out to Long and the others. All right, Shirshir, Long, gather some people and bring the timber along with me. This place lacked a pipeline for diverting water. Otherwise, Su Yuan had intended to channel the lake water to the tribe, facilitating bathing and drinking, as the melted snow on the ground was hardly sufficient. Chapter 39. The cabin in the snow. What are you doing, Su Yuan? At noon, Su Yuan led the group to the edge of the icy lake, leaving only Foxy, Xiaoman, and Hui to guard the tribe. Even Chi Hu and Hu Jiu had followed. Hu Jiu had been summoned by Su Yuan, while Chi Hu was simply curious about how to catch the fish. With Foxy, Xiaoman, and Hui present in the tribe, there was ample protection, even if only Foxy was an awakened warrior, as she was sufficient to handle most intruders. Should any real danger arise, returning to the camp would not take long. All right, Long, you lead everyone to catch the food for the next 2 days. Su Yuan gazed at the pile of timber, pondering the dilemma of constructing a cabin. There were indeed numerous methods, but which was the most time-efficient and labor-saving? Furthermore, it had to be exceptionally sturdy. It would be troublesome if it collapsed unexpectedly halfway through. System: filter the knowledge-based products on cabin construction. Cabins, Humanity's First Abode Book, 300 points. Artistic Cabin Appreciation, 300 points. History of Housing Evolution MP4, 300 points. Stop! Is this never-ending? Eliminate these useless items, Su Yuan exclaimed, frustrated by the plethora of inconsequential products that would waste points. 100 methods of cabin construction, 800 points. 3 digits, still somewhat acceptable. As Su Yuan exchanged for it, a surge of knowledge regarding cabin construction flooded his mind, akin to having watched dozens of hours of video. It seemed he would have to resort to the most primitive methods. Looking at the mound of timber, Su Yuan conceived a remarkably simple approach. Aside from the limited space and slight waste of wood, it bore no significant drawbacks. System: procure a hand drill and a saw, None of those flashy items. Electric drill, 1,500 points. Hand drill, 300 points. Woodworking drill, 200 points. Electric saw, 1,800 points. Hand saw, 250 points. Any tool requiring electricity was out of the question. Currently, the system's marketplace did not offer any power-generating products, though there were plenty that consumed power. I will exchange for the woodworking drill and the hand saw. Su Yuan's chosen method was the simplest mortise and tenon structure, requiring little processing of the logs, and there was no need to split them into planks. A groove could be cut into both sides of the timber, allowing for easy interlocking and secure fastening. However, the first step was to lay the foundation by securing some sharpened wooden stakes along the sides of the first layer of logs. Su Yuan will help you too. Alright, everyone. Sharpen these logs and place them alongside the raw timber. Some beast girls who had not gone fishing also rushed over to assist. Shirshir had opted not to join the fishing expedition and remained by Su Yuan's side, armed. Su Yuan envisioned a cabin approximately 4 square meters in size. Under his guidance, logs were secured in the first layer, and the accumulated snow on the ground was cleared away, revealing relatively even timber. Next, he drilled holes into the grooves at the 4 corners and inserted wooden stakes to thoroughly secure the overall structure, ensuring it would not topple at the slightest gust. After all, the winds and snow on the snowfield could be quite fierce. If he were to set up an umbrella here, he would likely be swept away immediately. As the logs were stacked one after another, Hu Jiao, who was assisting nearby, seemed increasingly enlightened, as if she had grasped the technique for constructing the wooden house. The roof was designed in a traditional triangular form. A flat roof would likely collapse under the weight of accumulated snow within a week in this perpetually snowy expanse. The construction method remained the same, utilizing mortise and tenon joints. To ensure stability, he would drill holes and insert wooden pegs with an axe to secure them. With everyone's help, they nearly completed the cabin before nightfall. The small structure boasted a tiny window at the top and a small door on the other side, while the gaps above were filled with small wooden blocks by Su Yuan. It's done. Now we just need to apply the oil from the golden fruit. Su Yuan, why do you need to apply golden fruit oil? Hu Jiao asked curiously, her expression revealing her newfound understanding of the cabin construction. To prevent the timber from rotting or splitting due to moisture, a layer of oil must be applied. However, I am uncertain if the oil from the golden fruit will suffice. Su Yuan tore open a golden fruit and began to coat the wooden house. The 2 Red Fox sisters had now comprehended the intricacies of cabin construction. Had they known how to build snow houses and wooden houses back then, they would not have hidden within the massive stone in the desolate snowfield. Most tribes now sought refuge in caves, while some tribes in the less frigid areas beyond the snow mountains constructed houses from animal skins and wood. However, Qi, who had seen that such houses were prone to collapse with the slightest breeze, aside from being erected at trading markets, even the larger tribes preferred to dwell within caves. Alternatively, some tribes hollow out great trees and reside within, though the cost is an overwhelming sense of crowding, with even the taller beast women needing to curl up to sleep. Well, the task is accomplished. Su Yuan stepped into the center of the small wooden cabin, which, while modest in size, was still larger than an igloo. The gaps in the wooden walls allowed some light to filter in. Once a wax lamp is added and a bath barrel placed here, it would be sheer bliss to soak during a heavy snowfall. Without hesitation, Su Yuan immediately gathered everyone to search for stones. For if he wished to enjoy a bath in an iron tub, a furnace would be required beneath it, along with someone to tend the fire. Otherwise, if the temperature rose too high, he would find himself stewing in the pot. System, can you customize an iron tub? Currently, the technological advancement of the beastwomen's tribe does not support the existence of steel, let alone a sturdy iron tub. Su Yuan planned to exchange for the tub through the system. Of course, he had considered other materials. Wood would deteriorate easily, and stone would conduct heat too slowly. As for other materials, it would be far more economical to simply opt for an iron tub. Customizable within acceptable limits. I would like an iron tub that is 8 meters long, 80 centimeters wide, and 70 centimeters high. Customized iron tub, 1,500 points. The cost of a customized iron tub exceeds 1,000. Yet Su Yuan found it acceptable, as there were few areas in the tribe requiring point expenditure, and the cores from the snow spirits had granted him a considerable amount of points. Exchange. This time, the iron tub did not appear in Su Yuan's hands. Instead, a monstrous object suddenly crashed before him, causing all the beast women to tense up. Su Yuan, be careful. Su Yuan quickly called out to them, as Lioness Blade was poised to strike. Don't panic. This is an item I prayed for from the deity. Thankfully, the sword did not descend, for had it fallen, Lion's strength would have cleaved the tub in two, and his hard-earned points would have splashed away. Lion, please move this iron tub inside and place it horizontally in that recess over there. The cabin was already filled with the rubble collected by the beast women, and some soil had been placed atop to prevent slipping, leaving the recess intended for heating. Well, it's time to commence the self-stewing. Su Yuan gazed eagerly at the large iron tub being placed within the wooden cabin. After more than 10 days without a bath, he felt as though he was marinating in his own odor. Were it not for the frigid weather that could freeze a person to death, he might have simply jumped into the lake for a cold wash. Chapter 40. Self-stewing in an iron tub. Crackle and pop. Which, do you really intend to cook yourself? Rong and the others returned, their expressions a complex mixture of concern as they observed Su Yuan tending to the fire. What do you mean by cooking myself? I'm merely taking a bath. All right, Cat Knight, come help me regulate the fire. If it's too hot, reduce it a bit. Once Su Yuan deemed the water temperature suitable, he secured the wooden cabin, with light streaming in through the small window illuminating the two inside. Su Yuan, rest assured, I will not let you be overcooked. Cat Knight responded earnestly, her little tail wagging restlessly at the prospect of helping to bathe Su Yuan. Just be careful. Su Yuan had no reservations. He had spent ample time with these beast women, even having become familiar with their physiques. Thus, under Cat Knight's curious gaze, he shed his garments and stepped into the iron tub, placing some wooden boards underneath. Though sitting felt a bit odd, at least it was not scorching his backside. Blissful. The cold wind wafted in from outside, and Su Yuan comfortably squinted his eyes in the warm water. Although he usually felt a tad sticky, it wasn't particularly dirty. After a few minutes of scrubbing, he leaned against the edge of the iron tub, while Cat Knight diligently tended to the flames, carefully stoking them whenever they grew too fierce. However, her attention had shifted away from the fire, her eyes occasionally glancing at Su Yuan in the tub. Su Yuan, I want to wash too. The members of the Snowfield tribe generally disliked bathing due to the biting cold. The last time Cat Knight had bathed was when Fox 9 dragged her to the icy lake. Cat Knight had shivered uncontrollably then, so the mere mention of bathing now filled her with dread. Yet, the steaming water wafting up now piqued her interest. After such a long time without a wash, her tail fur had become matted. You want to wash? Su Yuan immediately felt uneasy. Was she suggesting a shared bath? Unwholesome images invaded his mind. Once a person's knowledge expands too much, it can lead to discomfort, as Su Yuan felt at that moment. Merely gazing at Cat Knight clad in her animal skin revealed too much of her form. Is it not allowed? Cat Knight looked at him with a pitiful expression, causing Su Yuan to gulp and mechanically nod. Hooray! By the time Su Yuan realized what had happened, water splashed everywhere as a small figure leapt into the tub, the warm water enveloping her as she nestled blissfully against him. I never imagined I would be faced with a choice between beast and something even less than a beast. Su Yuan felt as though an angel and a devil were battling atop his head. Ultimately, after suppressing his baser instincts for over 10 days, the devil brandished a metaphorical machine gun crafted from his dark thoughts and dispatched the angel altogether. Cat Knight, let me help wash your tail. Outside, the onlookers were still somewhat concerned about Su Yuan cooking himself in the iron tub, yet only Cat Knight's exclamations echoed from within, so they remained unhurried. Sister, have you figured out that wooden cabin yet? Fox 9 inched closer to her sister, her face alight with curiosity as she inquired of the Red Fox. I have gleaned some understanding. Su Yuan is remarkably clever. Had we known how to build snow houses and wooden cabins back then, Granny Snow would not have perished. Indeed, perhaps Su Yuan is our salvation bestowed by the deities. Were it not for him, I might have already been captured by the black sheep. Within just a few days, Red Fox's admiration for Su Yuan had reached great heights. She even felt unworthy of being a witch. The water in the small cabin had grown tepid. Seeing Cat Knight listless, Su Yuan had no choice but to lift her from the tub, as the fire beneath had dwindled to mere embers. Creak. Amidst the onlookers' puzzled expressions, Su Yuan Princess carried Cat Knight out, his face a picture of contentment, mingled with a tinge of guilt towards the little cat. Su Yuan, what's wrong with Cat Knight? Cat Knight, are you alright? Cat Knight's complexion was slightly flushed as she raised her head and slowly shook it. The ruckus had left even the usually vibrant Cat Knight feeling drained. Cough, cough, cough. She is a bit tired. Lion, please pour out the water from inside. If anyone wants to bathe, they can come here in the future, but it must be done in pairs. One person must watch the fire, or they might end up being cooked. Su Yuan felt a bit embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. The hassle of moving the iron tub back and forth was too much. With over 50 people in the tribe, it was likely that once word got out about the hot baths, this place would be bustling every day. Thus, it would be better to leave the iron tub here. If someone were to steal it, it would merely cost 1,500 points. With the acquisition of 1,500 points, becoming aware of the presence of others near his camp was not an insignificant gain for Su Yuan. Su Yuan, may I attempt it today? The self-cooking. Fox 9's interest was immediately piqued as she touched the iron bucket that Lioness had brought out. It appeared to differ from the iron pot they had feared for self-cooking. If you wish to try, then go ahead. The day is still young, and it won't take long to boil the water, but we will need someone to tend the fire. Yes. Could you assist me in watching the fire, sister? Su Yuan, would you be able to guide me from the side? Again, Su Yuan twitched slightly, but upon seeing Fox 9's earnest expression, he felt compelled to acquiesce, for she was genuinely worried that her sister might stoke the flames too fiercely. The prospect of a fox stew in the iron bucket was indeed dire. Very well. Once you both master this, you can teach everyone else, and in the future we can have pairs take hot baths together when there's nothing else to do. Before long, the second bucket of water was ready. Watching Fox 9 strip off her beast skin and immerse herself in the bucket, Su Yuan felt the inner turmoil of his angel and devil resurfacing. However, this time, the devil was unarmed, swiftly subdued by the angel, who scorned the devil's prior actions and even stamped on it in disdain. Crimson Fox, if you wish to try, you may join as well. I will keep an eye on the fire. Indeed, sister, come quickly. It's so warm and comfortable in here. Cat Knight had already been entrusted to Lioness. Observing the Crimson Fox wagging her tail, Su Yuan realized that evening had fallen, and there was insufficient time to boil a third bucket of water. The large iron bucket had ample space, customized according to Lioness and her companions' sizes, making it suitable for 3, even for the petite figures of Crimson Fox and Fox 9. Oh, very well then. I appreciate your assistance. Feeling somewhat tempted, the Crimson Fox, under the gaze of both, slipped into the iron bucket. To his surprise, the Crimson Fox could indeed hold her own in comparison to Ling, proving to be quite formidable and remarkably pristine as well. Seated leisurely on a wooden stump, Su Yuan tended to the fire for the two sisters. They emerged reluctantly after a brief wash. The sky had darkened somewhat, and if they tarried any longer, the others outside would likely go hungry. Upon returning, the news of the hot baths by the icy lake swiftly spread among the beast girls, igniting immense curiosity about this marvelous development. As a result, the camp was nearly deserted. Had Su Yuan not intervened to allow 2 or 3 individuals to go at a time, the entire camp would have likely been devoid of life. Regarding the events of that day with Cat Knight, Su Yuan found himself relishing the memory, while Cat Knight returned the following day as if nothing had happened, once again seeking his company. The beast girl's reproduction process lacked such a step, or perhaps Cat Knight's innocence rendered her oblivious to the nature of that day's activities, prompting Su Yuan's inner angel to chastise him for misleading the young beast girl. Fortunately, after a cathartic release, Su Yuan felt invigorated, no longer plagued by fanciful dreams each night, which had nearly compelled him to rise in the middle of the night to change his trousers. After a week of development, the number of snow houses had become sufficient, and Fox 9 and her companions erected additional wooden cabins in the available space. A small room was designated by Su Yuan as a toilet, for even the most adorable of beast girls require such facilities, especially with the propensity for snow accumulation in the camp. A misstep could lead to frostbite in such frigid weather. Has the great bear healed sufficiently? On this day, Su Yuan, seeking leisure, approached the previously injured white bear. Its massive form appeared quite intimidating. However, the expression on the bear's face was one of sheer terror upon seeing Su Yuan, the memory of being struck by arrows while facing the snow monster still vivid in its mind. Yes, Su Yuan, the injuries on Daman have healed. Little man, the small bear girl, was beside the great white bear, her tiny form cradling a large roasted fish as she fed it to the bear. Daman? Su Yuan scrutinized the pair, finding no fault in the name. Now that Daman was healed, she could indeed serve as a valuable asset to the camp. With such a formidable physique, if he were to procure some iron armor for Daman, she would become an indomitable presence on the battlefield. From now on, if you stick with me and work hard, whenever I have meat you shall have your share of potatoes as well. Just don't be like those foolish wolves, requiring punishment to heed my words. Su Yuan patted Daman's fluffy belly. Her fur was somewhat unkempt, yet felt pleasantly warm to the touch. Daman appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly not fully comprehending Su Yuan's words, merely nodding in response. Su Yuan, I hit it. Just as Su Yuan was conducting Daman's onboarding training, the excited voice of Foxy resonated from the training grounds, followed by 2 figures sprinting towards him. Su Yuan, I did it. I hit both fruits with consecutive arrows. The previously composed Foxy now resembled a jubilant child, brandishing her bow and arrow with an exuberant expression as she approached Su Yuan. Behind her, Lioness stood silently, somewhat begrudgingly, yet saying nothing, merely standing by Fox's side, still holding the ironwood bow. Impressive indeed. Su Yuan expressed his astonishment. He had set the practice distance for Foxy and her companions at approximately 70 meters. While not exceedingly far, hitting 2 walnut-sized fruits consecutively in a snowstorm was no small feat. Foxy's archery talent was indeed remarkable. What reward do you desire? Su Yuan had previously promised that whoever could hit 2 fruits consecutively first would receive a wish. Fox's fox ears twitched playfully, shaking off the powdered snow, and she produced a somewhat rough white object from her bosom. Su Yuan, I wish to give you this. You once mentioned that wooden arrows were too fragile, so I crafted a bone arrow. Su Yuan gazed at the bone arrow she held, noting the meticulous effort Foxy had put into its creation. Not only had she fashioned the arrowhead, but she had also carved the grooves on the fletching. No wonder I often saw you sitting by the campfire late at night. You were busy crafting arrows. Su Yuan recalled how Foxy had frequently sat alone, returning late to the snow house, likely refining the fish bones left from their meals. It was undeniable that Foxy had indeed hit upon a clever idea. Bone arrows were far sharper and more resilient than their disposable wooden counterparts. However, creating one was an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor, requiring nearly a week of diligent work. Even a casual effort would take 3 to 4 days. Yes, I figured that if wooden arrows could be made, then bone and stone should also be viable materials. Su Yuan had intended to pat Foxy's lively ears, but seeing that she was taller than him, he opted to stow the bone arrow away for the moment. A clever notion indeed, but the process of crafting an arrow is rather cumbersome. He then retrieved the broken iron arrowheads that had previously struck the snow monster. The arrows exchanged through the system were of the embedded type, a design that was challenging to replicate in a primitive tribe. However, it is indeed possible to drill a small hole in the bone material. As for Husey, all she needs to do is polish an arrowhead and affix it to a wooden shaft. Should the shaft break in the future, it would suffice to simply detach the arrowhead. Husey took the iron arrowheads, feeling a slight sting as her fingers brushed against the sharp points. Fortunately, the effects of the medicine had long since worn off. Otherwise, Su Yuan feared she might inadvertently collapse to the ground. I understand now, Su Yuan. May I have these arrowheads? Consider it a reward for my previous archery. Husey's hands caressed the iron arrowheads, her eyes gleaming with desire as they gazed upon Su Yuan. These seemingly useless iron arrowheads, which would have likely been recycled by him due to their negligible value, now seemed to spark Husey's interest, prompting Su Yuan to nod in agreement. After receiving the arrowheads, Husey expressed her gratitude several times before hastily running back to the training grounds, her mind evidently brimming with new ideas, leaving only Shirshir standing there. Has Shirshir finished as well? Su Yuan inquired curiously, noticing Shirshir still standing beside him, watching intently. Yes, though I was a bit slower than Husey. Su Yuan could sense Shirshir's disappointment. For Husey and the others, the small rewards merely served as motivation for their training, but Shirshir viewed it as a competition. Each time she drew her bow to shoot, she was wholly focused, yet each arrow's impact shattered the shaft into splinters, forcing her to carve new arrows. Alternatively, her snowman target would collapse into a heap of snow, necessitating its reconstruction. This caused her to lag behind Husey in achieving Su Yuan's goal. It's all right. In the future, you only need to draw the bow fully and aim at the larger targets. What reward would you like, Shirshir? Shirshir appeared conflicted. Her typically aloof demeanor was now tinged with a faint blush as she stammered. I am not the first. No worries. Consider it a gift from me to you today, Su Yuan reassured her. He did not mind. After all, Shirshir had protected him on numerous occasions, and presenting her with a small token of appreciation was hardly a burden. Then can I take my bow and arrows to hunt? Chapter 42. All right, no more discussion. Hunt? The others in the training ground expressed surprise. Aside from Husey, Shirshir was the only one with remarkable accuracy, both being awakened warriors and naturally more formidable than the other beastgirls. The other beastgirls could only manage to hit large targets like snow wolves at a distance of around 40 to 50 meters, and importantly, they had to be stationary targets. Hence, everyone felt a pang of insecurity, especially the younger beastgirls, their tails raised high in anxiety, much like children facing an exam. Well, practicing on stationary snowmen has proven ineffective. Whether against foes or prey, targets tend to move. Thus, to hone our archery skills, we must attempt to practice on some moving game. But do not worry. This time it is merely an exercise with moving targets. Missing the prey is no concern, as long as recent fishing hauls are sufficient for everyone. Su Yuan gazed at the adorable beast girls. Soon, they would be integral members of his ranged army. In this primitive world, archery would deliver a crushing blow to rival tribes, especially with Shurshur akin to a human barret. When that ironwood bow is fully drawn, even the snow monsters would find themselves perforated. After hearing Su Yuan's words, the others seemed intrigued. Practicing on static targets was indeed somewhat dull, and with the urgency of needing to strike prey alleviated, their anxious tails drooped. Su Yuan, is there anything you need me to prepare? Huzi, having put away her bow and arrow, approached Su Yuan to heed his orders. Huzi, how many arrows does the tribe have? Huzi pondered for a moment before replying. Approximately over 100, mostly wooden arrows. That quantity is ample. The consumption of arrows in the snow is not substantial unless one strikes a target. Otherwise, they can still be utilized if they remain lodged in the snow. Bring some food as well. I will inform the Red Fox shortly. The tribe's snow houses and wooden dwellings intertwined, no longer resembling the previous desolation, as everyone busily wore smiles. Recently, Long and her team had enjoyed a good catch while fishing. Su Yuan instructed the beast girls to properly prepare the fish and store the flesh buried within a snow pile, as it could be preserved for a considerable duration in the icy environment. Kujin, where's your sister? Approaching Huzi's snow house, Su Yuan found only Kujin, who was engrossed in studying pottery art, surrounded by several similarly petite and charming beast girls. On the ground lay an array of oddly shaped pottery, including not only essential jars but also various sculptural items. Sister went to take a bath. Su Yuan, look at this. What is this? Su Yuan picked up the small, doll-like pottery in Kujin's hands, crafted from clay and appearing somewhat comical, with a cheerful smile etched on its face. This is you that I molded. I just finished it. Isn't it lovely? Kujin beamed, her small hands caked in clay. Su Yuan, noticing the clay smeared across her face, gently wiped it away with his finger. It's beautiful. Thank you, little Kujin. When I have time later, I will teach you how to brew wine. Wine? What is that? Su Yuan fondly ruffled Kujin's furry little head, her soft ears feeling delightful to touch, particularly after a bath. It's a particularly delicious beverage. I will teach you when the time comes. In this place, brewing could only entail fruit wine unless Su Yuan spent points in the marketplace to procure grain for brewing. Oh, by the way, did you need something from my sister? Kujin's reminder brought Su Yuan back to the matter at hand, and he redirected the conversation. I plan to go hunting outside with Huzi and Shurshur. Please inform the Red Fox. Little Man will be watching over the tribe, and if any danger arises, signal her to shoot this arrow into the sky. Su Yuan handed the signal arrow, which involved gunpowder. Though its quantity was minimal, it was still prohibitively expensive, with each single-use arrow costing 500 points. The system seemed quite wary of him, redeeming a large number of arrows to extract gunpowder. You all must be careful. Kujin expressed concern for Su Yuan, but upon recalling that both Huzi and Shurshur, the awakened warriors, were by his side, she accepted the arrow. Hunting? What hunting? I want to go too. Just as Su Yuan finished his instructions and prepared to leave, a small figure jumped in front of him. Fearing she might fall, he quickly supported her. The sensation unmistakably belonged to Cat Knight. Indeed, when Su Yuan focused, he saw the familiar sight of Cat Knight's eyes fixed on him. Gulp. It had been a week, and it seemed the suppressed fury of the demon had once again accumulated, especially since Cat Knight had been particularly clingy of late. Su Yuan, I want to go hunting too. Didn't you go fishing with Long and the others? Ever since she had learned to fish, Cat Knight had been particularly enthusiastic about ice fishing. It was surprising to see her still at the camp today, while Long and the others had already set out. I came to find you. What do you need me for? Cat Knight's eyes sparkled as she eagerly replied, Su Yuan, let's take a bath together. Ahem, I understand. Once the hunt is completed, I shall take you along. Very well, I still yearn for the experience from last time, sob. Alright, let's not dwell on it any longer. Su Yuan hastily covered her mouth and carried Cat Yi outside the camp. At this moment, everyone had already gathered, each adorned with several arrows at their waists. Retrieving arrows in such a manner could prove somewhat troublesome. Foxy, when we return, please have the white rabbit sew a longer pouch from the remaining hides, one that can accommodate the arrows. Su Yuan described the quiver to Foxy. The white rabbit was quite adept with her hands and skilled in the art of sewing garments, so Su Yuan was not concerned about the clarity of his instructions. Yes, I understand. Is little Cat Yi going along too? Indeed, we shall return soon. Sob. Su Yuan quickly covered Cat Yi's mouth, feeling somewhat awkward broaching the subject, uncertain if the other beast maidens grasped the implications. Cat Yi intended to catch some prey for Cat Bai to recuperate. Only then did Foxy nod in understanding. Cat's health had improved considerably of late, although recovery was slower compared to the robust and resilient demand. Particularly since the healing methods of the Red Fox could only mend wounds, the effects were less effective for Cat's, who had nearly succumbed to exposure and illness. Thus, while Cat's external injuries had nearly healed, the ailments caused by loss of blood and body heat had yet to recover. Most days, Cat's would rest within the camp, occasionally accompanying Foxgirls to learn the craft of pottery. Let us head over there. During my earlier patrol, I discovered some bird eggs in that vicinity. I recall Cat's fondness for roasted bird eggs. This cursed place still has birds laying eggs? What a desperate notion to lay eggs in such a wretched locale. Yes, Cat's is indeed quite fond of bird eggs. Let us set off swiftly. Catgirl wriggled free from Su Yuan's embrace, her thoughts finally shifting away from bathing in the icy lake, now fixated on Cat's condition. Chapter 43, The Hunt. In the snowy expanse, Su Yuan and his companions searched diligently for prey. In matters of hunting, these beast maidens possessed far more experience than Su Yuan himself. This tree shall suffice. Its dense foliage indicates that birds and beasts likely reside here. Foxy pointed to a large tree, blanketed in snow. This trunk was sturdier than any previously encountered, the faint green above seemingly narrating the tree's resilience. In these times, trading trees for points was not particularly advantageous. Such a colossal tree would consume nearly half a day's worth of effort. Better to seek out smaller trees for trade. Catgirl, noticing the tree, donned her steel claws and prepared to ascend. Do not rush. Su Yuan quickly restrained her, exasperated by her lack of caution. Have you forgotten the colossal python that lurked in the previous tree? Ah, oh right. Catgirl belatedly realized, retreating to Su Yuan's side, her gaze now cautious as she scrutinized the tree, her little eyes fixed intently on the leaves above, seemingly attempting to see through them. Allow me to take the lead. Catgirl has yet to awaken, and it is too perilous. At this moment, Foxy stepped forward. As an awakened warrior, her reflexes far surpassed those of Catgirl, enabling her to retreat swiftly even in the face of danger. Then do exercise caution. Everyone, ready your bows and arrows. Upon hearing Foxy's command, they prepared to shoot at any target that came into view. At such close range, even a bird in the sky would be turned into a sieve. With agility, Foxy swiftly scaled the large tree, while below, Sure solemnly nocked an arrow, her strength sufficient to pierce even a demand should it be perched above. After a moment, the snow atop the tree cascaded down, and Foxy's voice echoed from above. All clear. There are indeed some bird eggs up here, as well as a few fruits. A green fruit was tossed down by Foxy. Unsure if it had frozen solid or was inherently tough, it yielded no system notification upon being caught. Alas, it is a pity it is not a rare item. System, calculate its point value. Mango grass fruit, 150 points. 150 points is rather inconsequential. However, I wonder why the prices of fruits fluctuate. I recall the blue-veined snow fruit was only worth 100 points. System, what makes this item more valuable than the blue-veined snow fruit? Identification function requires 5,000 points for unlocking. Would you like to unlock it? After half a day, there's an identification function? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's expression darkened. He had long been curious as to why the snow monster meat was inedible. Yet, the beast maidens were aware of the curse, so he had no choice but to trade it to the system. Now, to discover that an identification function exists, had he unwittingly traded away so many peculiar items? My dear minister, are there any secrets you have yet to reveal? Present me with the system function shop page. Identification function consumes relevant item 1,500 points. Repair function, points consumed based on damage level 5,000 points. Reproduction function consumes relevant item 100 points 5,000 points. Secondary shop awaiting unlock. What a bother to unlock the identification and repair functions. Su Yuan halted his grievances towards the system. Currently, his points stood just above 30,000, and spending 10,000 was within reach, making it perfect timing to repair Shure's weapons at a low cost. Identification function and repair function unlocked. Mango grass fruit. Grows on mango trees, edible, sweet in flavor, high in sugar content. Trading price 150 points. Lacking any special uses, but its edibility allowed Su Yuan to bite into it with ease. The flesh was rather firm, yet under the moistening of saliva, it gradually revealed its sweetness. Su Yuan, I too wish to taste the sweet fruit. Catgirl leaned in front of Su Yuan, her gaze filled with longing for the mango grass fruit. Go ahead and eat. The beast maidens had a rather simplistic way of referring to this fruit, yet it was fitting. After a single bite, Su Yuan lost interest, for although it was sweet, the crunchy texture reminded him of eating sweet potatoes. Before long, numerous mango grass fruits tumbled from the tree, and everyone sheathed their bows and placed the fruits into the mountaineering bag that Su Yuan had brought. Cat Yi, there are only these few bird eggs. Be careful not to break them. After nearly depleting the mango grass fruits above, Fox C leapt down, still holding 2 bird eggs larger than goose eggs. White feather bird egg. Unhatched egg from an ordinary bird. Trading price 300 points. Indeed, having the identification function is significantly advantageous. It not only indicated the trading price but also revealed the nature of the item. Had he not exhausted the snow demon core and snow monster meat, he could have identified them as well. Alas, the rarest items in the camp currently were those fish caught daily. Yes, consuming this shall hasten Cat by S recovery. Cat Yi removed her gloves, carefully wrapping the bird eggs in hides, securing them to her back like a bundle. Once everyone had gathered the fruits, they continued onward, now traversing a snowy forest. Had it not been for Fox C's clear recollection of the return path, Su Yuan would have considered taking a detour. Be cautious. As everyone hurried along their path, Husie's ears twitched, prompting her to halt the group. There was movement ahead, indicative of a wild beast, and it was in flight. Sure. You protect Su Yuan. I shall investigate, she declared. Let us all proceed together. With bows and arrows in hand, we can swiftly pierce any beast that charges at us. Su Yuan called out to Husie, reminding her that they were no longer unarmed and defenseless, as they had been before. When confronted by a predator, they could only ambush with caution. Husie quickly grasped the situation and acquiesced to Su Yuan's suggestion. The group crouched low and advanced towards the source of the commotion, while Miao Yi, responsible for safeguarding the precious bird eggs behind her, remained close to Su Yuan. Before long, a piercing scream echoed from a distance, prompting Husie to quicken her pace. Soon, they glimpsed 3 figures racing towards them, pursued by a horde of enormous blue spiders. The largest among them towered nearly 3 meters high. Its long, spindly legs were adorned with icy spikes, and one of its 8 eyes oozed blue blood, while it exhaled a white mist of frost. In no time, it unleashed a net of blue ice intended to ensnare the fleeing trio. You foolish traitor! I told you not to provoke it. Now we're all doomed, shouted a white-haired girl who was at the forefront of the escape, not daring to look back. It was spitting webs at me. I wanted to understand the consequences of antagonizing Lord Taimon. And you two are the ones who will perish. When it devours you both, I shall make my escape. Ah! It's you who instigated this. I warned you that following the witch was a grave mistake. The beast woman behind tugged at another, both struggling to keep pace with the swift white-haired girl, narrowly avoiding the encroaching icy net. Chapter 44. What kind of fool is this? Sobbed the despairing rabbit woman, Bei Yu, as tears streamed down her cheeks. Why am I, a defenseless little rabbit, sent to such a perilous place, undertaking such a dangerous mission? Have they discovered my pilfering of the witch's red radishes? Humph! Why should I listen to you? I've changed my mind. I will lead you all to safety, Taimon declared. Her ears perked up as she turned and dragged Bei Yu forward, while the smaller spiders closed in on the trio. Taimon, in your next life, please be obedient and stop being so rebellious. Shut up. Why should I heed your words? Taimon retorted, gritting her teeth as she hurled the 2 others ahead of her. The snow-laden incline slowed the giant spiders, affording them some respite. Taimon, the red-haired beast woman, refused to give up. She turned to face the swarm of spiders without a hint of fear, deftly pulling a stone dagger from her waist and piercing the eye of one of the smaller spiders. The witch must be displeased with us. She's not the same since her return, and only those fools still obey her commands. And you, Bei Yu, are no better. Just as several small spiders leaped, preparing to stab Taimon, arrows shot from behind, striking the spiders instead. What is this? Taimon had resigned herself to death but turned to see a group of people descending the slope, with Bei Yu and Yu firmly held by 2 beast women. I thought it was someone else. It's just you little wolf cubs. Husie observed Taimon's dazed expression, a smirk of disdain playing on her lips. What? Are you spies sent by the black sheep to find us? Why should I tell you? Taimon's expression darkened, as Husie's words hit too close to home. The 3 of them were indeed sent to locate the red fox. You're still as temperamental as ever. Well, you've been captured. Just sit tight. As Husie spoke, she loosed another arrow that pierced through an advancing spider, while Su Yuan curiously glanced at Taimon before refocusing on the swarm. Ice Spike Spider, a level 2 low-tier magical beast. Its icy armor can deflect enemy attacks, and its mandibles can spit ice webs to ensnare foes, subsequently using its sharp legs to impale them. The identification system, which had cost 5,000 points, provided a clear understanding of these monsters' names and attack methods. Indeed, This was a primitive world of Western fantasy, where magical beasts roamed. One could only wonder if there truly was a dragon island across the sea, and whether dragon maidens resided there. Su Yuan felt a flicker of anticipation. Who wouldn't want to be a dragon knight at least once in their life? Soaring through the skies atop a dragon by day, and galloping across the earth by night. Su Yuan, be cautious of that large ice spider. Its icy armor may withstand your arrows, Huzi warned, her gaze fixed on the lumbering giant. The arrows that struck the massive spider merely fell into the snow, leaving only faint white marks on its blue armor. Only Huzi's arrows managed to embed themselves, albeit barely. However, as this ice spider encountered Huzi's precision, she shot through another of its eyes, reducing its gaze from 8 to 6. Cannot pierce? There's nothing that cannot be pierced. Sure, go now, Su Yuan calmly replied, exchanging for a steel arrow and handing it to Sure, who was preparing to draw her cleaver. Ridiculous. If Huzi couldn't pierce it, then my composite bow wouldn't fare much better. But the human siege machine beside me will certainly do the job. Sure, just rely on your strength. You need not aim for its eyes. Understood. Sure took the arrow, the runes on her forehead glowing anew as she drew the wooden bow, which trembled under her might. Even Taimon felt a terrifying aura from the pressure. How infuriating. This great lion has grown even stronger. I was so close to surpassing her. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow cutting through the air rang out as it flew towards the largest ice spider. Sensing the imminent threat, the beast managed to evade, and the arrow merely grazed its side. The powerful penetration severed one of its front legs, and the arrow continued to fly out the other side, splattering blue blood onto the ground. The loss of balance caused the ice spider to topple, and the smaller spiders ceased their assault, gathering around their fallen leader. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan unleashed another arrow, which pierced through the remaining eye of the beast. My marksmanship is improving. Watching that precise shot, Su Yuan felt a rush of exhilaration. A man experiences true joy and a sense of accomplishment only when his aim is unfailingly accurate. Be careful. The downed ice spike spider did not relent. White mist gathered once more in its mouth, and a web of ice surged towards the group. Sure immediately dropped her bow, wielding her cleaver to slice at the incoming web. Though she could not sever it, she managed to pin it down. The cold emanating from the web quickly formed a layer of frost upon the blade. Your system is utterly frustrating. Is this what you call ensnaring the enemy? A mere touch and one could be frozen into an ice sculpture? Su Yuan initially believed this contraption would merely hinder adversaries in a physical sense. However, the system's description of ensnaring foes pertains to a magical constraint. The ice spike spider was attempting to gather frost once more, when Su Yuan swiftly drew an arrow and shot it into its maw, causing a burst of white frost to form around its mouth. Lioness, you've been empowered. Charge forth. Su Yuan encouraged, giving the lioness a gentle pat on the rear. The other beast maidens were occupied with the smaller spiders, leaving only her and Fox C capable of dealing with this formidable foe. The lioness, realizing the urgency, brandished her greatsword and charged at the ice spike spider, provoking a swarm of smaller spiders to rush towards her in response to their leader's call. Yet, before they could draw near, they were pierced by arrows, as over 30 diminutive spiders proved no match for the onslaught of arrows from Fox C and her companions. Upon reaching the ice spike spider, the creature's remaining limb attempted a counterattack, but it was swiftly severed by the lioness's blade. Hissing in pain, the ice spike spider's body began to tremble, and the great sword did not relent, instantly plunging into its unarmored visage, resulting in a gushing of blue blood. After a brief struggle, its body succumbed, lying still amidst the snow, surrounded by the carcasses of its smaller kin. The efficiency of the battle left the trio from the betraying moon dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Chapter 45. A Bountiful Harvest. Fox C. Can the flesh of these spiders be consumed? After dispatching the ice spike spiders, Su Yuan approached curiously, observing his companions swiftly processing their remains. Indeed, though the meat is rather scant. However, their legs can be fashioned into weapons. Su Yuan gazed at the spider leg Fox C presented, its surface adorned with sharp ice spikes, droplets of blue blood still trickling from the severed end. Be cautious. Hiss. Enchanted weaponry. Indeed, upon merely touching the spines, a chill coursed through his fingers, prompting Fox C to quickly discard the spider leg and take Su Yuan's frostbitten fingers into her mouth. The moist warmth alleviated the earlier chill, restoring sensation to his previously numb digits. Yet, this newfound tactile awareness stirred a sensation within Su Yuan, compelling him to scratch at his hand. Ahem, Foxy, I am quite well now. Su Yuan had no intention of lingering in this state, especially with others watching. Su Yuan, this ice spike is exceedingly perilous. Should you choose to touch it, do avoid the spikes. Foxy carefully placed the spider leg before Su Yuan once more, this time presenting the severed end with utmost caution. The moment he grasped the ice spike spider leg, the icy sensation returned, though it was less intimidating than before, akin to holding a chunk of ice that would not melt. Moreover, an exhilarating notification rang out. Rare item detected. Ice spike spider body. Trade for 2,000 points. Or exchange for 200 points. Unlocking special merchandise. Host, please select your trading preference. Excellent. The system's rare item alert had been absent for over a week. Su Yuan's original goal had been the snow-capped mountain that Long and her companions could not ascend. 200 points. Hasten. Let me see what it is. The vicinity around the ice spike spider boasted several others. Losing one was of little consequence. Upon his agreement, the spider leg vanished from his grasp. Is Lord Su Yuan preparing to offer a tribute to the celestial deity? Over the past fortnight, Foxy and the others had come to understand Su Yuan's abilities, recognizing that he could communicate closely with the divine, a feat only a legendary shaman could accomplish. Indeed, the celestial deity expressed a fondness for such peculiar items. The celestial deity served as the most fitting explanation. After all, the system's shop bore little difference from that of the divine, perhaps even surpassing the capabilities of a shaman upon acquiring more rare items. What? That simply won't do. How could one offer the leg of an ice spike spider to the celestial deity? Please wait for me. Upon hearing that it was a gift for the celestial deity, Foxy's demeanor shifted to utmost seriousness as she hurried over to the lioness, who was currently dismembering the useful parts of the ice spike spider. Lioness, does this large spider possess a crystal? Lord Su Yuan intends to present a sacrificial gift to the celestial deity. The lioness paused her task, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized the formidable ice spike spider for a moment before plunging her sword into the row of its eyes. Blue blood erupted forth, accompanied by a crystalline blue stone landing in her grasp. I'll take this to Su Yuan. The lioness wiped the blood from her blade and trotted over to Su Yuan, who was eagerly examining the new item that had appeared before him, only to find it was not a new beverage. After a succession of various flavored drinks, Su Yuan began to suspect that rare items could only yield new beverage flavors. Ice Spike Series Weapons. Ice Spike Spear, 2,800 points. Ice Spike Battle Knife, 2,500 points. Ice Spike Longbow, 2,300 points. Ice Spike Heavy Hammer, 3,000 points. This time, a single Ice Spike spider leg produced 4 distinct weapons, each depicted in a stunning crystalline blue. The Ice Spike Battle Knife, in particular, piqued Su Yuan's imagination. Were it to be transformed into a longsword, he would consider renaming it Sorrow of Frost. Should I exchange for one to test its efficacy? Having just expended 10,000 points, he still retained over 20,000 for future use. In truth, he would only exchange for a single weapon at most. Su Yuan, this is for you. Just as he pondered which weapon to acquire, the lioness, bloodied but resolute, approached him, presenting the blue crystal. What is this? The lioness tilted her head, somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it said to be a sacrificial gift for the celestial deity? This crystal from the ice spider is quite rare. Rare? Su Yuan's attention immediately shifted to the crystal. Ice Spike Crystal, a gem formed within the ice spike spider upon reaching maturity, containing the magical essence of the creature, suitable for crafting wands or magical scrolls. Without a doubt, this item too was a rare treasure. Filled with excitement, Su Yuan accepted the crystal, the familiar and delightful notification chime ringing in his ears once more. Rare item detected. Ice Spike Crystal. Trade for 3,000 points, or exchange for 300 points. Unlocking special merchandise. Foxy, what practical uses does this crystal hold in the Beast Maiden tribe? Su Yuan sought to understand its significance within their culture to ascertain whether it aligned with the system's description or bore greater importance, as there would be no need to gamble on an unknown item. Well, many of the shamans in the large tribe utilize it to craft their wands, while others convert it into potions. It can also be made into potions? Could it be that the system's description is not entirely comprehensive? Lion nodded earnestly and said, once, a shaman from a tribe crushed the crystal of an ice spider and mixed it into a potion. And what happened next? Those who consumed the elixir were encased in blocks of ice, and the shaman met the same fate. If it weren't for another shaman in the tribe skilled in fire magic, they would have perished in their icy tombs. Indeed, the system has not deceived me. It is merely that these beast girls are entirely oblivious to the purpose of the items, experimenting with them at random. Unlock new items for me, system. The staff holds little relevance for me, as I have seldom witnessed a red fox wielding a staff to cast spells. Thus, I shall prioritize unlocking new items at this developmental stage. Very well, Lion, join the others in dealing with the ice spiders. Let us conclude for today. We have gathered enough to return. Only a dozen have accompanied us. While the ground is strewn with 20 to 30 spider corpses, each beast girl must carry 2 or 3 to ensure all our quarry is brought back. Su Yuan, I. Lion hesitated, her initially aloof expression now betraying a hint of tears, as if on the verge of weeping. Sensing her unusual tone, Su Yuan lifted his gaze. His heart filled with sympathy and sorrow, met with her gaze that was tinged with guilt. Chapter 46. The rebellious wolf, the timid rabbit, the slumbering koala. What is it? Why are you suddenly in tears? Weren't you just fine? Su Yuan inquired with curiosity. Lion, after a moment of inner conflict, raised the blade in her hand. It's broken. I failed to protect it. It turned out that just as she was about to leave, Lion noticed a chip and crack on the blade. The ice spike spider, being a second-tier magical beast, combined with the low temperatures of the ice spikes, had caused damage to the ordinary iron weapon. I was wondering what was wrong. Could you take a closer look? Su Yuan took hold of the blade, silently invoking a repair spell. Though it was merely a small chip, the system still deducted 205 points, leaving him puzzled as to why there was an extra 0. 5 point. It felt particularly awkward to see decimals on the points list. Dog system, return my 0. 5 points. Upon hearing, Lion glanced at her weapon, and to her astonishment, the original chip and crack had vanished. Even the wear from previous uses had been restored. Next time, use it without worry. This item can be repaired if damaged. Su Yuan feared that Lion might hesitate to utilize the blade, for that would be akin to hoarding a good weapon and losing sight of its true purpose. I'll go help now. Lion, seemingly unable to express her gratitude, flushed and simply blurted out her intent to assist, prompting a chuckle from Su Yuan. Now, let us see what treasures you have brought me. Watching Lion depart, he turned his attention back to the system shop. Ice Spike Scroll. 600 points. Note: upon use, releases a wave of ice spikes that attack all units ahead, inflicting freezing damage on enemies. A one-time use magical scroll. I never expected the system shop to truly offer products from the magical realm, though the cost of 600 points for a single use does seem extravagant. I wonder how powerful this item is. After all, it was exchanged for a crystal worth 3,000 points. The effect should not be too shabby, otherwise, such a precious gem would be less valuable than a spider leg. Now it's time to attend to serious matters. As the leader of the Star Tribe, Su Yuan was clear about his role, and these 3 small beast girls who came to scout were undoubtedly enemies. Upon arriving at the rear, Cat Knight had already bound the trio tightly with the rope she had brought, leaving them huddled together in the snow. One wore an expression of defiance. Another had tears welling in her eyes, and the last. Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is your friend unconscious? Humph. Why should I tell you? Ignoring the sulky expression of the traitorous Moon, Su Yuan turned to the tearful bunny-eared girl, Sad Moon. What happened to your companion? Sniff, sniff, you. She must have fallen asleep. They were all peculiar characters. Su Yuan found it hard to believe that this ragtag group from the Black Sheep tribe had managed to defeat the Red Foxes. Was it solely due to this rebellious red wolf, the timid rabbit, and what appeared to be a lazy koala? Hey, what are you looking at? Be careful, or I'll kill you. The traitorous Moon, feeling Su Yuan's disdainful gaze, immediately flared up, struggling on the ground. Little traitor, you dare threaten Su Yuan. Cat Knight promptly stepped forward, placing the egg she was carrying on a snow pile, and approached the traitorous Moon, pinching her cheek. Little traitor, since we have captured you, you must obediently comply. Otherwise, we will pluck all the fur from your tail and roast it. Humph, little Cat Knight. If it weren't for being chased by the giant spider, you would never have caught me. The two were old acquaintances, having clashed previously during the Black Sheep tribe's assault. However, in light of the current situation, Cat Knight's smug demeanor caused the traitorous Moon's sharpened fangs to clatter ominously. But you are captured now. For every question we ask, you must answer, or else we shall pluck your tail. Ah! The traitorous Moon's eyes widened in horror at Cat Knight, as a tuft of her white fur was suddenly in Cat Knight's grasp, contrasting sharply with her own pristine white fur, now tinged with a silvery hue. Cat Knight, I will kill you. A captive must possess a captive's awareness. That tuft of fur would henceforth be Cat Knight's trophy. The traitorous Moon struggled against her bonds. But with every exertion, Sad Moon cried out in pain, waking the slumbering Yu. Let me ask you a question. Did the Black Sheep send you to gather intelligence on the Red Foxes? Why should I tell you? The traitorous Moon, her eyes aflame with fury, glared at Su Yuan. You will speak. Su Yuan swiftly shifted his focus to Sad Moon, who was the most promising avenue for information. That's confidential. I cannot disclose it. Not going to speak? Then I shall strip you bare and pluck the fur from your little tail, roasting it over the fire. Sad Moon was immediately frightened into tears, her earlier tears gushing forth anew. With such lamentations, if she cried all day, the tribe would not lack for water. Continue to cry, and I shall roast you. This threat finally managed to quell Sad Moon's tears. After a few sobs, she hurriedly began to speak. I will confess, just don't pull my fur. The shaman sent us to find the red foxes, along with the runaway Xianku. Who is Xianku? Xianku is the shaman from another tribe who fled. The shaman of the Black Sheep tribe collaborated with another tribe to defeat Xianku's tribe, but they failed to capture her. The shaman of another tribe, little did they expect that the Black Sheep had not only defeated the Red Fox tribe, but the motives of the shadowy figure behind it all remained a mystery. At present, the first-level marketplace offered merely iron weapons, which provided little sense of security for Su Yuan. If only he could acquire tanks or aircraft, amassing sufficient points, he would personally confront that mysterious figure to uncover their intentions. What had become of the captives from the Red Fox tribe? Cat Knight, filled with anxiety, posed her question. There were still a few who had failed to escape. They were imprisoned. Now, with the shaman preoccupied with attacking other tribes, they had been neglected. However, they were unharmed and safe. Sorrow Moon divulged everything she knew. She was well aware of her precarious situation. If the captives from the Red Fox tribe were in any danger, she would truly become a roasted rabbit. Once we have regrouped, we shall retaliate against the Black Sheep tribe. Next time, I will ensure that the Black Sheep is imprisoned. Chapter 47. The Abandoned Trio. Ha! With your capabilities, that is utterly impossible. The warriors under the Black Sheep shaman have multiplied significantly since then. Rebellion Moon mocked without hesitation, still resentful over the incident where Cat Knight had tugged at her tail. She could now feel a dull ache in her tail from behind. Whether it was feasible or not was of no concern to you. By the way, I am quite curious as to why the Black Sheep sent the three of you. A reconnaissance team should not consist of such peculiar individuals, unless the Black Sheep is truly unhinged to dispatch you three for reconnaissance. Why should I divulge anything to you? Lord Rebellion Moon will not share any information. Stubborn as ever, Rebellion Moon turned her head, unwilling to engage with Su Yuan. You wouldn't desire to be plucked, would you? I truly do not know. Wah! The Black Sheep shaman merely summoned Rebellion Moon for a brief conversation, and then I, along with you Moon, was brought here. The weeping was heart-wrenching. This little rabbit girl seemed truthful, for otherwise, her performance could rival that of top-tier actors. Rebellion Moon, you wouldn't want to be stripped of your tail fur, would you? A hint of mockery crossed Rebellion Moon's face, and, unafraid of the threat of plucking, she boldly declared, I am not timid like Sorrow Moon. You could kill me, and I still wouldn't tell you anything. Su Yuan couldn't help but smile at her defiant little face. Such rebellious spirits were the easiest to train. He slowly grasped Rebellion Moon's tail. While her limbs were bound, she could only attempt to bite him, though her head was held in place by his hand. This little wolf's tail felt rather warm. Yet its fur was coarser than that of the red foxes, resembling her obstinate nature. You may pluck all my tail fur, but you shall not make me bow my head to you. Oh, quite the spirit of resistance, to utter such philosophical words. Su Yuan, observing her steadfast gaze, realized that the plucking tactic would not work on her. Those threats, however, might still intimidate Sorrow Moon beside her. Actually, those were words spoken by the leader sister. Silence. Sleep, or I shall pluck your fur soon. Rebellion Moon shot a fierce glare at you Moon beside her, who was utterly oblivious to the occasion. Oh zzz. Su Yuan found increasing amusement in watching the trio, suddenly struck with an idea as he observed Rebellion Moon's struggling legs. Are you certain you want to speak? Lord Rebellion Moon is never afraid of threats, not even from the Black Sheep shaman, for I am utterly unafraid of pain. Pluck away if you wish. A wicked smile crept across Su Yuan's lips as he squatted before Rebellion Moon. Cat Knight, hold this one's legs. I am about to administer severe punishment. Understood. Rebellion Moon's previously resolute expression faltered slightly with panic as Cat Knight rushed over to tightly wrap her arms around those large legs clad in tattered beast skins. What are you planning to do? Su Yuan ignored the quivering tone of Rebellion Moon and removed her somewhat tattered beast skin boots. Fortunately, the beast girl's transformation was not too severe. Her small feet resembled those of an ordinary girl, fair and delicate. Upon closer inspection, one could even see the veins on her instep, while 10 plump toes trembled from the cold. However, unlike Cat Knight and the others, Rebellion Moon's toenails were also white, not just her toes. A careful observation revealed her fingernails were likewise white. Those gem-like toes reflected light in the snow under the sun, resembling true jewels, evoking an irresistible urge to hold and admire them. If Lord Rebellion Moon claims not to fear pain, she should not fear tickling either. Should she? Su Yuan grasped Rebellion Moon's left foot, his fingers playfully tickling her sole, eliciting an exquisite sensation of ticklishness that made her squirm immediately. Ha 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 ha! Let go! The uproarious laughter even drew curious glances from Sorrow Moon, who turned her head to observe Su Yuan crouched and busy. The surrounding beast girls could not help but look over, their laughter infused with a sense of collapse and anguish rather than mere joy. Ha ha ha! You will never hear me beg for mercy. Su Yuan remained unhurried, having gathered a substantial number of ice spike spiders this time. Foxy and the others would be busy for a while before they could process everything. If it came to it, there was always the option to return to the tribe and impose slow punishment later. The laughter persisted for over 20 minutes. By then, Rebellion Moon was drenched in sweat, her laughter growing feeble. It seemed that if he continued, she would soon be laughing herself into oblivion. I say, ha 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 ha, I say Webnovel. Ultimately, Rebellion Moon could no longer endure. Upon Su Yuan's cessation, she immediately broke down in tears, her pitiful state rendering Sorrow Moon speechless with fear. Even the Black Sheep Shaman could not manage her. Yet Rebellion Moon was reduced to tears by the Red Fox tribe, and the sound of her sobs was quite tragic. Somehow, witnessing Rebellion Moon weep stirred a flicker of sympathy within Sorrow Moon. It seemed she had never witnessed Rebellion Moon cry throughout their years together. If you continue to cry, I shall resume. Currently, these three little creatures were enemies, and Su Yuan felt no pity, seizing Rebellion Moon's ankle once more. I am not crying. The Black Sheep Shaman dispatched me to search for the whereabouts of the Red Fox and Exine Ku. In truth, I know she is merely displeased with my disobedience to her commands. Su Yuan found himself puzzled. Rebellion Moon's temperament was not something formed overnight. If the Black Sheep were indeed dissatisfied, they would hardly have tolerated her for over a decade. What then of the two of them? Rebellion Moon halted her tears, speaking hesitantly. I feared it would be too dull alone, so I asked the leader to include them, and the leader agreed. So, it turns out that wandering the snowy wilderness in search of fugitives was not an order from the leader. Cursed Rebellion Moon. No wonder a mere little rabbit like herself, completely incapable of hunting, was inexplicably dragged out to execute a mission. Suddenly, her tears no longer evoked sympathy. Someone could subdue her was simply splendid. Meanwhile, Sorrow Moon smiled, while Rebellion Moon's eyes remained red-rimmed. Even without crying, tears continued to stream down her cheeks. So, it appears the three of you have been abandoned. Not at all. We are on a mission. Only 3 abandoned beast girls. Su Yuan naturally had nothing to fear, and he put the beast skin boots of the traitorous moon back on her. 1 weeping rabbit, 1 slumbering koala, and 1 rebellious wolf. It seems you witches consider it a waste of food, so you let them fend for themselves. Su Yuan's words struck a chord with a few of them, and both little beast girls appeared somewhat disheartened, while the sleeping Yue beside them displayed no expression. After a moment of silence, the traitorous moon began to explain through her sobs. The black sheep which was not like this in the past. Chapter 48. Strange Changes. Previously, the black sheep which would take in many homeless individuals. We were all from tribes that had suffered attacks and were displaced, and we gathered again under the leadership of the black sheep witch. However, some time ago, the black sheep witch was taken to the Wangshu mountain range, where it was said that a divine witch summoned many tribal witches. Upon her return, the black sheep witch had transformed entirely. The traitorous moon's account bore resemblance to the earlier words of the snow demon, and judging by her demeanor, she was not lying. It remained unclear whether the black sheep was taken willingly or captured. Furthermore, Su Yuan caught wind of a familiar term. Divine witch. Are there divine witches among the tribes of the Wangshu mountain range? I truly do not know. The traitorous moon instinctively wanted to retort, but upon recalling Su Yuan's methods, she quickly restrained her words, merely shaking her head in mild grievance. The matter of the divine witch was something I overheard during a conversation between the black sheep witch and the tiger hunting chief. They spoke of a divine witch in that region. Another divine witch, and this individual's intentions are far from pure. Just by capturing witches from other tribes, this divine witch has already positioned herself as an adversary. Perhaps one day I too shall be taken. Su Yuan was uncertain about the capabilities of these so-called divine witches. After all, this world still harbored magic, and if they were sorcerers or spell saints, his mere iron blades would be insufficient for victory. It was better to wait, at least until the system shop reached level 2, or until he found some exceptionally powerful rare items that could be exchanged for a forbidden spell scroll or something of the sort. Never mind. That individual likely wouldn't come to this wretched place anytime soon. If all else fails, I can lead my people to the land of death. Su Yuan temporarily set aside the matters related to the Wangshu mountain range, pondering the vastness of the map from there to the land of death, with countless tribes scattered throughout. It was improbable that they would focus solely on capturing the Red Fox. At present, the only ones pursuing her were the Black Sheep tribe, controlled by that divine witch. Well, since you three have been abandoned, from this day forth, you shall be captives of our Xingqian tribe, and you shall only receive food through labor. It would not do to leave these three in the snow. Should they return to notify the Black Sheep, it would surely result in trouble for them. The distance from here to the Xingqian tribe's camp was not too far, and given that there was a bountiful ice lake nearby teeming with fish, Su Yuan had no desire to relocate the camp just yet. Captives are captives. I intend to drain your tribe dry. Ignoring the defiant expression of the traitorous moon, Su Yuan watched as the lionesses had already dealt with those ice spike spiders, each dragging several of the creatures along. Hand those to me. Night is falling, and I shall offer the excess as a sacrifice to the celestial deity. In the snow, the diminutive figures of the little ones strained to drag the ice spike spiders, and with several trading opportunities remaining unused, it would be better to dispose of the corpses. Very well, my lord Su Yuan. Small ice spike spider legs, 300 points. Small ice spike spider bodies, 800 points. Once again they were to be dismantled for sale. Su Yuan had already exhausted some trading chances today and realized he could only process 2 or 3, with the remainder having to wait until tomorrow. Let us go, or it will be dark soon. The 3 captured little beast girls did not require supervision. They merely had to have their hands bound, as traversing in this heavy snow was a challenge in itself. It was fortunate for these fools that luck was on their side to be captured by him. Otherwise, after wandering for 10 days or half a month, they would likely have perished as frozen statues or been taken by wild beasts. Leading the trio back to the tribe with a rope, Yue remained blissfully asleep, carried on the back of the little rabbit girl. Upon reaching the camp, several bonfires were already lit in the snowy expanse. The aromatic scent of grilled fish instantly invigorated the previously listless trio. Is that the smell of fish? Traitorous moon. Yes, it is indeed the smell of fish. I'm so hungry. Beiwe, traitorous moon, I wish to eat fish. The trio's reactions varied. Even the usually slumbering Yue was drawn to the enticing aroma. Had she not been bound, she likely would have dashed to the bonfire by now. The witch has returned. The witch and Sister Huzi have brought back plenty of game. Inside the tribe, some little beast girls were accustomed to referring to Su Yuan as the witch, and the traitorous moon's gaze shifted from the grilled fish to Su Yuan, her face brimming with confusion as she asked, "Are you a witch?" "I suppose so. Besides, you're a captive, why should I tell you?" Su Yuan smiled at the traitorous moon, returning her with her most familiar retort. "If you want to say, then I don't want to hear it." The traitorous moon, infuriated, gritted her teeth and turned away, ignoring Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, are you alright?" The red fox, who had not been seen during the day, returned. After diligently bathing these past few days, her fur was much smoother, exuding a faint scent. It wasn't exactly a pleasant aroma, but it was particularly intoxicating, making one unable to resist the urge to draw closer and inhale deeply. "I'm fine. On the way, I encountered 3 fools being chased by ice spiders, and they nearly met their demise." "You're the fool." The traitorous moon's voice caught the red fox's attention. Upon seeing the Black Sheep tribe members, she felt no impulse or anger, but instead smiled in surprise. "Oh, it's you 3 sisters. How has your Black Sheep witch been lately?" "Why should I tell you?" "The Black Sheep is currently attacking another tribe. Once she triumphs, she will come looking for you." The traitorous moon had no intention of engaging with the red fox, but the unkind gazes nearby made her feet itch again, the painful memories from the day resurfacing in her mind. Alas, at this point, do you not understand that the Black Sheep is no longer the same Black Sheep as before? Release them. The current Black Sheep does not require useless individuals. These 3 have already been abandoned. The red fox's words left the trio feeling deeply disheartened. Even the usually composed Yue had reddened eyes, and upon being untied, merely squatted on the ground, somewhat at a loss. Recently, the tribe had captured many individuals, and numerous others had been driven away. She understood that Sister Huli had merely sent the 3 of them to find the red fox under false pretenses. Or perhaps if they truly found the red fox, they would no longer be deemed useless. In the eyes of the Black Sheep witch it would count as an achievement. "Sister Witch, what should we do?" Yue, harboring no animosity towards the red fox, perked up and gazed at her with wide eyes. "Alas, even if you were to capture me and bring me back, do you truly believe that the Black Sheep would spare you? What she seeks are individuals of utility, not mere glory seekers." The red fox gently wiped away the tears from Yue's eyes and gestured toward the curious Su Yuan beside them, saying, "If you wish to know what to do, perhaps you should consult our shaman." The term shaman left all three in utter astonishment, particularly the rebellious Yu, who found it hard to believe that those who once tormented her were now the legendary shamans. "Oh, is that disbelief I see in your eyes?" Chapter 49. I have a grand vision. Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback. The Red Fox was not the type to act impulsively, exposing her identity so easily. It appeared she genuinely trusted these three little beast maidens, even considering the prospect of subduing them. "I do not," said the shaman. "Then what shall we do? I do not wish to leave everyone behind. I have yet to finish the jerky I left at the foot of my bed." Yue clutched Su Yuan's hand, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression, her weariness suggesting she would soon fall asleep again. The matter was quite clear. First, all the shamans from the various tribes had been taken to the great tribe in the snow-capped mountains, and upon their return, their personalities had changed, indicating they were under some form of control. Or perhaps they were no longer the same shamans, possibly even imposters. The faces of the rebellious Yu and her companions turned pale with fear. Had not the black sheep they had often seen hiding in caves once been a shaman herself? Thus, if you wish to save the black sheep and the people of her tribe, the method is rather straightforward. At this moment, even the rebellious Yu did not interrupt Su Yuan, her eyes fixed upon him, hoping for a solution to rescue everyone. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan slowly articulated to the three, "First, we must utterly defeat the black sheep tribe and capture the black sheep herself. We need to ascertain what has truly transpired. Secondly, we must vanquish all other tribes akin to the black sheep tribe in the vicinity and then seek out that shaman in the snow-capped mountains. Once we capture her, would not everything be resolved?" After pondering for a while, Biyue, with a dejected expression, replied, "It's futile. That great tribe is formidable. Even if our tribe from the wild snow plains banded together, we would not stand a chance against them. How would we know without attempting? She needs others to act on her behalf, indicating that they too are entangled in some matter. Besides, she is a shaman. Am I not one as well? Just express whether you desire the black sheep to return to her former self." Indeed, they all responded. Su Yuan, observing the despondent rebellious Yu, playfully pinched her cheek and chuckled. "Speak up. Have you not eaten? I wish for the black sheep to return to her original self. Moreover, it has indeed been a day since we last ate." The exclamation echoed throughout the camp, drawing the attention of the beast maidens roasting fish nearby, while Cat Knight, who was preparing boiled bird eggs, nearly dropped them in shock. "You wretched creature. Cat Bai, look at what I brought you. Bird eggs." Cat Bai, still somewhat pallid, smiled at Cat Knight, dividing one of the two eggs she held. "Let us share one. The other is for Su Yuan the shaman. By the way, Su Yuan promised to take me for a bath today." "Oh no, it's already so late." Cat Bai's expression turned serious as she turned to Cat Knight, saying, "If you wish to bathe, I can accompany you. Do not trouble Su Yuan the shaman." It's not the same, Cat Bai. Let me tell you what Su Yuan did that day. Alright, you three must trust me. Once we are prepared, we shall launch a counteroffensive against the black sheep tribe, capturing the black sheep and reclaiming our displaced kin. Su Yuan initially painted a grand vision for them, of course. This was not an unattainable dream. To launch a counteroffensive against the black sheep tribe required some time for development, at least 10 archers and 20 warriors to lead the charge. Naturally, capturing them alive necessitated considerable preparation. Regrettably, the tribe currently consisted of merely 50 individuals, and after excluding the younger and less combat-ready members, only about 20 remained. "Very well, you should go and have something to eat. Hu Jiao, I leave them in your care." Watching the departing trio, Su Yuan sighed in exasperation, reflecting, "We are still lacking in manpower." The Red Fox approached Su Yuan with a beaming smile, saying, "They are good children. Rebellious Yu's talent will soon make her an awakened warrior. Though Biyue is timid and often in tears, she has learned a great deal from her mother. Yue, due to her constitution, often feels fatigued, yet her stealth surpasses even that of Cat Knight." The Red Fox, feeling pensive, had come to understand much during their prolonged encounter with the Black Sheep tribe, although there remained many mysteries yet to unravel. What were the intentions of the shaman from the Maguang tribe, and why did each visiting shaman exhibit such drastic personality changes? Alright, I understand now. Go eat something. Everyone is still waiting. Su Yuan comprehended the Red Fox's implication. If rebellious you could join the Star tribe, it would mean adding a promising warrior on the brink of awakening. Should she successfully awaken, their chances against the Black Sheep tribe would significantly improve. "Sister, this smells wonderful. It's even tastier than the jerky." Yue, rarely fully awake, found herself revitalized by the warmth of the campfire, clutching a piece of perfectly roasted fish. Beside her, rebellious Yu and Bue joyfully gnawed on fish, though they felt a twinge of shame, particularly rebellious Yu, who had previously aided the black sheep in attacking the red fox tribe, now indulging in their camp's hospitality. Yet her stomach's grumbling protested her remaining stubbornness. The small jerky she had taken was long gone, and for some time, the three sisters had subsisted on wild fruits found along the way. How is it? Is it delicious? Su Yuan settled beside them. The three appeared famished, the aroma of the roasted fish rendering them momentarily speechless. He casually took a piece of roasted fish for himself while also retrieving a sweet potato from the fire. After finishing the last of the potatoes, Su Yuan could no longer resist the allure of fish and wild fruits, so he had brought out a fresh batch of sweet potatoes. They were quite convenient, simply needing to be tossed into the fire for a while. Their sweet, sticky flavor was adored by the little beast maidens in the tribe, who would eagerly await the mealtime to gaze at the pile of sweet potatoes in the cave. Don't just eat fish. Try this roasted sweet potato. Su Yuan tore off a steaming piece of sweet potato and offered it to rebellious Yu, the enticing aroma prompting her to lift her head from the fish. What is this? Sweet potato. What? Did you think I was trying to harm you? I didn't think so. Rebellious Yu's cheeks flushed. If before she had merely submitted to Su Yuan's healing, this conversation had begun to soften her heart toward him as well. Ouch, hot, hot, hot. You are indeed trying to harm me. Fool, who told you to take a big bite? Spit it out quickly, or you'll blister your mouth. Why should I? Despite her protests, the sweet, soft flavor of the potato made rebellious Yu's ears perk up excitedly, and she promptly swallowed the piece she had bitten into. The once shy and blushing little face was now completely flushed, having consumed the sweet potato in her mouth before eagerly biting into the one held by Su Yuan. Ah, you silly fool. You bit my hand. Chapter 50. The Mysterious Disappearance of Food. As night fell, only a few campfires flickered in the campsite. The snow huts no longer required everyone to huddle closely together as before. However, most of the beast girls still preferred to squeeze in with 2 or 3 in a single snow hut, as it provided greater warmth during the night. Su Yuan returned to his modest wooden cabin, which was the first structure built in the camp, serving as his residence. A small wooden bed was covered with a thick fur blanket, and next to it lay a small wooden box he had crafted just days prior. Though its appearance was rather unremarkable, it was a testament to Su Yuan's meticulous efforts. In the corner of the cabin were some tools and unfinished projects casually strewn about. These fruits should be suitable for brewing some wine, perhaps? Su Yuan poured the bulrush fruits he had gathered during the day into the wooden box, alongside a collection of wild fruits he had foraged. After assessing them through the system, he found they were all harmless and devoid of any special effects. Once he had organized the heap of fruits, Su Yuan reclined on his bed. The tribe's provisions for food and shelter had been adequately resolved, and he anticipated that he would not need to personally engage in labor for the foreseeable future. Tomorrow he would focus on crafting a wooden barrel. He wondered if those fruits could effectively seal it. Creak. As he lay pondering his plans for the next day, the door of the wooden cabin emitted a sound, and in the faint glow of the campfire, he discerned the charming little face of a newcomer at the entrance. Cat Knight, are you unable to sleep again? Su Yuan was not surprised to see her entering his room. Among the beast girls in the camp, she was one of the most active at night, struggling to rise in the morning and unable to find rest at night. A true night owl. Su Yuan, let's go take a bath. Cough, cough, cough. It's far too late. Venturing out now is perilous. Su Yuan was taken aback that she still remembered their conversation from earlier, as Cat Knight, who usually lost interest quickly, had been thinking about this all day. But I really want to go. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Cat Knight, visibly reluctant, leaped onto Su Yuan's bed, nearly tumbling to the ground. It was worth noting that the wooden cabin was quite small, and Su Yuan's bed was even smaller than the one he had during his school days. Keep your voice down, you might wake everyone. Su Yuan quickly pressed down on Cat Knight. The tribe had guards on duty every night, and if they heard any commotion and burst in, the consequences would be unimaginable. Listen, we can skip the bath, but you mustn't make a sound that disturbs the others, understood? Really? Okay. Cat Knight promises not to wake anyone. That night, keeping watch by the campfire were the White Rabbit and several well-mannered little beast girls, who eagerly gathered around the fire to observe the small tools in the White Rabbit's hands. White Rabbit. This needle makes sewing fur so much easier. It's far better than a fishbone. Indeed, indeed. And look at this. The White Rabbit patiently instructed the little beast girls who had come with long, never imagining that one day she would be able to impart the knowledge her mother had taught her to others. Alright, pay close attention. Previously, Su Yuan asked us to help make some quivers. It involves sewing 2 pieces of fur together, but be careful not to make the openings too large. What's that sound? Just as she spoke, the attentive ears of the white rabbit detected some peculiar noises. Not just the creaking of wood, but also faint mews resembling those of a cat. Ah, that hurts. As she surveyed her surroundings in confusion, one of the little beast girls accidentally pricked her finger, blood instantly seeping out, which sent the white rabbit into a flurry. Be careful. Don't injure yourself. Su Yuan told me that if your finger bleeds, just hold it in your mouth for a while and it will stop. The white rabbit delicately bit the bleeding finger of the little beast girl, and before long, only a tiny red dot remained. How impressive. It really has stopped bleeding. The white rabbit, seeing the wide-eyed gazes of her companions, couldn't help but smile. All right, now watch as I demonstrate for you all. The following day, with the sun high in the sky, Long and her companions had already set out for the ice lake to fish. Lately, the fish had grown wise, requiring them to invest more time to catch the same quantity as before. Bang, bang, bang. Something's gone awry. The little dried fish in the camp have vanished. The morning door was knocked upon, and Su Yuan instinctively wrapped himself tighter in the blanket, while Cat Knight remained fast asleep, her exhaustion evident on her face. Let me see what's going on. It was astonishing that something could go missing in the camp. The tribe's food supplies were considerable, stored in the cave and in separate snow huts. Meow, is it morning already? It's all right, you keep sleeping. If you get hungry, you can wake up for breakfast later. Su Yuan gently ruffled Cat Knight's little head. Today promised to be another refreshing day, where the great Su would rise to solve the mystery at hand. Dressed efficiently, Su Yuan found that the red fox had already awakened, busy counting the tribe's provisions in the cave. How much food is missing? Could it be that a wild beast intruded last night? The loss of food was not overly concerning. After all, he had accumulated thousands of points, sufficient to sustain a tribe of 50. However, he needed to address the issue of theft. About 4 or 5 frozen fish are missing, and the footprints appear to belong to a human. A human? Yes, look at these footprints. They seem to have come last night, and the white rabbit heard some strange noises while on watch. Su Yuan was puzzled. None of the beast girls in the tribe were starving. Given the current small size of the tribe, he advocated for food sharing, fostering a familial bond among all members. Therefore, it was improbable that a hungry beast girl would sneak in to steal food in the dead of night. The white rabbit mentioned that it was shortly after we had fallen asleep when she heard the meowing. It was likely a cat clan member attempting to pilfer from our tribe. Cough, cough, cough. We can't be certain yet. Perhaps Cat Knight was just talking in her sleep. Su Yuan immediately interrupted the red fox, dismissing the idea that the cat's meowing was indicative of a thief, and devised a plan to catch the intruder. Red fox, for the next few days, assure everyone not to worry, and you and I will set a trap here. No one besides you should be informed. A trap? The red fox appeared puzzled. Her initial plan had been to follow the remaining footprints in the snow to locate the thieves, but it seems Su Yuan had devised a better strategy. Thus, she abandoned her previous thoughts, realizing that after a night had passed, tracking the thieves' footprints would prove challenging. All right, I'll teach you and Fox 9 how to set it up shortly, but keep this matter to ourselves for now. We'll reveal it only after we've caught the culprits. Chapter 51, Traps and Wooden Barriers. The issue of the missing food was temporarily smoothed over by the red fox. Before long, she had brought Fox 9 to the cave's entrance, where Su Yuan was already equipped with some branches and ropes. Su Yuan, are you planning to create that thing called a trap? Fox 9's eyes sparkled with excitement. She felt that under Su Yuan's guidance, she could learn a multitude of skills. Recently, she had been studying wooden barrels, and now her sister mentioned the concept of traps. Indeed, a trap is essentially a strategic setup at a specific location, waiting for the enemy to fall into it. For instance, if one were to dig a large pit in the snow and cover it with a layer of animal hide, topped with another layer of snow, what do you think would happen if an enemy were to approach? Without hesitation, Fox 9 exclaimed, they would surely fall in. I understand. However, she quickly grew troubled as she gazed at the hard stone floor of the cave. But the cave is made of stone. We cannot dig a large pit. That was merely one type of trap. Later, I will demonstrate a trap that does not require digging, Su Yuan reassured her. A simple live bait trap is not a difficult task. After observing the cave structure for a while, Su Yuan immediately conceived a trap specifically designed to catch thieves who might attempt to steal. The trap I will teach you today can also be used outdoors to catch small animals. When Long and the others go fishing, you could set some traps near the campsite to capture wild beasts. First, we need a slender branch. Although its species is unknown, it possesses good resilience. If we tie a rope to the head and press it down, it will easily catch someone off guard. The other end of the rope would be anchored on the opposite side of the cave. To ensnare the thief, Su Yuan had specially exchanged fine thread from the system's shop, which would blend seamlessly into the wall, making it nearly undetectable. Finally, she secured the stick at the cave's entrance, covering it with some snow, and tied a knot in the line above. Once someone disturbed the precariously balanced stick, the line would tighten and ensnare their leg. Admiring her handiwork, Su Yuan turned her eyes towards the still somewhat bewildered Fox 9 and smiled. Little Fox 9, would you like to give it a try? Ah, is that possible? Fox 9 felt intrigued as she listened to Su Yuan's explanation, though she still struggled to comprehend how the trap would capture someone. Su Yuan, beaming with satisfaction, nudged Fox 9 forward and said, "Don't worry, this trap can be reused after being triggered. Go ahead and try it." The red fox, curious, stood nearby, observing Fox 9 closely. All right then. Fox 9 approached the trap, her confusion evident. The height of the stick reached up to her calf. It was inevitable that she would touch it unless she deliberately lifted her foot. With a snap, as she cautiously knocked the stick down, the small wooden block wedged against the cave wall lost its support and immediately recoiled, the line ensnaring Fox 9 and pulling her upwards. Ah! Caught off guard, Fox 9 found herself dangling upside down. Had it not been for Su Yuan's quick reflexes, she would have had an unwelcome encounter with the cave wall. Are you all right? Su Yuan hastily untied the fine thread from her ankle and cradled Fox 9 in her arms as she descended. The little fox, momentarily disoriented from the sudden pull, gradually regained her composure. I'm fine. I think I understand now. That line retracted too quickly. Even though I knew it was coming, it was hard to react in time, and I ended up hanging upside down. It seems effective, Su Yuan mused. If only we could have set such a trap at the entrance of the boulder in our campsite, we might have avoided being ambushed at night. The red fox sighed in resignation, acknowledging the trap's limitations. It was challenging to implement on ordinary snowfields, although it had proven quite effective in her previous tribe. Fox 9 continued to observe as Su Yuan restored the trap, her ears perked up at the sound of her sister's sigh. Her fluffy tail swept back and forth within the cave. Su Yuan, what if we don't have the support of the cave walls in the wild? In the wild, it would be too easy to discover. However, to catch some wild animals, you can simply insert 2 wooden sticks into the ground and scatter some food nearby to lure the prey into triggering the trap. This type of trap is only effective against some wild beasts. If we encounter a clever one or a larger magical beast, the pull of the stick might break before it even manages to ensnare the creature. How impressive. Su Yuan seems to know everything. I will go try it right away. Without waiting for Su Yuan to call her back, the little fox dashed towards the cave's exit, gathering a few companions to get busy. This girl is so eager. Su Yuan thought, by the way, Red Fox, let's set up some enclosures near the tribe. Otherwise, we won't even notice if someone enters the campsite. Previously preoccupied with food and shelter, Su Yuan had overlooked this matter. A tribe without a defined perimeter would be vulnerable to theft in the dead of night. Enclosures? Observing the puzzled expression on the red fox's face, Su Yuan felt curious. Could it be that, in this primitive society, no one had yet thought to establish barriers to delineate territory? We can use some wood to surround the campsite, leaving only one entrance. This way, if someone enters the tribe, we can detect it. Haven't you done this before? In the past, we sought out a cave or a tree hollow. Our previous campsite was inside an abandoned boulder. We needed the wood for fire, and tribes without shamans wouldn't waste much time cutting trees. The red fox explained, and Su Yuan began to understand that building enclosures in such heavy snow was indeed unnecessary. After all, everyone either resided in the same cave or sought their own tree hollows for shelter. The wood, painstakingly split with stone and bone axes, would be challenging to construct into enclosures, especially with the constant threat of blizzards. If we were unlucky, they could be swept away shortly after being built. Yet, we must still construct them. Not only will they prevent others from entering the campsite, but they will also help lost beast maidens find their way back. More importantly, they will bind everyone together, providing a sense of security. Even if a wild beast charges in, it will create a loud commotion beforehand. Don't worry. There are plenty of trees nearby. If necessary, we can always venture up the mountain to cut down some. Alright, I will inform everyone. After pondering for a moment, the red fox agreed to Su Yuan's enclosure plan. Although she did not fully grasp its purpose, she recognized that there was much she did not understand about Su Yuan. As long as it did not harm the tribe, she would support Su Yuan unconditionally, for he was the one who brought vitality and hope to their community. No need. I will inform Lion and Foxy. They still don't comprehend how to construct enclosures. By the way, once you finish, cover the traps with some snow. You might have to keep watch tonight. If you hear any commotion, Come and check. The red fox watched as Su Yuan sprinted towards the training area, a smile gracing her face. Ever since the attack, or rather, since she took on the role of shaman, she had not smiled like this. Daily concerns about food, her tribe's living conditions, and caring for those who returned from hunting weighed heavily on her since her mother's disappearance. For the survival of the tribe, she had to bury her longing for her mother and the desire to search for her deep within her heart. Mother, the tribe can now be entrusted to Su Yuan. Once he leads us to rescue our kin, I will set off to find you. Wait for me. Chapter 52. The prototype of the tribe's campsite. Is this acceptable, Su Yuan? Fox C sharpened both ends of a tree root, plunged it into the frozen ground after clearing away the snow, and despite her seemingly slender frame, her strength was not to be underestimated. The wooden stake was swiftly embedded into the earth. Unless a particularly fierce blizzard arose, it would be quite difficult to uproot it. Ah yes, just like that. Bang! Just as Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction, a loud impact echoed nearby, and debris splattered all over him. Cough, 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 what just happened? Su Yuan. I'm finished too. Lion imitated her, driving a tree trunk into the ground, nearly half of the 3-meter-long trunk buried in the frozen earth. Indeed, Lion's competitive spirit flared up again. Though her aloof face bore no expression, she gazed at Fox C, who had only driven in a small section, with an air of pride. Lion, you really don't need to drive it in so deep. As long as the height is uniform, it's fine. If it's too low, it could be easily scaled by enemies. Huh? The beast girls practicing archery at the camp had joined in the task of driving stakes. The area Su Yuan had planned was not overly extensive, merely encompassing the snow huts where the beast girls resided and a few restrooms in the corners. Primarily, there was not an abundance of wood in the camp, and some had to be reserved for firewood, so they could only enclose a semicircle around the cave. The surrounding little beast girls were drawn over, watching as the vast expanse of white snow was gradually replaced by brown wooden stakes, their earlier unease from the attack dissipating somewhat. Master Su Yuan, don't we need to fill this space? The last section near the mountainside had been left distinctly open by Su Yuan, approximately 3 to 4 meters wide. No need, we must reserve some wood for firewood. I can go chop some more right away. Observing Fox C and Lioness' enthusiastic demeanor, Su Yuan subtly pulled their heads closer, forming a small circle among the three as he whispered, previously, we hadn't caught the thief responsible for the disappearance of food from the tribe. This gap is for that individual. Once we catch them, we can seal this area. By the way, let us not inform everyone just yet. Although the thief isn't from our tribe, they must be lurking nearby, aware of where we store our food. If we let it slip, we might lose the chance to catch them. Fox C immediately grew serious, frowning as she earnestly replied, I understand. I'll keep watch tonight. If anyone comes, I'll catch them immediately. Yes, I'll catch them too. Lion also wore a serious expression, looking as if she might attack the thief before catching them. That won't be necessary. I've set up the cave. As soon as we hear a commotion inside, we'll know the thief has been caught. So don't worry. Remember to go tell Long and the others afterward, so they don't get lost finding the camp. Su Yuan was concerned about Long, who had never encountered the situation in the perilous area. A careless kick could break the wooden barrier, leading to disaster. After clarifying matters, Su Yuan returned to the camp with everyone. The beast girls had gathered around, their curious, large eyes fixed on him. What is this? Why are we driving the wood into the ground? The chorus of voices did not irritate Su Yuan. After all, looking around revealed many beautiful faces, their curious expressions adding to their charm. From now on, you won't need to worry about enemy invasions. This is the camp fence. The spikes on top will injure anyone who tries to cross, so if you need to go out, you must use that big gate. Upon hearing it was for their safety, the beast girls beamed with smiles, and Su Yuan felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks from their praise. Had it not been for their tight embrace, he might have floated away in elation. After finishing the fence, it was nearly afternoon when Su Yuan returned to his little wooden house. Cat Knight had already awakened, languidly stretching on the bed. Her snow-white skin was exposed as the animal skin blanket slipped off, and the chill from outside made her shiver, causing her to burrow back under the covers. How are you? Are you all right? You stayed up quite late last night. If it weren't for Su Yuan exchanging for some blue spirit drinks to enhance his life force, you might still be fast asleep. Very comfortable, Su Yuan. How about tonight? Stop. Tonight you need to care for Cat Bai. Her health isn't good, and it's too cold for her to sleep alone in the snow hut. Su Yuan casually found an excuse. After all, he was still in the cool-down period, a wise leader determined to lead the Star Tribe to reclaim their original camp. He even aimed to defeat the various tribes in the desolate snowfields, uniting all tribal forces in the snowy expanse. How could he squander his thoughts on such indulgences? At least he should take a day's reprieve. Alright then, come back tomorrow. Watching Cat Knight don her animal skin clothing as she left his little wooden house, Su Yuan lay back on the bed, feeling somewhat nostalgic. The blanket still bore a peculiar scent, but in this icy world, it was impossible to wash it frequently. Fortunately, the predominant scent was Cat Knight's faint fragrance, reminiscent of cotton warmed by sunlight, imbued with a soothing quality that alleviated fatigue. Finally, I can brew some wine, but how do I make a wooden barrel? Previously, he had casually told Fox 9 that wood could not only be fashioned into houses but also into wooden barrels akin to ceramic pots. However, now that it fell upon him, he found himself perplexed by the method of making barrels. Even without systematic knowledge, he could construct a wooden house based on his past experiences. Although there was a risk of collapse, it was still better than being utterly clueless about how to begin with a wooden barrel. Oh, all-knowing system, does the shop have any methods for making wooden barrels? The Evolution of Barrels book, 100 points. Wooden Barrel Art Appreciation Collection, 100 points. Wooden Toilet, Making Life Better, 150 points. 10 Methods of Wooden Barrel Construction, 300 points. The system shop seemed eager to showcase its diverse range of items, listing everything that contained the words wood and barrel. Is the search system malfunctioning? I asked for the method of construction. Forget it, I'll exchange for the memory of making wooden barrels. Upon receiving the memory of barrel construction, the smile vanished from Su Yuan's face. Crafting a simple wooden barrel was indeed straightforward. It merely required a few wooden pieces joined using mortise and tenon techniques. However, creating a sealed wooden barrel suitable for brewing wine was far more complicated than he had anticipated. It wasn't as simple as just putting together a barrel and coating it with oil. Currently, the rudimentary tools he had in that shabby wooden box were wholly inadequate for crafting a sealed barrel. What a headache. Perhaps I should look for plants in this world similar to bamboo? Bamboo is naturally hollow. One only needs to bore a hole and then seal it off. The only issue is that bamboo has a very limited capacity. This notion was swiftly dispelled by Su Yuan, for he required the enhancement of the civilization within the Star Tribe. If every encountered problem were to be addressed with rudimentary methods, the development of the tribe's civilization would surely take a misguided turn. Thus, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope for its realization, an attempt must be made. After all, the chances of discovering bamboo in this frigid expanse are exceedingly slim. Chapter 53, The Trap Hunting Squad. The endeavor of crafting wooden barrels must be temporarily set aside. Before nightfall, Long and her companions returned to the camp, dragging an assortment of fish. Lord Su Yuan, fishing at the ice lake has proven rather futile of late. Today's catch amounts to merely these. A hint of guilt adorned Long's countenance, for the haul comprised only around 20 fish, and their size was rather modest. No matter, I had anticipated this outcome. The fact that we still managed to catch over 20 fish is commendable, considering the ice lake's limited capacity and the heightened awareness of danger exhibited by the fish. Starting tomorrow, the number of individuals fishing at the ice lake will be halved. You should accompany Husi to practice archery for now. We still have a sufficient amount of food, so there's no need to rush. Remaining in this frigid wilderness is not a sustainable endeavor. We must ensure that more individuals master archery. Long's prowess surpasses that of Husi, although she still cannot match the strength of Shur. Very well. Long harbored some concerns regarding the food situation, yet since Su Yuan had spoken thus, she felt compelled to comply with his directives. That night, after dinner, the Star Tribe remained exceedingly busy. The ice-spiked spiders that had been hunted earlier were processed by Baitu and her companions. Piles of blue limbs were stacked in a corner by the wooden stakes, while Gigi and a few friends frolicked with the carcasses of the ice-spiked spiders. Ha! Red Fruit Warrior, I shall show no mercy. I must protect my comrades behind me. Gigi, clutching a segment of an ice-spiked spider's leg, gazed seriously at an adorable little beast girl with folded ears across from her. Gigi, this is quite dangerous. Perhaps we should cease this play? The little folded-eared beast girl looked apprehensively at the remains of the ice-spiked spiders. A piece of blue exoskeleton shield clutched in her hands, handed to her by Gigi. Red Fruit Warrior, please refer to me as Gigi Warrior. A great warrior fears not the corpses of these small creatures. Su Yuan approached Gigi from behind, observing her solemn proclamation, and carefully removed the spider leg from her grasp. Gigi Warrior, this could injure your companions. Woo! Su Yuan. The surrounding little beast girls gathered around, their petite figures contrasting sharply with Gigi, the tallest among them barely reaching Su Yuan's chest. What of Baitu and the others? Sister Baitu and the others have taken the meat of the large spider. Su Yuan recalled that the ice-spiked spider yielded little meat, previously brought back by Husi and her group solely for the purpose of crafting weapons. He could also exchange the remains of these ice-spiked spiders for points. Otherwise, the meager quantity of meat would hardly suffice for a single meal for the tribe, making the effort seem like a waste of time. Su Yuan, please release Gigi warrior. Her little belly is exposed to the cold wind. At that moment Gigi, being held, shivered as Su Yuan's embrace had inadvertently lifted her fur clothing, leaving her delicate belly exposed to the frigid air. Ah, my apologies. Su Yuan quickly set her down, and Gigi adjusted her attire. At this juncture, Gigi did not resume their previous role-playing game. Instead, she clung to Su Yuan, her face adorned with a pleading expression. Su Yuan, might you treat us to some delicious food? Meat soup? Did we not just have fish soup? Are you still not satiated? With the tribe now possessing pottery-making skills, boiling water and preparing soup had become quite convenient. In addition to the dry roasted fish for dinner, the beast girls had also prepared some fish soup to enjoy. Not meat soup. Cat Knight mentioned you had previously given her some compressed cookies. She said they were delightful. Compressed cookies? It was likely that Gigi referred to the compressed biscuits, a memory from their first meal together with Cat Knight that had evidently lingered in her mind. Gigi, what are compressed cookies? Woo! Can we have some too? The other little beast girls nearby fixed their gaze on Su Yuan, resembling a group of eager kittens awaiting a meal. If you wish to have some, you must first complete a task for me. A few packets of compressed biscuits were of little value in terms of points, yet Su Yuan needed to find some activity to occupy these little beast girls. Otherwise, they would continue to play with the ice-spiked spider's legs, and an accidental injury could ensue. Gigi warrior promises to complete the task. The nearby folded-eared beast girl, Honghua, blushed as she imitated Gigi, raising her head towards Su Yuan and declaring, Honghua also promises to complete the task. What could deplete the energy of this group of little beast girls without posing too much danger? Su Yuan pondered briefly and decided to assign them the trap-setting task given to Hujio. After all, it merely involved setting up the traps and waiting for prey to arrive. I shall teach you a method to capture prey, and then tomorrow, let Sister Shirshir take you out to hunt. Oh, and those plump wolves should be exercised as well. He had forgotten those tamed plump wolves during the last hunt. Now, in the camp, they were becoming lethargic, indulging in a life of eating and sleeping, devoid of the previous days of hunger and warmth-seeking, a stark contrast to their former existence. Hunting. May I join the hunt as well? Upon hearing the word hunting, Gigi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, she was the daughter of Long, possessing the energy to stealthily pilfer food from their location. Not hunting. Come here. Su Yuan found an open space, crouched down, and began to clear the snow above, using the shell of the ice-spike spider to dig a small pit in the ground. Compared to traps made of branches, this method was significantly simpler, making it easier to teach this group of little beast girls, as not every beast girl possessed the intelligence of Hujio. Tomorrow, you will go outside and dig some pits, then cover them with animal skins, and on top of that place a layer of snow followed by some food. Su Yuan crafted a simple pit trap, roughly 10 centimeters in diameter, which, when covered with snow, appeared quite ordinary. When an animal comes to eat the food, it will fall in and then you can capture it. This method is much simpler than a rope snare, and the little beast girls immediately understood. With their energy renewed, they were ready to charge out of the camp under Gigi's lead that very night. Stop, stop. It's too dangerous outside at night. You can go out tomorrow morning. By the way, here's a reward for you in advance. Su Yuan promptly exchanged 10 points for a piece of red date-flavored compressed biscuit and handed it to Gigi. No, Gigi warrior has yet to complete the task for Wu. I cannot accept the reward. This statement lacks any semblance of credibility. The little Totoro possesses an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, and the aroma of the red date cookies has already infiltrated Gigi's nostrils, to the point that saliva is nearly dripping onto Su Yuan's hand. Chapter 54. The shaman bestows the power of awakening. Well, this is a preemptive reward. Should you capture a prey, a cookie will be your reward. Thus, the Gigi warriors readily accepted this task. Without delay, Gigi seized the cookie and divided the palm-sized treat into several pieces for the other companions. It must be noted that even a child like Gigi exhibits surprising strength in this world. It takes little effort to break apart such a thick cookie. In my former world, merely breaking an apple would pose a challenge for Su Yuan, who could only angrily attempt it before resorting to a knife for assistance. Delightful. The sweet flavor caused several of the little beast girls to excitedly wag their tails. Although this sweetness was not as pronounced as some fruits they had tasted, it gradually softened in their mouths, mingling with their saliva. The even more fragrant essence filled their mouths entirely. Now, rest well, For tomorrow you must complete my task. Yes. Good night, shaman. After finally attending to this lively group, the White Rabbit and her companions emerged from the cave, making their way to the corpse of the ice spike spider. Su Yuan, White Rabbit, do you still find any use for these remnants? If not, Su Yuan planned to use them as trading items for today's transactions, as the body parts were quite scattered, sufficient for a week's usage. Alas, they could have been of use, but Sister Lei Yen was captured by the Black Sheep tribe, and no one is left to process these materials. Lei Yen? Sister Lei Yen was previously responsible for crafting weapons for the tribe. Most of the stone axes and bone knives used by Sister Shur and the others were made by her. However, she stood in the back to protect everyone that day. Mentioning the Black Sheep tribe brought a shadow of melancholy to White Rabbit's expression, prompting Su Yuan to gently stroke her drooping rabbit ears, the ticklish sensation instantly rousing her spirits. Fear not, as long as she is alive. We shall return to the frozen wasteland and rescue her. Yes, I believe in you, Su Yuan. Since these spider remnants held no value, Su Yuan decided to be expedient, swiftly trading several sizable body parts to the system. Isn't it possible to craft weapons from these without relying on the system? Su Yuan pondered, gazing at the ice spike spider leg in his hand. He envisioned affixing it to a wooden stick to create a spear. However, this was clearly a far cry from the weapons exchanged in the system's marketplace, where the spears appeared far more refined than a mere stick impaled with a spider leg. System, do you possess any memories or blueprints for crafting such magical materials? Please unlock the Level 2 Marketplace. Understood. It seems the Level 2 Marketplace offers not only modern weaponry but potentially magical artifacts as well. In due time, with my mastery of both magical and physical prowess, defeating a mere legendary shaman would be child's play, wouldn't it? Yet, what level of tribal civilization is required to access that Level 2 Marketplace? The Iron Age? Or perhaps transforming the tribe into a small town? Surely, I am not expected to advance to the Steam Age. While acquiring a steam engine from the system marketplace poses no issue, how can I expect this primitive tribe of beastgirls to evolve from a primitive society to a steam-powered industrial one in just a few years? Even if the father of the steam engine were to arrive, it would be futile. Currently, even a simple wooden barrel faces numerous challenges, let alone a steam engine. Never mind, let us sleep. Once I unify the tribes of the frozen wasteland, I shall have all clad in iron armor-wielding blades, with hundreds of archers raining down fire. Could they possibly defeat me? That night was exceptionally tranquil. Without the company of Cat Knight, sleeping alone felt somewhat chilly. Nevertheless, a great leader cannot squander thoughts on such trivial matters. What? Afraid of weakness? That notion is utterly unfounded. The following morning, the raucous little beast girls sought out Sister Shur. Upon learning it was Su Yuan's task, she set aside her bow aimed at the snowman. Let us go. But do not wander off. Yes, yes, Sister Shur, rest assured. We are on a mission from the esteemed shaman. Not here to play. We will not stray. Red Fruit Warrior, I entrust the command to you. I must remain vigilant for any surrounding dangers. The small face beneath the red fruit fur hat flushed with excitement as she glanced at the aloof Shur, responding loudly, yes, we shall fulfill the task. Shur gazed at the adorable little beings, unknowingly allowing a slight smile to grace her lips. By the way, Su Yuan said those plump wolves should also be taken out for hunting. Huh? The few white wolves seemed to sense the attention, licking their disheveled fur and opening their eyes, appearing much more innocent than their previous fierce demeanor. It is indeed time to move. Shur walked over and nudged the group. Aside from Su Yuan, the snow wolves feared her the most, and in an instant, the wolves stood to attention. Let us go, hunting awaits. Though reluctant, the gaze of Shur compelled the snow wolves to shake off their disarray and hastily follow. After she led the little beast girls away, a position opened for Long, who would lead the fishing team today alongside Xiaoman and Deman. As long as they do not encounter awakened warriors, it is unlikely anyone could stand against Xiaoman, a bear girl and a polar bear. The archery lesson is as follows. Keep your body low. The morning in the tribe brimmed with vitality. Sunlight poured into the camp, awakening even Cat Knight, who was usually the sleepiest during the day, now enjoying roasted fish by the fire with several little beast girls. Beside her, Cat White's complexion had improved significantly as she prepared more fish. Does the shaman truly differ from us? Indeed, Cat Knight. I have personally verified it. This must be a unique ability of the shaman. My mother says that shamans can bestow ordinary individuals with the power to evolve into awakened warriors. Envious glances from the surrounding beast girls followed. Awakened warriors hold authority and prestige second only to the shaman within the tribe. Cat Knight, I envy you. It seems you have received the shaman's blessing and will soon become an awakened warrior. I too wish to receive the shamaness gift. But I fear I may not be worthy. Sitting a short distance away, the rebellious moon scoffed, feigning indifference, yet her grip on the fish meat tightened. What is so impressive about it? I shall soon become an awakened warrior as well. Muttering, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the nearby wooden cabin. Though Su Yuan had awakened, he remained confined within. Rebellious moon, if you don't eat soon, it will get cold. We have archery practice ahead. Sad Moon took a delightful bite of the fish. These days have been utterly splendid. Not only with meat to eat but also the warmth of sleeping in a cozy snow hut. No longer starving or freezing. Such comforts were unheard of in the Black Sheep tribe. Even in the frozen wasteland, there are times when prey is scarce, leaving everyone to endure hunger or seek wild fruits and grasses to satiate their hunger. Some familiar wild fruits are acceptable, but if they are unfamiliar, one might be fortunate enough to escape unscathed, or, if luck is not on their side, suffer from excruciating stomach pains. I know what to eat. Casting a glance at the blissful figures of Baiyue and Yuiwe, who were savoring grilled fish beside her, Tuanyu reaffirmed her resolve and promptly stuffed a ball of fish meat into her mouth. The scene of the Black Sheep tribe being driven away resurfaced in her mind. Back then, she could only stand quietly behind the chief. Even if it meant enduring discomfort, I must receive the awakening power from Su Yuan to rescue the Black Sheep and everyone else. Chapter 55, The Great Pit-Digging Operation. Heave ho, red fruit warriors. Let us exert ourselves. We are on the verge of completing our first trap. Amidst a snowy expanse, Ji was energetically digging holes in the snow with a group of companions, wielding the large iron shovel that Su Yuan had previously exchanged for Lion. However, Ji, this hole is rather large, isn't it? Red Fruit gazed at the pit Ji had excavated, which was nearly a meter deep. If they continued, it would surely cover their heads. Lord Su Yuan seeks prey. We certainly cannot capture just any small animals. It must be as substantial as that green-haired pig from before. Lion sat on a nearby rock, tethering a few plump wolves, always vigilant of her surroundings. With this group of little ones, she dared not let her guard down. Upon hearing Ji's words, her composure began to falter. That green-haired pig they encountered earlier had proven difficult even for her mother, Long, to defeat in a short time. One must realize that such a beast, approximately 2 meters in height, qualifies as a medium-sized creature, typically requiring at least 3 or 4 seasoned warriors from tribes without awakened fighters. To her astonishment, this little 1's target today was such a formidable beast. Sister Lion, could you assist us by lifting it later? I plan to dig a bit deeper. Ji's small head emerged from the pit, her face and hair speckled with dirt from the excavation. Well, what if a large prey falls in? How will you handle it? Ji intended to suggest that Lion assist in slaying it, but as a warrior, how could she trouble others? This was a task assigned to her by Su Yuan. After pondering for a while, even the other little companions paused, curiously observing Ji, who was frowning in contemplation. Ji, why don't we catch some snow hares? This hole could also trap some snow deer and snow sheep. Red Fruit tugged at Ji's sleeve, and with this prompt, Ji's eyes sparkled with newfound wisdom. Eureka! Just yesterday, Su Yuan had placed some sharp wooden stakes around the camp. If I fill the pit with sharp stakes, any prey that falls in will be pierced. Then, Ji the warrior would merely need to wait for it to bleed out before easily capturing it. This idea was indeed clever, and Lion was somewhat taken aback. After a moment's reflection, she realized it was quite effective. Not only against prey but with proper setup it could also injure those who stumbled upon it. To think that Ji, this little one, could devise such a strategy against large prey through Su Yuan's wooden barriers. Well then, hurry and dig. I will take you nearby to practice archery and hunt. Lion was intrigued by Ji's trap, but knew they must also practice archery, hoping for greater rewards. This would surely alleviate some of Su Yuan's food consumption. Archery. Excellent. The matter of archery was well known among the beastgirls in the tribe, and Ji and her friends were equally aware, having watched Husi and others practice daily at the training ground outside the camp. However, the bow was rather cumbersome for them. Their little arms could barely pull the string. Of course, if they could learn to use their feet like Neza to draw the bow, it wouldn't be impossible, but hitting the target was another story entirely. The little beast girls enthusiastically completed their first trap, layering it with a prepared animal hide, secured at the corners with wooden sticks to prevent snow or small animals from collapsing it. The bait was a piece of grilled fish, about the size of an arm. Ji and her companions dug 3 such pits in the vicinity, marking each with a stone to avoid accidental injury upon their return. Let us go. The vastness of the icy wilderness was daunting. The endless white expanse made it easy to lose one's way, So Lion was cautious not to venture too far with the little ones. After taking a detour, Gigi and the others followed Lion into a snowy grove, the direction they had previously hunted. They could see the towering mountain nearby. As long as they found this grove, they could navigate through the snowy peaks back to the camp's location. Red Fruit Warrior, Little Grass Warrior, this is your reward. You performed excellently on the recent task. Gigi pulled a few vibrant fruits from her pocket. Within this snowy grove, it was still possible to find some edible fruits on a few trees. Can we eat this? Gigi nodded emphatically and took a bite of one herself. Rest assured, my nose tells me this is edible. Oh, how sour it is. Just as she prepared to spit it out, Lion's expression turned grave, and she crouched down, covering Gigi's mouth, causing the half-chewed fruit to be swallowed. The sour juice returned to her mouth, turning Gigi's face green, but seeing Lion's serious demeanor gazing ahead, she could only stifle her discomfort and crouch down hurriedly. Do not make a sound. Stay close to me. Although Lion usually preferred to hunt alone, she now felt the necessity of nurturing new warriors for the tribe. If Gigi and her companions could become warriors, it would aid their quest for vengeance upon returning. Yes, we will remain silent. Gigi discarded the half-eaten fruit and stealthily followed Lion forward, inching closer to see the creature ahead. Its white fur billowed in the cold wind, and its robust form appeared to be around 2 meters tall, with a pair of gleaming white horns that looked formidable. At that moment, the creature was gnawing on a carcass on the ground, the vivid red blood stark against the snow. Snow Crystal Bull. Lion quickly lowered her head, pressing the curious little ones down as well. The nearby wolves had not lost their wild instincts. Upon catching sight of the beast, they too crouched low, baring their teeth, their tails tucked between their legs. This creature, known as the Snow Crystal Bull, possessed thick hide and sharp reflexes. Any noise would draw its attention. Sister Lion, shall we engage it? I can lead everyone to ambush from the other side. Lion hastily shook her head. No. This creature's white crystal horns are particularly dangerous. Many large tribes use its horns to craft wands and weapons. A single charge from this beast could pierce an enemy's body. Then shall we return and notify everyone? Gigi felt a sense of urgency. Such a substantial piece of meat could sustain the tribe for quite some time. Moreover, if Sister Sure managed to capture such a large prey, Su Yuan would undoubtedly reward her. No need to rush. Let us first dig a sizable pit here. Food is exceedingly scarce in this icy expanse, and this creature will undoubtedly charge at us without hesitation upon spotting us. Alright. Gigi the warrior guarantees the task will be accomplished. Digging pits was her forte, having already dug 3 on her own. The little ones sprang into action immediately, as they still had a somewhat smaller piece of beast hide in their backpacks, which should suffice to cover a hole over a meter wide. While they could not allow the Snow Crystal Bull to fall in, as long as they could ensnare it, Sister Sure would be able to handle it alone. Chapter 56. The Craft of the Wooden Barrel. Before long, the pitfall trap was complete, and Gigi and her companions were instructed to hide in the trees. In the snowy forest, only Sister Sure and a few snow wolves remained. Although the wolves were fearful of the Snow Crystal Bull, they found Sister Sure even more intimidating, so they could only cower beside her. In the distance, the Snow Crystal Bull had devoured the corpse on the ground but still seemed unsatisfied, licking the blood that had seeped into the snow before lifting its head. Beneath its heavy white bangs, its eyes scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, a crisp sound rang out in the forest. Moo! Despite its awareness of the noise, a tremendous force nearly knocked it off its feet, as a wooden arrow was lodged in its flank. Crimson blood seeped from the wound, and the bull's eyes turned a fierce red as it locked onto Sister Sure, its gaze filled with fury. Just as I expected, Sister Sure released another arrow, which struck the bull even as it reacted. Moo! The Snow Crystal Bull charged towards Sister Sure, enduring the pain. She calculated the position of the trap and retrieved the repaired horse-slaying blade from her back. As the distance between the two narrowed, Sister Sure too sprinted forward, flanked by several snow wolves. The bull, oblivious to the pit beneath it, glared at the figure before it. Suddenly, the thin layer of snow beneath its feet gave way, and it lurched forward, its white horns striking the edge of the pit. Crack! Above, Sister Sure's eyes glinted with ferocity as she stood on the bull's back, plunging the horse-slaying blade into its neck with all her might. Each thrust carved a bloody gash into the Snow Crystal Bull, and with its forelegs dangling helplessly, it could not rise under Sister Sure's weight. On either side, the snow wolves tore at the bull's flesh, denying it any chance to stand. As blood flowed freely and the wounds widened, the Snow Crystal Bull gradually fell silent, collapsing into the pit. We did it. We won. Gigi and her companions hastily descended, dashing to Sister Sure's side. Though they had not delivered the killing blow, they felt a sense of accomplishment nonetheless. Alright, let me move it out. Hunting such a large prey lifted Sister Sher's spirits. In the past, during their time on the barren ice plains, she would have needed to collaborate with several warriors from the Red Fox tribe to take down a snow crystal bull. Now, Sister Sher could request a share of compressed biscuits from Su Yuan. No, such a large catch should surely earn her several pieces. Sister Sher was somewhat taken aback, as she had initially thought Su Yuan wanted her to teach the little ones how to hunt, only to realize he intended for them to exchange their catch for biscuits. Yet, recalling the taste of those biscuits made her lick her lips. It had been far too long, and she felt a pang of nostalgia. However, she remained puzzled as to why Su Yuan would entrust such an important task to this group of youngsters. Of course, it was to keep them occupied. Yesterday, they had been playing with the carcass of an ice spike spider, and had they accidentally harmed someone, it would have been a disaster. In the afternoon, Long learned that Su Yuan had assigned a hunting task to his daughter and a few other little beast girls. After receiving an explanation from Su Yuan, Long gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Gigi is still too mischievous. Su Yuan, rest assured, when she returns, I shall discipline her. Oh, there's no need for that. I sent Sister Sher with them. It's also a chance for her to teach them to hunt, and who knows, they might catch something worthwhile. Long shook her head skeptically. She knew her daughter all too well. Gigi was still too young, but it would be beneficial for her to learn some hunting techniques alongside Sister Sher. By the way, did you come to see me for a specific task? Indeed. I need to construct a wooden barrel, and I could use your assistance. Su Yuan ultimately decided to refine the craft of barrel making ahead of time, intending to replace most of the pottery in the tribe with wooden barrels. If they were to return to the barren ice plains, transporting these wooden barrels and bowls would be far more convenient than pottery. More importantly, if successful, he could unlock a new branch of craftsmanship related to brewing in the Starry tribe. Although the tribe's clay pots could also be used for brewing, the pottery techniques were still quite rudimentary, leaving a faint earthy taste in soups, and the resulting wine would likely be subpar. Uncertain how the system calculated the so-called civilization upgrade, he considered it akin to civilization points in a game, where each craft represented a point. By accumulating a certain number of points, he might naturally unlock the next tier of the marketplace. Long, please carry a few logs to the center of the camp. They need not be too large. Su Yuan gathered the idle beast girls around the campfire, awaiting his command. Even the white rabbits stood by in anticipation. Everyone should have experienced the iron buckets by the icy lake, right? How to explain the concept of an iron bucket to those who are unfamiliar? Quite simply, as they had all used the bathing iron buckets that Su Yuan had not restricted. Bathing in hot water feels wonderful. Do you intend to join us for a wash? Su Yuan glanced at the petite fox girl, feeling a sense of guilt at the thought. Alright, today I shall teach everyone how to craft barrels from wood. Once you've learned, you can create wooden barrels yourselves. As for replicating the iron bucket used for bathing, that was out of the question. He had yet to find any iron ore, and essential tools were still acquired through the system marketplace. Wonderful. Will we be able to bathe at the camp now? It takes so long to wash each time. I long to soak in hot water every day. Fox Joe's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had previously constructed some makeshift barrels based on Su Yuan's earlier designs, which worked well for storing meat, but contained liquids far too easily leaked from the seams, resulting in spills on the ground. Currently, her only idea was to line the inside of the barrel with a large leaf or tightly woven animal hide to prevent water from seeping out. After a short wait, Long arrived, each shoulder bearing a log as she approached Su Yuan. Thank you for your hard work. Su Yuan extracted an axe and deftly chopped the trees into uniform lengths, gradually shaping them into small wooden planks. In truth, this step could have been expedited with a chisel. However, if they resorted to using a chisel, wouldn't it be more efficient to procure a diesel-powered engineering line to directly resolve the issue of crafting wooden barrels? You should also carve the wood into such small planks, ensuring that they are of identical size, with a slight curvature on one side. Indeed, with a cadre of beast girls assisting, the task of producing the planks progressed swiftly, as a few axes and bone knives rendered the necessary boards uniform. The failed products were naturally discarded into the fire, which flared up, banishing the previous gloom. Lacking a chisel, each plank was fashioned with a thumb's width, yet they aligned well. The next step involved boring small holes into the sides of these wooden pieces. Without iron hoops or other tools to bind the planks, Su Yuan resorted to the ancient technique of mortise and tenon joints, drilling small holes into the sides and securing them with a slender wooden dowel. The preceding steps went smoothly, with everyone's assistance. Even the failed planks were quickly replaced with new ones. Chapter 57. Capturing the Big Prize. Sister Lion, do you think our traps will catch any prey? With the snow crystal cow in tow, Sister Lion was disinclined to continue hunting. After all, if Gigi and the others were to truly capture prey, she might not be able to carry so much back. It would be quite commendable if a few of the little ones could manage to drag a single prey back together. Fear not, food is scarce in the tundra. If they encountered fish left in the snow, it would surely attract large carnivorous beasts. Rather than discouraging the little beast girls, Sister Lion patiently reassured them, though she herself was uncertain about their chances of success. After all, the likelihood of spotting a wild beast in this forsaken place was exceedingly slim. During the Star Tribe's last 2 hunting expeditions, they had only glimpsed the hunted betrayed moon for a substantial part of the day. Aside from those ice spike spiders, their greatest bounty was the 2 bird eggs unearthed by Foxy. As for the second outing, it was sheer luck that she managed to capture a snow crystal cow, a formidable beast not easily hunted on these icy plains. Had it not fallen into the trap, a fierce struggle would have ensued. Well, if it turns out to be too large, we can enlist the help of the snow wolves to drag it back. Encouraged by Sister Lion, the little chinchilla Gigi began to fantasize about the colossal prey that her traps might ensnare. The group returned to the location of the traps they had previously set, only to find that the nearest one, where they had been roasting fish, was half buried under snow, while another had collapsed under the weight of the snow. Ah, they caught nothing at all? Could it be that our traps were too conspicuous? Gigi and the others felt a pang of disappointment, their once eager little ears drooping as they gazed dismally into the empty pit. It's all right. Not every hunting expedition yields a bounty. If it doesn't work out, we can always try again tomorrow, as there is still hope. Sister Lion had initially intended to comfort the little ones, knowing that even her own presence could not guarantee a successful hunt, let alone these novice beast girls. However, as she was speaking, she was taken aback to see a massive figure struggling in the last trap. Hurry! It must have just fallen in. You all keep an eye on the snow crystal cow. Sister Lion set down the corpse of the snow crystal cow and raced towards the last trap, with Gigi and the others eagerly following. Behind them, a few snow wolves licked their lips greedily. The snow crystal cow was tantalizing, but they realized that if they took a piece of meat, they would have to replace it with their own, so they lay aside, avoiding the scene. Ah! What in the world is that? In the pit trap, a humanoid creature was half immersed, its lower body pierced and twisted in pain. Each time it attempted to struggle free, the excruciating agony forced it back down, the alluring fish trapped within the pit. It's a green-haired pig, Gigi gasped, raising her shovel, recalling vividly how her mother had battled fiercely against such a creature. Don't be alarmed. This one is not a green-haired pig. Sister Lion stepped protectively in front of the slightly fearful beast girls, her broadsword poised against the creature's neck. At first glance, it did resemble the mossy-haired pigs they had encountered before, but this creature had a human-like form, lacking the short limbs, and its upper body was visible, wedged at the pit's edge. It wore very rudimentary clothing, with a piece of green pigskin draped over its shoulders. A beastman? What bad luck! Is this your doing? The beastmen referred to these humanoid creatures, distinct from their own kind, as aberrant beastfolk, meaning heretical beasts, and they were not well regarded by the beastmen. Pigmen, where do you hail from? In this icy wilderness, it is improbable for a solitary beastman to wander, especially one so ill-equipped, armed only with a simple stone hammer for venturing out. Hehehe, I advise you to rescue me. Our tribe is nearby, and if I shout, they will come to slay you aberrant beasts. However, if you shout for your comrades to save you, why did you not call them for help before? Gigi peeked out from behind Sister Lion, her expression one of puzzled curiosity. Cunning aberrant beasts, I shall take you back as slaves. Suddenly, the broadsword in Sister Lion's hand glimmered, and a line of blood appeared on the pigman's neck, the previously boastful creature now gazing wide-eyed in fear. What is this? I've never seen such a sharp knife before. The pigman lost his prior bravado, his face paling. Don't make a move. You must have wandered into the icy wilderness, right? I can arrange for you to rest at our tribe and then escort you away from this frozen expanse. Do you take me for a fool? The beastmen are not as accommodating as you suggest. Sister Lion's expression hardened. The blade once again pressed against the pigman's throat, blood slowly trickling down the edge. Speak. Where is your tribe? How many of you are there? Are there any berserk beastmen or shamans? I will tell you. Our tribe is located in a cave over there. Just a small group of a little over 30 individuals, with one berserk beastman and no shamans. The direction indicated by the pigman was precisely the opposite side of the mountain where the Star Tribe resided. If Su Yuan crossed the frozen lake and continued onward, he should soon discover it. Sister Lion's expression turned solemn. Over 30 pigmen. If they were to be ambushed, the Star Tribe would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Though the beastmen lacked shamans and awakened warriors, they had berserk beastmen whose strength rivaled that of awakened warriors, as well as beastman shamans with abilities similar to those of shamans. Can you help me out? I am willing to guide you. It was indeed crucial to rescue this pigman, as such an important matter required Su Yuan's decision. Sister Lion offered the large stone hammer lying on the ground to the pigman. Thank you, but please, don't rush me, just wait a moment. The lioness wasted no time, effortlessly lifting the entire pigman. Only when she clearly saw the gory wounds on its rear did she realize the extent of its suffering. Gigi, how impressive! Hong Guo and the others gazed at Gigi with admiration, astonished by the effectiveness of the method employed to pierce the creature in the pit. Humph, of course, but does this even count as prey? I still desire the cookies promised by Su Yuan. Gigi felt somewhat perplexed. Since you have rescued me, I shall express my gratitude properly. The pigman clutched the stone hammer tightly, its tusks bared, its eyes filled with ferocity as it glared at the lioness holding the other end of the hammer. Die! Just as it prepared to wrest the weapon away, it realized that the hammer remained firmly in the lioness's grip, and its furious gaze suddenly softened. Why, you're an awakened warrior? Chapter 58. Where did this pig head come from? Long, simply gather them all together with force, but be careful not to crush them. The crafting of the wooden barrel proceeded relatively smoothly. After fitting the body, it merely required carving a groove to secure a round wooden board coated with oil inside all the wooden planks. With that, the base of the barrel was complete. Fortunately, the beast girls possessed considerable strength. Long merely applied gentle pressure to completely close the barrel, which had some gaps. The handle-less, minimalist, lidless wooden barrel was finally crafted. All that remained was to secure it with a hoop and roast it over the fire to complete the work. Lacking a metal hoop, Su Yuan had to carve one from wood, but fortunately, the wood was quite resilient, allowing Long to successfully shape it into a circular ring of barrel size. Will it not burn while roasting over the fire? Everyone watched with concern as Su Yuan placed the wooden barrel over the flames. It had taken an entire day to create this masterpiece, and each individual harbored some anxiety. Fear not, a brief roasting over the fire will not ruin it. During the process, we can apply some oil to ensure it is completely sealed to prevent any leakage of water. Before long, amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Su Yuan set the dark wooden barrel down on the ground. There was some stored water in the clay pots within the tribe. Su Yuan instructed a beast girl to fetch water, and in a short while, 2 pots of water were brought over. Splash! The 2 pots only filled the barrel to a third of its capacity. Lacking a handle, Su Yuan had no choice but to lift it, and the seal at the bottom was remarkably effective, showing no signs of water seeping through. It worked. Everyone erupted in joyful cheers. The ability of wood to hold water was not particularly surprising to the beast girls. After all, they had previously hollowed out wood to store water, but each time, they could only hold a meager amount, and lifting it was quite cumbersome. More often than not, the beast girls preferred to hollow out the entrails of wild beasts and use well-sealed shells for water storage, or simply not store water at all. When thirsty, they would grab a handful of snow from the ground and let it melt in their mouths, eating a few more bites to quench their thirst. Alright, whoever creates a leak-proof barrel first, I shall grant them a small request. Su Yuan placed the barrel on the ground. Knowing that to teach this group of beast girls the art of barrel making, some motivation was necessary. Hooray! I must be the first to complete it. I will be the first. I want Wu to reward me with a weapon, and then I can join everyone in the hunt. The beast girls expressed their desires candidly, with some of the more impatient ones rushing toward the area where the wood was stored. Su Yuan, we are back. Alright, you all can study this. I'll go take a look outside. Just as they celebrated, Gigi's voice called from outside. Su Yuan set down the wooden barrel and hurried toward the door. In the corner, the traitorous Moon's gaze became resolute. Perhaps this was their opportunity to gain the power bestowed by Su Yuan. Are you saying this creature is the prey you captured? Su Yuan was taken aback as he watched the pig-headed creature being dragged back, looking quite disheveled by several snow wolves. It was astonishing that this world indeed harbored such beast-headed humanoids. Yet, he was grateful for the presence of the charming and beautiful beast girls. Otherwise, facing a multitude of pig faces daily would surely haunt his dreams. Should it not count? After all, it fell into the trap we set before being captured. Su Yuan pinched Gigi's worried little face and quickly reassured her. Fear not. Your contributions will not be overlooked. How about 2 blocks of compressed cookies for each of you? Bringing back such a large pigman. The 4 of them would only receive a mere 80 points worth of compressed cookies, making Su Yuan feel as though he were exploiting child labor. 1 block is sufficient. Gigi the warrior is not greedy. Once we catch a true prey, we will ask for 2 blocks. The beast man cannot be considered true prey. Beasts and the divinely bestowed can consume wild beast meat, and beastmen can also eat the flesh of different races of beastmen. However, beastmen cannot consume the flesh of the divinely bestowed, nor can the divinely bestowed partake of beastmen flesh. There have been cases where individuals consumed beastmen meat and subsequently went mad for a month. Had it not been for a healing shaman, they might have perished from consuming beastmen flesh. Alright, then this shall be your reward. Su Yuan exchanged for 4 blocks of assorted flavored compressed cookies, and each of the little ones received one, their faces lighting up with joy. Thank you, Wu. Thank you, Su Yuan. I will head in first. The group, clutching their cookies, dashed toward the tribe, with Gigi gleefully holding her cookie aloft before long, showcasing the fruits of their labor that day. The cookie seemed not merely a delicious treat, but rather a badge of honor signifying their successful hunt. Would you like one too? Su Yuan turned to find the lioness gazing at him, uncertainly inquiring. Can I? What is stopping you? Here you go. Su Yuan handed a block of compressed cookie to the lioness, chuckling at the sight of her golden ears twitching with delight. By the way, I just learned something important from it. The lioness suddenly recalled the matter concerning the pigman tribe, which was of great significance. It was essential to prevent the day when that group of pigmen might invade, especially considering that over half of the star tribe consisted of ordinary beastgirls with lesser strength. As the lioness recounted the situation, the pigman, who had been disciplined by her, slowly regained consciousness, opening its eyes to find a face staring intently at it. Oh, you're awake. Damn those alien beasts. If I die, neither you nor your tribe will survive. Su Yuan regarded the boastful pigman, with several snow wolves baring their teeth beside him, knowing that if it behaved well, perhaps they would enjoy a beef stew that night. If I were to kill you here, your kin would likely remain oblivious. The pigman, feeling a twinge of panic, nevertheless feigned calmness and replied, My tribe is not far from here. If I shout before I die, they will hear me and come. Oh, what if I were to pierce your throat with a single stroke? Would you be able to cry out? Su Yuan's eyes narrowed into slits, his smile radiating an unsettling warmth. Yet, these words sent the pigman trembling in fear, unable to suppress a gulp as he beheld the glinting dagger extended toward him. This fellow proved to be even more formidable than the awakened warrior of the beast tribe encountered earlier, and the latter was mere steps away. Could it be that this individual is a shaman of the beast tribe? I shall grant you an opportunity. Inform me of the number of warriors in your tribe, how many sows and piglets there are, the hours of your daily hunts, and the timings for your nightly watches. With the threat of danger looming, Su Yuan understood that he could not afford to coexist peacefully with the opposition. To ensure a sound slumber, it was imperative to eliminate the threat. Otherwise, a surprise attack by the pigmen while bathing by the icy lake could spell disaster. Chapter 59. The Origin of the Beast Maidens? You cannot treat me this way. I have divulged everything. The captured pigman found himself bound to a large tree in the archery training ground, left to face the biting winter cold, where he would surely perish from exposure. Fear not. Endure and survive. Once I ascertain that you speak the truth, I shall consider your release. Su Yuan remained skeptical of the pigman's words. After all, those who frequently insulted others as foolish often called them pigs. Yet this particular pigman was far from dull, especially in his mutated form. I truly am not deceiving you. The beast, no. The esteemed shaman of the divine lineage placed me here to freeze to death. Su Yuan paid no heed to the frantic cries behind him. Would its fur truly lead to its demise? Besides, if it were to perish, he could gauge the value of this pigman's worth in terms of points. Su Yuan, should I venture out to assess the situation? The pigmen proved to be more challenging than Su Yuan had anticipated, as only 1/5 of the tribe lacked combat prowess. Virtually every grown pigman, irrespective of gender, possessed formidable strength. Lioness, do you think they are aware of our presence and may launch an attack? Indeed, the lioness replied gravely, her gaze fixed on the pigmen beyond the wooden barrier. These beastmen have always harbored animosity towards us, or rather, they hold us in deep contempt. Could it be that the plot was indeed steering towards a traditional Western fantasy trajectory? The so-called divine lineage was merely a hybrid of beasts and humans, scorned and derided by both. Yet that did not seem plausible. Where, in this world, were the ordinary humans? Moreover, the divine lineage was born of fruit, not merely a hybrid. Lioness, have you ever encountered a human devoid of any animal traits like myself? Su Yuan sought to ascertain whether this strange primordial world contained any semblance of humanity. I have not. Every member of the divine lineage possesses at least some traits of beasts, yet you exhibit none. No ears atop your head nor a tail. Your pupils are also an unprecedented shade of black. It was indeed possible that this world lacked humans, but that remained uncertain. After all, the lioness was merely an ordinary beast maiden from the Red Fox tribe of the desolate snowy plains and had never seen the world beyond the snow mountain range. Very well, but what fuels the beastman's hatred towards you? To be honest, I am unsure. According to tales passed down through generations, we descended from the heavens, destined to vanish from this world like the rain and snow. Yet, the celestial deity who bestowed our existence upon this realm was unwilling to let us simply fade away, thus merging us with the earth to become extraordinary fruits. Those beasts that consume the fruits inherit our forms, gradually transforming into what we are now. In truth, Lord Su Yuan, you bear a resemblance to the deity in our stories. Me? A deity? Su Yuan found the notion rather amusing. Which deity would nearly perish in this icy wasteland? Enough! If I were a deity, I would feast you upon roasted meat every day. Now continue your tale. A faint smile graced the lioness's lips as they approached the campfire, where the food-preparing beast maiden had already presented a piece of roasted fish and a bowl of fish soup. You may have the roasted fish. Simply procure me a sweet potato. Certainly. Thank you, shaman. The young beast maiden exclaimed, darting towards the fire where a heap of sweet potatoes roasted nearby. Seated with her meal, the lioness resumed her narrative. It is precisely because we are perceived as usurpers of the bodies of these beasts that the beastmen harbor such intense loathing for us. They believe we steal their chance to evolve into beastmen with every birth of a member of the divine lineage. Each new shaman's arrival signifies a lost opportunity for the beastmen to gain a shaman of their own. Moreover, as we evolved from beasts, we must consume those very beasts, leading to inevitable conflict whenever we encounter beastmen, often resulting in a fight to the death. Su Yuan took the sweet potato, perplexed by the lioness's tale, and asked, do they not consume beasts themselves? What do they eat? They do eat, but they refrain from consuming their own kind, although in extreme circumstances, they may resort to such actions. Ah, I had thought them to be more noble. In the end, they too partake in consumption. The beastman's contempt for the beast maidens stemmed primarily from the legends, but fundamentally, it arose from the competition for territory and resources that the divine lineage had encroached upon. The coarse stone hammer clearly illustrated that these beastmen lagged significantly behind the divine lineage. A wooden stick bound with strips of animal hide and a stone sufficed as a weapon. Su Yuan worried that excessive force might send the stone flying. Although the societal development of the divine lineage was unremarkable, the presence of bone knives and stone axes indicated their grasp of weapon refinement. Surely, the beastmen cannot triumph over the divine lineage? Before the lioness could respond, the red fox approached, carrying a bowl of fish soup and wearing a pleasant expression. Initially, the beastmen possessed greater strength and size, making it difficult for us to prevail, resulting in numerous casualties. However, a shaman imparted the method of sharpening stones. We began to retaliate, and now we find ourselves evenly matched. Neither side can gain the upper hand, which has deterred them from capturing members of the divine lineage as slaves as they once did. I have heard of the pigman's predicament. Do you have any tasks in mind, Su Yuan? The red fox held a small piece of compressed biscuit, evidently a share of the spoils from the younger beast maidens given to the tribe. As for me, this battle is inevitable. I plan to investigate the situation while the opponent remains unaware of our presence. If the pigman's words ring true, we shall launch our assault during their nightly rest. The red fox contemplated this, nodding in understanding. I share your thoughts. Traces of pigmen have appeared in the desolate snowy plains before. They may seem simple-minded, yet they are exceedingly cunning. The previous pigman likely uttered falsehoods, or perhaps misled us with erroneous information. No, this time he should be telling the truth, as I have him suspended from the tree outside. Su Yuan expressed confidence, for regardless of whether the pigman spoke truthfully or not, he had no intention of releasing him, though he maintained an outward demeanor of leniency for those who confessed. If it were truly a lie, any creature with a modicum of intelligence would have revealed the truth upon departing the training grounds. It appears to be genuine. The pigmen do seem to possess a considerable fear of death. So, my lord Su Yuan, what shall we do next? After devouring the fish soup with great enthusiasm, Lion fixed his gaze upon Su Yuan, eagerly awaiting instructions. Chapter 60. A bite of sour fruit to refresh the senses. Tomorrow, I shall take a few individuals to investigate whether the pigman tribe is as described by the pigmen outside. No, that is far too perilous. Upon hearing this, both the red fox and Lion hastily rejected Su Yuan's proposal. Such matters should not be undertaken without the shaman of the tribe personally involved. However, Su Yuan harbored his own thoughts. Only he could truly comprehend the situation on the other side and utilize the system's marketplace to address any unforeseen complications. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing. It is not an expedition for war, merely a temporary reconnaissance of the circumstances, and I shall not be going alone. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, Lion immediately clung to his arm, an icy demeanor juxtaposed with a pitiful expression that was difficult to withstand. Very well. You may join us. Tomorrow I will also bring Long along, while the tribe will be entrusted to the care of Red Fox and Foxy. The Red Fox furrowed his brow, contemplating that having 2 awakened warriors accompany them would mitigate the danger. Even if discovered, they could retreat safely. Very well then. You need not worry about the tribe. With this wooden enclosure, there should be no imminent issues. Though merely an ordinary wooden fence, it stands firm in the ground, connected in rows. Unless similarly awakened warriors arrive, ordinary folk would struggle to breach it in a short span of time. This time should suffice for Foxy to rain arrows upon any intruders from the safety of the wooden hut in the camp. Agreed, it is settled then. By the way, inform everyone to refrain from bathing in the ice lake for the next few days. And those fishing should also take a break for a day or two. The loss of a single pigman would certainly raise suspicions. Currently, Su Yuan possesses no weaponry capable of completely altering the battlefield, so caution is essential. If only he could exchange for a Gatling gun, he would lead a charge against the pigmen tonight. Rest assured, I have already informed everyone. As night fell, 2 more sentinels joined the watch, and the campfire flickered dimly beneath their shielding presence. Su Yuan lay upon his bed, unable to find sleep, his mind racing with thoughts of the morrow's events. This was no mere game. A single misstep could lead to disaster. As a modern individual standing at a vantage point foreign to these primitive beings, coupled with the extraordinary marketplace system, victory was hardly a surprise. Yet he could not permit himself to fail. To see those beastly companions who followed him become slaves to other tribes, or worse, lose their lives. Su Yuan, I have arrived. Just as he gazed at the wooden ceiling, a figure leaped through the window, and upon hearing that eager voice, Su Yuan immediately recognized who it was. After a day of cooling down, he had not anticipated Cat Knight to be so persistent, leaping through the window as soon as he lay down. Cat Knight, rest well tonight. We must investigate the Pigman tribe tomorrow. Investigate the Pigman tribe tomorrow? I wish to join. Very well, but you must get ample rest tonight, or you will struggle to rise in the morning. The presence of 1 more Cat Knight or 1 less made little difference. As long as Foxy and Red Fox were present in the tribe, it sufficed, for Cat Knight's combat prowess was still inferior to little barbarians. May I sleep here? It's quite warm. You may, but do not encroach upon my space. Before he could finish his warning, a figure nestled into the bedding beside him, Cat Knight's icy body causing a shiver to run through Su Yuan. How could this creature move so swiftly? Do not move, or I shall cast you out. Rest assured. I shall remain still. Keep your legs to yourself. That night was indeed tormenting. Had it not been for the early departure planned for the next day, he would have likely succumbed to exhaustion. Ultimately, he too drifted off to sleep, lulled by Cat Knight's gentle breathing. At dawn, as the first light of day began to break, the icy expanse outside would take a while longer to brighten, and the campfire continued to burn brightly, with only 2 sentinels listlessly tending to the flames. A faint knocking sounded from outside Su Yuan's small wooden cabin, and with his mind already preoccupied with thoughts, the light sleeper instantly opened his eyes. Who is it? Su Yuan, we are ready to depart. The voice outside belonged to Long. Unlike the little dragon, the big raccoon was not one to sleep in, waking at dawn to hunt. All right, go summon Lion, Jiaoyu and Gray. The investigation team need not be too large, with 2 awakened warriors, Lion and Long, alongside 3 potential awakened beastly companions. 6 individuals would be more than sufficient. Even if discovered, they could retreat. Understood, we shall await you at the entrance of the camp. After Long departed, Su Yuan gave Cat Knight a gentle pat. Noting that her sleeping habits differed greatly from that of the big raccoon, she only stirred when he lifted her. Here, have a sweet fruit that Gigi brought back to wake you up. Su Yuan offered the fruit he had received from Gigi to Cat Knight, who, still somewhat dazed, instinctively took a bite. Ouch! How sour! The tart flesh of the fruit jolted her awake, her eyes wide open yet still squinting against the sourness. Are you awake now? We must set off. Su Yuan took a bite of the sour fruit himself, the toothaking juice invigorating him, dispelling the last remnants of drowsiness. The 2 quickly donned their beast skin coats and approached the camp entrance, where the others had already readied themselves. Only Jiaoyu appeared somewhat disgruntled, still struggling to wake. Not awake yet? Here, have a fruit. Su Yuan pressed the partially bitten fruit into Jiaoyu's mouth, and soon, she too was grimacing at the sourness. Cough? Cough. What is this? So sour. Now thoroughly awake, she shot an angry glare at Su Yuan, demanding, "Why did you wake me so late at night? Did they not inform you?" Su Yuan glanced at the others. Cat Knight had been with him, Long had mentioned it before sleep. And Lion was not one for excessive chatter. It seemed indeed no one had briefed her on the situation. Ahem, Jiao Yu, do you now consider yourself a member of my Xingqian tribe? Though Jiao Yu was clearly displeased, she nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course, but once Lord Black Sheep awakens, I shall return." "That is acceptable. We shall discuss your return later. Today there is a special mission, and I have chosen you for it due to your formidable strength. Will you accept?" Upon hearing that her strength was the reason for being assigned to a task, Jiao Yu's haughty demeanor melted away, her lips curling into a smile as she replied, "Just tell me. I shall accomplish it without fail." "Ah, I know your character all too well." Su Yuan had a firm grasp on this rebellious little spirit. A few compliments would surely temper her stubbornness. There is a pigman camp nearby, far too close for comfort. A conflict is inevitable. Thus we must investigate that tribe tonight. Will Ban Yu fear being discovered by those foolish pigmen? If you are concerned about being found out, I shall summon Yuiwe, for her concealment skills are quite remarkable. Chapter 61 The Pigman Tribe. Who dares to say I am incapable? That fellow Yuiwe fell asleep halfway through. You need not accompany me, for I can manage this alone. Ban Yu was immediately provoked and without a second thought set off towards the camp's exit. Fortunately, Su Yuan was quick enough to intervene. Otherwise, this fool would have been lost in the wilderness, unaware of even the pigman tribe's whereabouts. All right. I was just teasing you. Next, you all should change into these garments. Su Yuan exchanged for several pure white warm beast skin coats. Compared to the various colored garments worn by everyone, white is less conspicuous in the snow. What beautiful clothing! Cat Knight exclaimed with delight as she received the oversized white coat that enveloped her entirely. Not only was it warm, but it was also softer than her beast skin attire. The simple garments fashioned from the hides of wild beasts were not as supple as one might imagine. Initially, they were as stiff as cardboard. Thus, Cat Knight and her companions rarely changed their clothing, for a new garment would take some time to become comfortable against their skin. This feels so comfortable. Now, listen to my orders and do not act on your own. Su Yuan cast a glance at Ban Yu, who, under his scrutiny, huffed but begrudgingly nodded with a pout. Very well, let us set off. You shall guard the camp, and at the first sign of danger, notify the Red Fox. The small beast girls stationed behind them stood solemnly with their hands over their hearts in a gesture of respect as Su Yuan led Lioness and the others through the wooden gate of the camp. At this hour, the captured pigman was still deep in slumber, occasionally shivering. It seemed that sleeping in this snowy night was quite chilling. I shall devour you all. In his dreams, he must have been envisioning some delectable dish, for his mouth, adorned with 2 tusks, made peculiar sounds. Unexpectedly, his physical condition was rather robust. The blood from his legs and rear had ceased flowing, and he could still sleep soundly in this frigid weather. Su Yuan scooped up a handful of snow from the ground and tossed it into the pigman's beast skin trousers, the icy sensation jolting it awake. Oh no! If you keep calling me, I shall cut out your tongue. As the pigman's bleary vision began to clear, Su Yuan's fearsome visage came into focus, prompting it to hastily shut its mouth. Once the chilling sensation subsided, it whispered, "Great shaman of the foreign god clan, may I inquire what business you have with me? Are you planning to release me?" "Release you? When dawn breaks, I intend to pay a visit to the pigman tribe. Should I find even a hint of deception in your words, I will slice your flesh piece by piece and roast it over the fire." The bound pigman's face turned pale with panic. After swallowing a few times, it stammered, "Rest assured, I would never deceive you. I hope that is indeed the case." Su Yuan ignored it and departed the training area with Cat Knight and the others. The pigman, tied to the tree, breathed a sigh of relief, struggling to shake the snow from its clothing. "I hope the shaman notices. If I can capture that black-haired beastman, I shall be rescued. Damn it, just wait. I will carve your flesh and roast it piece by piece, then force you to consume it." Only the pigman's resentful murmurs remained in the snow, its once timid eyes now gleaming with malice, desperately writhing yet unable to free itself from the ropes binding it. Damn it! Why are these ropes so tough? In no time, Su Yuan returned to the icy lake. The small cabin remained in place, and the beast girls who bathed there had kept it well protected. Until those nuisances are dealt with, even bathing is a perilous endeavor. According to the pigman's information, the location of the pigman tribe lies across the icy lake, where there is a cave surrounded by a vast expanse of white without a single tree. The group arrived at a snowy slope, and below, illuminated by starlight, they could vaguely see a dark opening. The snow surrounding the cave entrance had been cleared, and amidst the thin layer of white snow, small black shapes could be seen outside the cave. However, due to the distance, it was difficult to discern what they were. Can you see what those things are? The beast girls beside her strained to widen their eyes, but after a moment, they reluctantly shook their heads. Only Cat Knight could make out some outlines. They are dark. It seems something is covering them. Covering what? Su Yuan sensed something amiss. The bound pigman had not mentioned those small black shapes outside the cave entrance. I shall go ahead to take a closer look. I am certain I can see clearly. Banyu, feeling defiant that Cat Knight had discerned the situation across the way, attempted to rise but was quickly restrained by Su Yuan, who grasped her tail. Ah! The tingling sensation and the tugging pain made her lay back down. Her face flushed as she glanced at Su Yuan, who still held her tail. I told you to follow my orders. Behave yourself. The pigman lies even in the face of death. Thus, there must be dangers here that could ensnare us, either preventing our return or forcing us to be bound by the pigmen. I understand. Banyu, unwilling to move recklessly, bit her lip and continued to watch the distant black shapes. System, how much is a telescope? Telescope, 500 points. Advanced telescope, 1,500 points. Astronomical telescope, 15,000 points. The 5-figure telescope options appeared. While Su Yuan indeed possessed the means to purchase an astronomical telescope now, it was unnecessary for this distance. Exchange for a telescope. The system's telescope felt quite heavy in his hands, unlike the cheap one he had previously bought out of curiosity. Su Yuan, have you prayed to the gods? Cat Knight inquired curiously upon seeing the dark object in his hand. Yes, this device will allow us to see the situation across the way more clearly. Su Yuan aimed the telescope at the group of small black shapes. The previously vague forms became remarkably distinct. Indeed, there were about 10 large black shapes. With insufficient starlight, and the pigman tribe lacking a bonfire, they could only see what appeared to be covered with a layer of black substance, as Cat Knight had mentioned. Had I known, I would have purchased a night vision device. This item, once in his hands, seemed rather useless beyond magnifying the image, still failing to provide a clear view of the situation ahead. Wait, Cat Knight's night vision ability should be quite impressive. And not only is there a cat by my side, but also a fox, a wolf, a lion, and a large chinchilla. Surely one of them can see clearly, right? Chapter 62. Shaman? It turned out that aside from him, the other beast girls could indeed discern what those large black shapes were. 11 moss-haired pigs. I now realized that the 2 green-haired pigs I encountered previously were not merely a chance meeting in the wild, but rather they must have escaped from this very location. Su Yuan recalled the encounter with Long, when those 2 moss-haired pigs charged at their small tree hollow. How could such a gregarious creature appear alone in the snow? What should they do now? Long furrowed her brow in concern. The moss-haired pigs were not beasts to be easily dealt with. Before meeting Su Yuan, she could only manage to fend off 1 or 2. Now, with the addition of the pigmen warriors from the pigman tribe, overcoming this challenge would indeed prove difficult for the Star tribe. Su Yuan paid no heed to the enthusiastic Cat Knight, who was engrossed in her binoculars, instead lost in contemplation of another matter. Would the beast men be willing to establish a tribe in this frigid wasteland? Typically, they would not, as the icy expanse was far too cold. Most beast men and the divinely gifted preferred to dwell in the wild snowy plains or the tree-laden foothills of the snowy mountains. Lion also sensed something amiss. After explaining, she herself felt puzzled. How could these pigmen have established a tribe in this desolate place? Could it be that, like us, they were also driven to this location by persecution? Perhaps it would suffice to inquire upon returning. As for this group of creatures, I have my own strategies. Su Yuan abandoned the notion of leading the Star tribe for a night raid, for with those moss-haired pigs stationed outside, they would likely be discovered before they could slay even a few. As dawn broke, the stars began to fade, and a warm ray of early sunlight gradually illuminated the land from the distant side of the snowy mountains. Su Yuan, someone is emerging. At that moment, Cat Knight suddenly tugged at Su Yuan's clothing. Through the binoculars, she spotted a figure exiting the cave. What manner of person is that? Su Yuan lowered everyone's heads, as the individual donned a white beast-skin hat that concealed their multicolored hair, rendering them nearly indistinguishable even in the sunlight. A rather peculiar fellow, adorned with strange bones on their head, and wielding a bone staff. Let me take a look. Su Yuan took the binoculars, directing his gaze towards the cave. With the dawn light illuminating the scene, he could clearly discern that the figure emerging was unlike the pigmen they had previously captured. This one wore heavy beast skin clothing. The headpiece was also of white beast bone, and the binoculars revealed little of their face, while the bone staff they held was about a meter in length. Compared to this odd individual's physique, the staff resembled a peculiar bone scepter. Given their unusual features, Su Yuan's expression darkened instantly. Still daring to deceive me. It seems they truly have no fear of death. The pigman shaman emerged, scanning the surroundings, before raising the bone staff high, rousing the nearby moss-haired pigs from their slumber. After speaking something inaudible, a particularly stout pig with deep green fur, as dark as ink, approached and slowly shook its head, prompting the shaman to lower the staff. We should retreat. I sense something amiss. Observing this scene, Su Yuan felt a sense of unease and pulled a few companions back down the snowy slope. After a day and night, the tribe would surely notice the absence of a pigman. The shaman would undoubtedly be aware. Moreover, unfamiliar with the shaman's capabilities, it would be prudent to return for now. As for further intelligence, a good friend who was still asleep could provide insights. Crack. Ah! In the training grounds, Su Yuan returned as dawn broke. The fishing endeavor would have to be paused for a while, as Long and the others had yet to leave the camp. Yesterday's hunt of the snow crystal cow by Lion, combined with the previously stored fish, would suffice for everyone for a time, and if need be, there were the sweet potatoes Su Yuan had exchanged. At that moment, the sleeping pigman was jolted awake by a whip strike. This barbed whip was specifically prepared for the sturdy pigman captive. Why you returned? What? Did you think I would not come back? Or did you assume I should have perished there, or been captured by the pigman tribe? A wider smile spread across Su Yuan's face as he beheld the astonished expression of the pigman, further solidifying his prior convictions. No, I merely thought you would lead the tribe in an attack against the pigmen today and would no longer concern yourself with me. The pigman's shocked expression quickly morphed into a simple, honest smile, seemingly unperturbed by the bloodstains that marked its chest, fur, and skin. Concerned for you? Of course I would. Outside the training grounds, a throng of beast maidens lay in wait, while only Long, Lion, and Gray remained beside Su Yuan, with Trader Moon and Cat Knight squabbling over the binoculars. Actually, Master Shaman, you need not worry about me. Just set me free, and I will surely warn everyone to steer clear of this place. The pigman's genial smile persisted, for if Su Yuan could return, it indicated that they had not investigated the pigman tribe's affairs. Now tell me, what is the situation with the pigman shaman? Oh, and the 11 green-haired pigs at the cave entrance. Why you? How do you know? Su Yuan ignored the pigman's incredulous gaze, turning instead to Long and the others. Build a fire. Our pigman friend hasn't eaten in 2 days. I intend to slice him into pieces and feed him well. This is how we shall demonstrate the friendliness and hospitality of our star tribe. Su Yuan merely intended to frighten the pigman, yet Long and the others took him seriously, hastily fetching a bundle of firewood from the camp to ignite a blaze in the training grounds. The warmth of the flames did little to comfort the pigman. Instead, under the flickering light, it felt as though the blood coursing through its veins had frozen. And no! I promise I will not deceive you again. This time, the pigman was thoroughly distraught, struggling against its bindings as it pleaded, particularly upon seeing Su Yuan approach with an exceptionally sharp-looking knife in hand. Name? White Tooth. Age? Cough. How many individuals are in the pigman tribe? The pigman White Tooth's expression remained somewhat fearful, as the knife glided over its exposed hand, causing tufts of green fur to fall away. I am not deceiving you, however, there is also a shaman in the tribe. Of course, there are the 11 moss-haired pigs. White Tooth swallowed hard, anxious that Su Yuan might grow impatient, and hurriedly continued to explain. Chapter 63, Digging a Trap. Originally, we lived in a grove within the wild snowy plains, but that fellow wearing the bone mask captured our leader and demanded we bring him to the icy wasteland. That individual is a shaman, capable of various terrifying techniques. We feared being killed by him, so we brought along the moss-haired pigs we had always lived with to the cave in the icy wasteland. I truly do not know that shaman. He remains in the cave all day without taking any action. Had we not feared for our lives, we would have fled long ago. White Tooth, seemingly worried that Su Yuan would not believe him, explained while sobbing, appearing as if he would kneel and strike himself to prove his innocence. Well then, tell me, what would have happened had I ventured to the pigman tribe yesterday for an investigation? What then? Did these individuals not venture to the pigman tribe? Baya was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. However, how could one ascertain the existence of those 11 mossy-haired pigs and matters concerning the shaman without visiting the pigman tribe? If you're having difficulty recalling, I can assist you in recollecting. Su Yuan's blade sliced a small gash into Baya's flesh, snapping him back to reality with a jolt of pain, prompting him to plead for mercy. I was wrong, truly wrong. Yesterday, I merely wished for you to be captured, so the pigman tribe would exchange me in return. If only you had approached the pigman tribe yesterday, those resting mossy-haired pigs would surely have awakened, along with the shaman. Trembling, Baya watched as Su Yuan tossed the piece of flesh into the campfire, while the egg-sized wound on his arm continued to bleed. This beast clan's shaman was undoubtedly no ordinary foe. Far more vicious and cunning than the naive creatures he'd encountered in the desolate snowfields. Do you wish to consume your own flesh? Could I dare to say I do not? Baya found himself at a loss. Observing Su Yuan's ever-smiling demeanor left him uncertain of his own desires. Of course, but do not let me hear another lie from you. Tell me, what are the shaman's abilities? The shaman can control wild beasts. At that time, we sought to capture him. Yet the surrounding mossy-haired pigs attacked us in a frenzy. The beasts under his control showed no fear of pain. Many from our tribe perished in the encounter. A violent summoner. How unexpected to encounter such a peculiar profession here. Aside from the inability to summon monsters, this raging skill feels all too familiar. Great shaman. I assure you, every word I speak is the truth. Fear gripped Baya, and he divulged the shaman's abilities without reservation, especially since the piece of pork was sizzling and oozing oil over the fire. A tantalizing aroma wafted from the flames, teasing his senses. Very well, considering your ample physique, a day or two without sustenance should not pose a problem. Correct? Baya felt like cursing. The last time he had eaten was the morning before he was captured by the lion, meaning he had gone 3 days without food or water. Great shaman, this body of mine is merely for warmth. I am indeed a bit hungry. I am willing to exchange a crucial piece of information for a morsel of food. Without waiting for Su Yuan's response, Baya hurriedly continued. The pigman tribe returns every night. If we encounter issues, they will be back within 3 days. If I do not return, they will certainly suspect something and send individuals to investigate. Baya's words held merit. Su Yuan could surmise this as well, even suspecting that the odd shaman's conversation with the mossy-haired pigs that morning was related to this matter. Since the great shaman is concerned about my return, preparations must be made promptly. Otherwise, they may arrive to investigate. Indeed, it seems you are beginning to speak some truths. Lion, fetch it a fish head to supplement its nourishment. Only through hardship will it be willing to be honest. Despite feeling humiliated, Baya could only force a foolish grin. It was not that I previously failed to perceive your strength. Henceforth, I shall be entirely forthcoming. The tribe's food supply was plentiful, and fish heads were typically reserved for the great man and a few snow wolves to gnaw upon. Yet Baya, having gone 2 or 3 days without sustenance, could not afford to be picky. He bit down fiercely on the fish head, fearful it would fall to the ground and be fed to the dogs by Su Yuan. All right, take your time eating. I will notify you if anything arises. Upon returning to the tribe, the concerned long turned to Su Yuan and asked, Lord Su Yuan, will we truly release this creature? To this day, Su Yuan had yet to lay a hand on the pigman, and long worried he might show mercy and release it after extracting the information. Release it? How could that be? It will prove invaluable. We shall ensure everyone is well fed before gathering. Su Yuan had never intended to let this creature go. In this primitive tribal society, the remnants of his past benevolence and compassion had long been cast aside. Breakfast that morning was consumed with remarkable speed. Even as Su Yuan was still breaking apart the sweet potato in his hands, a throng had gathered around him, encircling him in layers. The smaller beast girls nestled beside Su Yuan, while the others formed a protective ring behind them, casting shadows over the once bright light. Is everyone here? Yes, Lord Su Yuan. All have arrived. Chi, who occupied a position in the innermost circle, quietly observing Su Yuan from across the way. Su Yuan tossed the unfinished sweet potato to a nearby young beast girl, cleared his throat, and with a grave expression, proclaimed, You all are aware of the prohibition against bathing by the ice lake yesterday. The surrounding beast girls nodded in agreement, yet none expressed discontent. When Su Yuan forbade them, they simply refrained from going. We discovered the pigman tribe's encampment near the ice lake, which houses at least 11 green-haired pigs and a dozen pigman warriors, not to mention a shaman. Pigmen? There are actually beastmen here. My goodness. We are fortunate to have spotted those behemoths. My mother said they enjoy skinning us for our pelts. Little pair, at your height you could hardly provide a suitable garment, could you? The beast girls chattered amongst themselves, their fear of the beastmen having transformed into tales told by adults to frighten children. Now, everyone, follow me to set some traps along the route to the ice lake. Husi will lead the archers from the back, while Lion will position the warriors on either side, awaiting their advance. Su Yuan, are we not taking the initiative to attack? Long questioned, perplexed. Could the traps Su Yuan had taught Gigi truly be that effective, capable of dealing with those 2-meter-tall pigmen? This time I will wait for them to attack. Chapter 64. Preparing for battle. The camp's fighting force was insufficient. Lion and Long led a group of 8, comprising the rebellious Yu, Mao Yi, Hui, and several large and small warriors. Meanwhile, Hu Si and Chi who assembled a team of 15 archers, although some of the beast girls were not particularly formidable. In this primal world where even the delicate Ji exhibited remarkable strength, as long as these girls possessed the strength and aim, they would suffice as archers from a distance. The final group was a trap team led by Hu Jiu and several young beast girls, numbering about 20, who were setting various traps in the locations planned by Su Yuan. Inside the camp, only the White Rabbit and a few others stood guard, merely a few hundred meters away from the battleground Su Yuan had designated. Their responsibility was to watch for any thieves attempting to steal food. Dig a 2-meter pit here. Ji, you are too short. Just gather some sharp fish bones. I will grow taller. Ji pouted, feeling somewhat wronged. Clutching a small bone shovel made by Hu Jiu, her initial enthusiasm having been somewhat dampened. Su Yuan realized that his words had caused a hint of disappointment in Ji. He quickly crouched down to gently ruffle her head, patiently comforting her. My apologies, dear Ji. You will grow stronger, but selecting the right spikes is also a crucial task. The idea of placing sharp spikes in the holes was conceived by you alone, and it is a task only you can accomplish. Once we defeat those pigmen, I shall reward you with food far more delicious than compressed biscuits. Really? Ji's eyes widened in astonishment, her little round ears twitching in excitement. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Now go lead Honghua and the others to fulfill the task. Brave Ji. I will ensure the task is completed. As Ji scampered off with enthusiasm, Su Yuan let out a sigh of relief, knowing that the pits they needed to dig would have to be at least 2 to 3 meters deep. Given that depth, he feared that the petite Ji and her companions might struggle to remove the excavated soil, potentially burying themselves in the process. Merely relying on these pits would be insufficient. He needed to devise a better plan. Instead of rushing to work, Su Yuan sat upon a stone, observing the beast women laboring ahead. While these pits could indeed eliminate a number of pigmen, he had to ensure the safety of his tribe's beast women. After living alongside them for a month, he had grown familiar with each one, and the thought of any of them dying on the battlefield due to his commands was utterly unacceptable. What if that group of pigmen could also throw spears? Su Yuan glanced at Hu Si, recalling how, in the absence of bows and arrows, she had skillfully hurled her spear to defeat enemies. If the pigmen could also throw spears, the close combat lions need not worry. But the archers at the back, being ordinary beast women unaccustomed to battle, would be in grave danger. No, this detail had to be addressed. Ji, once you have selected the spikes, come back to me. I have a matter of utmost importance to entrust to you. I'm coming. Upon hearing of an important task, Ji skillfully gathered sharp fish spines and neatly prepared wooden spikes, rushing back with eagerness. Lord Su Yuan, what is the important task? I need you to dig a trench 1 meter deep at the front, near Sister Hu Si and the others, and pile the dug-up soil in front. Su Yuan conveyed his concerns to Ji. Despite her small stature, she was quite perceptive and immediately grasped his intention. Thus, when the pigmen hurled their stone spears, everyone would only need to take refuge in the trench for safety. Do you understand? Ultimately, Su Yuan's solution was to create a trench. It was far quicker than equipping each archer with a shield, for otherwise, by the time they replaced their bows with shields, the spears would be upon them. Rest assured, I understand. Leave it to me. Unexpectedly, in a situation of limited manpower, he found himself entrusting this critical task to the very little one he once deemed the least reliable. As he watched Ji's retreating figure, Su Yuan recalled the initial encounter with the little one who had emerged from behind him, biting his spoon, her face flushed from the heat yet unwilling to relent. Shaman, Aya has yet to return. In the pigmen's encampment, a robust pigman, whose tusks nearly reached the top of his head, spoke respectfully before the orc adorned with a white bone mask. Contrary to the coercion Baya had described, the entire tribe held nothing but reverence for this shaman. It has been a day and a night. He should be back by now. The voice of the bone shaman was hoarse, his eyes, exposed through the bones, gazing indifferently at the snowflakes falling outside. Shall I send someone to search for him? We must ascertain whether he is alive or dead. After all, you. Ha ha ha. Tusk, if you wish to rescue your son, do not disguise it under my pretext. The bone shaman cast a calm glance at the pigman beside him, then turned his gaze back to the mossy-haired pig outside the cave. The previously mentioned dark green mossy-haired pig entered the cave, snuffled a few times in front of him, then returned to the snowy expanse. However, bone shaman, if Baya was indeed killed by someone sent from your tribe, we could also prepare in advance, couldn't we? Prepare? How do you intend to prepare? The icy wilderness is already cold enough. Do you plan to flee to that land of death? I may survive the cold, but you will surely perish. Upon finishing his words, the bone shaman slowly rose, his tone no longer as frigid as before, as he addressed Tusk. Do not worry. Those individuals have not arrived. Just now, that creature outside informed me that several small animals approached our encampment last night. Small animals? It is rare to encounter such creatures here. The bone shaman let out a dry chuckle, seemingly mocking Tusk's naivety. Of course, there are no small animals. Merely a few rodents from the Beast clan. I suspect your son was taken by them. The Beast clan. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Tusk's eyes. Previously, in the frozen wastes, they had suffered considerable losses at the hands of the Beast clan. Even their original shaman had been slain by the leader of those beasts. He would never forget the name of that creature. Exine-ku, a powerful and sorcerous beast. Fortunate that her tribe was annihilated, otherwise, he would have had to flee to the icy wilderness before the bone shaman's arrival. Then let me send someone to scout their location. Fool! Stop! Before Tusk could take more than a few steps, the bone shaman called out, his voice laced with anger. If they can find our encampment, do you not think they would wait for you to depart before launching an attack on the tribe? What then? With no food and no cave, do you plan to starve outside, or return to the frozen wastes to meet your demise? Then bone shaman, what do you propose we do? Having been reprimanded multiple times, Tusk felt his temper flaring. However, wary of the shaman's status and his enigmatic sorcery, he could only grip his weapon and remain there. Gather everyone. Those creatures will help us locate the little rodents. The bone shaman's gaze was icy as he observed the mossy-haired pig outside the cave. If those beast clan members were indeed coveting the treasures in his possession, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Chapter 65. Chili Pepper Tear Gas. Cat Knight, put aside your current task. I have a far more significant mission for you. The construction of the defensive line was proceeding fervently, and Su Yuan, observing the nearly completed fortifications, summoned the still busy Cat Knight. Shortly you will go to the pigmen's tribe. If they have not yet taken action, keep watch. If they begin searching for people, return at once and inform me. Entrusting this matter to Cat Knight gave Su Yuan peace of mind. Although she was not an awakened warrior and lacked the prowess of the lions, her quick reflexes had allowed her to evade even the massive python that had once confronted her. Understood. But what if they are not at the encampment? If they are not, return immediately, but remember, your safety is paramount. If you are discovered, flee back at once. Su Yuan still felt a twinge of concern, especially with an opponent possessing magical abilities. Therefore, he spent some points in the system shop to exchange for a few items. This is a pepper spray grenade. If discovered, remove it and throw it towards them, then flee immediately in our direction. The Tier 1 system shop does not offer smoke bombs or flashbangs, but fortunately, there are some sprays and projectiles made from capsaicin available. The prices remain steep, yet they fall within his acceptable range. Rest assured, I can run quite swiftly. Cat Knight wore a proud expression, yet she obediently accepted the tear gas grenade from Su Yuan and dashed towards the direction of the pigman tribe. Precautions must be taken. Should that group of green-haired pigs become enraged, it could indeed result in considerable trouble. Su Yuan quietly opened the system shop, pondering for a while before searching for a keyword. Firecracker, 1,500 points. Thunder King Firecracker, 2,000 points. Earth-shattering super invincible thunderous firecracker, 3,000 points. Damn this system. It's outrageously expensive. Today's snowstorm is more intense than ever, the flying snow stinging the faces of the crowd, while the mossy-haired pigs clear a path ahead, with the skeletal shaman seated atop the dark green pig's head. Whoosh, hum hum hum. The skeletal shaman suddenly opened its eyes, drawn by the cries of the green-haired pigs, and glanced towards the nearby icy lake. An evidently open section of the ice revealed a peculiar snow mound beside it, from which a glimpse of brown wood was visible. It seems we have acquired a new neighbor. Gazing at the ice cavern, a smile crept across the skeletal shaman's face. Since they were not here for the treasure in its hands, there was nothing to worry about. Skeletal shaman, should I go take a look? Asked the nearby Fong Tooth, eyeing the strange snow mound with a hint of unease. There's no need. There are no humans there. Those little mice have known about us for a long time. Hurry over. Quickly, quickly. There's an alien beast tribe across the way. Let us slay them all and bring their food back to the camp. Tonight, we shall celebrate in the cave. Fong Tooth's words ignited excitement among the pigmen, who howled in response, the fervent atmosphere prompting the recently arrived Cat Knight to hastily hide behind a tree. This is bad. They are already approaching. Cat Knight's expression turned grave as she gripped the tear gas grenade Su Yuan had given her with her steel-clawed hand, silently leaping down from the tree. Humph! Just then, the dark-haired pig nearby emitted an angry roar, and the skeletal shaman immediately noticed the shadow behind the tree. Capture her. Indeed. It's a cub from the alien beast tribe. Where have you taken my son? Though Fangtooth was rotund, she moved with surprising swiftness, clearing the snow in her path, while the mossy-haired pigs sprinted ahead. Your son? By now, you should be able to see its corpse. Ha ha ha. Cat Knight, unafraid, made a face and darted towards the battle line set by Su Yuan, her taunts igniting Fangtooth's fury to its zenith. Beast God, bestow your blessings upon us. The skeletal shaman raised its bone staff, muttering some obscure words, as a green aura enveloped the surrounding pigmen and green-haired pigs. This is not good. Cat Knight's tail fluffed up in alarm. Disregarding further taunting, she turned and quickened her escape. The plump pigmen, now blessed, keeping pace with her. I've got you now. Alien beast cub. Fangtooth leaped behind Cat Knight, her four-fingered hand reaching out to seize the back of Cat Knight's head. However, as Cat Knight spun around, her sharp steel claws sliced through Fangtooth's palm, drawing crimson blood that dripped onto the snow. You're truly bothersome. I didn't want to waste the item Su Yuan gave me. Cat Knight hesitated over the beautiful little orb, but with the oncoming pigmen and Fangtooth before her, she could not afford to linger. She detached the locking ring and hurled the tear gas grenade at Fangtooth. Throwing stones, is it? You alien beasts are truly pitiful, resorting to such futile tricks without strength. Fangtooth suddenly sensed something amiss. The small round stone in her hand radiated a warm sensation. Boom! A violent explosion unleashed the contained capsaicin into a cloud of smoke, the pungent gas forcing the surrounding pigmen into fits of coughing. Even the usually composed skeletal shaman found itself in a coughing fit atop the swaying green-haired pig, the acrid capsaicin invading its nostrils and reddening its eyes. Cunning alien. I will slay her. Before long, the pepper spray smoke was dispersed by the cold wind, Fangtooth's eyes stinging red, her large pig nose dripping mucus, while the other pigmen fared no better. Chase after her. That creature must be leading us on a wild goose chase. Her kin are fleeing. The skeletal shaman seemed to deduce Cat Knight's intentions, barking orders at the surrounding pigmen, for at this moment, those individuals might have already made off with their spoils. We cannot let anyone know I am here. That little alien beast must be killed. Her kin must be exterminated as well. No need for your urging. I am well aware. The surrounding pigmen drew their weapons, some fashioned from devoured beast bones, while others wielded crude wooden clubs. Fangtooth's weapon was relatively refined, resembling a stone hammer akin to White Fang's, albeit one end sharpened to a deadly point. Chapter 66. Remove the mask. This is dire, this is dire. They are already upon us. The construction of the battle line was nearing completion. Su Yuan awaited long and the others to bring White Fang over. He could not underestimate the intelligence of these beastmen merely because they hailed from a primitive tribe. For safety's sake, he needed a method to incite their fury to the point of madness. At that moment, Cat Knight indeed returned first, colliding into Su Yuan's embrace, breathless. Su Yuan hurriedly exchanged a bottle of juice to offer her. Sweet. What a delightful drink. Wait, Su Yuan, that group of pigmen is charging over. They've already reached the icy lake. Cat Knight licked the liquid from her lips, the sugary taste momentarily distracting her from the gravity of the situation. So they have come looking for us? Long. Bind that pigman to the wood and place it behind the trap. Su Yuan used a knife to slice a piece of the beast skin White Fang wore, the slimy texture eliciting a wave of nausea in him. What are you planning? I warn you, my father and the shaman are coming. You cannot defeat us. It would be better to release me. I can plead on your behalf. Upon arriving, White Fang overheard Cat Knight's words. Her previous timidity vanished, replaced by an air of arrogance as she looked at Su Yuan. No need for pleas. You have a more important task. Just wait here obediently. Su Yuan bound the repugnant fabric tightly around Baya's mouth, exerting such force that it contorted the pig-like snout, leaving it only able to emit muffled grunts. Observing the scattered patches of snow around him, he noticed a particular spot that had just been covered, reminiscent of the pit where Baya had previously fallen victim to a trap. Except for the absence of enticing fish or meat atop, could it be that he himself was the bait? Baya cast a glance at his own restrained position. In an instant, he comprehended the situation and began to struggle fiercely, grunting in distress, while the beast maidens had already concealed themselves under Su Yuan's directive. Ji and the others returned outside the camp. Having excavated the tunnels, their task was complete. In the snowfield, aside from Baya, only Su Yuan the Red Fox and the Cat Knight remained. Su Yuan, perhaps you should take cover. Allow me to oversee things here, the Red Fox suggested, her grip tightening around several bone tiles, concern for Su Yuan's safety evident. There's no need for that. The lionesses are hiding up ahead. It's quite safe here, and I still have one final step to undertake. In recent days, Su Yuan had been exchanging for blue spirit drinks, and although each enhancement was modest, cumulatively, it had significantly bolstered his strength. Make sure to stay behind me when the time comes. If those pigmen hurl their weapons, I will intercept them. Intercept? Su Yuan suddenly recalled that the Red Fox was also a spellcaster. He had scarcely seen her wield her magic in recent times and had nearly forgotten this fact. By the way, Red Fox, what spells do you know? I possess spells of fire, stone solidification, healing, tempest, and obscuring rain, though I have lost the latter 2 cards, so I can currently only cast 3 types. Are there no elemental restrictions for mages in this world? Su Yuan was astonished, his eyes widening at the Red Fox's capacity to wield 5 elemental spells. Was it commonplace for beings of the magical realm to possess such abilities in primitive times, while the singular magic of the medieval era had already reached its twilight? No worries. I shall procure a staff for you next time. In the distance, a cacophony erupted as the snow kicked up a fog that muddled visibility ahead, and through the blizzard, colossal figures charged forth. Observing closely this time, Su Yuan felt the overwhelming presence of the pigmen. Compared to Baiya, the foremost tusked pigman radiated a suffocating intimidation. Why aren't you fleeing, offspring of the aberrant beasts? Baiya, as the tusked figure rushed forward, its eyes still a fiery crimson. He could vaguely discern the bound form of its son. MMM. Baiya whimpered, desperate to convey the trap's nature to his father. Yet the tight binding silenced his message into indistinct murmurs. You are the shaman of that pigman tribe? Su Yuan ignored the tusked figure, for the one wearing the white bone mask was the pivotal character in this encounter. 1, 2, 3 are only the 3 of you present. The green-haired pig beneath him grunted in response, while the bone shaman displayed a disdainful smile, glancing at the snowfield ahead. So there are more of you hiding. I wondered how you dared to stand here alone. It appears you have set an ambush. Su Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the green-haired pig's keen sense of smell, capable of detecting their presence from such a distance. More alarmingly, this creature was able to converse with pigs, and the conversation was encrypted. He could not comprehend what was being said. Lioness, everyone retreat. The concealed figures in the snow removed their disguises and returned to Su Yuan's side. The snow wolves exhibited trepidation towards the approaching pigmen, while the man thumped his chest and roared defiantly at the opposition. You sorry lot. If you fail to slay even one of them, you shan't have dinner tonight. Su Yuan, exasperated, slapped the head of one of the dogs, noting how these creatures had become increasingly spirited under his guidance, their cowardice almost comically vivid. Awoo! Upon hearing they would miss dinner, the snow wolves instantly perked up, baring their teeth at the smaller pigmen across from them. Hehe, you must be the leader on the opposite side. We actually have much to discuss. Considering we are both inhabitants of this icy expanse, why not sit down and have a proper conversation? The bone shaman's raspy voice carried a hint of sincerity and resignation, momentarily bewildering the surrounding tusked figures. Isn't this a declaration of war? My son is still tied up over there. Oh, what is there to discuss? Your mask conceals your sincerity. That is because my scars are too unsightly. The icy wilderness is no place for a tribe to dwell. There's no food, no shelter, just the cold and the endless white that envelopes this land. The bone shaman adjusted his mask, seemingly reluctant to reveal his visage. Were it not for being hunted down, who would wish to inhabit this desolate place, right? We could certainly share our experiences. Take off your mask and let me see. A beast folk. I told you this mask conceals the scars on my face. Imagine going days without catching prey and facing hunger, along with the sudden wrath of the icy wilderness. Then remove your mask first. You think I would expose myself to the cold? Surely some of your kin have perished by now? We could negotiate, perhaps sharing the cave with you. Let me see your face first. I would rather not. Chapter 67. Traps. All traps. Since you are unwilling, there is nothing more to discuss. Such deceitful tricks might work on the naive beast maidens. But Su Yuan had seen his fair share of schemes. Were these lowly tactics even as intricate as the wild narratives of Crazy Thursday? Indeed, there was little left to discuss. This must be one of your kin, and I shall use its blood to consecrate this battle. Su Yuan drew a sharp dagger and lunged at Baiya's thigh, the excruciating pain causing him to scream in agony. In that moment, he could no longer warn his father to beware of the trap, struggling desperately against his bindings. Charge. Everyone, charge. Capture them and rescue my son. The tusked figure raised its massive stone hammer, while the surrounding mossy pig and pigmen erupted into fierce roars, charging forward. Su Yuan, what should we do? The lionesses, whose hiding place had been compromised, stood uncertainly beside him, awaiting direction. Once they charge, the trap cannot accommodate so many. Some will inevitably slip through. It's up to you to handle it. Tea on you, if you keep playing with that knife, I will take it back. Su Yuan had been calmly outlining the strategy, but Tea on you was gleefully toying with a sharp short knife in her hand. The blade was no longer than a forearm. Slender and keen, glinting in the warm winter sunlight. Several members of the melee squad have upgraded their weapons. Faced with this sudden and fierce battle, Su Yuan can no longer afford to be frugal with his points or be patient with the slow development of technology. First, he must resolve the threat posed by these pigmen. All the iron weapons combined amount to merely 5,000 or 6,000 points, and his current points have dwindled to just over 10,000. You say you're not playing? Then I shall not play either. Su Yuan, disinterested in the individual, shifted his gaze towards the approaching pigmen, who were charging forward. Ah! After just a few steps, the first trap ensnared a tusked pigman. Though Su Yuan had not accounted for its nearly 3-meter height, the pit only captured its lower half, leaving its chest and head exposed, while the moss-covered pig behind it trampled over its head as it rushed ahead. Stop! Stop! The skeletal shaman also noticed the traps, and one by one, the pigmen fell into them, with even some green-haired pigs unable to halt, crashing into each other in a chaotic pile. Archers. From the trenches, Husi rose with a group of beast women. Despite her trembling hands, the bowstring remained taut. Without Su Yuan's command, Shur also drew back her ironwood bow, releasing a sonic arrow that swiftly pierced the head of a pigman caught at the pit's entrance. The arrows shot from Shur's hands, whether iron or wooden, were essentially rendered useless after being fired. What is this? The skeletal shaman was somewhat alarmed, as around 10 pigmen and moss-covered pigs had already fallen into the traps. While the pigmen could endure the pain and prop themselves up, the moss-covered pigs that had fallen headfirst into the pit were either impaled by bone spurs through their eyes or trapped at the opening, unable to escape. As the number of surrounding foes rapidly diminished, the shaman's expression darkened, and he raised his bone staff high. Beast God, let your wrath descend upon us, that the world may feel your fury. Blood-red mist emanated from the bone staff, enveloping the pigmen, causing their muscles to swell and the moss-covered pigs to pant heavily. Explosive fury. Chi, who watched in alarm as the skeletal shaman prepared to unleash a spell. She had never seen anyone use explosive fury in the desolate tundra, having only witnessed it once in the Wangshu mountain range. Show me whatever tricks you have. Those petty schemes will not save you. The bone staff in the shaman's hands continued to radiate ominous energy, and the pigmen, who had been howling in pain, fell silent. Very well. Let me show you my sorcery. Su Yuan retrieved a roll of bright red items from the system store, igniting it with a lighter before hurling it towards the skeletal shaman. Block it. Having learned from previous encounters, the shaman did not let his guard down, wielding his bone staff to position a pigman in front of him as a shield. Bang! The thunderous explosion of the firecrackers startled the moss-covered pigs, causing the shaman, who had been casting explosive fury, to stumble precariously. First, deal with those who haven't fallen into the pit. Shur lowered her bow and drew forth her broadsword, which suited her far better. The other soldiers rallied closely behind her, as the moss-covered pigs were still reeling from the explosion. Cover your ears. Tusk, rising from the pit, saw blood oozing from his foot wounds, wielding a stone hammer to send a panicked moss-covered pig flying. In that moment, he felt his body swell with new strength, transforming his flabby flesh into bulging muscle, the faint aura of blood around him more potent than that released by the skeletal shaman earlier. Die! He seized Gray, who was attacking the pigmen, and brought down his stone hammer with force. Clang! Gray's expression remained unchanged as he thrust his long knife unhesitatingly into the eye socket of the pigman before him. In an instant, Long dashed in to intercept Tuska's strike. Their teamwork honed over countless encounters. Such precise opportunities were rare. Gray withdrew his knife from the pigman's corpse and swiftly redirected it towards Tuska's legs. On Long's forehead, the runes of an awakened warrior glimmered, and Tusk immediately recognized the identity of his opponent, but the pain in his foot left him no time to ponder. As the sound of firecrackers faded, the panicked moss-covered pigs steadied themselves, and the skeletal shaman, witnessing the glowing runes on the woman wielding the broadsword, grew increasingly alarmed. Cursed be it, there are 2 awakened warriors in this tribe. He pondered the years spent hiding in the icy wilderness, bewildered by how even a tribe with at least 2 intermediate awakened warriors could be driven to such extremes. Block them. I need time to cast explosive fury. The moss-covered pigs charged at him, their stout tusks clashing against Shur's broadsword. Remarkably, the once formidable tusks were now nicked after the collision with the blade. Who would have thought you possessed 2 awakened warriors? But having cast such a broad spell earlier, you should be out of mystical power now. What? Mystical power? Su Yuan glanced at the lighter in his hand in confusion. Was it truly necessary to possess mystical power to throw firecrackers? Fire. Just as the skeletal shaman, brimming with confidence, prepared to unleash explosive fury, a fiery projectile shot towards him from behind, where Chi, who held a glowing bone tile in her hands. In that moment, his confidence waned as he observed the surrounding pigmen warriors with blood-red eyes, gritting his teeth and raising his arm in defense, bracing for the impact of the fireball. Boom! The sound of the bone staff shattering rang out, and the skeletal shaman stared in disbelief at the fragments scattered on the ground. Shattered? In the distance, Su Yuan lowered his composite bow, fully aware of the terror that explosive fury could unleash, and he would not allow the skeletal shaman to cast it. After much deliberation, he had devised a clever ruse, utilizing Chi Hu's massive fireball to obscure the arrows he shot. Had he not needed to extract some information from the shaman, that arrow would have likely shattered its skull. Under the influence of explosive fury, the pigmen had managed to engage Shur and her allies in a fierce exchange, but now, as the effects ceased, the numerous penetrating wounds and arrow injuries they bore caused them to scream in agony. Demand? Charge. Crush them. Roar. Little man rode atop Big Man, wielding a massive hammer adorned with iron spikes. Once Big Man managed to topple a moss-covered pig, he faced the onslaught of her hammer. The living forces were swiftly eradicated, and those trapped in the pits could not rise, staining the once pristine snow with crimson. The skeletal shaman sat dazed upon the ground, his gaze fixated on the bone staff he clutched tightly, surrounded by a sea of bones, with a dark crystal, cracked and marred, lying among them. Before him, the sunlight was obscured by a looming figure. So, shall I remove your mask to take a look? This battle claimed no lives among the beast women, though several were injured. Some had been inadvertently struck by arrows in their posteriors, while others were hurled away by moss-covered pigs. It has become evident that Su Yuan's preparations were excessively cautious. The trenches remained unused, and the panicked swinefolk, startled by the sound of firecrackers, were utterly incapable of hurling their weapons. Furthermore, the few weapons that could be thrown were scant. The notion of tossing them at the enemy so near at hand was fundamentally flawed. Within the encampment, Su Yuan, accompanied by his companions, sorted through the carcasses of the swinefolk and the green-haired pigs. The latter could serve as provisions for the camp, ensuring that even a month without hunting would not lead to food shortages. As for the swinefolk's remains, adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, Su Yuan could exchange them for points, especially since he had yet to trade his 10 opportunities for the day. I told you, once I catch you, I'll strip that headpiece right off your head. On a wooden rack within the camp, the skeletal shaman was tightly bound. The previously bloodied white tooth had succumbed to death, and the rope that had restrained him was now repurposed for the skeletal shaman. Su Yuan removed the beast bone mask, revealing a visage that appeared emaciated, an elderly figure with dark gray skin and scant hair. Now speak. Who are you? Where do you hail from? And what is that crystal? Ever since the crystal shattered, this individual had been lost in a daze, making it clear that its worth was extraordinary. You shattered the Earth Spirit's crystal? That was a treasure I painstakingly pilfered. The Earth Spirit, you say? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Perhaps we could negotiate. The name alone was significant, prompting Su Yuan to hasten towards the pile of items left on the battlefield, which included crude weapons from the swinefolk and some recovered trap devices. According to the Red Fox, these items could prove useful in the future. White Rabbit, did you see that cracked stone? Is this what you meant? This one? White Rabbit opened her palm to reveal the previously split dark stone, feeling warmth emanating from within, and was about to show it to Su Yuan. Immediately he took it, and, as expected, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Detected rare item. Earth Spirit Crystal. Can trade for 5,000 points, or trade for 500 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the trade. 500. 500. Hurry up and show me what new treasures have appeared. Trade successful. New items can be viewed in the special section. Earth Spirit Basic Magic Compendium. 15,000 points. Note. Includes 10 basic Earth elemental spells. Requires self-study. Wow, no pretense at all. An Earth Magic Book. Su Yuan's eyes widened as he gazed at the newly revealed brown tome, inscribed with strange symbols, yet comprehensible to him. Earth Spirit Magic Basic Apprentice Edition. Regrettably, the points required felt daunting. Could he afford to expend 15,000 points? Forget it. I'll wait until I have more points to exchange it, and besides I have to learn it myself. What if my magical aptitude is lacking? After completing the transaction for the fractured crystal, Su Yuan finally exhaled in relief and turned his attention back to the heap of corpses and items. The swine folk, under the skeletal shaman's command, had launched a full-scale assault, leaving Su Yuan no opportunity to ambush their home. Thus, everything they could bring was here. Naturally, he dismissed the crude stone weapons, and aside from some dried meat, the primitive beings had very little to offer. As he idly rummaged through the items, the system's delightful voice chimed once more, this time directed at a broken bone fragment. Isn't this the bone staff the shaman was holding? White Rabbit and the others had actually brought this back as well. Although this bone lacked the crystal atop it, it was still as long as an arm, with sharp breakage, and the entire bone radiated a pearly luster. Detected rare item. Wind Chaser Wolf Leg Bone. Can trade for 2,000 points or trade for 200 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the trade. This item was indeed cheaper than the crystal, but Su Yuan eagerly accepted it all as system special items. Wind Chaser Wolf Boots, 2,000 points. Wind Chaser Bone Arrow, 50 points. A pair of white fur boots that appeared quite comfortable, along with a white arrowhead, which was worth even more than the poisonous arrows. Although the items were ordinary, Su Yuan was not picky. After closing the system shop, he resumed his search, feeling every seemingly insignificant object in case, like the Wind Chaser Wolf Bone, turned out to be a rare find. Had he not been curious enough to pick it up, it would likely have been discarded by White Rabbit in due time. After thoroughly examining the items on the ground, it seemed the Wind Chaser Wolf Bone was a stroke of luck. None of the other items emitted the crisp notification sound. Well, it's already commendable to unlock 2 special items. Let us finalize today's transactions. Su Yuan discarded the wooden stick in his hand and approached the pile of swinefolk corpses, which had formed a small mountain. Since they were still oozing blood, this heap of bodies was placed in a clearing beside wooden stakes, and the falling snow from the sky would help preserve them from rapid decay. Otherwise, the stench wafting into the camp would be unbearable. Chapter 69, The Yellow Sand Plain. System, can we discuss something? Let us not dismantle these corpses. I'm too lazy to leave them here to offend people. If it means trading for fewer points, just take them all at once. Overall recovery will yield only 60 points for all items. Are you sure? Absolutely, definitely. With over 30 swinefolk corpses present, trading 10 a day would take him 4 days to process completely. If he were to dismantle them for trade, it might even take half a month or a month to handle them all, not to mention whether the bodies could be kept until then. Even if they could, seeing a mountain of swinefolk corpses daily would be unsettling, especially with some small beast girls in the tribe. It would be better to trade for fewer points. Common swinefolk corpse, 2,010 points. Would you like to trade? Trade. The mountain of swinefolk corpses was traded to the system by Su Yuan. Each had varying prices, with warriors yielding more points, while the ordinary swinefolk fetched less. Just as his hand brushed against a massive white tusk, the system's melodious voice rang out once again. Detected rare item. Mutated swinefolk tusk. Can trade for 4,000 points, or trade for 400 points. New special item added. Host, please select the direction of the trade. This item was only 1,000 points less than the Earth Spirit Crystal coveted by the skeletal shaman, indicating that the awakened swinefolk warrior corpses held considerable value. 400 points, and then access the special merchandise page. Transaction successful. New products available in the special section. Pig Milk Tea, 1,500 points. The note, increases body size and strength by 30 for 30 minutes after consumption. Can be exchanged for up to 3 bottles daily. So it's a strength potion, huh? And it also increases body size? Su Yuan cast a curious glance, his mind wandering. If Lioness were to drink this potion, her stature would surely reach at least 2 meters and 60 centimeters. Wouldn't that be something? Lord Su Yuan, we have returned. At that moment, Lioness arrived back at the camp with several beast girls, having been dispatched earlier by Su Yuan to investigate the pigman tribe's encampment. Now their hands were empty, indicating that the pigmen had already taken everything. The caves those creatures inhabited contained only some beast bones and stones. We searched thoroughly but found nothing else. That's fine. You all go assist White Rabbit with the bodies. It was not surprising to find no items. Although it was unclear when these beings had arrived in the frigid wasteland, they were undoubtedly orcs fleeing from somewhere. Having exhausted his trading opportunities to the last one for the day, Su Yuan returned to the pillar where the skeletal shaman was bound. The creature appeared quite dejected, evidently still preoccupied with the matter of the Earth Spirit Crystal. Very well. Weren't you eager to chat before? We can have a proper discussion now. Where do you hail from, and what exactly is this Earth Spirit? Confronted with Su Yuan's inquiries, The skeletal shaman continued to ignore him, its eyes vacant, staring blankly downward. It seems you require a lesson to learn your place? Su Yuan seized a few sparse strands of hair atop the creature's head, and after a pained scream, those white strands blended into the pure snow below. Regardless, the item is already shattered and lost. You wouldn't want to suffer at the moment of your demise, would you? Damn you, accursed beastmen. It was you who forced me to flee, and now you have shattered my treasure. I wish to strip your skin from your bones. Su Yuan remained unfazed, fixing his gaze upon the creature's head. If you prefer not to engage in a meaningful conversation, I can certainly begin with skinning you. Not through simple means, mind you. I would first make an incision and toss you into the nearby ice lake, where the fish would gradually feast on your flesh. Fear not, for I shall cast a healing spell when you approach death, allowing you to experience the agonizing process of being devoured. The skeletal shaman's eyes widened in disbelief. It had not anticipated that Su Yuan would be more ruthless than the shamans from its own tribe. In comparison, even the Iron Blood shaman seemed benevolent. I am called White Bone, hailing from the Scorpion tribe of the Yellow Sand Plains. That earth spirit is a treasure of my tribe. Yellow Sand Plains? How far is it from here? I am not certain, but it took me nearly 2 years to arrive here, as I was constantly pursued. 2 years? It seems the Yellow Sand Plains are quite distant indeed. Su Yuan had initially intended to inquire further about the Earth Spirit Crystal, which, even in its damaged state, was worth 5,000 points. One could only imagine its value when intact. And those who pursue you, after 2 years, they would not allow you to linger here, would they? They do not dare approach. The Scorpion shaman sent warriors from the Snake and Lizard tribes. They are particularly fearful of the cold and remain on the other side of the snow mountains. I once observed them secretly. They have established a tribe guarding the path into the mountains, forcing me to hide here. So everything is clear now. This creature is merely one who stole a tribal treasure and was pursued to this place. The pigmen were likely just random laborers captured along the way, perhaps hoping to find someone to assist in hunting food and serve it in this location. Yet Su Yuan suddenly harbored a suspicion. Could that peculiar hunting beast girl which be connected to these beings from the Yellow Sand Plains? Would you let me go? Without the Earth Spirit, they would not find me. I will leave the ice wasteland immediately and swear not to reveal anything about you. Perhaps the earlier plucking of a few hairs had revived some clarity in the skeletal shaman. Now, faced with death, it sought a chance for survival. Let you go? Su Yuan scrutinized it from head to toe, finding an advantageous angle before plunging a dagger into its body. Dark blood spilling forth from its mouth before it could utter a word. Perhaps it hadn't anticipated Su Yuan would act with such decisiveness, denying it even a moment to plead for mercy. Even the pigmen who followed you are nothing but liars. Do you think I would believe your words? As the skeletal shaman's body gradually slumped, Su Yuan withdrew the dagger, having saved this final trading opportunity for just this moment. The instant his palm made contact with the skeletal shaman, the system's melodious voice, as expected, rang in his ears. Detected rare item. Mutated desert goblin skull. Can be traded for 4,000 points, or 400 points for new special merchandise. Host. Please select trading direction. Chapter 70. Rewarding the pets? Transaction successful. New products available in the special section. Goblin stone necklace. 4,000 points. Note. Wearing this necklace allows one to maintain a state of alertness and slightly enhances magical power. The special item acquired from the corpse of the desert goblin was the most delightful discovery for Su Yuan, aside from the previous spellbook, particularly due to its effect of maintaining alertness. If it proved effective for the black sheep and the others who had been captured and taken to the snow mountains, it might just save them and provide valuable information about the mountains. After a fierce battle, the atmosphere within the tribe surged to a peak of excitement. That night, a particularly large bonfire was ignited in the center of the star camp. The bright flames illuminated every face, and everyone joyfully gathered around, each holding a small bowl, as the savory meat soup brought radiant smiles to every beast girl's face. Daman and several snow wolves also enjoyed a sumptuous feast, particularly Daman, who eagerly gnawed on a large pig bone. Truly, a killing spree yields golden rewards. Following this battle, not only had the tribe's food supplies been replenished, but even my system store had received a significant influx of special items. On ordinary days, the camp subsisted on fish, along with the sweet potatoes and potatoes exchanged by Su Yuan from the system store. While the fish was delicious and tender, could never compare to the flavor of pork and beef. Wait a moment. Su Yuan suddenly recalled the snow crystal cow that had been hunted by Lioness. It seemed he had forgotten about the cow due to the matters concerning the pigman tribe. It was needless to say that its size rivaled that of the previously encountered ice spike spider. and it was highly likely that the snow crystal cow could also yield new special items. White rabbit. What has become of the snow crystal cow that Sister Lioness hunted previously? After much contemplation, Su Yuan decided it was best to locate the item first, as it may be possible to test whether the snow crystal cow could unlock new special merchandise tomorrow. That cow? I placed it in the snow house after I finished with it. Ah, you put it in the snow house, I see. I shall attempt it first thing in the morning. The atmosphere at the camp grew increasingly lively, as several cheerful beast maidens pulled Su Yuan into their midst, each dancing with exuberance. This is our celebratory dance. Come join us. The number of beast maidens dancing by the bonfire was quite considerable. Even Cat Knight was among them, accompanied by a white-furred cat who appeared quite joyful, albeit with a somewhat pale complexion. Long and Lioness chose not to participate but clapped excitedly from the sidelines, while Gigi joined in, flailing about in a haphazard manner. The primitive tribal dance was remarkably simple, merely revolving around the bonfire with no discernible rhythm, hands and feet flailing in joyful abandon. Nevertheless, as Su Yuan observed the various tails of differing length swaying, he found himself joyfully joining in. The bonfire cast shadows of all present and illuminated their cheerful smiles. Thank you, Lord Su Yuan, for saving me earlier. In the crowd, the white cat approached Su Yuan, rising slightly on her toes to plant a gentle kiss upon his lips. The delicate sensation caused Su Yuan to momentarily freeze. Wait, wasn't this an unusual way for beast maidens to express gratitude? White cat, who taught you this? The white cat looked somewhat surprised, then responded with a hint of confusion. Cat Knight told me. She said you informed her that a kiss is a way to express thanks in your former tribe. Did I ever say such a thing? When did that happen? The bullet from that night seemed to have ricocheted through time to strike the present. Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly. What was merely a whispered secret to Cat Knight had inadvertently been taken to heart by this one. The critical issue was that she truly couldn't keep a secret. Su Yuan. Tonight. Woohoo. From the crowd, Cat Knight leapt over. But before she could finish her sentence, Su Yuan covered her mouth and whisked her away from the dancing throng, leaving the bewildered white cat behind. Tonight? The white cat scratched her head in confusion as she watched Su Yuan depart. The celebratory dance continued until midnight, and after feasting and drinking, the beast maidens leaned against each other in small groups, with Su Yuan also embracing the slightly drowsy Cat Knight. With his points returning to over 20,000, and the prospect of earning an additional 30,000 points tomorrow, he pondered whether he should reward this group of beast maidens. Looking at the crowd of beast maidens beside him, he was uncertain what to offer as a reward. Could it possibly be more compressed biscuits? He had promised Gigi something far more delectable than compressed biscuits once the war concluded. Just as he pondered, Gigi popped her head up beside him, her eyes twinkling with excitement. Hee Su Yuan the witch. Alright, I know I still owe you a reward, Gigi warrior. Go gather everyone. Tonight, I shall pray to the divine for a reward for all. Okay, I'll go right now. Upon hearing of a reward, Gigi dashed off without a second thought, greeting each of the beast maidens by the bonfire, while Cat Knight stirred slightly awake at the sound. System, do you have a list of things that these beast maidens enjoy eating? Cat food, large bag 100 points. Dog food, value pack 80 points. Animal milk tablets, surprise pack 150 points. What the heck? I'm rewarding beast maidens, not feeding pets. The entire list consisted solely of animal feed, including freeze-dried treats favored by small animals, nutritious milk tablets, and even pet canned food. One might think he was browsing in a pet food store. Yet, his system was merely a rigid program and possessed no sense of humor. Could it be that caring for beast maidens was akin to caring for pets? Su Yuan. Everyone is gathered. Just as he was lost in thought, Gigi had rounded everyone up. The previously weary beast maidens now encircled him eagerly. What rewards do you have? Is it something delicious? But I am already quite full. I want another beast skin blanket. Banyu always steals my blanket at night. Banyu immediately clamped her mouth shut, as at that moment, Banyu was glaring at her, revealing her pristine little tiger teeth. Wah! Then I suppose I'll settle for food. A blanket? Su Yuan suddenly realized that although the snow houses in the tribe were sufficient, everyone still huddled together at night for warmth, which not only kept them cozy but also conserved the limited supply of beast skin blankets. After all, the tribe's stock of beast skins was scarce, and the blankets available in the camp were generally quite rough and unprocessed. Since he was already considering rewards, why not exchange for some blankets to help them endure the harsh winter? System, check the price of blankets. Wool blanket, 500 points. Down blanket, 300 points. Woolen blanket, 280 points. Memory foam blanket. 1,200 points. Chapter 71. Cat food is indeed meant for feeding cat maidens. In this world, the previously expensive pure wool and pure down blankets were now somewhat more affordable. Conversely, technological products such as memory foam blankets, bamboo fiber blankets, and even electric heated blankets were exceedingly costly. However, these were unnecessary at present. Today, due to everyone's bravery and teamwork, we triumphed over the formidable pigman tribe. Without your cooperation, we would not have succeeded. Thus, I specifically prayed to the divine for blankets to help everyone through the winter. One for each snow house. Su Yuan exchanged for the most affordable wool blankets. While they may not be as comfortable as down or cotton, their excellent insulation made them most suitable for the frigid expanse of the ice fields. Hooray, now I can have my own blanket. Banyu won't steal it from me anymore. Just as Banyu's excitement peaked, she was swiftly caught by Banyu, who could no longer contain herself, and her jubilant expression turned to one of distress in a heartbeat. However, the weariness that had previously clouded the expressions of the tribe members dissipated as they awakened. Although the snow houses were not unbearably cold, who wouldn't wish for a bit more warmth during such frigid nights? Everyone, line up. The eldest sister in each snow house will come forward to receive their reward. Su Yuan spread his arms wide, and in an instant, the white wool blankets cascaded before him. The beast maidens formed an orderly line, with the red fox leading the way, who, upon seeing the wool blanket in Su Yuan's hands, looked somewhat astonished. Is that a wool blanket? Can you tell, Red Fox? The red fox's face brightened with a smile as she explained to Su Yuan. Previously, when we were in the desolate snowy plains, many tribes would skin the snow sheep they hunted to make quilts and garments. However, snow sheep are a rare sight in the plains, making these items quite precious. I have never seen a wool quilt like this, only caught a whiff of its scent. The wool quilt Su Yuan exchanged was indeed well filled, with soft wool enveloped in white fabric, and its weight was palpable in his hands. It was far warmer and more comfortable than the original animal skin quilts from the tribe, and there was no lingering odor of flesh when held close to the nose. All right, take it. Thank you for your efforts, Su Yuan. Su Yuan handed the wool quilt to the red fox, and the soft texture warmed her heart, prompting her to gently approach Su Yuan and plant a kiss on the corner of his mouth. Is this also something Cat Knight taught you? Just how many people did Cat Knight share her words with during the dance? The red fox, observing Su Yuan's puzzled expression, inquired with surprise. This was told to me by Cat Bai. She said that your tribe expresses gratitude through kisses. Have I misunderstood? Should she admit to having made a mistake? Or was she correct? If she was wrong, did that mean everything she told Cat Knight was nonsense? But if she was right, she was not from the West. Where did the custom of kissing come from? No, you are not mistaken. I am merely curious as to how you learned of it so swiftly. Ultimately, Su Yuan gazed at the red fox's fair and beautiful face and, against his better judgment, uttered, Western customs are still customs. Isn't Earth merely a vast village? Everyone is quite earnest in their appreciation for you. After the red fox departed, other beast girls followed suit, indicating that Su Yuan's words had spread throughout the tribe. Each beast girl, cradling the soft wool quilt, eagerly approached to offer a kiss. He had lost count of how many quilts he had given away, but the number of kisses he received was vividly etched in his memory. He was nearly numbed by the continuous affection from different beast girls. Do you wish to join? Just as Su Yuan began to feel a bit lightheaded from the kisses, a massive figure appeared before him, its outstretched paw momentarily stunning him. Roar! The great barbarian nodded, rising to pat its belly, revealing that the fur from its previous injury had yet to grow back, accentuating its pitiful appearance. All right, take it away. Su Yuan handed a wool quilt to the great barbarian, who waddled over in imitation, only to be kicked away. Hurry back with that. This creature's high intelligence was not always an asset. Its tendency to mimic everything was troubling. Should it lick him, he might lose a layer of skin. 15 quilts, totaling 4,200 points. Over 4,000 points was neither excessive nor insufficient. At least it restored Su Yuan's points from the 2,000s back to the 1,000s. With just over 10,000 points remaining, he wouldn't have dared to spend so freely if he weren't expecting 30,000 points to come in tomorrow. Yet, seeing the beast girls smiling while holding their wool quilts, he felt it was well worth it. A surge of pride compelling him to summon Cat Knight. Next time, refrain from speaking carelessly, understand? Speak carelessly. Cat Knight's drowsy eyes were filled with confusion. Su Yuan sighed and exchanged a bag of cat food from the system. The system remained as stingy as ever, unwilling even to provide a packaging bag, merely using a piece of animal skin to wrap the small brown morsels. What a delightful aroma! It smells of chicken, fish, and beef. The moment the cat food was produced, Cat Knight, who had seemed somewhat sleepy, suddenly widened her eyes, her little nose twitching as she inhaled deeply. Such a rich scent? Su Yuan popped a morsel into his mouth and was greeted by the savory taste of meat followed by a hint of grain, the texture pleasantly chewy, reminiscent of beef jerky he had tasted before. I must admit this is quite delectable. Just as he prepared to toss another morsel into his mouth, the surrounding beast girls, with their keen sense of smell, quickly crowded around him, their eager eyes fixed on him. Su Yuan, is this also a reward for us? Zhizhi was nearly drooling. Had her mother not held onto her tail, she might have lunged into Su Yuan's arms. Shall we all have a taste? Upon receiving Su Yuan's permission, they eagerly reached for the morsels from the pile of cat food wrapped in animal skin, a flavor unlike any they had experienced, causing everyone to close their eyes in bliss. So delicious. This is even better than compressed biscuits. Crunching away, their excitement surpassed that of when they had eaten the compressed biscuits, with Zhizhi grabbing another morsel to offer to Long behind her. Mama, quickly try this. It's so good. Indeed, this world resembled a vast pet sanctuary. The cat food was useful not only for the Catgirls but even the aloof lioness succumbed to tasting it. In no time, the large bag of cat food was devoured, and though they had already eaten their fill, they were left wanting more. Zhizhi continued to lick her fingers, prompting Su Yuan to pull her over. All right, during the next celebration, I shall beseech the divine for this delightful food. We must not become addicted to cat food. Otherwise, we may find ourselves unable to enjoy the bounty of the tribe's hunts. Su Yuan did not wish for the beast girls to develop a dependency on the system's products. After all, with the unlocking of special items, increasingly costly goods would emerge, and once the secondary marketplace was opened, even more expensive items were likely to follow. Only what one cultivated oneself could truly be theirs. But how was the cat food made again? Chapter 72. An unusual night. That night, after assigning 3 beast girls to keep watch, everyone returned comfortably to their cozy snow houses, the soft wool quilts providing exceptional warmth. A few beast girls huddled together, and before long, they began to perspire slightly from the heat, necessitating the shedding of their animal skin garments. Had Su Yuan been sleeping alongside them in the snow house, he surely would have found it difficult to resist. This night, he feared the demons above would swiftly dispatch the angels perched upon his head. Yet, he too could not contain himself. Tonight was different. Time seemed to slip away, and as Su Yuan cradled the slumbering cat knight, the exhilaration from the day's battles and the night's celebrations left him still somewhat agitated. I can't take it anymore. I'm so sleepy and hungry. Cat Knight mumbled in her sleep, smacking her lips, lost in whatever dream she was having. Outside the camp, 3 small figures stealthily peeked through a gap in the wooden fence, retreating upon seeing only 3 slightly weary beast girls remaining in the camp. Sister Lanza, do we really have to go steal their food? They were so frightening during the day. I don't want to be sliced in half. Following closely behind was a petite girl with short white hair. Unlike the previous beast-eared girls, her ears bore a striking resemblance to those of an ordinary human. With the gentle flutter of her hair, one could faintly discern the chubby little ears sprouting from either side. Were it not for the few icy blue spider legs casually stretching behind her, along with those irises more intricate than a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, one would be hard-pressed to distinguish her from a human. Silence, she admonished, as her companions had drifted into slumber. They were likely oblivious to the slight reduction in their provisions after today's bountiful haul. The foremost girl, with her long ice-blue hair and sharper spider legs than her 2 companions, bore a countenance imbued with resolute determination. The food pilfered earlier could only sustain them for a limited time. They must not forget to prepare sustenance for Mother Red Frost, lest that monstrous creature become uncontrollable. I shall venture into the cave shortly. If I am captured, you must hastily retreat and lead the others away from here. The 2 spider maidens behind her were visibly troubled, grasping the blue-haired girl's arm with reluctance as they inquired, but what of Mother Red Frost? Mother Red Frost will distract that creature. Once you have vacated the area, it shall be unable to pursue you. Today, Lanza was indeed startled by the formidable combat prowess of this newly appeared tribe. During the day, they had heard the violent sounds of battle below and had come to witness the scene. To their astonishment, they observed the newly emerged tribe mercilessly slaughtering the opposing pigmen tribe, one that they themselves had dared not approach. The last time they had attempted to steal food from that pigmen tribe, they had nearly been discovered by a figure donning a skeletal mask. Had it not been for the pigmen's inability to scale mountains, she might have found herself entombed beneath the snow by now. All right, you 2 stay here. I will toss the items over shortly, and you must take them back at once. Wait, Lanza. Just as she was about to depart, another spider maiden called out to her, gazing at the gap in the wooden enclosure with a sense of unease. What is it, Green Spike? Sister Lanza? Why has this tribe's shaman left an opening here while fortifying the rest? The peculiar gap raised her suspicions. During their observation from the mountain, they had noted that the timber within the tribe had not been entirely depleted, yet here stood a section of wood surrounding this very opening. Perhaps those fellows were too preoccupied dealing with the pigmen tribe to address this area. Lanza replied dismissively. Besides, with such a wooden barrier, I could easily scale it even if it were completely surrounded. Sister Lanza, do be cautious of the ground when you enter. Those fellows previously dug pits and concealed them with snow. For some reason, Green Spike's heart was heavy with worry. Lanza waved her hand dismissively, not taking her words to heart. Pits. Even if I were to step in one, my spider legs would easily support me. Only the cumbersome pigmen would struggle to react. Enough, enough. You two hide well and await my signal to throw the items. With that, Lanza, using her blue spider legs, stealthily entered the starlit encampment, her sharp legs piercing the snow without a sound. After a few strides, she arrived before the cave storing their provisions. Gazing into the dim cavern, devoid of light, she could just make out that nothing had changed from before. She had expected these creatures to excavate a pit inside the cave. To her surprise, there was no semblance of defense in the encampment. Had they truly not discovered the food she had stolen earlier? Quietly, Lanza ventured into the cave, her peculiar pupils revealing glimpses of the interior, where the food appeared to have increased since her last visit. If only she could transport all this food back. But such an act would surely arouse their suspicion. Suddenly, a sharp crack interrupted her thoughts, prompting her to whirl around. Outside, everything remained unchanged. 3 night watch beast maidens drowsily perched by the campfire, while the other structures lay in tranquil silence. Ah! Scaring myself, Lanza sighed in relief, continuing toward the cave, but the crack grew more pronounced, emanating from directly beneath her. What the? As her spider leg inadvertently knocked over a stick hidden beneath the snow, the snare set by Su Yuan instantly ensnared several of her spider legs, the wooden rod rising swiftly without a clasp. Lanza, caught completely off guard, was hoisted into the air, her back legs bound, while the remaining ones could not reach the rope. The spinning cord disoriented her, and her scream sent the 2 sisters waiting outside into a pallor of fear. This is bad. Sister Lanza is in trouble. Red Blaze, you must hurry back and lead the others away. I shall rescue Sister Lanza, Green Spike declared, dashing into the encampment, leaving behind a frantic Red Blaze, whose tears welled as she anxiously scanned the dark night. Which way do I take to return from the mountain? Woo-woo, Green Spike. I can't find my way back at this late hour. Come back. I'll save Sister Lanza. The commotion from the encampment roused Su Yuan, who had been dozing, prompting him to quietly place Cat Knight aside and swiftly don his attire. As he stepped outside, Long and the others had already gathered by the cave, each clutching a small figure in their hands. The inhabitants of the other snow huts began to emerge, rubbing their sleepy eyes as they surveyed the situation at the cave. You all. Chapter 73, The Spider Maiden Tribe on the Mountain Summit. Su Yuan observed them in silence, feeling somewhat perturbed. They should not be causing a ruckus, especially after he had just concluded a battle. Having emerged too quickly, several beast maidens had not properly donned their fur garments, and Su Yuan, noticing their frostbitten skin, hurriedly instructed, quickly return and change into warmer clothing. I will handle these 2. Green Spike, held firmly by Lion, struggled fiercely, but with Lion's grip, resistance was futile. Su Yuan, do be cautious. This one's spider legs are incredibly sharp. Spider legs? Su Yuan mused, curiously examining the 2 captured beast maidens. Their fur garments barely covered their thighs, their delicate legs flushed with cold. One of the spider legs, now in Lion's grasp, had been forcibly extracted, and though Green Spike was reluctant, she was utterly powerless to resist. The slender, spear-like spider leg was now before Su Yuan. This is it. Holy moly. An external soul bone, 8 spider lances. Su Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment at the green spider leg pulled forth by Lion. Could it be that soul beasts existed in this world as well? However, he quickly regained his composure, patting his still sleepy head. This creature must be one of the spider maidens of this world, albeit with a lower half that was not spider-like but instead possessed a pair of delicate, long legs. The 2 spider maidens, along with the one inside the cave, were tightly bound to wooden stakes erected in the encampment, their spider lances entangled. At that moment, Su Yuan stood before them, his curiosity piqued, occasionally poking at their thighs and the spider lances on their backs with his finger. Hey, are you done? If you intend to kill us, just do it quickly. Lanza could no longer endure such humiliation. Her eyes blazed with fury as she shouted at Su Yuan, who was groping behind them. Ahem, I thought the spider lady had a tail as well. Su Yuan coughed twice, fastening Lance's first skirt for her before stepping in front of the trio, gazing at them with a bemused expression. Another trio? Is it customary in your world to embark on quests in groups of 3? Humph, if I had brought more people, your tribe would be in peril. Lanza feigned calmness, casting a glare at Su Yuan, her demeanor reminiscent of the rebellious Baiyu from before, though the only difference was her carefree spirit. To put it bluntly, she was foolish, while Baiyu was purely defiant, requiring discipline to heed orders. Su Yuan observed her disdainful expression without making any move, instead smiling amiably at her, which made Lanza increasingly unsettled. Tell me, I was ready to spare your lives, yet you still think of stealing? Was it you who stole last time as well? No. Well, we took it, Lanza quickly retorted, though her conviction waned, and she nervously glanced at Su Yuan, saying, I took the items alone. It has nothing to do with them. If you must punish someone, let it be me, but spare them. Su Yuan maintained his cheerful demeanor, now intrigued by the pupils of the girls, leaning closer to Lance's face to scrutinize her irises. My goodness, what a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. This is more extraordinary than your 8 spider spears. All right, Sister Lanza, this esteemed shaman knows everything. There's no need for further discussion. Seeing Su Yuan's nonchalant attitude regarding the theft, LV Sui helplessly called out to Lanza, realizing that this shaman was even more astute than she had anticipated. Huh? What do you mean by that? Su Yuan, hearing LV Sui's words, turned to her with an unruffled expression and said, Then speak. Where did you come from? I cannot disclose that. You could kill me and I still wouldn't tell you. LV Sui shook her head, glancing at the other two, while Hongqi tightly sealed her lips, and Lanza averted her gaze entirely. Oh, aren't you afraid I might strip you bare and leave you to freeze in the snow, or slice you into pieces? Go ahead, I want to tell you. The resolve of these girls was far stronger than Su Yuan had anticipated. However, he merely intended to frighten them and had no intention of acting so cruelly. Since coercion was ineffective, Su Yuan decided to adopt a different tone. His face filled with sympathy as he addressed the girls. Alas, you must be starving to resort to theft. Look at your legs. They're red from the cold, and you lack even a single piece of fur for warmth. He placed his hand on Hongqi's chubby thigh, squeezing it gently. The frigid air of the icy wilderness had rendered her thigh freezing, akin to a chilled jelly. How long have you been out? You're already in such a state. The warmth from Su Yuan's hand caused Hongqi to relax her tightly shut mouth, and after a moment's hesitation, she softly replied, Not long. We just set out when it got dark. I was already frozen in the cave before. The mention of a cave and having set out at dusk allowed Su Yuan to deduce their point of origin. There was no possibility they had come from the Pigman tribe. If there were any other tribes in that area, the bone shaman would have discovered them long ago. Not to mention that she was quite the dim-witted creature. The route ahead was also implausible, as it led to the desolate snowfield Su Yuan had just traversed. There wasn't even a mountain in sight, let alone a cave. As for the direction behind them, that was a snow-laden forest. He had previously hunted in that area but hadn't closely examined it. You came from the mountain, didn't you? Why you? How do you know? Lanza immediately panicked. If this fellow discovered the cave where they resided, they would all be doomed. No, we came from the cave at the base of that gap over there. Even the astute LV Sui failed to realize they had been led into revealing information. The 3 innocent girls now bore a shared suspicion regarding Su Yuan's abilities. This tribe's shaman must possess some divination skills, having presumably foreseen their dwelling in the mountains. The cave. If you refuse to be forthcoming, I shall send someone to pay your elders a visit. You wouldn't make it up there. The mountain path is blocked by snow. Even we must rely on spider legs to descend slowly. But if I were to station people at the base of the mountain every day, you would eventually have to come down in search of food, wouldn't you? Su Yuan had never paid much mind to the fact that Lion and the others couldn't ascend that high mountain. He had not anticipated that his neighbors included not only the pigmen but also the spider ladies residing above. What exactly do you want? I will return what I stole. Lanza felt increasingly cornered under Su Yuan's relentless pressure. After a struggle, she was rebounded by the approaching lion, her blue eyes fixed intently on him. Then, as if deflated, she pleaded, I beg you, spare my kin. I will compensate for the food I owe you. Everything I said before was a lie. Gazing at the starlit snow-capped mountains, she could not help but shed a tear for her people's arduous existence in their cave. Our tribe is left with only a few children. Chapter 74. Was the threat I spoke of directed at me? We were driven to this place and have since resided in the cave atop the mountain. Though the conditions in the icy wilderness are harsh, the adults could still venture out to hunt some animals back then. However, long ago a monster arrived here, bursting into the cave while everyone was asleep and tearing at us. To protect us, the shaman and warriors fought against that creature. Did you win or lose? Su Yuan, noting Lance's despondent expression, realized he had misspoken. We won. You won? Then what s with that long face? Though we won, the shamans were all killed by that creature, and we were unable to slay it. Now only Mother Hongshuang remains to hold her ground. But can't you escape? LV Sui asked with a wry smile, looking at Su Yuan. Escape to where? Mother Hongshuang is the last awakened warrior. If she doesn't restrain that monster, we will all perish. Without her, we can't even navigate out of the icy wilderness with these children. Su Yuan had underestimated the strength of an awakened warrior. A team, or rather a tribe, without a shaman could only be considered wanderers, much like the previous group led by Long. However, without even an awakened warrior, they lacked the capacity to survive. Encountering any beast along the way would spell their doom. Contemplating this, Su Yuan glanced at Bai Yu, who was somewhat drowsy beside him. This individual truly had a charmed life. Had she not encountered him and his group, she would likely have been captured by the ice spike spider and turned into winter provisions by now. Humph! The traitorous moon also noticed Su Yuan's gaze upon her, and, feeling somewhat displeased, turned her head away while muttering to herself, I will definitely become an awakened warrior. After listening to the grievances of the three, Su Yuan comprehended the current situation. There was another tribe on the mountain of his own camp, a tribe that had been rendered powerless in battle. Furthermore, there was a monstrous entity that even a tribe with shamans and awakened warriors could not defeat. He instructed that a gathering would take place on the mountain at noon the following day, while Husi and Xiaoman would remain at the camp to protect everyone. You. Can you spare our clansmen? Those children have hardly eaten any meat. Most of it was consumed by us. If you must capture someone, take us instead. Rest assured, I have no interest in that meager food. However, the existence of such a significant threat next to my camp is something I cannot ignore if I hope to sleep peacefully, Su Yuan replied, then addressed the beast women guarding the area, kindly light a fire beside them. We wouldn't want them to freeze, and remember to keep a close watch on them. Sister Lanza, could the threat he mentioned possibly be us? Hong Ji asked, swallowing nervously. The three were unclear about the meaning behind Su Yuan's final words when he departed, as their tribe was left with only the little ones who had yet to shed their shells. They were not a threat by any means. After all, they couldn't even defeat the already annihilated pigman tribe. Encountering such matters late at night, Su Yuan found himself devoid of any desire for sleep upon returning to his bed, while the nearby Mao Yi slept soundly. The strange aroma emanating from the blankets made it even harder for Su Yuan to rest. Well, I won't disturb her. I need to see what kind of monster that is tomorrow. Su Yuan felt a flicker of anticipation. If he were to slay that creature, he might unlock one or even several special items. Throughout the latter half of the night, though the few by the campfire felt warmth, their hearts were engulfed in chill. Every time they closed their eyes, memories of the battle between Su Yuan and the pigmen replayed. The images in their dreams twisted into nightmares. As Su Yuan had hung the pigmen on poles to dry them into jerky, slicing them into pieces to roast over the fire. Would their spider legs be torn off and roasted tomorrow? And what of the younger sisters who had yet to shed their shells? Would they be skewered and cooked over the flames? Morning arrived swiftly, and after a night of revelry, aside from a few spirited beast women who had woken, the rest remained in slumber. The three on the rack had finally succumbed to sleep in the middle of the night, though their expressions still bore signs of worry, with Lance's drooling mouth pleading for mercy. It was only when the sun reached its zenith that Su Yuan slowly awoke. Mao Yi had gone to sleep early the previous night, and since Lanza had not awakened during the theft, she was already up early, now off somewhere playing. Everyone is assembled. By the time Su Yuan donned his clothes and emerged, those who had just experienced battle outside the camp were once again preparing for combat. The beast women injured in the previous battle against the pigmen were not participating and had been assigned to guard the camp with Husi. Chi, who had also been summoned to the camp. There needed to be someone to give orders, and in Su Yuan's absence it was left to her. Everyone performed admirably in yesterday's battle. We successfully triumphed over the formidable pigman tribe. However, I heard another piece of news last night. There is a tribe on our mountain that has captured a terrifying monster. Though it is currently bound, it will surely escape one day. Our tribe lies directly below it. Should it break free, that tribe will be the first to perish, and we will likely follow as the second. Despite having just endured a fierce battle, The beast women of the tribe brimmed with fighting spirit, gripping their weapons tightly at the mention of yet another conflict. Thus, we must take the initiative to eliminate that creature once and for all, for the sake of our tribe and in order to rescue our captured comrades. That monster must die. Listening to Su Yuan's impassioned speech, the expressions of Lanza and the others, bound to the post, began to change from worry. Sister Lanza, do they intend to assist us in slaying that great monster? Lanza, shaking her head with a hint of resignation, replied, it's futile. Even a witch could not defeat that monster. Their weapons, though sharp, cannot pierce its hide. Oh, is the monster you captured truly that formidable? At this moment, Su Yuan approached with the beast women, loosening the ropes that bound the three of them. Searching for a cave in such a vast mountain would take considerable time without their guidance. Seeing Su Yuan genuinely free them, Lanza felt her earlier apprehensions melt away. Indeed, its skin is incredibly tough. Our spider legs could not pierce it at all. When we stabbed it, it felt like striking a solid rock. Then, having been bound for so long, shouldn't it have starved by now? Su Yuan suddenly recalled this issue. Just yesterday, Lanza had mentioned the monster had been captured a long time ago. Surely they wouldn't have benevolently fed it? We too believed it would starve, but after all this time, Mama Hong Shuang can still sense its vitality. Chapter 75. What did I spend over 2,000 points for? If possible, could you take my clansmen away from this place? As long as we and Mama Hong Shuang can hold it off, it won't be able to pursue us. Leave? After all the effort I put into constructing these snow and wooden houses, the wooden fence outside, and the bathing hut by the lake, this place allows for fishing and bathing. If I flee, I would have to choose another sheltered mountain foot, reorganize the beast women to build snow houses, and most importantly, gather supplies anew. It would be far simpler to just eliminate that creature. How about we go up to take a look first? You saw yesterday that our tribe lacks food, so we won't ask you to compensate for the stolen provisions. Well then, you may lead the way. Following Lance's command, Green Sui and Hong Ji complied, and after being released, they stretched their bodies which had been bound all night. Put these on, we wouldn't want you to truly freeze. Su Yuan instructed the beast women of the tribe to bring over some fur clothing. These spider maidens were in a worse condition than when Su Yuan had previously brought Mao Yi and the others. Thank you, thank you. The three felt somewhat embarrassed, as it was they who had stolen the others' food, yet the other party did not pursue the matter and instead provided them with fur garments. A dozen individuals hurried toward the mountain, leaving a portion of the camp behind. Only a small group of archers was taken along, and the traitorous Moon insisted on accompanying them. Thus, a dozen individuals set out toward the mountain, and as Rong and the others had said when ascending, the snow-covered mountain path was indeed quite arduous. Only these three spider maidens could easily climb using their spider spears to anchor themselves. How about we carry you up? Lansha discerned the difficulties faced by those behind her and paused, hesitantly inquiring. There's no need. It's merely a narrow path. With a group of over 10 individuals, the mountain trail seemed interminable, and it would take until the following day for the three spider maidens to carry each of them up. System. Filter items for climbing the snowy mountain. Mountaineering pole, 20 points. Anti-slip mountaineering boots, 120 points. Mountaineering crampons, 120 points. Ultimately, Su Yuan expended over 2,000 points to exchange a set of anti-slip boots and mountaineering poles for each individual. Compared to their animal hide boots, these black anti-slip boots offered significantly greater mobility. Having earned over 30,000 points upon rising today, Su Yuan felt little remorse and promptly exchanged a plethora of mountaineering poles and anti-slip boots. The beast maidens, holding the black anti-slip boots, gazed at them with confusion, though they comprehended the peculiar wooden poles they held. Su Yuan, are these shoes? How strange. Cat Knight, however, was quick-witted. After shaking one, she discerned that the boot's shaft exceeded her ankle, and the multitude of laces left her somewhat bewildered. Gather around, and I shall teach you how to wear them. Once donned, you shan't tumble on the ascent. Su Yuan beckoned the nearby traitorous Moon to sit down, then removed her animal hide boots. Recalling his previous experience of tickling Su Yuan's soles, the traitorous Moon instinctively recoiled her foot, though she was soon caught by him. Stay still. I shan't tickle you this time. Su Yuan shot her a glance, pondering what thoughts were occupying her mind. I didn't shrink back. I'm not afraid of being tickled at all, the traitorous Moon retorted, her cheeks flushing as she turned her head away from Su Yuan, yet still extended her leg before him. Loosen the laces, then slide your feet inside. Finally, tie a knot, and you're good to go. While the process seemed exceedingly simple to Su Yuan, the beast maidens, encountering such intricate boots for the first time, struggled to grasp it. Observing several of them clumsily attempting to don the footwear, Su Yuan sighed and stepped in to assist. Yet, curiously, as he held those delicate, crystalline little feet, he felt no sense of annoyance. In fact, with each new beast maiden he helped, a flicker of anticipation arose within him. Am I truly perverse? No, what nonsense. This is a leader diligently striving to alleviate the burdens of her kin. As he gazed at the shivering little feet of the beast maidens, he hastily pulled his wandering thoughts back to the present. The anti-slip boots provided by the system came in standardized sizes, and some of the smaller-footed beast maidens appeared as though they were wearing adult shoes far too large for them, yet they managed to continue their ascent. After a brief delay, the group resumed their journey, using the support of their mountaineering poles to form a line, hand in hand, as they moved upward. How much farther? Didn't you descend swiftly before? Having walked for an indeterminate duration, the sun hung high above, causing Su Yuan to feel a slight perspiration beneath his clothing. Hadn't Red Blaze mentioned they set out only at dusk? At this pace, they wouldn't reach their tribe before nightfall. The descent is straightforward. We simply dangle down from that cliff. Dangle down? Su Yuan was somewhat perplexed by the statement. Red Blaze, with a hint of pride, approached him and lifted her animal hide garment, revealing her fair midriff. It's done like this. With that, the navel of Red Blaze emitted a stream of white silk, swiftly grasping a nearby tree trunk, and she adeptly climbed up the thread. Su Yuan stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting to continue forward. Having long since adjusted to the absence of most spider-like traits, he had yet to acclimate to the fact that these three maidens were indeed spider maidens. Now, witnessing Red Blaze release silk, it finally dawned on him. By the heavens, they are indeed spider maidens. Even the failed transformation of a man bitten by a mutated spider can produce silk. Surely they can as well. What then was the purpose of my expenditure of over 2,000 points? To appear perverse? Why didn't you inform me earlier that you could produce silk? Beside him, Lansha scratched her head, somewhat puzzled. Huh? You didn't know? Should she admit ignorance or knowledge? Wasn't it recorded in the Journey to the West that a spider spirit without the body of a spider emits silk from her navel? No matter. Let us continue our journey. Oh, just a little longer. Once we ascend, the path will become level, Lansha reassured him, assuming Su Yuan was struggling. The ascent was indeed arduous, yet fortunately, as Lansha had indicated after a brief trek, the surrounding mountain path gradually leveled. Scattered trees stood amidst the snow, their trunks adorned with a blanket of white, resembling splatters of dark ink on a pristine canvas. This place is perfect for skiing. The expansive view invigorated Su Yuan, alleviating his earlier fatigue. This smooth snowy slope could serve as a delightful spot for skiing. In his previous life in the south, he had hardly even glimpsed the snow, let alone skied. Had it not been for pressing matters now, he would have already exchanged for a pair of skis. Skiing? Su Yuan, do you also ski? Cat Knight perked up, her ears erect, her eyes sparkling with hope. We used to ski frequently at the camp, but the Red Fox shaman forbade us from playing. Skiing has emerged so early in this world? Su Yuan curiously scratched Cat Knight's ears. Why did the Red Fox disallow you from skiing? She claimed it was too dangerous. Even when we skied, we would be enveloped in snow. How could that be dangerous? Indeed. Being enveloped? Wait a moment. Is that how skiing works? Chapter 76. Stone Cave Salamander. Sister, I am so hungry. Why haven't Sister Lansha and the others returned yet? Shouldn't we go out to help find food? No. Little spider. If you venture out, you might lose your way back. Besides, it's very cold outside. We should listen to Sister Lansha and stay here quietly. At the entrance of a cave in the mountains, 8 spider maidens, yet to molt and slightly taller than Lansha, lay weakly. The cave entrance was sealed with spider silk, and the interior was draped in white strands, while deeper within, a slightly emaciated, tall spider maiden, who had already molted, appeared. Beneath her, a 4-meter-long gray creature lay with its eyes half closed, though upon closer inspection, one could see a slit revealing its crimson eyes, fixed intently on the spider maiden above. Red Frost, have something to eat. This great beast has fainted from hunger and will soon perish. One spider maiden approached the red-haired spider maiden, holding the roasted fish that Lansha and the others had previously stolen from Su Yuan's camp. You eat. I'm not hungry yet. This creature isn't dead. It's merely pretending to sleep. In Hongshuang's eyes lingered a profound weariness, as strands of silk erupted from her exposed abdomen, binding the creature tightly once more. Her slender, emaciated hands gripped the webbing with renewed fervor. Roar! Indeed, upon the revelation of its scheme, the gray creature ceased its pretense of slumber and began to thrash desperately, sending a shower of stone debris cascading from the surrounding rock walls. You dare to slay my kin and aspire to annihilate us? Today, I shall ensure that we perish together, and I will not allow you to escape unscathed. The creature's roar instilled fear in the hearts of the spider maidens outside, prompting them to cover their ears, while a few older ones comforted their younger sisters. I have returned. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the cave, belonging to Lanza, as a blue spider spear pierced through the tightly woven silk that sealed the entrance. Outside the cave, Su Yuan led the others closely behind her, marveling at the unique white silk door crafted by the spider maidens. The web at the entrance was swiftly torn asunder, allowing slivers of sunlight to penetrate the dim cave, illuminating the eager faces of the approaching spider maidens. So these are the unmolted spider maidens? Su Yuan felt little trepidation towards the spiders as he followed Lanza into the cavern. The faces of the unmolted spider maidens appeared somewhat youthful, their massive spider bodies beneath them. The junction where their human and spider forms met was precisely at the abdomen, and these young spider maidens were simply clad in a layer of beast skin draped over their upper bodies. Their abdomens were wrapped in white silk, revealing two delicate, pale arms, while their upper bodies bore resemblance to Lanza and her companions. Who are these individuals? A small spider maiden approached curiously, though she was still somewhat intimidated by Su Yuan, hiding behind Lanza's taller frame. It's all right, these are. Lanza hesitated to articulate, wondering if she should explain that these were the individuals from whom she had pilfered food, now seeking trouble. We are friends of Lanza, having heard of the dangers you faced, so we came to offer our assistance. Observing Lanza's inability to speak, Su Yuan stepped forward to greet the numerous spider maidens. Moreover, we have also brought some food, as we heard you were facing a shortage. Sure, Long, please distribute the provisions. Yes. The beast maidens behind them produced the roasted meat Su Yuan had requested, albeit somewhat hardened from the cold, yet it nonetheless brought joy to the spider maidens. In an instant, their initial apprehension towards the unfamiliar individuals at the cave entrance dissipated. Even as Su Yuan curiously touched their spider legs, they paid him no mind. It was quite the first encounter with the legendary monster maidens. By the way, how do they manage their bodily functions with such a physique? After a brief exploration of this curiosity, Su Yuan soon recalled the vital matters that had brought him to the spider maiden tribe, and thus he followed Lanza and her companions deeper into the cave. In the depths of the cave, devoid of sunlight, the surrounding rock walls were embedded with something emanating a faint white glow, illuminating the dark cavern. In midair, a massive white cocoon revealed a gray head, still struggling, while the silk spewed forth by Hongshuang mended the ruptures in the cocoon. Lanza, you have returned. Hearing the commotion behind her, Hongshuang turned to gaze upon Lanza and the others, who bore expressions of confusion. These are friends. The earlier explanation was reiterated, yet Hongshuang, evidently more astute than the smaller spider maidens outside, quickly grasped the situation after a few discerning glances. I sincerely apologize for Lanza and her friends taking your food. They are all good children, and would not have resorted to such actions had they not been driven by hunger. It is of no consequence. It was merely a bit of food, for we did not come here seeking provisions today. Su Yuan's gaze settled on the imposing gray creature before him, and through his identification function, he swiftly discerned the identity of the formidable beast. Cave Stone Lizard. Adult Level 3 Low-Tier Magical Beast. A creature that dwells within caves, possessing an extraordinarily tough physique, capable of surviving without sustenance for approximately 2 years, inflicting damage upon enemies with its teeth and hardened tail. No wonder this beast hasn't starved. It seems it could endure for some time longer. Sure. Can you pierce its body with your arrows? The nearby Sure did not respond to Su Yuan's inquiry. Instead, she promptly retrieved her ironwood bow and was about to draw a bone arrow when Su Yuan exchanged it for an iron arrow. Try this one. Sure accepted the iron arrow, and the runes upon her forehead illuminated, prompting an exclamation of surprise from Hongshuang above. A warrior awakened, with the bowstring drawn taut. A sonic boom erupted as the iron arrow shot towards the lizard's head. At such close range, it was impossible to miss. Roar! The lizard writhed in pain, a drop of crimson blood trickling down its forehead as Su Yuan edged closer to observe the creature's condition. The iron arrowhead had embedded itself into the monster's forehead, though it only penetrated to the depth of half a finger. The wooden shaft had shattered into splinters. This creature possesses such terrifying defense? The strength of these individuals is astonishing. Su Yuan stared in disbelief at the lizard's wound, while Hongshuang gazed in shock at Sure, whose forehead runes were gradually fading. Previously, the awakened warriors from their tribe had struggled to inflict any significant wounds upon this beast, yet these individuals had merely shot something from a distance, and it had immediately resulted in a gash on the creature's forehead. Hiss! The lizard, displaying glimmers of intelligence, fixed its fiery red eyes on Sure, its exposed sharp teeth gnashing in fury, as if it longed to leap forward and devour these intruders. Hong Shuang, sensing the creature's agitation below, reinforced the surrounding silk, leaving only an opening for its head to protrude. Chapter 77. A vicious and fiery scheme. Cease, Shirshir. This creature's defense is too formidable. After realizing that arrows were ineffective against the beast, Su Yuan instructed Shirshir to try her saber. After much effort, Shirshir's recently repaired saber became dulled, and when it struck the beast, it only left shallow grooves barely half a centimeter deep. Before long, the wound began to heal, and the now howling lizard glared at the group with eyes filled with resentment, its sharp teeth yearning to sink into Su Yuan and the others. Shirshir lowered her saber and retreated behind Su Yuan, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and the glow of the runes dimmed. I had a feeling that this creature's skin could withstand even our spider spears, yet you have managed to draw blood, which is quite impressive. The hopeful expressions of Lanza and her companions dimmed once more. If they could not overcome this creature, they would be trapped in this place. The best course of action would be to seek refuge with the Star Tribe, but that would mean that Hongshuang's mother would surely perish in this cave, necessitating their departure from this location. The leader, our tribe has become what it is today because of this monstrous creature. We are acutely aware of its formidable strength. No matter what we do, we cannot penetrate its body. Your tribe possesses awakened warriors. If possible, could you accommodate the last remaining children of our tribe to leave this place? As long as we seal this entrance, it will be unable to escape. Hong Shuang was not particularly disheartened. Perhaps she had already anticipated this outcome. However, she was pleasantly surprised to find that among the newcomers were awakened warriors. If she could have these last remaining children of her tribe join them, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Who says it can only be killed by piercing its body? Su Yuan, on the other hand, was not overly concerned. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing to watch the suspended monster lizard. He playfully extended his climbing stick towards it. Come now, you wanted to bite, didn't you? Here's a stick for you to gnaw on. Ah! The enraged monster lizard lunged at the stick, poking its nostrils. But before it could bite down, Su Yuan swiftly retracted it, causing its upper and lower teeth to clack together, leaving it momentarily dazed. Wait, you really are going to bite? That's 20 points. Observing its lively demeanor, Su Yuan realized that this creature had been conserving energy, having gone so long without food. Now, after expending some energy, he could visibly detect its fatigue. System, filter the poison series. Diarrhea King, 10 points. Blood Seal Throat, 80 points. Crane's Top Red, 100 points. Arsenic, 280 points. Aside from the first frivolous item, the rest of the poisons were well-known substances from antiquity, and the system had cleverly avoided allowing him any loopholes. All the poisons bore ancient names or nicknames, rendering their chemical compositions indecipherable. Let us start with a vial of Crane's Top Red, followed by a vial of Blood Seal Throat. Arsenic and Crane's Top Red were quite similar, with one being processed and the other a natural mineral. After completing the exchange, a bag of red powder and another of milky liquid appeared in his hands. Seeing these items merely wrapped in simple bags made his hands tremble with apprehension. Come on, let us give you another bite. Su Yuan instructed the others to step back, then approached and poked the climbing stick once more into the monster lizard's nostril. The furious creature twisted its body, preparing to bite him. Su Yuan, be careful. The others, particularly Shirshir, were immediately alarmed by the close proximity. Fortunately, Su Yuan's reactions had evolved since he first arrived in this world. After consuming plenty of blue spirit drinks, he could clearly see the monster lizard's gaping maw, its sharp teeth, and the barbed tongue ready to ensnare him. Seizing the moment while its mouth was open, Su Yuan hurled both packages of poison into its mouth and forcefully jabbed the climbing stick into its nostril, pushing it back. The monster lizard, once again left empty-handed, let out a furious roar, unaware of the 2 palm-sized packages of poison that had slipped into its gaping maw. Su Yuan, what did you just throw in? The curious cat knight, standing nearby, observed Su Yuan's actions and watched the agitated lizard struggling in vain. Nothing, just some good stuff. Good stuff? Cat Knight was puzzled as to why Su Yuan would offer something beneficial to this monster, yet she trusted him and remained quietly observant. After a few more roars, the monster lizard's movements abruptly ceased, its body starting to tremble involuntarily, and its crimson eyes reflected a look of distress. It seems the effects of the poison have taken hold. Su Yuan was uncertain whether these poisons could kill the creature, but any effect would suffice. Even if it merely fainted, he could handle it. Soon enough, blood began to flow from the lizard's mouth. Its sharp teeth stained crimson, and its vitality waned significantly until it slumped over, neck crooked and motionless. Wow, Did it really die? Su Yuan was astonished by the potency of the poison. Such a large creature seemed to have succumbed rather swiftly. Leader, be cautious. It's merely playing dead. My spider silk tells me it still has some life in it. Hong Shuang tightened her grip on the spider silk, akin to a skilled traditional Chinese physician taking a pulse, sensing even the faintest heartbeat. Upon hearing Hong Shuang's words, the creature reopened its eyes. Though not dead, it was evidently suffering from the poison, beginning to retch. Blood mixed with chunks of flesh was expelled, and the putrid stench made Su Yuan step back hastily. This one do, we can't rely on poison any longer. It seems fire is our only option. The monster lizard would not fall for the poison trick again. Su Yuan quickly retreated to join the others, and before he could finish speaking, Lanza hastily shook her head, saying, we can't use fire. If the spider silk burns, it will escape. Who said I intended to burn it? Everyone gather round. Let us go out and collect some leaves and branches, as many as we can carry back to the cave. Little spiders, do you wish to join us? Su Yuan led the beast girls out of the cave, but halfway there, he remembered Lanza and the others. After all, they were working in someone else's cave, so he extended an invitation. Yes, we'll help. Ultimately, Lanza decided to trust Su Yuan, especially after witnessing the large monster get the better of him the first time. This situation had certainly eased Hong Shuang's burden. The group hurriedly followed in Su Yuan's footsteps. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they once again sealed it with spider silk. Did these people have any other methods? Is there truly hope for our tribe? Chapter 78. The hot springs amidst the snowy mountains. The branches on the snowy mountain were not as easily gathered as those in the snow-laden forest below, especially since Su Yuan required a considerable amount. For safety's sake, the group split into two teams. One led by Shirshir was tasked with chopping down trees, while the other, led by Long, was responsible for transporting the felled timber back to the Spider Mother tribe's cave. Crash, crash. What is that sound? Just after felling a tree, Su Yuan heard a strange noise emanating nearby. Cat Knight perked up her ears and immediately pointed to the cliff above. The sound is coming from up there. Let us go check it out. The area surrounding the rock face was devoid of snow, and the source of the sound resembled flowing water. After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan decided to lead the group forward to investigate. After climbing the slope, the view opened up considerably, revealing a vast valley, flanked by towering snowy peaks. A stream flowed from the distance, with small stones scattered within its course, the melting snow nourishing vibrant green grass. Upon closer inspection, wisps of white steam could be seen rising. Is this a hot spring? Su Yuan approached, dipping his hand into the flowing creek. It was cool to the touch yet not piercingly cold, indicating that there was indeed a hot spring nearby. The water here is so clear. The night was filled with surprise for the feline companions as they cupped their hands to drink, only to have Su Yuan hastily tug at one of their ears. Ouch! Su Yuan, what are you doing? She exclaimed. You can't drink water from the wild. It may contain impurities. Typically, they relied on melted snow water, boiled to eliminate any germs, before Su Yuan felt assured enough to consume it. The natural spring water, however, posed a certain risk. Impurities? Well, alright then. Although she scrutinized the crystal-clear stream in her hands for quite a while, she failed to discern anything amiss. Nevertheless, adhering to Su Yuan's advice, she discarded the water and stood up anew. The other beast maidens surrounding her similarly abandoned their intentions of drinking from the stream, clustering around Su Yuan in anticipation. Let us move ahead and take a look. By the way, have you ever encountered a steaming stream like this before? Everyone shook their heads except for the proud Tuiyu, who lifted her chin and declared, Of course, we saw one when the Black Sheep Shaman took us to other tribes. Oh? Is the tribe you mentioned located in the frozen wasteland? Not too far. It's situated on a high mountain near the frozen wasteland. At that time, the Black Sheep Shaman led us there to trade for their warm stones. Warm stones? That must be a rare item, Su Yuan remarked, a spark of interest igniting in his eyes as he turned to Tuiyu. Could you tell me the precise direction of that tribe? Is it far from here? Oh, it's over there. A few years back, the Black Sheep Shaman mentioned that they had incurred the wrath of the fire god after misusing divine water from the heavens, resulting in their demise by heavenly flames. Demise by flames? Su Yuan was momentarily stunned. Could she be referring to the hot springs from a volcanic crater? Wait, could this spring also stem from a volcanic source? He quickly scanned the surroundings. Fortunately, everything was blanketed in snow, and he could not spot any bowl-shaped peaks. Do you also require warm stones? If you help us rescue the Black Sheep Shaman, there are some in her dwelling. Rest assured, I will dispatch a few individuals to investigate the frozen wasteland shortly. Upon hearing about a return to the frozen wasteland, Yu eagerly grasped Su Yuan's hand and pleaded, "Can I go back? You needn't worry. I won't sneak away. Beiwei and Yue will stay here." Fearing that Su Yuan might suspect her, she hurriedly explained, thinking that as long as the closest companions Beiwei and the others remained behind, Su Yuan would feel at ease. In her haste, she momentarily forgot that it was she who had almost put her two dear friends in peril during their encounter with the ice spike spider. "All right, you may go." As they spoke, they arrived at the steaming stream, and this time, when they placed their hands in the water, they felt its warmth. Everyone followed Su Yuan's lead and comfortably immersed their hands. "It's so warm. Indeed, it's quite cozy. Too bad we can't drink it. I feel a bit thirsty." "Absolutely do not drink it. The shaman said the water is unclean and will cause stomach issues." Feeling the pleasant warmth in his palms, Su Yuan's expression brightened. Here, he could simply dig a pit to create a natural hot spring. Then, he could set up a wooden stool underneath, where he could luxuriate in the warm water for an entire day, transforming life into something beautiful. Moreover, he could teach these little beast maidens to cultivate vegetables. Su Yuan glanced at the green grass growing between the stones, pondering whether this environment was suitable for gardening. There was a flowing stream, even amidst the frigid landscape. He wouldn't need to water or fend off pests. He could merely plant the seeds here. Of course, it wouldn't be that simple. For now, he set aside those construction plans. The most pressing task was to deal with the monster. After all, the hot spring water would remain, but the creature would indeed flee if not dealt with promptly. Everyone continue chopping wood. Once we've dealt with that monstrous beast, we can dig a pit here and finally enjoy a bath. A bath, right? We can bathe here without needing to boil water. But I still prefer bathing by the lake. It's so warm inside the little hut. Wonderful. Shaman, can we bathe together? Remembering the location well, the group resumed chopping wood. With a dozen of them working together, it wasn't too long before they piled a significant amount of logs and scattered branches outside the cave. Lanza wiped the sweat from her brow, grateful that Su Yuan had previously shared some food with the beast maidens. Otherwise, the exertion would have left her feeling faint from hunger. "Other spider maidens, please step aside. I need to discuss matters with Hong Shuang." Unable to strike from the outside or inside, Su Yuan resorted to a smoke tactic. He would seal the cave entrance. It would suffocate or at least confine the creature within. Su Yuan hurried to Hong Shuang, who was somewhat revived, looking a little weary but in a significantly better state than before. "Hong Shuang, if you leave, how long can this monster remain trapped?" The upper Hong Shuang lowered her head, pondering for a moment before slowly responding. "Not for long. Perhaps just enough time for a simple meal." "A simple meal? That would be roughly 10 minutes. Su Yuan fell silent for a moment. "What if we could keep it trapped like before?" he inquired subtly, positioning himself beneath Hong Shuang's fur. The darkness obscured his view of her face, rendering his voice somewhat muffled. Chapter 79. I would never deceive you. Like before? That should give us enough time to escape the mountain. After contemplating, Hong Shuang explained, but then hastily added, "This creature is quite clever. It won't fall for the same trick twice. Do what you must. As long as you rescue the children from my tribe, witnessing this monster's demise will suffice for me." Clever? That was yet to be determined. Su Yuan smiled mysteriously, his face alight with a grin as he approached the monster, prodding its nose with his mountaineering staff. Ugh, ugh, ugh. A low growl emanated from the monster's throat, its eyes narrowing with hatred as it glared at Su Yuan, though occasionally, its gaze flickered to Su Yuan's other hand, which was hidden behind his back. Just as before, the moment he opened his mouth, he would immediately toss something inside. After a prolonged stare, the monster simply ignored Su Yuan and closed its eyes. "You see, it won't be fooled again." Hong Shuang sighed in exasperation, tightening the strands binding the monster. "Mao Yi Tuyu, gather firewood." Su Yuan's smile remained intact as he returned to the cave entrance. The wood he had previously gathered was now ablaze, and he took a piece of meat to roast over the fire. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, drawing the attention of not only the spider maidens but also Hong Shuang and the monster, who opened their eyes in surprise. "This person can wield fire magic." Hong Shuang gazed at Su Yuan in astonishment, having not anticipated that he possessed the ability to manipulate fire magic, a rare skill in the snowy wilderness. The monster watched hungrily as Su Yuan approached with the roasted pork. "Big fellow, do you want some? How about we discuss a matter? I could come by daily to provide you with sustenance, and in return you might spare these spider maidens." The magic lizard gazed at the beast meat in Su Yuan's hands, its eyes scanning him. Yet despite confirming that both of Su Yuan's hands were indeed holding the meat, it still harbored a sense of skepticism. "Oh, fret not. I am not one to deceive," Su Yuan said with a relaxed demeanor, tearing off a small piece and placing it in his mouth. Observing this, the magic lizard, feeling a pang of hunger despite its body being capable of sustaining life, could not ignore the allure of the enticing aroma. After watching Su Yuan consume a piece, it finally succumbed to its cravings and nodded its head in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed. Without hesitation, Su Yuan tossed the meat towards it, while the anxious red frost above could do nothing to halt his actions. This time, the portion was tripled. I wonder how you will manage. The pork was swallowed by the magic lizard in mere moments, perhaps too starved to notice the poison mixed within the meat. Only when that familiar sensation coursed through its body did the magic lizard widen its eyes in fear, blood spilling from its mouth once more. Red frost, seal its mouth with spider silk. Su Yuan shouted urgently to the flustered red frost above, who, startled, realized the magic lizard was in distress. The silk erupted from its abdomen, sealing the lizard's mouth as it struggled desperately, while red frost tirelessly entwined it. The silk at the corners of the lizard's mouth quickly stained crimson. I told you, how clever can a beast be? Su Yuan observed the lizard's venomous glare directed at him, his expression growing increasingly smug. This dosage was not only doubled but also included various other concoctions. A wave of dizziness washed over it, accompanied by tumultuous churnings in its abdomen. The magic lizard helplessly allowed the spider silk to hang in the air, yet it seemed this dosage had not sufficed to vanquish it. Everyone, retreat from the cave. Su Yuan called out, and Red Frost, gritting her teeth, revealed a rune of a different hue than that of the lionesses on her forehead, a crimson web erupting from her lower abdomen. The once feeble magic lizard was now bound even more tightly. At long last, Red Frost reached the ground. Perhaps unaccustomed to walking for a long time, she nearly stumbled as she descended, but Su Yuan was quick to catch her. Are all spider maidens this icy? With no time to ponder the delightful sensation of her touch, Su Yuan swiftly lifted her and dashed towards the cave's exit, where fallen trees and leaves cluttered the entrance. Flames flickered to life, the snow-soaked timber igniting and releasing tendrils of green smoke, while one particularly ominous black wood emitted an eerie, swirling mist. Good heavens! Seal the entrance. Though unaware of the source of that black smoke, it felt as if a single breath would send one to the heavens. Spider silk sealed the cave's entrance, and fearing that creature might burst forth, Su Yuan even brought a massive stone to block the entry, allowing only wisps of mixed smoke to seep through the silk. Roar! Cough, cough! Inside the cave, the wretched cries mingled with coughing sounds, sending shivers down the spines of the beast maidens present as they gazed in terror at the black smoke billowing from the cave's mouth. The flames grew stronger, and the spider silk at the entrance could no longer withstand the heat, while within, the flames began to scorch the silk binding the magic lizard. Its eyes, reddened from the smoke, desperately sought an escape. Having been inactive for years and having suffered through 2 poisonings, the magic lizard crawled forward with trembling strength, navigating through the flames, its skin singed and charred. After what felt like an eternity of groping, it finally reached the massive stone at the cave's mouth, angrily battering it with its tail while coughing up black mist. Hold it down. Do not let it escape. The symbols on the foreheads of the lioness and the other awakened warriors flared to life, while Red Frost, cradled in Su Yuan's arms, stepped forward, her crimson silk firmly adhering the stone to the cave walls. The sounds of its strikes made the surrounding spider maidens flinch, while Cat Knight and the others rallied the remaining beast maidens to guard with bows under Su Yuan's command. The smoke at the cave's entrance, unable to escape, thickened, darkening as the rhythm of the lizard's strikes slowed. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the snowy expanse. After a lengthy silence, the cave remained still, the only indication of life being the black smoke still seeping through the cracks, which made Su Yuan cough even from a distance. Yet, to prevent that cunning magic lizard from feigning death, the stone remained unmoved. After waiting for over half an hour, the volume of smoke had diminished considerably. Surely it must be dead now? Su Yuan signaled for everyone to retreat to a safe distance, leaving only Long, the lioness, and Red Frost, the 3 awakened warriors, to push the stone aside. The other side of the stone was charred black, marked by the lizard's desperate attempts to break free. The stench emanating from the cave made everyone cover their noses, and only when the cold wind outside dispersed some of the smoke did they dare to enter. The surroundings were littered with burnt charcoal, and at the cave's entrance lay a charred creature, still exhaling black smoke from its mouth and nostrils. Its once gray skin had turned pitch black, and its bloodied red eyes fixated hauntingly on the cave's entrance. No way, it can't still be alive? Su Yuan, hiding behind the lioness, prodded the creature's head with his hiking staff, easily puncturing a hole in its blackened skin. Is it fully cooked? Once certain of the magic lizard's demise, they finally dared to return to the cave, where Red Frost and the others gazed at the monster that had plagued them for so long, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Which we have finally avenged you. Chapter 80 War and Peace we experienced together. This creature had initially come from elsewhere. The mountain was no small place. We used to hunt for prey in that snowy forest. Only when the game on the mountain diminished would we descend to hunt below. As evening fell, the group returned to the Star Tribe, the magic lizard being lowered down. Due to the various poisons contained within it from Su Yuan's feeding, the white rabbits were kept at bay. Red Frost led her kin to the Star Tribe, where many beast maidens curiously observed the unmolted spider maidens, noticing the rosy complexion of the newcomers, some appearing bashful. Are there also prey on that mountain? Indeed, that warm little stream occasionally attracts wild beasts for a drink, so we often search for game nearby. At this moment, Cat Knight enthusiastically recounted the day's events to her companions, while only Chi Fox, Fox C, Long, and the lioness gathered around Su Yuan to converse. The revelation that there were still wild beasts in that area raised Su Yuan's vigilance. These creatures were not merely the ordinary wolves and leopards of his past life. Just the brute strength of the magic lizard could easily crush a bear of similar size. He realized that if he wished to soak in the hot springs, he would have to bring the lionesses along, lest he become a meal for wild beasts. What are your plans from here on? Su Yuan turned his gaze towards Hong Shuang. At present, she was the only awakened warrior in their tribe, signifying that she had assumed the role of the leader of the Spider Mother tribe. Initially, I had intended to lead them away from the snowy plains once I had found liberation, but after you saved us, I planned to guide them to continue their lives within the caves. However, I now have a request. May we join your tribe? Hong Shuang surveyed the camp which, though modest, was equipped with various facilities, boasting not only novel dwellings but also a mountain of provisions. Most importantly, she was taken aback to discover that, aside from Long and Shur, there was indeed another awakened warrior and a remarkably powerful shaman within the camp. Of course. But you must understand that those who arrive in this icy wilderness do so for specific reasons. I am unaware of yours, but we have been pursued to this place. However, one day, we shall fight our way back. Joining us does not guarantee peace and security, Su Yuan calmly explained, gazing into Hong Shuang's eyes. Although he considered the inclusion of these spider maidens into the tribe, what the Star Tribe needed at present were more warriors, not a group of individuals merely awaiting protection, afraid to wield weapons. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, a look of relief finally graced Hong Shuang's face. She nodded without hesitation, stating, I fully comprehend. As long as we join your tribe, we become your kin. Whether in war or peace, we shall endure together. Very well, welcome to the Star Tribe. Su Yuan extended his hand. Hong Shuang hesitated, momentarily perplexed, but under Su Yuan's guidance, she quickly grasped the notion and extended her hand in return, a gentle smile illuminating her face. Beside them, Chi, who also wore a smile, for their tribe had gained yet another awakened warrior. For awakened warriors, something even the former Chi Hu tribe had never achieved. There were also Cat Knight, Banyu, and the ever-loyal Hui, as well as the newly joined Lan Sha, who seemed on the verge of awakening. Perhaps they were all merely awaiting the right opportunity to awaken. Lacking sufficiently spacious snow houses today, Hong Shuang, after everyone has eaten their fill, please take the children back to the cave to rest for the night. We shall enter the camp tomorrow once new dwellings are constructed. Furthermore, the three little ones, Lan Sha and her companions, who have already shed their shells, should not return. They will accompany me to complete a task tomorrow. This morning, as Su Yuan ascended the mountain, he had calculated the positions. With a ladder, they could easily traverse the daunting ascent to reach the mountainside. No wonder Lan Sha and her fellow spider maidens were so well acquainted with the conditions of their camp. They must have observed it from the mountainside. Indeed, I shall inform them shortly. The atmosphere soared to a crescendo following 2 consecutive victories for the tribe. Cat Knight, standing atop a wooden stump, animatedly recounted the day's events in exaggerated fashion. Banyu, her face full of defiance, tugged at her tail nearby, eager to take her turn to speak. By the campfire, the 3 sisters, Lan Sha, gathered with those spider maidens who had yet to shed their shells, feasting on roasted meat while the cheerful beast maidens of the Star Tribe curiously surrounded them, eyeing the massive spider shells beneath them. If only there were wine, this lively group might very well overturn the entire camp. Su Yuan pondered while observing the camp. After the war, the tribe's development must continue. He had finally managed to craft wooden barrels, yet they had gone unused these past few days. The bonfire gathering that night did not linger long, and under the starlit sky illuminating the snowy landscape, Hong Shuang led the spider maidens back to the mountain. On the following day, Su Yuan, fortunate enough to escape Cat Knight's incessant pestering, emerged from his modest dwelling after a restful sleep. The charred magic lizard remained in the corner of the camp, untouched following his warning, now blanketed in freshly fallen snow. Another rare item had been discovered. Hopefully, it would prove as useful as the snow crystal cow. Su Yuan glanced at the newly unlocked items in the system shop, which he had accessed by trading the snow crystal cow's horns earlier that morning. Snow crystal milk cap, black tea variant 1000 points. Note: relieves physical fatigue upon consumption. Can restore a portion of injuries. This beverage, which restores stamina and heals injuries, was especially appealing as it was his preferred black tea. Aside from the somewhat steep points cost, it had no drawbacks. In addition, another rare item piqued Su Yuan's curiosity, emerging from the snow crystal cow. Crystal bull tendon noodles. 100 points. Note: specially crafted noodles from the ultra-chewy snow crystal bull tendons. Consuming all grants an ultra-chewy state, preventing any stamina consumption for 10 minutes, already cooked, cannot be boiled for more than half an hour, as it will affect the state effect. The attributes of this item left Su Yuan perplexed. After all, a food item that bestows a state of no stamina consumption for merely 100 points, with no limit on quantity, was not typical of the system's offerings. At that moment, Su Yuan approached the magic lizard with anticipation. This creature stood around 1.5 meters tall and measured over 3 meters in length, its short limbs frozen stiff, resembling a charred large lizard. Even in death, the formidable aura it exuded could still intimidate those who drew near. System: it's time to get to work. List all rare items available. As Su Yuan placed his hand upon the magic lizard's body, the system's clear voice promptly followed. Detected rare items. Magic lizard skin. Magic lizard crystal. Host: please select a transaction direction. There were only 2 rare items: the durable skin of the cave stone magic lizard and what appeared to be the magical beast crystal core commonly found in Western fantasy novels. Su Yuan used the identification function to examine them briefly. Aside from being suitable for crafting leather armor, the magic lizard skin held little other value. However, considering its current charred state, hopes for armor crafting were dim. The magic lizard crystal, on the other hand, could be embedded in armor and shields for enchantment. Damn it, I haven't even figured out the staff yet, and now there's weapon enchantment to contend with? Unlock all new special items for me. Transaction successful. New items available in the special section. Chapter 81. Constructing silk rope ladders. Magic lizard leather armor. 3000 points. Note: can resist sharp weapon damage, reducing the impact of blunt attacks. Cannot immunize against elemental damage. Magic lizard crystal protection patch. 600 points. Note: a one-time use item. When applied to an object, it grants immunity against one attack below its own durability of 300, can be exchanged for 8 patches daily. As Su Yuan had anticipated, the magic lizard's exceptional defensive capabilities had unlocked 2 new defensive items for him, though he was uncertain how to utilize the protection patch. Given that the durability of a wooden shield surpassed 300, even a single slap from a powerful foe would shatter it. Wait, can the magic lizard leather armor be applied with a patch? Su Yuan suddenly regarded the gray vest with a puzzled expression. If he affixed the protection patch to the leather armor, wouldn't that enhance its defensive capabilities even further? Ha ha ha! What a delightful treasure! The items bestowed by the salamander are truly remarkable, even surpassing the restorative snow crystal red tea. Aside from 2 rare artifacts, the remaining tribe members have meticulously priced their wares. The salamander's hide has been charred beyond recognition, rendering it useless for the tribe. Thus, this morning, Su Yuan sold everything off at a low price to the system, especially since the pigmen corpses had yet to be dealt with, and delaying further could attract the attention of other beasts and humans. As dawn broke, the beast girls gradually emerged from the snow huts. The remains of the mossy bristle boars had not yet been cleared away, and Lance's trio of spider maidens were diligently assisting. It seems everyone is quite industrious. Su Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. The tribe, though modest in size, operated efficiently under the tasks he assigned. Those lacking combat abilities handled the corpses and sewed leather garments, while the more formidable beast girls focused on training and hunting. They were also responsible for gathering firewood. This arrangement worked well for a tribe of around 50, but as numbers grew, there would inevitably be some who slacked off. Beast girls are human too, experiencing joy and sorrow, and embodying both diligence and laziness. Once they return to the desolate snowfields and conquer the other tribes, it will be time to develop a monetary economy, but that must be approached gradually, ensuring everyone's needs are met. Su Yuan contemplated the future. Once the tribe's population surpassed 700 to 800, managing it would no longer be as simple as calling out commands in the camp. At that point, it may no longer be referred to as a tribe. Not long after the sun had risen, the red frost accompanied by a host of little spider maidens arrived at the camp. The morning chill nipped at them, causing the spider maidens to shiver. Let us warm ourselves by the fire first, and later, Fox 9 will teach you how to construct a snow hut, or if you prefer, a wooden house, Su Yuan explained to Red Frost. The camp had only 3 or 4 wooden structures, the majority being snow huts. It wasn't that wood was scarce. Most beast girls simply favored the snow huts. According to one beast girl he inquired, those cozy little spaces provided a profound sense of security every time they nestled inside. Especially that tiny entrance, once covered, felt like being completely enveloped in a warm and safe world. Alright, I'll ask everyone later. The camp bustled with activity as the spider maidens donned new leather garments, wrapping the surplus hides around their lower bodies for warmth. A few spider maidens followed Fox 9 to learn the art of snow hut construction. Su Yuan specifically instructed that the entrance of the spider maiden snow huts need not be piled up. Instead, they could simply create an opening in one corner of the round structure and seal it with silk once inside. After imparting his instructions, he made his way to the snowy mountain with Lanza, along with the other 3 and Lion. This is where we witnessed you battling those pigmen. Lanza pointed to a steep platform halfway up the mountain, indicating the location where he had fought the pigmen tribe. Behind them lay the construction site of the Starry tribe. A direct leap from the steep cliff would save several hours compared to the winding mountain path. Of course, jumping down wasn't a viable option. Su Yuan had no intentions of courting death, and certainly wouldn't in the future. Lanza, what is the maximum number of people your silk can support without breaking? And does it get affected by snow? Initially, he planned to build a ladder up the mountain, as such a structure would be far more convenient than traversing the winding paths. Su Yuan intended to spend some points in the system shop to purchase rough ropes and nails, then find a suitable section of the cliff to secure the nails and create a rope ladder. However, with the presence of the spider maidens, it was better to utilize their talents, such as constructing a rope ladder with their silk. How many people? I haven't tried, but when the 3 of us pull together, it hasn't broken before. It seems snow doesn't affect it much, Lanza replied, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. She lifted the new leather coat Su Yuan had given her, exposing her fair belly, and a white strand of silk shot forth, adhering to the rock wall. She tugged a few times. Even as her hand turned white from the pressure, she could not break the thick strand. That will suffice. Later, you can help me weave some materials, Su Yuan mused, deciding to use some wooden planks to supplement the silk. After all, with 3 spider maidens spraying silk from such a height, it would be challenging to create the ladder. Seizing the early hours, he led the group to a nearby tree, chopping it down and slicing it into planks. All that was needed was to bore holes in the sides of the planks and string them together with silk, spaced half a meter apart. For the upper support, the silk would be tied around a massive boulder 5 meters high. Unless a large brute attempted to climb, it would be virtually indestructible. As the ladder was constructed piece by piece, thanks to the assistance of the 3 spider maidens and Lion's tree-felling efforts, by midday, they had made significant progress. Leader, I'm so tired. I don't have the strength left in my belly. Red Ember lay on the ground, rubbing her deflated stomach, her face a portrait of exhaustion. Su Yuan retrieved the discarded silk ladder. Its resilience was indeed commendable, yet upon inspection, it still seemed lacking. Just a bit more. And once we finish, I will treat you to a grand feast. A feast. I can still keep going. Without waiting for Lanza and the others to respond, Red Ember sprang up, deftly boring holes in the wooden planks and threading them onto the silk. Her industriousness made Lanza and Green Sway blush with embarrassment. After all, they had only eaten roasted meat at noon, while Red Ember was already hungry again before evening. As dusk approached, the silk ladder was finally completed. With the ladder resting against the mountain wall of the camp, everyone gathered around in excitement. Chapter 82, Exquisite Cubomb Beef Noodles. Once the construction was finished, the group descended the ladder. Despite Su Yuan standing below, the 3 spider maidens felt a bit shaky in the legs. Red Ember, don't you often climb slopes? Hurry down, Su Yuan called after climbing a short distance and glancing up at them. Lion, though a bit fearful, stuck closely to Su Yuan. Only Red Ember lingered hesitantly at the cliff's edge, peeking out before quickly retreating. We usually climb slopes, and we've never been to such heights. Then hurry up. Once we're down, it's time to eat, and I won't be waiting for you. Su Yuan flashed a mischievous grin and swiftly descended. The silk ladder, despite being on a cliff, was not as terrifying as Red Ember suggested. If one were to lose their grip, they would merely roll down the cliff, sustaining injuries but unlikely to suffer fatal consequences. Of course, Leaping from the top would surely result in death. If one fell far enough, they might even crash into Su Yuan's wooden hut and scare him. Wait for me. In the end, under the temptation of food, Hongqi trembled and cautiously descended, landing amidst a circle of beast maidens who curiously scrutinized this peculiar entity. After Su Yuan touched down, Shusher, feeling slightly weak in the legs, leapt down from the silk ladder. Observing the surrounding beast maidens, Su Yuan brushed the snow off his body and explained the function of the silk ladder to them. This ladder allows us to swiftly ascend the mountain for future hunts. Oh, I've lost my strength in my hands. Catch me. Finally, when it was Hongqi's turn, she glanced downwards, her grip faltering as she tumbled down. Su Yuan was startled by her cry. However, upon looking up, a sea of darkness engulfed his vision, and he was knocked to the ground. Ouch, that hurts, but actually it doesn't. Are you alright? Lord Su Yuan. Upon seeing the panicked faces of those around her, Hongqi quickly looked down and noticed a figure sitting beneath her. Leader. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan wiped the blood from his nose, while Hongqi, filled with guilt, knelt beside Hongshuang, who was pulling her down. It's alright, it was not Hongqi's fault. Let her stand. Hongqi has offended you, so, as her mother, I bear responsibility, Hongshuang insisted earnestly. Enough. This time it was my oversight. Hujiu. The next time someone descends from the mountain on the ladder, please place some animal skins underneath. Su Yuan helped Hongqi to her feet, the fall having caused him little harm. He estimated she had only dropped about 3 or 4 meters. As for the nosebleed, the animal hide skirt couldn't entirely shield him from certain impacts. Since the leader has permitted you to rise, then you shall. Hongshuang softened her demeanor, giving a stern look to the still groaning Hongqi. Hongqi quickly sprang up, glanced at Hongshuang, and then leaned towards Su Yuan to whisper, Lord Leader, does that feast you mentioned earlier still stand? What do you wish to eat? Roast meat? Hongqi hesitated, recalling the ample meat supplies in the tribe. The pork from the last 2 meals had left her well-fed. That sounds good, but could you roast it for me? Ziji said your roasted meat is more delicious. Where did you hear such rumors? Su Yuan cast a glance at Ziji, who was nearby, gnawing on a sweet potato with her clean face smeared with sweet potato chunks, resembling a little calico cat. Longmouth sat behind her, looking on with affection, occasionally brushing the sweet potato off her face. It seemed the sweet potatoes in the tribe had nearly been depleted by Ziji and her friends recently. Suddenly, gazing at Ziji munching on the sweet potato, Su Yuan conceived an idea that could test something he had been curious about. Since you have completed my task, I shall reward you with a special feast. Consuming this meal will make you quite remarkable. Special? Then I shall have this. A smile crept across Su Yuan's face, as he spent 100 points in the system store to exchange for a round, white noodle, about the thickness of his index finger, which appeared delightfully chewy. After boiling it for approximately 10 minutes in a ceramic pot, he retrieved it. In the ceramic bowl, the noodle's end was wrapped around a piece of roasted pork, its enticing aroma drawing the attention of Lanza and others nearby. Doesn't this resemble your silk? The end entwined with a delectable morsel. If you bite this end, it's as if you have ensnared prey with silk, then gradually tighten it and devour the catch. Su Yuan presented the other end of the noodle to Hongqi, who had been momentarily dazed but was now filled with determination as she took a hearty bite. Roar! I will devour the prey. This playful game, perhaps too juvenile for a primary school child, was perfectly suited for a spider maiden who appeared to be around 18 or 19. Moreover, this noodle was no ordinary fare. It was made from the tendons of the snow crystal cow that Shusher had slaughtered, and Su Yuan had long been curious as to why it was priced at only 100 points. Now he had the perfect subject for testing it. Hongqi eagerly placed one end of the noodle in her mouth, slowly drawing it in like a spider gathering its web, but after 2 bites, she began to chew. The tendon noodle had merely been simmered in meat broth without any seasoning, yet its flavor remained irresistibly enticing. The surrounding beast maidens gathered around, but since this was a reward for Hongqi, they merely swallowed their saliva, watching her savor the dish. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Hongshuang began to grow impatient, saying, Hongqi, do not keep food in your mouth and chew endlessly. But Mama Hongshuang, I can't break it down. At this point, Hongqi's cheeks had grown sore, yet the noodle remained delightfully chewy, and she had only managed to break off a small piece. Can't break it? Didn't you just molt? Hongshuang looked at her in confusion. Spider maidens are typically weak only during the molting period. But I just can't. Hongqi's words were muffled, and tears were nearly squeezed out as she anxiously tugged at the noodle. Regardless of how hard she pulled, the noodle remained tenacious, leaving Su Yuan gaping in astonishment. Damn system. No wonder this thing costs 100 points. That large coil I just formed is at least 3 meters long. By the time she finishes chewing, she might as well ascend. Seeing Hongqi in tears, Su Yuan gently rubbed her cheeks, offering comfort. All right, just eat this much. Let the rest be tasted by everyone. Since she was unable to chew through it, Su Yuan used a dagger to cut off the segment hanging from her mouth, leaving her to deal with what remained herself. Lord Leader, can we try some? Lanza, curious, sniffed the noodle similar to her silk and expressed her desire to taste it. You wish to try? Very well. Chapter 83, Witnessing the Scenery Beyond the Mountain Together. An hour later, several beast maidens sat around the campfire, vigorously working their jaws, their faces flushed and eyes glistening with tears. If you don't chew it thoroughly, you can't swallow. Otherwise, it might choke you. Su Yuan also clipped a small piece to chew, finding it even tougher than beef jerky. Perfect for infants to gnaw on for a lifetime. Sure, if you can't chew, don't force it. The final piece was tackled by Sure, who was still vigorously masticating. It appeared this noodle suited her palate quite well. Despite the stubbornness, she nodded at Su Yuan's advice but turned back to continue her battle with the food in her hands. Sigh. Finish your meals quickly and get some rest. I shall retire first. Su Yuan forcibly swallowed the thumb-sized piece of noodle, brushed the snow off his body, and returned to the wooden cabin. The weather has grown increasingly frigid. Should one consider installing a fireplace within the dwelling? Yet, would this wooden cabin not be at risk of igniting? He had not familiarized himself with the type of fireplace constructed from stone bricks. The last time he encountered such a sight was in a film, where Santa Claus rode his reindeer down the chimney and into the fireplace. Moreover, the size of his abode was akin to that of a toilet in a previous life. A wooden bed occupied half the space, leaving room only for a small chest and a few of his tools and garments. Perhaps it would be best to postpone such considerations until his return to the snowy wilderness. Lying on his bed, Su Yuan began to ponder. A return to the frozen expanse was imperative. Thus the wooden cabin here need not be excessively furnished. Once he stabilized the snowy plains, he would confront the shaman of the snow-capped mountains and break through the barriers imposed by those skeletal shamans preventing passage from the mountain range. After unifying the region of the snowfields, he might then venture across to explore whether there existed beastly daughters of the winged people upon the grasslands. Were there giants nestled among the steep cliffs, merfolk dwelling in the ocean, elves residing within the forests, or dragon maidens upon the islands? For a moment, he was lost in a reverie of conquering this fantastical realm, aspiring to expand and strengthen his star tribe. Wait, I am a lover of peace. How can I constantly entertain thoughts of conquest? The two diminutive figures atop his head re-emerged, the white angelic Su Yuan gazing compassionately at the black demonic Su Yuan across from him. Before anything could be spoken, a multitude of various beastly daughters encircled the demonic Su Yuan, and in an instant, the white angel was vanquished. What is conquest? I am merely a harbinger of civilization arriving in a primitive society, aiming to spread the light of culture across the continent, ensuring no one suffers from hunger or cold again. This is the sowing of civilization's seeds. The demon upon his forehead seized the golden halo from the angel's head, donning it atop his own, as a holy light radiated from his being, and he leapt into the embrace of the beastly daughters. Alas, I am truly magnificent. The development of the tribe progressed in an orderly fashion. The 3 molted spider daughters joined the ranks of warriors, while the remaining spider daughters, despite their considerable size, lacked significant combat prowess. Particularly, they had not experienced much conflict. Thus they could only assist White Rabbit and the others in processing the hides and meats within the camp. The pottery and wooden utensils in the camp were sufficient for everyone's use, and there was no immediate need to expand upon these items. Hu Jiu spent her days curiously adhering to Su Yuan's side. Su Yuan, will this truly transform into that kind of wine? She inquired, her gaze fixed on him as he sealed 2 wooden barrels with corks, one containing naturally fermented brew, while the other had been concocted with yeast purchased with his points. In this icy expanse, he was uncertain whether the fruits harvested still bore yeast, so to prevent failure, he prepared an additional barrel as a reference. The outcome would only be revealed a month later. Shortly, he would place these 2 barrels within a cave, covering them with some animal skins. I understand, Hu Jiu replied. Though she was unfamiliar with the notion of wine, she diligently set to work, placing the 2 barrels in the innermost part of the cave. Su Yuan, having stretched after his prolonged days of toil, finally deemed it time to rest. He sought out Sure, who was training Hongqi and the others outside the camp, and noted her archery skills had improved significantly, now second only to Hu Si, who could shoot arrows at birds on land. Sure, if you have no pressing matters, accompany me up the mountain. Upon hearing this, Shur set aside her bow and arrow, hurrying to his side, poised for action. Bring a shovel. And do not forget your weapon as well. Although no wild beasts had been spotted near the hot springs previously, it was wise to remain cautious. Shur alone sufficed for this task. The two adeptly ascended the silk thread ladder, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the cave where Hong Shuang and the others had resided. The remnants of their previous presence lingered. The charcoal had been removed by Su Yuan's orders, revealing only charred marks within the cave. In truth, this cave was quite spacious, ample enough to accommodate them all. Shur clenched her fists, her gaze revealing a hint of struggle as she finally stammered, I still wish to return to the snowy wilderness. However, once we rescue everyone, I shall follow you back here. Su Yuan smiled unexpectedly, gently stroking Shur's hair. After days of hard work, she had likely not bathed in some time, her ear fur slightly disheveled. Who said I intended to remain here for eternity? Then, Shur looked at him with her large, bewildered eyes. I was merely reflecting. Had we discovered this cave sooner, perhaps we could have moved in right away. But alas, the camp is cluttered with too many items. I have not forgotten about rescuing the Red Fox tribe. Now, with the addition of Hong Shuang and the others, we can return to investigate the situation. In a few days, we shall first revisit the snowy wilderness. Before Shur could fully rejoice, Su Yuan continued, You were the first individuals I encountered upon arriving in this world, and we have endured hardships together as companions, so I hold immense trust in you. Thus, you must also have faith in me. Henceforth, we shall undoubtedly vanquish the black sheep and defeat that shaman. By the way, have you seen the world beyond the mountains? Beyond the mountains? Shur gazed in a certain direction, towards the sky obscured by towering peaks, where lay the vast, undulating mountains that separated the two realms, the snow-capped mountains. No, I grew up in the snowy wilderness, but the old shaman told me that my mother ventured to the other side of the mountain. I believe she must have seen it. Rest assured, we too shall witness it. In the future, you shall become the general of the Star Empire, accompanying me to explore that new world. Rarely indulging in youthful fantasies at over 20 years of age, Su Yuan raised his hand, as if to grasp the mountain range, his eyes brimming with confidence. Although Shur did not comprehend what an empire or a general entailed, she understood the meaning of star and eye. Yes, we shall definitely see it. Chapter 84. Cleaning the fur of the big cat. This is the place. Su Yuan and Shur ascended the mountainside for a distance, reaching the spring source, a crevice from which scalding water flowed. Here, one would encounter no wild beasts seeking to drink. Shur, this water is not for drinking. While Su Yuan was busy figuring out how to construct a hot spring area, he turned to find Shur had already buried her little head in the water outlet, steam wafting against her face. He promptly grasped her pert tail and pulled her back. Ah! Shur, realizing what had transpired, quickly turned to cover her tail. Her cheeks flushed as she shook her head. I did not drink. It was just that the steam felt warm. Soon there will be something even warmer. Help me dig a large pit here, about the height of my thigh will suffice, and shape it like this. Su Yuan gestured with his hands to indicate a square form. After determining a location for a while, he ultimately decided to dig a pit not far from the outlet, intending to create a gap in the flowing water to redirect it once the excavation was sufficiently advanced. Furthermore, due to the downhill slope, he could also create an outlet below to channel the water away, thus ensuring a continuous supply of warm water. It was a pity that there were no naturally occurring hot springs in the vicinity, where one could simply immerse oneself without any further preparation, enjoying the warmth without concern for maintaining the temperature. Su Yuan used his dagger to outline the area in the rocky, muddy terrain, leaving the rest to Shur, who, in her determination to complete the task, even harnessed her awakened powers. The runes of light that appeared on her forehead allowed her to swiftly excavate a massive pit with a single shovel strike, and soon she had carved out a perfectly square hole. Su Yuan, I'm done, she declared, while Su Yuan was still bent over, contemplating the water diversion route. Take a break or find me a flat stone, about the height of my calves will suffice. The process of diverting the water went remarkably smoothly, with the steaming flow immediately filling the pit Shur had dug. After a short while, the pit brimmed with water, while the previously prepared outlet carried away the muddy water. After half an hour, this natural hot spring, devoid of any embellishment, was completed. A similar method was employed at the other end, establishing another hot spring. This way, in the future, a group of warriors could lead others to enjoy the natural hot springs. This was certainly much more convenient than boiling water in the icy lake for bathing, though the lack of concealment was a drawback, necessitating that warriors remain vigilant in the area. Perhaps they ought to construct a small wooden cabin near these hot springs? After contemplating this idea, Su Yuan dismissed it, deeming it unnecessary to go through the trouble of building 2 wooden cabins on the mountain, especially when he still had to consider the angle of the slope for construction. If they were to encounter a beast attack, given the nature of the creatures in this world, even a sturdy cabin would be reduced to splinters in no time. For now, this would suffice. By the time the 2 hot springs were completed, the sun hung directly overhead, and the cold wind mingled with the steaming mist, while the bright sunlight warmed his skin. Su Yuan, unperturbed by Shirshir's presence, stripped off his clothes and entered the hot spring, finding a stone that perfectly served as his seat. Ah, this feels wonderful. It's as if I've added 10 years to my life. The water temperature was quite pleasant, just right for Su Yuan in such frigid weather, as the flowing warm water seemed to massage his body. Inhaling the warm mist, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, yet he was reminded that Shirshir stood nearby. Shirshir, would you like to soak in the hot spring? You haven't bathed in a while, right? Your hair is nearly tangled. It's the perfect opportunity to wash it while soaking. Shirshir touched her head. A few golden strands of fur tangled together, stained with some blood from their earlier encounter with the pigmen. Having been busy attending to Su Yuan these past few days, she had completely forgotten to bathe by the icy lake. More importantly, she was not accustomed to bathing in the presence of others. The last time she had bathed was when the red fox had dragged her along, and since then, she had not cleansed herself. Then I shall wash as well. Su Yuan comfortably leaned against the edge, squinting his eyes, and nodded slowly upon hearing Shirshir's words, only to suddenly realize something and opened his eyes wide. At the edge of the hot spring, Shirshir shed her beast skin clothing, her golden tail swaying gently in the breeze as she lifted her head. Su Yuan, somewhat taken aback, clicked his tongue, realizing that this spectacle was indeed incomparable to that of a cat at night. Just as he was lost in thought, some water in the hot spring suddenly flowed out, and he felt a pair of thighs pressing against him. Instantly alert, he swallowed hard, glancing at Shirshir's puzzled expression as she poked her head out. Aren't you gonna soak over there? Is it not permissible to be here? I can move over immediately. What am I doing? Worse than a beast, he thought, as he saw the look of disappointment in Shirshir's eyes and promptly pulled her down. Ahem. I was merely concerned that I might not be able to resist my desires. However, it's all right. Come here and I will help you wash your hair. Su Yuan temporarily suppressed his impulses, watching as Shirshir leaned closer, allowing him to gently massage her tangled hair. Due to the blood that had adhered to it, he unconsciously applied more force. No matter how much he scrubbed, not a single strand of that golden hair fell away. The astonishing quality left Su Yuan momentarily speechless. Now appearing calm, Su Yuan was betrayed by his body's reactions. Shirshir, curious, glanced at the surface of the hot spring water, but being held by Su Yuan, she could only suppress her internal questions. System, exchange for a pack of shampoo. After futilely scrubbing for some time, Su Yuan immediately opened the system marketplace and exchanged for a pack of shampoo priced at 20 points, which was conveniently palm-sized. Stay still and don't move. Close your eyes. In this context, this phrase could easily be misconstrued as somewhat perverse. Upon hearing it, Shirshir immediately leaned in front of Su Yuan and tightly closed her eyes. As Su Yuan's fingers worked through her hair, she felt the sensation of something enveloping her, accompanied by a delightful fragrance wafting into her nostrils. With the aid of the shampoo, the tangled fur could finally be cleaned, as the flowing hot spring water quickly washed away the remnants of the shampoo. How does it feel? Touch your hair. Is it not particularly smooth? Su Yuan felt a sense of accomplishment akin to grooming his beloved cat, admiring how the golden strands lay elegantly against Shirshir's forehead. Feels wonderful, and it's fragrant too. Thank you, Su Yuan. Shirshir leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, mimicking the gesture from their previous celebration. The momentary sense of achievement he felt from washing the big cat dissipated. Having only exercised the previous night, he mused that indulging in physical activity all day could be taxing on the body. Yet, he had enhanced his life force and need not worry about fatigue. At worst, he could exchange for a few more bottles of blue spirit drinks later. Free from the constraints of the little angel, Su Yuan quietly whispered some words into Shirshir's ear, observing her somewhat dazed expression, and thus began to personally guide her. Chapter 85. The hot spring pool project is now open. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the valley, as Su Yuan leisurely lay in the hot spring, his eyes half closed, savoring the tranquility of the mountain stream. After spending half a day soaking, he felt as if he could emerge as a giant. With Shirshir nestled beside him, her cheeks still flushed, her gaze slightly dreamy. Su Yuan, I wish to ask you a question. Shirshir seemed to muster her courage, looking up at him with a nervous inquiry. Ah, I've told you not to call me Lord. Just address me directly. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. Su Yuan tousled Shirshira's hair, which had become damp again due to the vigorous activity in the hot spring, with droplets still trickling from the tips. Shirshir nodded and, after a moment of hesitation, stammered, You aren't from the Divine Gift clan, are you? No, I am indeed not. But how did you know? Su Yuan answered her without the slightest hesitation, as it was simply a fact he had no need to conceal. After all, the truth would inevitably come to light one day. The Divine Gift clan can only bear offspring by consuming divine gift fruits. But my mother once told me that only the beastmen reproduce in such a manner. When I accompanied my mother to attack the beastmen tribe in my childhood, I witnessed it firsthand, just as it is now. Alas, it turns out that the previous confusion arose not from a lack of understanding about how these beastly maidens procreate through divine gift fruits, but rather from Cat Knight's limited knowledge. Now, I have encountered someone with broader insights. Are you a beastman? Lioness's eyes were filled with caution and a hint of anxiety. The discord between the beastmen and the Divine Gift clan had persisted for generations. Do I appear to you as a beastman? You all carry certain traits of the beastly race. Did you just notice my own? If that is the case, I should be considered the first pure human in this primordial realm of Western fantasy. Lioness scrutinized me with confusion, her black hair devoid of any beastly characteristics, her ears merely resembling those of her kin, yet lacking the distinctive spider spear. Her pupils were also black, and her hands and feet bore no resemblance to the Divine Gift clan, lacking dense fur, and even her posterior was devoid of a tail, except for that which you just mentioned. Su Yuan's expression stiffened as he hurriedly covered Lioness's mouth. If this were to be revealed, it would spell disaster. Do you remember I mentioned that I hail from a distant land? Yes, you said it was a vast tribe from the east, Lioness recalled wistfully. Su Yuan nodded with a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, a vast and distant place, so far that it lies beyond the east of this world. To be precise, I actually came from beyond the heavens. Your gods brought you to this world, while I was also brought here by other deities. Despite Su Yuan employing the same divine reasoning to elucidate his origins, Lioness still appeared bewildered, her anxious tail flicking restlessly in the water. These concepts were too complex for her to grasp. Su Yuan sighed, holding her tightly, and said, It's all right if you don't understand all this. Just believe that I will always be with you. Together we shall return to the frozen snow plains, journey to the snow-capped mountains, and even venture to the other side of the mountains to explore. After a brief silence, Lioness softly murmured in agreement, resting her head on Su Yuan's shoulder without uttering another word. In truth, she had already chosen to believe when Su Yuan denied being a beastman. The rest mattered little. That Su Yuan, beastmen reproduce in such a manner to have children, right? Will I be able to have a child as well? This abrupt change of topic caught Su Yuan off guard, particularly since he was uncertain about the anatomical structure of these beastly maidens and whether reproductive isolation existed. I am not sure either, as I am not a beastman. Of course, I certainly would not be able to bear children with a beastman. As for those beastmen, regardless of any isolation, he would vow to uphold his integrity with his life. Then I want one too. Before Su Yuan could fully grasp the implications, Lioness pounced upon him, pinning him against the edge of the hot spring pool. It seemed that 2 bottles of blue spirit beverage were insufficient. He would need to exchange for at least 3. Points flow away as swiftly as the water in this hot spring. In the evening, Lioness and Su Yuan returned to the camp, where the Red Fox had assumed their day-long absence was due to some special mission. However, before her curiosity could fully blossom, Su Yuan summoned everyone to the center of the camp. At this moment, everyone held food in their hands, their large eyes curiously fixed on Su Yuan, wondering what important announcement he had to make. Ahem, you all should be aware that we discovered a warm stream on the mountain, right? The crowd nodded in unison, and a particularly lively little rabbit maiden raised her hand and exclaimed, The Cat Knight sisters told us about it earlier. It appeared that Cat Knight and Rebel Moon had thoroughly informed everyone about the details after their previous dispute over storytelling. This was fortuitous. It spared Su Yuan from having to repeat the explanation. Today, Lioness and I constructed that location into a hot spring pool, a place for soaking in warm water. In the future, when you wish to avoid boiling water at the ice lake, you can go to the mountain to enjoy the hot spring instead. The hot water flows continuously and will not cool down. This announcement excited everyone immensely. Bathing in the ice lake was quite troublesome, requiring one to learn to drill wood for fire like Su Yuan and to boil water beforehand. The entire process took at least 2 to 3 hours, which explained why many went to the ice lake, yet few could actually bathe. However, you still cannot go alone. You must be accompanied by at least 2 warriors, as that area is still prone to wild beasts. Moreover, that water is not potable. Drinking it may cause stomach pains. As soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, Everyone happily agreed, chattering excitedly with the beastly maidens around them about this splendid news. Yes, Gigi understands. Gigi will go with Mama. We can bring Xiaoman and Damon along as well. Amidst the discussions, Su Yuan overheard something alarming and grabbed the ears of the folded-eared beast maiden, lifting her up and saying seriously, Damon cannot go. The rope will not hold. Nonsense, regardless of whether the rope can support her with her size. She would merely sit down and make the hot spring pool even wider. Oh, then is it all right for Wu to accompany us? Su Yuan glanced at the folded-eared maiden's petite frame. Tiske. She was even smaller than Cat Knight, barely reaching his waist. A person should not know. We will discuss this again when you have grown a bit. Chapter 86. Are we luring the crab general? The opening of the hot spring prompted the beastly maidens to rush to the mountain for a soak, and even Cat Knight could not resist pulling Su Yuan along for a dip. It was during this occasion that Lioness finally understood the peculiar cat-like sounds she had heard in the tribe before. Although Su Yuan felt somewhat awkward, after experiencing a new sensation he had never encountered before, he cast aside his embarrassment and reveled in the boundless pleasure of the crowded hot spring pool. For several consecutive days, he was on the verge of losing himself to this indulgence. Fortunately, the blue spirit beverage, valued at 2,000 points, brought him back to reality. If he continued in this manner, his points would indeed dwindle away. This was a vital resource for developing the tribe, and Su Yuan, watching his hard-earned 10,000 points drop back to 8,000, resolved to abandon the bad habit of daily soaking in the hot spring. Ahem, Lioness, would you accompany me to catch some fish? Su Yuan called out to Lioness, who had emerged early from the snow hut with a wooden basin. The basin contained not only a beast skin towel but also some fresh fruits picked from the wild a few days prior. After all, soaking in the hot spring could lead to thirst, and it would be nice to enjoy a couple of fruits afterward to quench it. Of course, the most important aspect was that these fruits floating on the water's surface added a touch of whimsy. Fishing? Aren't we going to the hot spring? Shirshir set down the wooden basin, a hint of confusion evident on her face as she approached Su Yuan. Spending all day soaking was detrimental to one's health, and with so many people in the tribe, they should all be able to indulge in the comfort of the hot springs. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yuan picked up his fishing rod and, grasping Shirshir by the hand, made his way towards the frozen lake. As they departed the tribe, they stumbled upon Hujio, who was inexplicably bent over in the snow. It was fortuitous. They could call Hujio along, lest she sneak off to the cabin for a soak before they had even begun fishing. Hujio, come join us for fishing, Su Yuan exclaimed, swiftly grasping the bushy tail of the startled fox, causing her to tumble into the snow. Su Yuan, you startled me. I was just on the verge of successfully testing my trap. Hujio pouted, her nose and head dusted with snow, her adorable demeanor rendering Su Yuan oblivious to her irritation. With a smile, he brushed the snow off her. He then bent down to inspect what Hujio referred to as her trap. What is this? He inquired, pointing at the contraption on the ground. Hujio's face lit up with pride as she presented the wooden device to him. This is my own invention. It combines your bow and arrow with the cave trap we devised earlier. Look, I plan to use the bow's mechanism to set an arrow in place. When someone steps on the trap, the arrow will be released, piercing their ankle. Hujio demonstrated her contraption, and Su Yuan recognized it as a trap version of a crossbow. This little fox's mind was truly brimming with ingenuity. Perhaps she could come up with some novel ideas with her tinkering. Let us revisit this later. Accompany me to fish, and I shall teach you some new fishing techniques. New techniques? I'm in. Hujio glanced at her trap, buried it in the snow in a corner of the camp, and hurried to catch up with Su Yuan. The area by the frozen lake was now deserted, yet the previous cabin still stood pristine by the water's edge. Some small beast girls still preferred to bathe in the secluded cabin, which explained the absence of snow accumulation around it. As they arrived early at the lakeside, they found it completely empty, and the opening in the ice had begun to freeze over. Su Yuan forcefully broke the frozen surface and cast his line into the icy waters. Didn't you say there were new methods? Hujio asked, watching Su Yuan patiently waiting for a bite, seemingly unperturbed. Just a moment. Let me catch a couple before I switch methods. Since they were at the frozen lake, he couldn't resist casting a few lines. Not long after he settled down, the bobber began to stir. It seemed the fish had let down their guard after a prolonged absence. Su Yuan sprang to his feet and yanked the fishing rod upward. Having consumed countless bottles of blue spirit drinks, his strength had significantly increased since his first fishing attempt. In an instant, he lifted his catch from the water. Watch out! As it landed, a creature nearly a meter tall lunged at Su Yuan. Shirshir, wielding her sword like a spear, struck back against the creature that had almost reached him. The blade sent the beast flying into the distance, impaling it into the ice until it was pinned down, allowing Su Yuan to finally discern its form. Goodness! Is that a crab of such size in this lake? Su Yuan exclaimed, his heart racing as he patted his chest. The giant crab, its shell pierced by the blade, flailed its massive pincers that could easily crush his skull. Is this a mountain lake? Where on earth did such a large crab come from? Baffled by the peculiarities of this world, Su Yuan nonetheless understood the deliciousness that awaited him. Azure blood seeped from the wound, flowing down the blade. It struggled little before becoming a lifeless crab. This meat must be succulent and tender, perfect for roasting, he declared. Sure, Hujio, start a fire. Once the creature lay lifeless before him, Su Yuan approached the two beast girls, knocking on the massive claw, the dull thud bringing a smile to his face. They had barely eaten anything that morning, and this enormous crab would suffice for a hearty meal for all three of them. 10 minutes later, by the lakeside bonfire, the colossal crab was roasting over the flames, while 3 clay pots simmered with crab meat soup. Let it roast for a bit. I'll show you how to prepare it. Su Yuan led the two to the edge of the frozen lake. The crab's shell was tough, likely requiring more time over the fire. Although he hadn't had the resources to attempt this before, now that Lan Sha and the others had joined the tribe, it was no longer a concern. As he spoke in languages unfamiliar to the two, Su Yuan simultaneously exchanged for a large black net from the system shop. Hujio examined the peculiar object, noting its resemblance to the spiderwebs used by Lan Sha and her companions, though the holes in the net were smaller and denser. Grasp the 4 corners, then place some bait on top. With a bit of patience, the fish will be caught. While Su Yuan had cast a fishing line in his past life, this was his first attempt at net fishing, having only seen it in online videos. They placed some pork chunks onto the net and watched as it descended into the icy waters. Will this really catch fish? Hujio scratched her ear, recalling how fishing involved hooks and bobbers to signal a catch. Now, this contraption lacked even a hook, and they would have no indication if any fish had taken the bait until they pulled the net up, likely finding it empty if the fish had eaten their fill and fled. Chapter 87. A mermaid? The frozen lake connected to the ocean. Of course, I have no idea, but the lake isn't too large. We should manage to catch a fish or two. Whether they caught anything was of little consequence. After all, the tribe had ample food, and his accumulated points were sufficient for years' worth of sustenance. The main goal was to engage in some activity today. Otherwise, he would have to resort to physical training again. After swirling the fishing net for a while, Su Yuan suddenly felt a strong tug from below. There's truly something substantial down there. Sure. Help me pull it up. Don't let it escape. Sure seized the net and tightened her grip, seemingly worried the fish would slip away, even harnessing her awakened power. The fish ensnared in the net made no effort to resist as she pulled it upward. From the sky, the lake water and a mass of shadows soared, arcing gracefully before crashing heavily onto the ice. Wah! A series of whimpers emerged from within the net, revealing not only small and large fish but also a girl with azure hair. However, she appeared quite disheveled. A small fish clutched in her mouth and a piece of pork in her hand, while a tangle of water plants adorned her head. Ugh! Cough. Oh dear! My backside! She exclaimed. You lot really? Hai Yao spat out the fish in her mouth, her expression seething with anger as she prepared to reprimand the land-dwelling creatures. However, a glinting weapon was suddenly pressed against her throat. What a formidable situation this is. She thought, good morning to you. Damn it, I merely sought something to eat. Yet here I am, captured by these beings from the surface. Mother always warned me that they are not to be trifled with. Are you a mermaid? Where is your backside? Su Yuan, upon encountering this new spectacle, crouched down in curiosity to scrutinize her. The girl had a cascade of azure hair that astonishingly transitioned in hue. The roots were a deep teal, while the tips had transformed into a bright azure. The delicate fins that resembled ears perked up nervously, perhaps sensing their presence. Unlike what Su Yuan had seen in his past life, she was not merely adorned with 2 shells to cover her modesty. Instead, her upper body was wrapped in a garment of black seaweed. Only her slender arms, akin to lotus stems, were exposed, while the connection between her fishtail and body remained concealed. The tail itself bore a resemblance to her hair, long and exquisite. Its scales glimmered under the sunlight. How can a mermaid not have a backside? Hai Yao displayed a blend of indignation and trepidation, glancing at the stoic lioness beside her, only to pout and grumble within the net. Ahem, my apologies, we mean no harm. We inadvertently caught you while fishing. Su Yuan loosened the net around her. The surrounding fish scattered across the icy surface, igniting a twinge of envy within her. However, upon glancing at Lioness, He retracted his hand that was poised to grasp the fish. Do you reside in this icy lake? After freeing her from the net, Su Yuan engaged in light conversation with Hai Yao. Despite her timid demeanor, she seemed spirited, her gaze lingering on the fish nearby. If he were a villain, there would surely be a roasted mermaid tail sizzling over the fire by now. Me? I escaped from the Dream Coral Sea with my mother and others. Dream Coral Sea? Another new location, I wonder where that is. Su Yuan had gleaned several locations from their conversation. The yellow sand plains, the snowy mountains, and now this Dream Coral Sea. Lost in thought, Hai Yao shivered, the biting wind prompting her to hug her arms tightly. Do mermaids fear the cold as well? How did you come to this icy lake? Observing her discomfort, Su Yuan lifted her and carried her to the warmth of the campfire, where she finally relaxed, extending her small hands to bask in the heat. It was quite warm in the Dream Coral Sea, but though it's a bit chilly here, we won't feel too cold if we swim deeper. Besides, the starlight seaweed keeps me warm. Hai Yao tugged at the collar of her seaweed garment, revealing large patches of white amidst the black seaweed. Su Yuan widened his eyes, not misunderstanding her but rather entranced by the black starlight seaweed, speckled with white spots that twinkled like stars in the night sky, exceedingly beautiful upon closer inspection. May I touch it? Touch it? Hai Yao looked puzzled but generously puffed out her chest, saying, go ahead. Realizing his words had been misinterpreted, Su Yuan feigned normalcy and placed his hand upon her starlight seaweed garment. It felt icy at first, but soon he began to sense a gentle warmth emanating from it. Moreover, he heard a familiar system notification chime. Rare item detected. Starlight seaweed. Can be traded for 800 points, or for 80 points as a special item. Host, please choose a trading direction. Only worth 800 points? Su Yuan dismissed the system's prompt. For trading it away would be akin to stripping the mermaid bare. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. I'm Hai Yao. What about you? Su Yuan introduced himself, along with the two beast women beside him. Learning that Lioness was merely aloof and not hostile eased Hai Yao's tension. Hai Yao, could you spare me a small piece of your garment? As long as it's not too large, or else it will be too cold when I go back into the water. With Hai Yao's consent, Su Yuan used a dagger to slice off a small piece from her abdomen to unlock the special item in the system. However, as he cut, his gaze inadvertently wandered to the area where her scales met her skin, wondering what scent might linger beneath them. Just as curiosity piqued, an unusual aroma wafted through the air, leading their attention to a slightly charred crab shell. Ah, the meat is burnt. Lioness hurriedly removed the large crab from the fire, revealing the soft, tender crab meat stewed in a pot alongside some fish meat, the milky broth emanating an exquisite fragrance. Thankfully, the burnt crab meat had not charred too much. Transaction successful. New items available in the special section. Starlight bandage, 300 points. Note: a bandage that alleviates frostbite damage. The description was succinct, yet it was indeed a valuable item, particularly in this frigid wilderness, as it could treat frostbite and damage from ice magic wielded by beasts. After reviewing the item, Su Yuan closed the system store and settled down beside the others. With his permission, Hai Yao relaxed and, upon receiving a piece of the roasted crab meat from Huli Jiu, she instantly drooled in delight. Is this what food made with fire on land tastes like? It's simply delicious. Hai Yao savored a crab claw, each bite of the snow-white meat causing tears of joy to flow. Her rich expressions left Su Yuan wide-eyed, even ignoring the delectable crab meat in his own hands. Aren't you accustomed to eating raw food from the sea? With her cheek stuffed full of crab meat, Hai Yao explained, in the ocean we rarely have a full meal, let alone eat raw food. Is the condition of the ocean really that poor? We managed to catch quite a few fish earlier. Huli Jiu, relishing a sip of crab and fish soup, queried further, can't mermaids eat fish? It's not that we can't eat them. It's just that we don't enjoy it. It always feels odd afterward. Plus, many small fish have little meat and are full of bones. The last time one got stuck in my throat, it nearly choked me to death. As she spoke, she extracted the meat from the claw, which was devoid of any bones, resembling soft and delicious tofu. Furthermore, it left no strange aftertaste. By the way, you are from this area, right? Have you heard of the Frost Sea Heart Crystal? Frost Sea Heart Crystal? Su Yuan glanced at the other two. Both Lion and Fox 9 shook their heads in unison. He too could only respond with a shake of his head, for he had only recently arrived in this world and was still unfamiliar with the terrain. Alas, if we cannot find this object, we shall have to endure hunger in this desolate place. How I long to return to the Coral Sea. Could you elaborate on this Frosty Heart Crystal and why you ventured from the Dreaming Coral Sea to this location? With the delectable crabs as their ally, Hai Yao felt at ease and began to share her story. I originally belonged to the sea spirit tribe residing in the dreaming Coral Sea, where my mother served as the tribe's shaman. However, several months ago, a traitor emerged within the tribe, aligning with the Firescale tribe. My mother mentioned that this traitor's shaman acquired a peculiar artifact that rendered them exceedingly powerful, beyond our ability to defeat. Thus, we were compelled to flee the dreaming Coral Sea. It appears yet another beast maiden has been hunted to this place, unlike the enigmatic shaman from the Misty Snow Mountain. This displacement was solely a consequence of tribal plunder, forcing us to abandon our homeland. In a world rife with ceaseless conflict among countless tribes, is this not a profound betrayal and desecration of the deity that bestowed the beast maiden race upon this land? It seems the unification of tribes in this world is urgently required. Su Yuan's resolve strengthened. Such incessant violence is utterly chaotic. Why can't we all celebrate the new year together and make dumplings? So what brought you here? Knowing that venturing further could lead to a frozen demise? We seek the Frost Sea Heart Crystal. A shaman from another tribe, close to my mother, prophesied that it lies within this vicinity. Only this crystal can guide us back to the dreaming Coral Sea and reclaim our homeland. After a delightful crab breakfast, the group grew more familiar with one another, and Hai Yao's cheerful demeanor returned. She even took an interest in fishing by the icy lake. After their meal, she sat at the edge of the frozen lake, casting her line, while Su Yuan and Lion supported her from behind. Due to her fishtail's lack of support, the only way she could sit was by letting her entire tail rest in the icy water. I apologize. Once I awaken, my fishtail will transform into your human form. Noticing her companions holding her, Hai Yao felt a bit shy, but her newfound interest in fishing quickly drew her attention back to the bobber. Will you evolve into human legs after awakening? Yes, whether as a shaman or a warrior, it's possible. My mother can easily venture to land for trade, as can some awakened warriors from our tribe. Su Yuan's thoughts were no longer on fishing. With such a large fish in his arms, he hardly had the inclination to concern himself with the small fish in the lake. He curiously caressed the beautiful fish tail, the scales arranged in perfect order, each reflecting a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. A gentle squeeze revealed its firm flesh, not resembling the cinematic portrayals of his past life, where one could discern the outline of legs when seated. The tail fin swayed beneath the water's surface, its pinkish fins resembling those on the ears, transparent and glistening in the sunlight. So this is what a mermaid looks like. I wonder if this form can. I've got one. Su Yuan, what should I do? Just as he glanced again at the area above the fishtail, eager to explore the section hidden beneath the starry seaweed, Hai Yao excitedly exclaimed, her hands gripping the fishing rod tightly. Just pull the line in firmly or yank it up with force. Su Yuan guided her hands as she reeled in the line. Though Hai Yao's arms appeared slender, she possessed surprising strength, entangling with the prey beneath the icy lake before successfully reeling it in. Soon, a large blue fish lay slanted on the ice, its bulging eyes glaring at the jubilant Hai Yao nearby. After all, we are both fish. Why must we harm one another? Perhaps it was the mermaid's advantage. Hai Yao's speed in catching fish far surpassed that of Su Yuan and the others. By evening, the ice was strewn with a bountiful catch. Thank you all, but I must return before it gets too late. You can keep these fish. Aren't you taking your catch home? Hai Yao shook her head as she leapt back into the icy lake. We don't enjoy eating these, and they were caught with your rod, so you should keep them. May I trade a few of these fishing rods with you? In time, I plan to bring my mother and others to find you. While fishing rods are not overly complicated to make, crafting them is particularly challenging for a primitive tribe, mainly due to the line. The rod and hooks can be substituted with other materials, but currently, besides the fishing line Su Yuan purchased, the Star tribe uses strips of beast skin cut from white rabbits. Of course, with the addition of Hong Shuang and her companions, they have begun using their spider silk in place of the line where necessary. That is fine, but how will I know when you arrive? Our tribe is quite a distance from here. Hai Yao pondered and then tugged at the starlight seaweed at her collar, allowing Su Yuan to see its outline perfectly from above. Well, it's not as large as Lioness. This fact applies not only to Hai Yao but also to Lion, whose position in the entire Star tribe remains largely unchallenged, with Hong Shuang possibly being a formidable rival. Use this. If we come, this conch will relay my voice, and then you can come to this place. Hai Yao produced a thumb-sized mini conch from her clothing, and Su Yuan could feel its warmth as she handed it to him. All right then, I shall take my leave now. Next time, may I taste that piece of meat? She pointed at the chunk of pork resting in the net, which had previously lured her into being caught by Su Yuan. Even after feasting on crabs, she remained fixated on that piece of dried pork. Certainly, I will prepare a grand meal for you next time. Chapter 89. Preparations for the journey to the frozen wasteland. Time passed simply. A week had gone by. Since the last meeting with Hai Yao, the conch had remained silent, and it was uncertain how far she had swum. Perhaps she encountered some dangers along the way. I should have provided her with some defensive weapons at that time. The tribe's development continued smoothly, and Su Yuan had not been preoccupied with other matters lately, focusing instead on final preparations to gather information about the frozen wasteland. Firstly, he must go. The tribe's issues regarding food and shelter were resolved, alleviating his concerns. Thus, he felt compelled to accompany them to the frozen wasteland. The first reason was that he could no longer collect rare items within the tribe. Ever since they dealt with the magic lizard trapped in the cave, no new treasures had been acquired. Leaving the tribe for the frozen wasteland would undoubtedly yield significant rewards along the way. The second reason was that he needed to direct the beast maidens' actions. Relying solely on these naive maidens to gather intelligence would likely yield little valuable information. Moreover, one might inadvertently fall prey to the adversary. It would be more prudent to accompany the expedition. In a perilous situation, one could exchange items from the system's marketplace for urgent aid. As for the selection of personnel for this reconnaissance mission and the accompanying equipment, those matters have been largely settled over the past week. In the mountain ravine, Su Yuan luxuriated in the warmth of the hot spring, while beside him, Lioness appeared somewhat fatigued, resting her head on his shoulder and squinting her eyes. In just a couple of days we must set forth to the frozen wasteland. However, I hope you can remain at the camp. Su Yuan gently ran his fingers through Lioness's golden locks, which had grown longer since their first encounter, floating on the water's surface like strands of golden seaweed, before he seized them in his grasp. No way, I must go too. For the first time, Lioness countered Su Yuan's command, her weary gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. Please hear me out. This time we need to delve deep into the Black Sheep tribe. They recognize you, making it exceedingly easy to expose our presence. I intend to bring along Long and Hongshuang as well. Perhaps this time we might devise a means to rescue some members of the Red Fox tribe. Yet, Lioness bit her lip tightly. She was aware that Su Yuan's reasoning was sound, yet her heart felt heavy with distress. Well, you are not without your own responsibilities. You and Husi must ensure the safety of the tribe and maintain contact with Hai Yao and her group. Su Yuan had not anticipated that such a cool, commanding figure would appear before him like a distressed young girl, her body still recovering from exertion. Surely you do not wish for the tribe to encounter danger? Hai Yao and her companions are accompanied by a shaman and an uncertain number of awakened warriors. Although Hai Yao seemed friendly towards us, her mother and other merfolk might not share the same disposition. I can only place my trust in you. Su Yuan's words left Lioness in silence for a long while, ultimately leading her to give a reluctant nod. Awoo! Awoo! The tranquil scene between the two was interrupted by 5 snow wolves frolicking in the nearby stream. The water's temperature too hot for them above, yet just right below. Their fur soaked, the playful creatures reveled in the flowing waters. Upon hearing Su Yuan's call, they immediately shook off the water and scampered over to him. They were acutely aware of their hierarchy. If Su Yuan was displeased, they would find themselves as the next meal on the roasting spit. Awoo! Please search the surrounding area for any signs of beasts. If you encounter any, do not engage but return to report to me. Recently, the beast women of the Star Tribe had spotted some wild animals in this vicinity. Fortunately, none particularly fierce. Among them, the most formidable was a black bear devoid of any special abilities, which coincidentally encountered Long and Ji during their hot spring visit. Su Yuan's sharp dual blades swiftly severed the bear's paw as it lunged forward. The tribe now enjoyed an additional source of meat, bear meat, alongside pork, beef and fish. This, however, greatly frightened a man, who would jump at the sight of Long, the same one who had once carried a bear down the mountain path. Now, as Su Yuan planned to lead a portion of their group away, it was imperative to secure the safety of the star camp. Hence he brought these snow wolves to scout the area. Woo! Upon receiving their orders, the 5 snow wolves split into 2 teams and dashed into the forest, their speed still swift despite the improved rations at the camp. Within mere seconds, they vanished from sight. Not far off, several figures approached from the mountainside. Su Yuan patted Lioness's head and urged, we should rise quickly. Otherwise, when they arrive, they will drag me back to the hot springs. Soaking in the hot springs was one matter, but he could hardly withstand the onslaught of so many adorable, alluring beast women rushing towards him with joy. Wow, shaman! You have come to the hot springs today too. As the two tidied themselves, the trio of visitors arrived at the hot spring. Su Yuan, intrigued, reached out to stroke Yoyue's head. Are you not sleepy today? The visitors were none other than Biyue and her companions, and Yoyue appeared quite spirited today, free from the lethargy that had plagued her previously. At this, Biyue expressed her excitement. Ever since Yue took a dip in the hot spring, she has not felt sleepy, so every few days, I and Biyue bring her here for a soak. Humph. Biyue, annoyed at Biyue for stealing her words, crossed her arms and turned her head away. Is there truly such an effect? Could it be that she is akin to a koala? Those ears do bear a resemblance. No wonder she is so drowsy. Su Yuan gazed at Yue, who clung to him, her round, fluffy ears perking up, her large eyes filled with drowsiness, and her small arms tightly wrapped around his waist. A little wolf, a little rabbit, and a little koala, these 3 months displayed quite a disparity. If they were beasts, Biyue could easily devour them both. It was no wonder that Biyue and Yue were so afraid of Biyue. Awoo! At that moment, the snow wolves exploring outside stirred, 2 of them limping back towards Su Yuan, their faces marked by fear. You all continue soaking. I will go check on the situation. Su Yuan returned Yue, who had been clinging to him, to Biyue and prepared to accompany Lioness to investigate what had transpired. I want to go too. Without a moment's hesitation, Biyue tossed Yue to Biyue, who found herself dizzy from the back and forth. You all be careful. I shall remain here. Biyue's ears drooped, and she cautiously placed Yoyue's clothes by the edge of the hot spring, keeping a vigilant watch over their surroundings.